After failing the college entrance exam, I directly bought a university and became its president. Not only were the student dormitories all double rooms with private bathrooms, balconies, and internet access, but the school's network infrastructure was built with laboratory-grade equipment. Even the cafeteria hired 5-star chefs to prepare gourmet meals. All of this was because I had awakened a Tech Elite Academy system, which not only improved teaching efficiency for every student by 150% but also automatically attracted renowned educators from various fields to join the school. Moreover, the knowledge students learned could be fed back to me, the president. At this moment, Lu Yu, who had just received 300 million in system funds, planned to buy a school outright. Principal Huang Jiren had received the news early and was now waiting with a group of teachers to welcome them. Welcome, welcome. We've already prepared a banquet, let's discuss matters over dinner. Jiang Xiaoyu and Li Su felt a bit nervous facing so many teachers, but Lu Yu strode confidently at the center of the crowd and spoke with steady authority. Let's get down to business first. Ideally, we can wrap things up today. Entering the meeting room, Lu Yu calmly handled the data presented by the other party, as well as the financial tricks they had employed. Compared to the tactics of later generations, the methods used to inflate the school's valuation were far too amateurish. Principal Huang wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, Mr. Lu, 80 million is really the bottom line. Just this piece of land alone is worth a fortune. No matter what you do, you'll profit. Lu Yu tapped the table lightly and glanced at Huang Jiren, fully aware of his thoughts. 80 million is fine, but take everyone from the school with you, not even a single dog stays behind. Huang Jiren gritted his teeth. Deal. Contracts were drafted on the spot, and Lu Yu handed his bank card to Xiaoyu, instructing her to assist with the transfer next door. I don't know the password, Jiang Xiaoyu whispered nervously. My birthday, Lu Yu winked. No need for me to tell you, right? Watching the finance staff leave, Huang Jiren immediately invited Lu Yu and Li Su to the VIP dining room and the cafeteria, where they toasted and drank. After a few rounds, the finance staff and Jiang Xiaoyu returned. It was clear that the finance staff now treated Xiaoyu with much greater respect. There was a difference between paying 80 million in cash and valuing the school at 80 million. This young man's financial strength was formidable. With the signing of the contract, Lu Yu officially became the principal of Hancheng Electronic Information Technology School. As his name was written down, a pale blue text box popped up before his eyes, initiating binding with Hancheng Electronic Information Technology College. Binding successful. Area, 782.3 acres. Assets, 3,200 dilapidated desks, 400 crumbling dormitory rooms, 30 classrooms, and 50 staff dormitories. Starting reward distribution, Master Teacher Aura. Your abilities will always surpass those of your students. As long as they are your students, they will never be stronger than you. Looking at the reward, Lu Yu exclaimed in disbelief, does this mean that even if one of his future students becomes a math genius, he could still outperform them? After purchasing the school, Lu Yu, led by Huang Jiren, began touring the campus. It had to be said the school was in terrible shape. The dormitory windows and doors were all made of wood, riddled with holes from insect damage, mostly housing 8 students per room, with some even cramming 12. Now empty, the rooms reeked of mildew. The playground was nothing but sand and dirt. Falling would scrape your skin raw, and a rubber track was completely out of the question. As he explored the campus, Lu Yu was astonished to find a 3-dimensional holographic blueprint of the school appearing in his mind. The pale blue architectural outlines gave him an intimate understanding of every corner of the school. Scanning campus data: substandard dormitories, lacking network ports, air conditioning, and bathrooms voltage non-compliant. Substandard classrooms, lacking modern projectors, aging desks and chairs, insufficient teaching equipment. Substandard cafeteria, lacking fresh food refrigeration, sanitation non-compliant. A series of red alerts popped up, filled with words like substandard, non-compliant, and lacking. In the systems assessment, this school was probably on par with a pigsty. Rebuild it has to be rebuilt. Lu Yu turned to Li Su. If I handed the entire school reconstruction project to your dad, could he handle it? Brother Yu, my dad just runs a small renovation crew. Renovating a whole school would be pushing it, wouldn't it? Over the past 2 days, Li Su had grown increasingly baffled by his childhood friend, but he was terrified of messing things up for Lu Yu, fearing it might cost him their friendship. Lu Yu smiled and patted his shoulder. Just leave it to your dad. Have him bring his team over right away. Later, go open a bank account. I'll transfer the deposit to you first. Li Su, feeling like he was in a dream, called his father. The moment the call connected, he was met with a furious scolding. You little brat, where the hell did you take my car? If you so much as scratch it, I swear get that car back here now. Do you have any idea how much it costs? Dad, I just landed you a huge job. Bullshit, huge job. Get that car back here now. Dad, let me read you a bank account number. Go check if there's an extra 5 million in it. That's the deposit. After confirming the information, Li Su's father hastily cancelled all his current projects, loaded his tools and crew into the work van, and rushed straight to Hancheng. He knew this job alone could earn him more than the next 5 years combined. His family had truly stumbled upon a stroke of luck. Looking at Li Su's father appearing before him drenched in sweat, Liu spread the yellowed blueprint on the peeling conference table. Now, let me tell you my requirements. All dormitories must be renovated to the standard of double rooms, equipped with private bathrooms, separate dry and wet washing areas, open balconies, individual electricity meters for each room, and at least 2 network ports. Liu circled the blueprint with a red pen. Install thermostatic valves on the radiators, and the storage cabinets must be moisture-proof. Li Jiangwo's hand, wiping sweat, suddenly paused. Principal Liu, most universities nowadays have 8-person bunk rooms, and broadband fees are so expensive these days? 2 network ports. Your requirements are even higher than the renovation standards of Luochang hotels. Liu nodded. I want hotel-level student dorms. My students deserve rooms this good. Add a 500 yuan subsidy per room for the network installation, and don't skimp on materials. Cat6 cables, all copper wiring. And the 40-day deadline stays unchanged. Liu pulled a craft paper envelope from his bag, and a stack of 100 yuan bills emitted the scent of fresh ink. These were newly withdrawn from the bank, the band still carrying the chill of the vault. Li Jiangwo swallowed hard as he stared at the cash. When had their renovation team ever seen such a scene? When had payment ever been this prompt? Especially since the workers hadn't been paid in 2 months. This money covers your travel and fuel expenses. The deadline is tight, the task heavy, so the coming days will be tough, uncle. No hardship at all. Liu continued. Also, the final payment will be split into 5 installments based on progress, with adjustments for over or under. Li Jiangwo rubbed the blueprint with his cracked thumb, then suddenly slapped his son on the back of the head. Call your uncle right now and tell him to bring over his prized possessions, those Mitsubishi excavators. As night fell, 20 lights flicked on with a snap, the roar of diesel generators startling wild ducks from the nearby pond. With the system's support, Liu knew every detail of the school's situation like the back of his hand. Li Su, tell your dad to have the workers use the restrooms outside, not in the dorms. Li Su hurried off to relay Liu's instructions. After Li Jiangwo passed them on, the crew didn't hesitate. Don't worry, boss. If we slack off with pay like this, we're not human. Yeah, boss, the pay is good. I'd hold it all day if I had to. The campus reconstruction project surged ahead at full throttle. Liu crouched beside a pile of construction materials, his youthful face illuminated by the floodlights. Principal Liu. Li Jiangwo ran over, his hard hat askew, mosquitoes swirling in the beam of his flashlight. The cement factory's jacking up prices. Still buying? Buy. Only the best will do. At 3 in the morning, when the first batch of construction materials arrived, Liu was lying on a camp cot in the work shed. Suddenly, a blue light from the system exploded before his eyes. Construction material detected, number 325 Portland cement qualified, campus defense coefficient plus 50%. Host, please note, regulations require dormitory corridor width to be no less than 2.1 meters. He jerked upright, nearly knocking over the teacup by the bed. The blueprint unfurled under the incandescent light, pencil marks tracing the load-bearing walls. Li Su, widen the dormitory corridor by 30 centimeters. No, 50 centimeters. Liu spared no expense, and the construction quality was naturally top-notch, drawing covert attention from more than a few. Such a commotion caught the attention of 2 other colleges in Seoul. One of them was a hospital-specialized college, and the other was a teacher's undergraduate, and at this moment the phone calls were going to the city office. Ask the mayor for me. What's going on? Where did they get the money to flip the building? The RD funding I applied for wasn't even approved. What? Overseas Chinese businessmen invested in the construction. Okay, thanks. The high standard of school construction would inevitably affect their enrollment for the rest of the year, especially the Seoul Medical College, who were equally specialized. But for a while, there really wasn't much that could be done. One could only gather their eyes here even more and secretly wait for the right time. Under Liu's supervision, the work schedule advanced very quickly. 35 days later, Liu looked at the roofed dormitory building as if it were a lifetime ago. Beige exterior bricks in the setting sun flooded with warm light. Each balcony is poking out aluminum drying racks. This is the design that Liu deliberately requested, hanging full of clothes to have a living air. On the day of acceptance, Li Jiangwo touched the pre-buried wire interface, muttered, "We give the LA hotel wiring, with her copper-clad steel, this kid with all copper, this school is really Prince reading. More luxurious than a 5-star hotel." Liu looked at the rotating concrete mixer on the playground. The workers are completing the final process, pouring the flagstaff. With the familiar red flag fluttering up, the campus reconstruction project officially came to an end. Liu's retina was flooded with blue light. Primary campus construction completed. Unlocked attribute, school spirit cohesion. School spirit cohesion, no small strong in dormitories, no need to vacuum the playground, students just want to stay in school, student truancy rate drops by 50%. Please start recruiting talents, please start recruiting talents. Chapter 4. Does your school want a teacher? Pick up the treasure. Seeking favorites and recommendations. Seoul Nursing Higher Specialized School. In the principal's office, the middle-aged man with meticulously organized hair sat behind a wide desk. Blowing on his thermos, he watched the young man in front of him perform. Principal, we really need to upgrade the school's internet connection now. The students are stuck at the beginning of the school year grabbing classes. The best network cable on the market right now is a Category 6 cable, not to mention Category 6, at least we should use Category 5. And the equipment in the school's computer room, the bandwidth is too small, it's hard to maintain normal teaching. Principal Sun Sunghai put down his water cup and made a dull sound, interrupting him. Mr. Wang, how many years have you come to our school from Huawei? 3 years. 3 years, that's fast. Sun Sunghai paused, then said, your ability is very good, but understand that our school is not like a business, it is not adequately funded, and every amount of money needs to be spent on a knife edge. But the principal. Hey, Mr. Wang, I don't understand the problem of the internet, but I understand the students. Give the students too good network, they are not just playing games? Sun Sunghai came over and patted Wang Yi's shoulder. Put these things aside for a while, we will be evaluating titles soon. Mr. Wang still needs to put his mind on business. Wang Yi left the principal's office with his head hanging down when his family forced him to resign from Pengcheng's Flower for Company and take the exam to work here as a teacher of information science. The preparation is there, life is stable, but here all kinds of bureaucracy makes him very difficult. The textbook is from the last era, the computer is able to turn on the line, the bandwidth is the minimum. He has seen first-class universities in Pengcheng, and he clearly knows that the future era belongs to the internet. University, I'm afraid, is the time when most kids are most exposed to the internet. Just as Wang Yi pondered whether he should write a letter of advice directly to Sun Sunghai's superiors, a sudden phone call interrupted his thoughts. Hey, Wang Yi, I remember that you teach at Seoul University. Do you know about Seoul Electronic Information Technology College? The caller was his former colleague in Huawei. Wang Yi was a bit stunned. I know that school eating the past, the millennium has passed, it's still called BB. Then you come to the airport to pick me up under our road to talk. This school is really rich off 24-core single-mode fiber optic cable, S8508 core switches, RH2855 servers, all good things. Wang Yi froze, he knows the market, these all take down, million cannot hit. You mean these are bought by the Electronic Information Technology College? Teaching machine? Teaching machines would be a lot cheaper. What teaching machine is a full set of commercial equipment to build the school communication network. This time is to bring the team over to assist in building. Wang Yi only felt his head explode with a bang. How could there be such a ho-hum school in Seoul? Wait for me at the airport, I'll be right over to pick you up, I'll go over with you. Seoul Electronic Information Technology College. The school's overall renovation project was basically over, and the main thing left was to build the network. Lu Yu directly contacted Pengcheng Huawei Company, the future giant of the communication industry. The standard of $50 million to build. This price is placed on the flower at this time, there is no doubt that it is a huge order. Flowers for the internal extremely important, just the pre-design team sent 30 people, but also committed to free assistance in operation and maintenance for 5 years. Lu Yu watched a heavy truck printed with the flower for the logo drove into the campus, communication equipment lifted down one after another, but the heart is a little sad. Whether it is the renovation of the campus or hardware facilities, he can be solved by smashing money. However, the teacher's problem cannot be solved. The use of various channels for the community to recruit has been more than 2 days of time, but very few resumes. On the one hand, this era of the internet has not officially begun the Big Bang. On the other hand, it is also the fundamental reason he is a private organization, cannot give a lot of people long for the establishment. A lot of people go through a lot of trouble to enter the university as a teacher, just for the establishment of the word. Hey, the end of the universe is the establishment. Lu Yu looked towards the master-teacher gathering function in the system. What about the promised 150% increase in efficiency in discovering master teachers? Where are the famous teachers? This side of Lu Yu is still worried. Over there Wang Yi has followed the original company colleagues into the campus. Watching those equipment that he could not even think of moving down from the heavy truck. What AR46 router, MA56 2024 port FTTB? Wait, FTTB? Isn't FTTB a lab technology? The cost is frighteningly high, and the company took it all out? The company cut the price in half basically for nothing. This is a very good opportunity for experimentation, and will help upgrade to FTTR in the future. Wang Yi knew that if the internet speed of the school where he served was a highway, then after this school was built, their internet speed would be an airplane. He had never been so excited. As an authentic science and engineering boy, seeing these devices was even more exciting than seeing his wife. After following the installation master into the dormitory, the two of them looked at the spacious and bright double dormitory and couldn't help but lament. This school treats teachers quite well, dormitories have independent bathrooms. Next to the supervisor, Li Su skimmed his mouth. What teacher dormitory? This is a student dormitory. Double dormitory? Student? Wang Yi gazed but let the maintenance master who was installing the router retracted. He looked at the pre-buried network cable, his body is a little trembling. Category 6 network cables, all Category 6 network cables, every room is Category 6 network cables. This school's communication network build is just a little bit worse than that of an enterprise or a research institute, it's too exaggerated. Wang Yi's co-workers couldn't help but lament. Wang Yi, didn't you tell me on the way here that this school is very backward, and it still teaches BB repair technology? At this moment, how could Wang Yi hear what his colleague was talking about? With the longer time in this school tour, Wang Yi's gaze is more and more determined. The flame of jumping ship is burning more and more vigorously in his heart. Can't stay, his original school really can't stay. In the end, his dry lips carefully opened his mouth. Convenient to ask where the principal's office is? Just as Lu Yu was pondering how to go about recruiting teachers, the office door knocked. Enter. Lu Yu said softly. Looking at the middle-aged man who came in, Lu Yu judged at a glance that this was from a science and engineering background. Black-rimmed glasses, plaid shirt, jeans, messy hair, and dark circles under his eyes, simply exactly the same as a programmer. An employee of Flower 4? Hello, Principal Lu. The young age of Lu Yu in front of him was excessive, making Wang Yi not know how to open his mouth for a while. What's the matter? May I ask if your school is recruiting teachers? I'm a wireless communication technology major, just watch the salary. Lu Yu froze. It wasn't because of Wang Yi, but the system's famous teachers finally reacted. Famous teacher, Wang Yi. Skills, proficient in FFT, filter design, adaptive algorithms, Shannon's theorem, LDPC coding, skilled in airtime coding, pre-coding techniques, mastery of AMC adaptive modulation coding implementations, mastery of C++. Evaluation, his uninhibited appearance hides his talent, what he needs is a platform. Looking at the string of skill terms that he couldn't even pronounce, Lu Yu knew that he had picked up a treasure. Chapter 5 Qualified Principal, to first learn to draw the cake request collection recommended votes. Lu Yu first let Wang Yi briefly introduce himself, after listening to his resume, but is not the least bit surprised that he will be so many skills. The first batch of 985 college students graduated before the millennium, the gold content need not be said. Graduated school recruitment into the Flower 4, in which work for more than 7 years. Counting the time, that is the flower for the beginning of the rise of the growth of time, personal ability at this time soared very normal. If it is not the family hard to Wang Yi test what preparation, he is now $1 million a year is very easy. Pure polytechnic man even his own value cannot see. Wang Yi and Lu Yu poured tea for himself, see Lu Yu did not speak for a long time, the heart is a little uneasy. His salary at school was 4,300, counting the 5 insurance and gold paid by the school and individuals, the actual was about 8,000 yuan. His desire to spend is not high, he calculated that 2,000 per month is enough to live by himself. This school is privately run, spent so much money to invest in construction, probably not much money on the books. Principal Lu, I don't have a high salary, I can accept it if you give me 2,000. Put. Lu Yu couldn't help but laugh, cursing, $2,000, really take me as Joe Pippi? Salary I will first give you 50,000 per month after tax, but to remind you, there is no establishment in the private office. Wang Yi gritted his teeth, seemed to have made a great determination, this does not have to worry about Principal Lu, I will handle it myself. I plan to let you take the lead in building up the information college, what do you think? Let me take the lead? Wang Yi was incredulous, didn't the dean of the school look at seniority and background? What, no confidence? But my title is just. Don't talk to me about titles, I'm asking you to be a teacher and teach students knowledge, not to teach students to evaluate titles and mix seniority. Lu Yu's goal is clear, since he wants to build a university, then he wants to build a university that is different. And Wang Yi was all a bit dazed listening to this refreshing statement. He had just let Principal Sun educate him in the morning to use his mind on business and on getting titles. Lu Yu turned around and looked out the window. Wang Yi, you are a talented person, you should be able to see that in the future world, the internet is the big trend. Don't think that the high salary I gave you is casual, the burden on your shoulders is not light. The future students of the Information Academy, how high they can go and how far they can see the world, it all depends on you. A sense of responsibility that has never existed before surged into Wang Yi's heart, and at this moment it was as if he suddenly understood what a teacher is. Principal Lu, don't worry, as long as you don't fire me, I will definitely teach at the school until I die. Lu Yu nodded his head in recognition. Seeing Wang Yi leave the office, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart, what a straightforward polytechnic man. An old greaseball who had been in the workplace for a long time would not eat the big pie so simply. Wang Yi's appearance has opened up new ideas for Lu Yu to recruit teachers. With the ability of famous teachers, why bother, just dig directly. Searching for teachers from Seoul and even neighboring schools, he quickly unearthed a group of young people similar to Wang Yi. It was simply too normal for young people around 30 to be depressed in colleges and universities. Research funds and educational resources are not something that a youngster is qualified to touch. How many papers have you published? How many papers have been published? Who is your leader? They want to be good, someone has to say you are good, say you are good, people must be good, it is possible to make something in colleges and universities. And Lu Yu, to give them a platform directly. Mass mailings, throwing olive branches to them. Wang Yi, who left Seoul Electronic Information Technology College, the blood in his body had not boiled so much for a long time. Along the way, he had been speaking to the colleague who had sent him home. You don't know how bold Principal Lu is. He also talked about the future trend being 4G or even 5G. In the future, internet access is no longer limited to PCs, but focused on mobile or even cell phones. His concepts coincide with mine. This is what a college is, not a college that is out of touch with the times and out of touch with the market. Lu Yu's vision surprised Wang Yi's former colleagues as well. It was still top secret that Huawei had already shifted its strategy to mobile internally. Never thought that in this place in Seoul, there would be someone so forward-looking. It's not simple. While chatting, Wang Yi's home has arrived in front of him. The colleague said with a smile, "You resigned or too impulsive. See how you go home and your parents to account for it." Wang Yi's gaze has never been so firm. "I'm already almost 35, always have to live for myself once." Although the mouth said very tough, "Wait until the time to open the door." See, sitting at the table of his wife and son, he still wimped out. Wife is the family matchmaking introduction to recognize, gentle and virtuous, working in the city TV station, is also the establishment. Lo had pickled rice, listening to his wife reciting the son's school trivia, he several times to drum up the courage but could not speak. In the end, it was his wife who first noticed his abnormality. "Wang Yi? What's wrong?" Wang Yi's heart snapped. Every time he called out his name, something happened. His wife put down her chopsticks. "Do you have something to tell me?" Wang Yi was silent for a long time, and finally told the ins and outs, and when he talked about Lu Yu, his expression even soared. President Lu is a person with vigor. He's not very old, but his vision is far-sighted. Although it's a private institution, I believe that its future achievements will definitely be no less than public ones. His wife listened quietly until Wang Yi finished speaking. "Hearing you say that, I would like to meet this young principal." "You agree?" "Why don't you agree? You are now this job was not happy to do. Change this job. Salary is also suitable, still in Seoul, but also less establishment name only." The wife silently counted the accounts in her heart. Monthly salary of 50,000. The establishment of the false name is worth so much money? She could say with certainty that it was not worth it. Life's firewood, rice, oil and salt, has long made this small family more pragmatic. Seeing his wife support himself, Wang Yi's appetite is wide open, and fiercely pull a few mouthfuls of rice. "By the way, Wang Yi, our TV station is planning a program for high school candidates to assist them in applying for volunteers. If you have the chance, convey to that Principal Lu, I want to interview him." The principal of a specialized college, targeting the subject of volunteering for the college entrance exams, will surely be a topic of conversation. Wang Yi was keenly aware of the nonsense that might arise behind this. Specialties were naturally not talkative when it came to volunteering. It's not too good. No matter what the purpose of the interview is, specialties will be discriminated against in the eyes of ordinary people, and this will have a negative impact on Principal Lu. As a writer-director of the Han City TV station, she had seen too many entrepreneurs who were crowned in their mouths, and laughed. If that Principal Lu was really as charismatic as you say, he shouldn't be afraid of the camera. Whether it's a mule or a horse, you'll know once you slip in front of the camera. Chapter 6. Lu Yu's initial intention, blazing another path. Seeking favorites and recommendations. Lu Yu's digging plan carried out not as smooth as imagined. There are many young teachers who are depressed and interested in Lu Yu's school. Only, they don't understand the school, and they don't understand Lu Yu, so they don't dare to jump ship. Wang Yi kind of hot-headed polytechnic man is still a minority. If there is enough time, Lu Yu can be patient and slowly cultivate word of mouth for the school, so that they know what kind of school they want to do. However, time has come to the beginning of August, and it will soon be the time for specialties to volunteer. There is simply not much wiggle room. At this time, the school even teachers cannot get together. That talk about enrollment, admission notice cannot be sent. Don't forget, Lu Yu also expect to get a notice home to fool the old man. Hate, this era has not reached the time when everyone records the good life, or Lu Yu high and low up a number. Just as Lu Yu worried about how to give the school to do publicity, so that more people know. Wang Yi brought his wife to the door. "Hello Principal Lu, I'm Song Rong, the writer and director of Seoul TV's college entrance exam through trained program. I wonder if you have time to accept our interview?" It was really like a pillow was sent to him when he wanted to doze off. Of course Lu Yu would not refuse such a good opportunity. "Please, let's go to the conference room to talk." On the way towards the conference room, Song Rong sized up Lu Yu as a senior editorial director. First, he was surprised by Lu Yu's young and even somewhat childish appearance, then he was puzzled by Lu Yu's calmness. That kind of calm and unruffled demeanor was not at all like what he should have at his age. But upon closer examination, it was also in line with his identity as a school principal. A man of contradictions. This was the label Song Rong had put on him. "Ms. Song, do we need to turn on all the lights in the conference room? The filming effect might be better that way? If that's possible, then it's best. Has Principal Lu studied photography?" "A little bit," Lu Yu said, borrowing the mirror to simply rub some foundation on himself. Such an action made Song Rong even more curious, even more unable to understand the Lu Yu in front of her. "Principal Lu still wears makeup?" "I don't normally wear it, but I will wear it for the mirror." Lu Yu was studying with a future business giant who was a resident hotshot. Knowing photography, knowing how to put on makeup, and still being a principal, these labels made Song Rong think he was a contradiction even more. When the equipment was all set up, Song Rong started the interview by following up on the topic from earlier. Principal Lu, why do you wear makeup? Among the people I've interviewed, men basically rarely wear makeup. Respect, makeup is not exclusive to women, it's a reflection of attitude. Lu Yu revealed his arm under his sleeve. There was a scar from a burn on it. Our school was under construction for more than 40 days. Frankly, if I didn't cover it up with the help of makeup, my image would have been terrible. You're very uncaring about your image? When it comes to facing the camera, I'm not representing myself, but the Seoul School of Electronics and Information Technology. The refreshing answer made Song Rong's eyes light up, but she continued to give Lu Yu a hard time like all the hosts. I admit that you are indeed shining today, but I will say that I'm afraid your school has a lot of problems and is not that shining. Saying that, Song Rong took out the pre-prepared information. With an enrollment of 1,680 students in 2008, the employment rate is only 58%, and only 12% of the students are engaged in their majors, and all the data is at the bottom of the list in Seoul's colleges and universities. Of course, I know that you have completely renovated the school and invested quite a lot. It only put is the same as makeup, the exterior looks polished and shiny. Outside of gold and jade, but inside of it. Wang Yi stood outside the camera and couldn't help but break a cold sweat for his wife. For the sake of better program results, his wife would often deliberately irritate her interview subjects. Watching them get angry, lash out, or even lose their temper, just to pursue the most realistic interview effect. The camera had already pointed the lens at Lu Yu's face, a close-up of his face, so that even his eyelashes could be seen clearly. Only Lu Yu could lose his temper. Lu Yu was indifferent. Song Rong's mouth was very poisonous. The question was very tricky, but it was still almost interesting compared to the era of self-media in the latter days when everyone held up their cell phones to defend their rights. Host, what do you think is a specialty and what is a bachelor's degree? Song Rong froze. She hadn't really thought about this seriously. Specialized, it should be the school for people who don't do too well. Without waiting for Song Rong to finish her sentence, Lu Yu threw out a second question right after. Achievement, is it a standard to measure people? Placed in the present, it is indeed the best standard, but on a timescale, obviously not. Lu Yu spoke eloquently. The advantages and disadvantages of specialization are generally placed on the comparison with the undergraduate talk, which is obviously irresponsible but also contrary to the original intention of the establishment of specialization. Specialization does not mean inferior, it cultivates practical talents, blue-collar workers engaged in work on the front line. It may not have the glitz and glamour of an office building, but it doesn't mean they don't deserve a quality campus and comfortable dorm rooms. That was the original intent of my renovated campus, and that will be the original intent of my future enrollment. I'm going to open up another path for the students who come into my campus. As Lu Yu's interview ended, the dailies were quickly sent to Seoul TV. Whether it was the director of the TV station or the review team, they all had a keen sense of what effect the video would have when it was aired. Specialized colleges, how long had it been since they had made their voices heard in the media? I should say never. The words spoken by Lu Yu were in line with the direction of the country's development, but undoubtedly deviated from public perception. After all, specialties are seen by ordinary people as inferior, synonymous with punks and fights. Station manager, at the juncture of filling out volunteers, I feel it is necessary to broadcast this program in time to lead the social trend. Song Rong spoke up. She had originally met Lu Yu with the mindset of trying, but she didn't expect to be taught a lesson instead. In her heart, she vaguely felt that her husband's choice to go there as a teacher was feared to be a good thing. The station manager didn't give an instant reply. The Han City station is not ratings-oriented, but to ensure that the ethos leads. Make a copy of the sample movie, I'll go ask the leader's opinion. Hurriedly rushed to the Seoul City government yard, and after briefly explaining the situation, the dailies were played in the conference room. After watching the dailies for nearly an hour or so, the station manager carefully looked at the Seoul hand. What do you think, is it okay to play it? What's not to play? Worried about poking the lung pipes of schools that can't get results for a few years? If you ask me, the poking is long overdue. Taking the most resources, taking the most money, and teaching students who only memorize scripture. This culture should have been changed long ago. Lu Yu is doing a great job, let him keep tossing it around, I'll go cut the ribbon for him when the opening ceremony is over. With a handful of Seoul's pats on the back, at 9 in the evening, the Seoul TV station aired the interview program on time. Titled, Seoul's Most Contradictory Principal, The Beginning of the Electronic Information Technology College. Chapter 7 Ratings Explosion, Talented Gaming Boy. Requesting favorites and recommendations. 9:30 in the evening. The business of the Seoul Love Affair Internet Cafe had just kicked off. There was a television set hanging over the bar of the Internet Cafe, and it was playing clips of an interview with Lu Yu. The boss sucked on his instant noodles and watched with great interest. The 2 months after the college entrance exams ended were the best time for the Internet Cafe's business. At the moment, the Love Edge Internet Cafe was in the middle of a heated 100 cities league. The machine that had the most onlookers at the internet cafe often represented the strength of the opposing team. It could be seen that the vast majority of the people were watching a skinny boy whose age was no more than 17 or 18 years old perform. A bird sniper was out of this world, harvesting the enemy like a ghost. Rat is too strong, Seoul's champion is him again this year. This talent, it's a shame not to play professionally. Rat sent away the last enemy with precision and looked at the young man at the table next to him with an expressionless face, willing to bet. The young man was very unwilling to take out $50 from his pocket and slapped it on the table. Again, 3 out of 5 games, still betting $50. Wait for me to renew an internet bill before you fight. Rat's real name is Zhang Jishuan, and it's his thin appearance that makes people call him Rat. Holding the crumpled $50, he came to the bar. Boss, machine number 24 is open for the night, and a bucket of instant noodles with eggs and sausage. Rat won again? I haven't made you any money since you've been online with me in 6th grade. You're so damn tough. Zhang Jishuan hemmed and hawed and didn't answer, watching the boss fetch himself some instant noodles to catch the hot water. Rat, you are also going to college soon, right? Where are you going to go? I heard that universities have some kind of gaming club, just to play to your strengths. Going to college? Zhang Jishuan couldn't help but laugh when he thought of his 298 college entrance exam score. He couldn't understand those words in the textbooks at all, but it was the Desert Gray's map that he could remember every point precisely. What college? Boss, if you recruit a webmaster here, I'll come and give you a hand right away. Fine, as long as you're willing to come. Zhang Jishuan received the soaked bucket of noodles and was about to leave when he suddenly let the voice from the TV set attract his attention. Does Principal Lu mean that he wants to cultivate more Li Xiaofeng-type talents who specialize in playing games? Li Xiaofeng, his idol. Zhang Jishuan couldn't help but stop and look at the television. In the TV was a young man who looked similar in age to himself. Compared to playing games, I prefer to call them esports talents. Esports drive the development of information technology, and games are even less deserving of stigmatization. Since the market has a demand for esports employment, why can't my school cultivate esports talents? Employment is the most important indicator that schools should guarantee. I believe that there will be students with outstanding esports talent among the high school candidates, and they are welcome to apply to our Seoul Electronic Information Technology College. Esports Seoul Electronic Information Technology College was like a grenade exploding in Zhang Jishuan's ears at this moment. The same scenario happened everywhere in Seoul. This era had not yet reached the time when everyone was looking at their cell phones, and the influence of the television stations was amazing. The words Lu Yu spoke on the talk show had even subverted many people's perceptions. Specialization is not worse than undergraduate? Can you go to college even if you play games? Achievement is not the standard, ability is, and you can enroll if you have specialties? At this juncture of applying for volunteers, Lu Yu's remarks instantly triggered a major social discussion. Television hotlines are even bursting at the seams. And specialize in teaching people to play games? My son is letting the game ruined. Day after day, he just knows how to play games, he can't do anything. This was a certain emotional parent. It's nonsense to say that specialties are no worse than undergraduates. Has he ever seen what students in specialties do? Fighting, drinking, smoking. This is a certain emotional college teacher. People are born with fixed talents, high school grades can reasonably separate people, and low scores should be engaged in manual work to serve us. This was a certain high school student who was score-oriented. Songrong looked at the climbing ratings and didn't have the joy of an upcoming promotion and pay raise. It only felt as if she had pushed Lu Yu to the tip of the storm, and whether such comments would destroy him. Being a media person, she understood too well the meaning of people's words. Just as Songrong was wondering if she should pinch off this issue of the hotline, the sudden call interrupted her thoughts. Hello, college entrance examination through train column team. Hello little comrade, your program is doing very well. That Principal Lu lacks a bit of smoothness in his speech, but his reasoning is right. Confucius said that according to the ability to teach, our education should naturally be so. Specialized undergraduate is not an antagonistic relationship, but a complementary relationship. The kind and slow voice gradually calmed the hostility of the audience inside and outside the TV. Such an accent the people of Seoul, could easily guess who it was. Lu Yu sipped his coke and watched the TV. His heart was a little surprised, never thought that someone would come out to stand up for himself. After thinking about it, through the relationship of Huang Jiren dialed the other party's office phone. The answer is that the leadership now cannot squeeze time, instructed Lu principal to build a good school on the good. The opening ceremony will be out of the way. Do not seek credit? Lu Yu heart cannot help but to the name of Zhao Xingjia old man produced a good feeling. With Zhao Xingjia setting the tone, the TV station's next public opinion guide was very good. Colleagues, also let the people of Seoul really see what a huge group of specialized students are. Many of the students in the internet cafes were even eagerly discussing the issue of applying for the volunteer program. I'm just going to plan to enroll in Seoul Electronic Information Technology College. I won't be able to go to undergraduate school anyway, it's the same wherever I go. I'm also going to enroll, going to school to play games, that's not cool. Listening to the discussion of the people around him, Zhang Jishuan was a little worried. He had been mixing in the internet cafe for many years, and he knew that many people's prejudice against specialties was not empty. Not studying early, it was hard for them to follow the rules to sit in class and listen to the lectures. With nowhere to vent their energy, they naturally fight and cause trouble. As for playing games? Except for Zhang Jishuan, not many people in the entire internet cafe could qualify to participate in the 100 Cities League. Is it really possible to enroll in the mud without discernment? This potential problem was not only visible to Zhang Jishuan, but also to the principals of the other two colleges in Seoul. Sun Sanghai, the president of Seoul Nursing Higher Specialized School, was talking to the president of Seoul Normal University on the phone. This Liu Yu has made such a big deal out of this, isn't he afraid that he won't be able to close the deal? Do you really think that teaching is as simple as setting up a stage and singing? If the students were obedient, there would have been nothing left for us to do. Why do you think Xiao Xingjia stood up for Liu Yu? What else can I do? I can't go up when I'm old enough and I want to put up a fight. Sun Sanghai nodded approvingly. No matter what, it's a private specialty, just let him toss it around. Anyway, what he loses is his own money. Sun Sanghai said while picking up the official seal and stamped the red seal on Wang Ye's resignation letter with a bang. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Losing his establishment and running a private school? Idiot. Chapter 8. The cafeteria partner who came to the door, declaring war. Requesting for favorites and recommendation tickets. The influence brought about by the program's interviews continued to spread after it was aired. The reputation of Seoul Electronic Information Technology College spread thoroughly. More and more teachers were willing to join one after another, and with the help of systematic screening, Liu Yu did not have to worry about abuses. In addition to Wang Yi, Liu Yu really found a lot of teachers with their own strengths. The most interesting thing is that the security guard of the institution next door is actually a Special Forces retired back. He is not even in the establishment next door, just a dispatched worker every day by the security chief of the gas. Hearing that Liu Yu offered him a salary of 12,000, the 1-meter-9 Black Tower man was so excited that he hugged Liu Yu tightly. He didn't strangle Liu Yu to death. Liu Yu pushed Xiongwu away and took a deep breath. As for you, you will be in charge of school security from now on. How people should be formed, how they should be trained, you look after yourself. As you wish, Principal Liu. Go go go. Liu Yu waved his hand, only then did he eat the rice that Zhang Xiaoyu brought for himself from home. The effect of the interview was remarkable. Recruiting people with more fame really went much smoother. At this time, a light blue light appeared before his eyes. Primary campus fame goal reached. Attribute unlocked. Eating is the best thing you can do. Food, what to eat and how to eat is the top priority. Students want to eat cafeteria food more. The output rate of cafeteria delicacies increased by 50%. Please select the cafeteria and bind it to the host. Attributes of the cafeteria? The cafeteria at Liu Yu School has not yet been put into use and is temporarily in an idle state. The main reason was that choosing the right catering company to work with would take time to inspect. At this stage of lack of manpower, he is really a bit distracted. But counting the time, the matter of investment in the cafeteria really needs to be put on the agenda. There is also the school library, which is now just an empty shell with nothing inside. As Liu Yu pondered over which business to choose to cooperate with, Zhang Xiaoyu spoke up. Liu Yu, I'm going to Shangjing on the 10th, ready to report for duty. So soon? Shouldn't the university start time be September? No, Qingbei starts on August 15th. It's half a month earlier than other universities' start times, and we'll have to do our military training early at that time. Zhang Xiaoyu's face was filled with longing for the university. It was always exciting to just go to university. Are your parents sending you? Of course, the first year of college they don't send who idiots. Zhang Xiaoyu laughed. Liu Yu rolled his eyes and didn't bother with Zhang Xiaoyu, who was in the middle of excitement. Even if the cooking wasn't good, the little mouth wasn't forgiving. Pushing the hard-to-swallow lunchbox to the side, in the afternoon, you let Li Su drive you back. I still need to go talk about something. Got it, busy man. Liu Yu pulled out his cell phone from the drawer and handed it to her. If there are things in the future, use this cell phone to call me. The one handed to Zhang Xiaoyu was the iPhone 3, only a year after the birth of that epoch-making product. What kind of cell phone is this? It's not afraid of breaking even with such a big screen. When Liu Yu was ready to go out to see the progress of the flower for company project, Xiongwu hurriedly walked in. Principal, there are a few cars coming from the school entrance, naming you to greet them. Greet? Liu Yu followed Xiongwu and walked towards the school entrance, only to see a few autos parked at the entrance, lined up just to block the school door. This era is still playing this set? It will not be a protection fee, right? The man went to the car and walked down, dressed in an indefinite shirt, with Buddha beads in his hand, smilingly came to Liu Yu's front. Good day, Principal Liu. Introduce yourself. My surname is Zhu. My name is Zhu Mingquan. I'm the president of the Seoul Catering Joint Chamber of Commerce. What is the meaning of President Zhu's great visit? Liu Yu vaguely guessed the other party's intention. This school's original cafeteria was contracted by people from my Chamber of Commerce, and now that we've changed Principal Liu, I hope that it will still be contracted by people from our Chamber of Commerce. I wonder if the principal is willing to talk about cooperation. Sure enough, Lu Yu's eyes gradually narrowed. The school's cafeteria, supermarket, gym, and so on were all lying money-making businesses. Why did Lu Yu know that? Lu Yu made his fortune by selling fried rice at school to earn his first bucket of gold. President Zhu, let's go inside and talk. Also, please ask your people to move their cars. It's not good to block the school entrance. Ha ha ha, well said. Xu Mingquan waved his hand, and the Audi parked at the entrance drove in unison, leaning against the roadside parking space in a regular manner. These brothers of mine are all from the countryside, haven't studied, much less gone to any university. I hope Principal Lu will forgive me if I don't know the rules. Well said. When the people came to the conference room to be seated as host and guest, Xu Mingquan first lit a cigarette as if no one else was there and took a deep drag. Not caring in the slightest about the smoke-free campus sign hanging on the wall. Lu Yu crossed his arms and smiled even more broadly. Principal Lu, you may not be clear about our ability. We hold 70% of the entire supply chain of fruits and vegetables in Seoul, and the other 30% has to look at our face. He, it's not that we don't want to eat. After all, the state doesn't allow personal monopolies. Also, Seoul has 11 high schools, 14 junior high schools, 20 elementary schools, and 3 universities, and our chamber's overall catering coverage is 40%, and the private campuses are 90%. The quality of the catering as well as the rent, Principal Lu can rest assured that we are absolutely childish and let the children eat and drink well. Principal Lu, this is my business card. I hope we can cooperate and get rich. Xu Mingquan said here and looked around. Is the word childish used correctly? Let's not lose face in front of the university president. Lu Yu always sat quietly and watched him perform. This so-called president, rather than cooperating, was more like coming to give Lu Yu a hard time. The profit of catering was not small, and catering with a stable turnover rate like schools was even more huge. To be able to eat almost the entire market in Seoul, this Xu Mingquan is not simple. Explore his bottom before saying. Lu Yu snorted. Will Xu Mingquan to cope with the past, did not promise anything, also did not promise anything. The watertight Lu Yu so that the cunning Xu Mingquan did not find a breakthrough. Xu Mingquan left the school and sat in the car. His face was instantly gloomy. Brother, how come it looks like he doesn't want to cooperate with us? It's not up to him. Whoever eats in Seoul has to look at our face and serve us bowls. Don't worry, it won't take long for him to come to us. Sending the unkind Xu Mingquan away, Lu Yu picked up the phone and called Huang Jiren. After Lu Yu took over the mess, Huang Jiren has been living the life of a rich man with money. After listening to Lu Yu's story, Huang Jiren put down the fishing rod in his hands. Lu Yu, I am older than you, leaning on the old man to count you an uncle. Uncle give you a pertinent sentence. It is best to cooperate with them. Open a restaurant in Seoul or run a school. As long as it is eating, you have to beg them. So overbearing? Seoul is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. The national highway passes through the village of Jujia village where the toll station was built. As long as it's not their people transporting fruits and vegetables, they will find a way to get stuck and not let them in. Lu Yu did not childishly ask why he didn't care. A lot of things, a lot of problems, were made messy within the rules, simply making it impossible to pick faults. Ingredients like fruits and vegetables would deteriorate after a slight delay in time. You also don't have to worry that they will tamper with the catering. Xu Mingquan is a smart person. In order to keep Seoul's plate, he won't give anyone a handle. This is how our private school is. We have to bow down on many things. The king of hell is hard to serve, and the little ghosts are even harder to deal with. Lu Yu hung up Huang Jiren's phone and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. Not only was there no fear in his heart, instead, his blood became boiling. In more than a month's time, the school had been built so smoothly that it had almost made itself inert. It's been a while since I've met an interesting opponent. Then let's play with him. Lu Yu pulled out Xu Mingquan's business card from his pocket and called him. President Zhu, Lu Yu, really want to try to see if I will starve to death in Seoul without serving your bowl or not. Chapter 9. Lu Yu begins layout, financial instruments Stranglehold. Requesting favorites and recommendations. Give face. Xu Mingquan slammed his cell phone down hard on the seat and instructed his men. Put the word out to me that all catering companies in Seoul are not allowed to enter the Electronic Information Technology Academy. Even if it's just an onion or a grain of rice, you can't send it in for me. A small private institution fighting with me. Do you really think you're an onion? I'd like to see. There's still a month left for school to start, and if the cafeteria can't open, can he still run the school? From the day Xu Mingquan put the word out, the workers of Seoul Electronic Information Technology College sensed that something was wrong. The original vendors selling boxed lunches in the neighborhood disappeared, and takeouts were not sent to the college. The college was already in the suburbs, and now the only way to eat was to drive to the inside of Seoul City. This kind of stormy feeling, even Wang Yi, who has always been unquestioning of trivial matters, has noticed that something is wrong. Principal Lu, did you offend someone from Zhu's village? Rare. Lu Yu looked at Wang Yi with a snicker. You still know about the Zhu family village? I'm from Seoul, how could I not know? Jujia village is too well located, and has been doing the business of stopping the road to collect money since hundreds of years ago. Other people rely on the mountain to eat the mountain, they are relying on the road to eat the road. That's right, principal. It's not worth fighting with them in Seoul. Their food prices are actually about the same as outside, and they wouldn't dare to inflate prices. Nonsense, would they dare? If they really want to inflate prices, 10 Jujia villages would be gone. They are at the edge of the crazy test, never cross the line, only to reap the pot full of money. Seeing Wang Yi still want to persuade Liu Yu to soften and bow down, with the big picture in mind, Liu Yu directly gave the expulsion order. The things you have been asked to do is done. From the beginning of the school year on a month, the computer room is built? Campus network built up? You also care about getting on the cafeteria. Is this something that you, a small teacher, cares about? Wang Yi left unhappily. Liu Yu somewhat missed that simple polytechnic man. Wang Yi thought that Jujia village held the absolute right to speak. In fact, in Liu Yu's opinion it was just the opposite. They do not produce fruits and vegetables in the suppliers and consumers, acting as a bridge. In essence, they simply do not have the ability to sway the market, nor do they have the ability to bargain. Think about it, can a delivery man normally sway the price of a boxed lunch? Liu Yu was a bit skeptical. What do these people in Seoul do for food, and can let Jujia village take it so easily? Immediately, Liu Yu began to fall, playing 2 moves against Zhu Mingquan. The first step, union. The second step, debt. Finding people willing to unite to boycott Zhu Mingquan is easy. Many private school principals have long been dissatisfied. Campus cafeteria is such a big piece of fat meat, they cannot eat. Who can be happy? With Liu Yu leading the way, they are even happier. Anyway, even if the fight can't be won, the unlucky one is only Liu Yu. Success would be even better. Everyone is happy. After Liu Yu told them the plan, they quickly reacted. 2 days later, the people from Zhu Mingquan Chamber of Commerce delivered food to the school's cafeteria as usual. When it was time to collect the payment, the other party handed himself 10 commercial promissory notes. Where had the driver seen this before? What is this? Checks. Don't mention it. The commercial promissory notes given by the school, saying that they can be used as money, and can go directly to the bank to exchange money when due. The driver was puzzled and took the commercial promissory note back. Zhu Mingquan instructed his men to take it to the bank and try it out. Soon, the henchman returned. Brother, the money can be exchanged, but the bank wants to charge 18% interest. Do the math, we're making much less than the original, but if we exchange it after 3 months, we won't charge interest, the profit will be the same. Are those stinky old 9 counting on us? Zhu Mingquan sensed that something was wrong and pulled out his phone to call the partner schools one by one, and received much the same reply. President Zhu, it's not easy for our school. It's not like you don't know that the general environment has been bad these past few years. We've all helped each other out, President Zhu, to tide over the difficulties. Beautiful words than anyone else, but the other side is not willing to give direct cash settlement. All are exchanged for commercial promissory notes. However, seeing that it is really possible to exchange money from the bank, Zhu Mingquan also stopped asking more questions. Continue to drink, continue to dance. This matter has not passed for a few days. Chamber of Commerce people learned from the school, the students eat all the way to swipe the card to pay. The money is first recharged to the school's finance, and then unified settlement, and finally transferred to the cafeteria owner. So tossed, the cafeteria business will really get the money in hand for another month or so. Sole operation for so many years, these school cafeteria owners have more or less some assets in hand, but still can be patient. However, the cafeteria money cannot come. Zhu Mingquan, there is going to be a problem. The fruits and vegetables shipped from the provinces are ordered uniformly according to his dosage in Seoul. This is also in order to pin down the school cafeteria to take the approach. Moreover, this kind of bulk ordering, the price can be lowered, the middle difference is simply amazing. At the same time, it meant that the cash flow needed to be sufficient. There needed to be a constant flow of money to ensure that his procurement chain could run on. However, now he is holding the most into the commercial promissory note, not money at all. Outside vegetable merchants will recognize these, they only recognize money. Zhu Mingquan top 18% interest rate for a few times in exchange for money to pay the bill, found that cannot go on like this. If he exchanged like this again, he would lose money. Give me pressure on those stinky old 9s, they must settle in cash. If they don't give cash, all of them don't have to eat. If you don't give it, call the police. They're playing for nothing. Brother, I can't, I asked the lawyer. This is legal and valid, not illegal at all. Cut them off. Starve them. Raise the price for me. Calm down, brother, you can't inflate prices. Zhu Mingquan was on the verge of driving himself crazy. What commercial promissory note, what deferred payment, what interest, he couldn't understand at all. He only knew that the money in his hand was becoming less, was turning into piles of scrap paper, and his Chamber of Commerce was about to collapse. In the end, where is the problem? How is it all compliant? How is it that he started to lose money? The old ancestor had clearly said that by relying on this road, the Zhu family would not starve for 1,000 lifetimes. A week ago, Liu Yu led the Seoul Institution Alliance. President Liu, I still don't understand what's going on with the commercial promissory note, can you tell me briefly? The core logic is to cut off his cash flow, causing his costs to skyrocket, and ultimately credit bankruptcy and asset liquidation. Lu Yu further explained, this model of his needs cash flow for support. Once all he holds are IOUs, I should say commercial promissory notes, then he won't be able to function. As Lu Yu breaks open and rubs together, speaking to understand the sinister, gradually someone understands. I understand, after the cost skyrocketed, if he passes on the cost and inflates the price, then he is running wildly towards the prison. That's right. Lu Yu did not understand until now. Why was such a chamber of commerce of a middleman nature even threatening its customers? This was just like a delivery person, threatening the customers who ordered food. Do you really take yourself as an onion? Just need cash flow model, cash in hand, not to mention a day, an hour cannot turn up as a huge loss. And now, how long has the flow been cut off? It's only been a week. A week and you can't hold it? This is also too bad. Lu Yu knew that this kind of person wouldn't have the sense of saving money against risk. If the cash flow can turn, they won't think too much about it, and buying is a daily routine. That Audi lined up to block the school gate is the best evidence. What an age to play vegetable bully. How can I give you a boost, Xu Ming-kun? The final finishing touches to show you what a real financial stranglehold is. Chapter 10 Zhu's Collection, Growing Skills in the Library Seeking Favorites and Recommendations. Mr. Zhu, something's wrong, the price of food has collapsed. At 3 in the morning, Zhu Mingquan let the Chamber of Commerce's finance managers call wake him up. The vegetable merchant's debt collection calls are non-stop. What are we going to do? What are you afraid of? Xu Mingquan grabbed his clothes and put them on his body. We have 12 cold warehouses, with so much spot, they are still afraid that we will renege on our debt. Physical delivery. Physical delivery requires a deposit. Based on the current volume of goods, they want a deposit of $3 million. A month or a week? One day. Xu Mingquan only felt his head explode with a bang. The whole person almost couldn't stand still. The term of the security deposit was shortened to 1 day, which meant that the credit of their Chamber of Commerce had begun to go bankrupt. After all, with the emergence of commercial promissory notes in the past half a month or so, the Chamber of Commerce had less and less cash in hand. It had all become white out. As soon as the price of food started to fluctuate, the Chamber's side was bound to be affected. Xu Mingquan now faces two choices. Either give up the supply chain, give up the market, delay until the day of the commercial promissory note exchange. Either that or exchange the commercial promissory note for money at a high interest rate. Principal Lu, what do you think Xu Mingquan will choose in this situation? Zhao Changgang, the vice president of Seoul Normal University, refilled Lu Yu's tea and asked. With his character, he will choose to preserve the market. He knows very well that once the mouth of the market is opened, he will not be able to close it. Financial bars dismantle the monopoly supply chain. Principal Lu's means to open the school is somewhat condescending. Fallacious. Zhao Changgang majored in economics, and when Lu Yu began to lay out, he saw the financial stranglehold in it. The consumption of fruits and vegetables in Seoul every day is staggering. As long as someone eats, Principal Lu's strangulation bureau will keep spinning for a moment. Like a giant grinding wheel until the last drop of blood of Xu Mingquan Chamber of Commerce is squeezed dry. Lu Yu heard the dissatisfaction in the other party's words. You don't think it's appropriate? Lu Principal, don't misunderstand. I was studying economics when it was precisely because I couldn't do the killing and decisive that I didn't engage in the profession. Casually lamented a few words. The mall is like a battlefield. Zhao Changgang, this kind of soft character is indeed not suitable to engage in finance. After a few sentences of small talk, Lu Yu also explained the purpose of his visit. Principal Zhao, this time I mainly want to visit the famous Seoul First Library. The library of Seoul Normal University was very famous. It was a 7-story building with a total area of 10,000 square meters. The collection of books was extremely rich, and many ancient books could originally be found here. The library at Lu Yu's school still contained all the original old textbooks, and there were simply no books that could hold up the facade. In Lu Yu's opinion, the library is the facade of the university. Either it is big enough or the books inside are hard enough. Zhao Changgang readily agreed, leading Lu Yu on a tour and introducing him. Each floor of Seoul Normal University's library is arranged according to faculties. Like the first floor is mainly all books involving the Chinese department, and the second floor is mainly books from the foreign language department. What about the source of your books? The vast majority is unified procurement and alumni donations. Of course, the better universities will have their own publishing houses. We do not have this condition now. Lu Yu listened and observed the overall structure of the library. The 7-story building is a zigzag building. Standing on the 7th floor can see the first floor of the hall. It seems that the library has a wide view, not suffocating. The side against the window was fully stocked with study tables. Although school had not yet started, there were students studying here in 2s and 3s. Our library is not closed except during the New Year's period, so students can come over at any time. Zhao Changgang pressed the elevator leading to the top floor. Principal Lu, please. Lu Yu noticed that the sign in the elevator stated that the 7th floor was the book collection floor. There are very few books placed on the 7th floor, only 100 or so, but it's probably worth more than the bottom combined. Lu Yu was taken aback. Ancient books? Zhao Changang nodded and took shoe covers, masks, and also gloves from the staff on duty to put on. The 7th floor is normally not open to students. The history department has research needs and also has to apply before they can enter, and they can't be taken out of the room. After Lu Yu wore it neatly, he followed behind Zhao Changang and entered into the book collection level. The temperature of the room was extremely comfortable and felt similar to the body temperature. This temperature control system on the collection floor was only replaced last year, and it cost more than $5 million. Lu Yu understood. Rare ancient books were all extremely fragile, and their original value was even more incalculable. After pushing open the last door, Lu Yu finally saw the rare ancient books placed in the glass cabinet. Not waiting for Lu Yu to open his mouth, the system took the lead and reacted. A light blue shimmering light appeared in front of his eyes, blending in with the environment, shadowed. Retrieved rare ancient books. The topography of heavenly works. Expected to increase by 0.03. Original copy of the Sagittarius Cat Sutra. Expected to increase by 0.07. Choose family trainings, topography copy. Projected to increase by 0.02. Learning to be rich, 0% progress. A good principal is not a pot-bellied man. Being knowledgeable is basic, and the library's collection determines the upper limit of your knowledge. The library's collection determines the upper limit of your knowledge. With a progress bar, a skill that needs to grow? Up until now, the system has given Lu Yu fixed attribute skills. This was the first time he had seen skills with growth attributes. This is definitely not simple. Only according to the system description, one needed to place rare ancient books in the school library to increase the progress. What exactly would be the effect of the learning to be rich skill? Lu Yu was looking forward to it. Temporarily suppressing the excitement of the heart, Lu Yu refocused his attention on the rare book of ancient books in front of him. Looking at the Zhu's family tradition, suddenly noticed the following written: Zhu family village Zhu Ichen donated in 1999. The donated Zhu family village is the Zhu family village in Seoul? Yes. Zhao Changang carefully took it out and allowed Lu Yu to view it. The Zhu family village has been very affluent for thousands of years due to its geographical advantage. Their private school academy is a little known in Seoul, and the clan's collection of books is naturally not a few. Mr. Zhu Ichen was one of a group of people who returned from studying abroad in the early years, and in order to encourage the development of school construction in his hometown, he donated the clan's collection of books as well as some of the books that he brought back from overseas to the Seoul school. Zhao Changang focused on Zhu Ichen with obvious hints and looked deeply at Lu Yu. Lu Yu was sevenfold. How could he not understand? Xu Mingquan held the supply chain, and it wasn't that the matter of the Seoul school cafeteria couldn't be moved, but that no one dared to move it. The seemingly useless experience of just a group of people who returned from studying abroad in the early years reveals too much information. Although studying abroad is slowly becoming less valuable and more of a laughingstock, the group of people who went out and came back in the early years, none of them are simple. Sure enough, Zhujia village is not that simple. The rice bowl that nearly held the entire Han City, only this kind of curiosity Big Brother can eat it. Zhao Changang, who stood beside Lu Yu, only felt a coolness come over him and couldn't help but shiver. Inside this temperature-controlled system collection room that cost several $1 million to build, this kind of thing is simply impossible to happen. What a biting battle spirit. Lu Yu, Mr. Zhu Ichen hasn't made a public appearance in 10 years, he probably doesn't know about Xu Mingquan. Thank you, I would like to meet this gentleman first. Seoul's Baoshan Temple, he'll be there on the 15th of every month to pray for blessings. Chapter 11 is not knowing, right? Requesting favorites and recommendations. August 15th, Baoshan Temple. The morning bell crashes through the mist of the mountains, and the copper bells on the eaves fluttered and flew up a string of sparrows. Baoshan Temple station has arrived. Passengers getting off at the next station, please get off at the back door. Lu Yu, with the file bag clutched in his arms, walked down from the back door along with the flow of people. He also didn't want to squeeze the bus, but today Xiongwu had something to do, and the school didn't have a vehicle for him to drive, so he could only squeeze the bus. It is to take the bus out of this $2, or Lu Yu's own money. There is no way the system's money cannot be misappropriated. Have to hurry to find a will do the accounts, otherwise the hands of money have no way to spend. Lu Yu can know many business owners receive $1 a month salary, food, clothing, housing and transportation all go the company account, as usual, dashing. With the flow of people picking up the steps, burning incense and praying for blessings, quite a lot of people. These days, Lu Yu through various channels to collect some information about Mr. Zhu Ichen. He is indeed the earliest group of people to return from studying abroad, but the main focus is a small language. Compared to those who stayed in science and technology, the reputation is not very big. Even so, there were still many disciples and old friends. Just the old Mr. titled universities and institutes, there are 3, but also the domestic number 1. Only from 10 years ago, after a serious illness, the old man returned to Seoul, no longer appear, also do not receive the media. This led to the fact that young people knew very little about him. From the introduction on the public information, Mr. Lau is still a very dignified person. It was not easy for him to return to his country at that time. Taking a step into the temple, Liu was pondering where to look for Mr. Juichen when a familiar speaking voice came. Where is third uncle gone? Is he still inside copying scriptures? Don't be in a hurry, wait for him to come out. I can't be in a hurry, the Chamber of Commerce's capital chain has been broken, it's losing money every day now. It's Xu Mingquan and the man with the glasses who looks elegant. Yo-ho, the glasses are still Crowheart. Really rich. Uncle Wang, why don't you give a call to third uncle's students and ask them to help, this time it's really a matter of life and death. I know, I heard about what happened in Seoul, the other party's methods are very powerful, you have to find out who did it first. No need to check, it must be Lu Yu. Xu Mingquan gritted his teeth, when I get my strength back, I'll go and clean him up. The two were discussing fervently, not noticing that Lu Yu was standing not far behind them. By the time the bell rang again, Lu Yu saw a white-haired old man in linen clothes coming from the backyard. Although there was a discrepancy with the online photo, he could still tell that it was Juichen. Xu Mingquan quickly greeted him, third uncle. Mingquan, your body smells of alcohol so heavily. Third uncle Gong, don't say these, I really met a hurdle this time. Seeing that they were about to turn into the Zen room, Lu Yu knew that he couldn't delay any longer and said aloud, old Mr. Zhu, stay back. Juichen curiously stopped. Xu Mingquan looked back, but it was like seeing his father's killer. Lu Yu, it's you. President Zhu, it's been a long time, I don't know if I've been sleeping peacefully these past few days. Milky brat, what a good tactic. Juichen frowned slightly in displeasure and introduced the few people into the middle of the Zen room. Don't argue here, follow me in. Lu Yu surveyed the meditation room. The meditation room looked simple and seemingly elegant. A short rosewood table, a yellow pear bench, and Bada Shanran's cold mountain picture. TSK. Every single thing is a good thing. In the third uncle's place, even if Xu Mingquan hated Lu Yu, he didn't dare to have an attack and could only stare at him viciously. The elegant spectacled man narrated the grudge between the two in a low voice. After a long time, Lu Yu waited until Juichen poured tea for himself before he spoke. How many years has old Mr. Zhu been here? Since the millennium, he has been here for purification. Old Mr. Zhu, this house of yours is quite elaborate. Lu Yu smiled faintly, his fingertips brushing over the copper incense burner on the table. The body of the burner is engraved with fine cloud patterns, and the bottom of the burner is engraved with 6 seal characters, made in the year of Xuanda of the Great Ming Dynasty. Good stuff, ah. These are all purchased by Mingquan, and after using them for a long time, they can't be replaced. Juichen sighed and continued, when I was copying the sutra, my heart couldn't be still, I knew something would happen today. Principal Lu, can you give me face and let my ungrateful son or grandson off the hook? Face? Elder Zhu's face is indeed worth something, but it's better to take a look at it first. Lu Yu handed out the file bag he had brought along with him. Audit was what he had compiled of what Zhu's Chamber of Commerce had done, and one by one, it was shocking, and there were even cases of people being hurt in order to seize the market. After carefully flipping through it, Juichen looked at Xu Mingquan. Is it true? Xu Mingquan was struck by lightning and his face turned pale. Without asking, he already knew the answer. Third uncle. I was wrong. I really know it's wrong. You saved me, this time I will definitely. Juichen slowly turned around, no anger in his eyes, only deep exhaustion. I thought he was just greedy, I didn't expect. He paused, I didn't realize he was rotten to the bone. Xu Mingquan's legs went limp and he almost fell to his knees. It's Lu Yu, he forced me. Lu Yu laughed coldly, I've only been here for a few months TMD. However, look at this Xu Mingquan's behavior. It seems like he is pulling the tiger's skin. Juichen really didn't seem to know. Lu Yu drew out the information in the file bag, casually flipped open one, and read, last July President Zhu's salary was $8 per caddy, while the field purchase price was only 70 cents. This has nothing to do with me, it's the cold storage that has problems, the celery is bad for a large portion. Oh, it's okay to make money, but if you lose money, you have to let someone else take the blame. Lu Yu sneered. Juichen quietly watched and listened. The cloudy pupils only had disappointment, and after a long time, Principal Lu, I don't know these things. Not knowing, is that a reason? Is that right? Lu Yu stroked the copper incense burner and laughed, old sir, guess how much this burner costs? Juichen was stunned, he had studied abroad in his early years and studied academics when he returned home, he hadn't touched much money after he got sick and went home for purification. About 20 or 30? Lu Yu shook his head, Qingmachen's rushing ears 3-legged furnace in foreign auctions is about 3 million, the age of the character is not as good as this on your desk, how much do you think this should be? Lu Yu smiled. The momentum is aggressive. There is no idea of letting go of Juichen. Don't know? Joke. Lu Yu put the incense burner back in its place. Standing up. Old Mr. Zhu, you are considered half a gentleman. I, Lu Yu, will pretend to be a villain today and bully the party. Enjoying the possessions exploited by his children and grandchildren at the bottom of the mountain, sitting quietly on a pile of corpses and bones to meditate and purify. And this is how you want to take yourself off the hook? To continue to maintain the decent Mr. look? The people of Seoul wouldn't dare to be reluctant to bring these matters to your attention. I, an outsider, dare. There is no such thing in the world, Mr. Ju. What kind of cuz you bear, then what kind of effect you have to follow. This matter, you have to bear it. Chapter 12 The Original Ju's Family Training, Learning and Promoting. Seek Collection Recommendation Vote. Principal Lu, this matter indeed has nothing to do with Mr. Ju's Chamber of Commerce. All sorts of things are me and President Ju in the operation. I hope Principal Lu will not ruin Mr. Ju's reputation. The man with glasses opened his mouth at the right time. Clipped with a gun and a stick, the threat was full of meaning. Of course, the other party had the ability and qualifications to threaten Lu Yu. As long as Zhu Yichen was alive, his disciples and friends would give Zhu Mingquan a wide berth. When this tiger skin is around, Zhu's Chamber of Commerce will be around. The resources and energy behind the old gentleman were too amazing. Just the topography of Zhu's family tradition that he donated can become the treasure of the university town hall. Scared? Lu Yu did not panic at all. He understands this kind of person who has a temperament. In the place of Zhu Mingquan's kind of villain, Lu Yu's mouth is not going to shake him in the slightest, even if he is as powerful as Naruto. Although Zhu Yichen did not ask the world for many years, but the basic ability to judge is still there. From the reaction of the two people beside him, already know that Lu Yu said basically is the truth. Shamefully, he folded his hands and said, the cause of the ground is not true, the fruit of the trick is pedantic. With a heart in pursuit of tranquility here in purification, 10 years it is difficult to get the essentials. Today Principal Lu woke me up with a word. Bearing the cause and receiving the fruit, Zhu's Chamber of Commerce and I are inseparable. Zhu Mingquan was shocked. He can pull the tiger's skin is not because of the third uncle. If the third uncle does not stay in the mountains, then the tiger's skin will become a real tiger. At that time, where would there be a place for him? Third granduncle, I, Zhu Mingquan, will bear the burden of what I have done wrong. I must not jeopardize your cultivation. Zhu Yichen did not even look at Zhu Mingquan, looked at Lu Yu and said, Principal Lu, please go back. This matter, I will give you a satisfactory answer. Lu Yu got up to take his leave. The reply came far faster than Lu Yu had imagined. On the third night of his return to the school, the Seoul TV station reported on the multi-departmental joint investigation of the Seoul Catering Joint Chamber of Commerce. After examination, Zhu Mingquan's gang confessed to monopolizing the supply chain and was punished with a fine of more than $7 million and a 6-month deadline for rectification. And the main responsible person, Zhu Mingquan, glasses man Wang Zero, still have to eat a few years of light diet, live a few years of regular rest and relaxation, produce a few years of paradise umbrella. Outside the Seoul Institute of Electronic Information Technology, small stalls and vendors grew overnight like bamboo shoots. Even Xiongwu said that the price of food had gotten a lot cheaper. Lu Yu watched the news reports and his heart was a bit chipper. This old Mr. Zhu really gave a great justice. Said to be deceived by the party, but Lu Yu heart expected the best result is nothing more than Zhu Mingquan replaced the Zhu family on a helmsman. What I didn't expect was a complete reshuffle. Zhu family village rely on the national highway to eat, but also to let out. Frankly speaking, Lu Yu asked himself not to do. He is not a villain, nor can he be considered a gentleman. If something happened to his family and friends around him, he would rather spend a huge amount of money to clean up the mess, but he couldn't do it for justice. Old sir deserves the word sir, but this kind of person really is better off staying in the mountains. Just when Lu Yu thought that the school cafeteria matter was over and he could continue to push forward with school construction, Xiongwu hurriedly barged into the office. Principal, the school entrance has been blocked again, naming you to meet them. I Nima. Why am I so stifled as a principal? Letting people block the door twice in 3 days. Hurriedly followed Xiongwu to the school entrance, far from seeing a bit of Lu Yu, now the most unwanted people, Zhu Yichen old man. The old man sitting in the communication room, next to Crow Heart glasses man replaced by a bit of gold-rimmed glasses ponytail female. The old man is not on the glasses, have a fetish? Lu Yu barely squeezed out a smile and greeted him, old Mr. Zhu, why did you come over, and didn't call ahead? I also thought of calling, but old man I don't know Principal Lu's number. Lu Yu awkwardly compensated for the smile, just forced people to clean up the gateway, don't not hit the door. Possessing reason when naturally can be aggressive. Now that things are over, Lu Yu still have to maintain a basic respect for the old man. Zhu Yichen then a few days ago, a lot of thin. I think the matter of clearing the door is not as simple as the news reports. However, the old man's essence was better. When you were at the Baoshan temple, wasn't it quite talkative, educating the old man to no end? Now how did you turn into a quail? Old Mr. Zhu, don't tease me, if you raise an accusation, I'll suffer here. Xiaoman, I told you that this Lu Yu has a powerful mouth, it's already this time and he's still squeezing me. Zhu Yichen said to Zhu Xiaoman next to him. Zhu Xiaoman sized up Lu Yu. The Lu Yu in her eyes had hands that weren't hands, feet that weren't feet, and wasn't at all as powerful as Grandpa said he was. Why did Grandpa think so highly of him? Lu Yu scratched his head, unable to figure out what Grandpa wanted. It's possible that he's trying to punish him. However, it is unlikely that he would be angry with his master. Seeing that the fake smile on Lu Yu's face was on the verge of extruding folds, Zhu Yichen finally let him go. I came here today for two main things. One thing is to be an honorary professor of your school, the treatment you see to it. And the second thing, in the future, I will stay here to cultivate. What? Lu Yu couldn't believe his ears. No, old master, my school is privately run or specialized. You can't let go of this big Buddha. Don't come. I didn't even look down on this school of yours, and you're still looking down on me? Zhu Yichen looked at Lu Yu with a smile. Lu Yu man went numb. He really didn't want a decent person to appear beside him. He was an ordinary person, and when he faced this kind of gentleman, it would always reflect the dark side of his body. That kind of feeling, all over the body. It's decided, you and Xiaoman will first move those books from my collection into the school. Lu Yu heard the books before he noticed the car parked outside. 4 large mahogany boxes were placed on top of the car. Casually, he opened one of the boxes. Retrieving rare ancient books. The original Chu's family tradition. Expected to increase by 0.09. The topography of the children's training. Expected to increase by 0.07. I'm going. Sent. This old man has moved his collection of books. Lu Yu's mouth changed. Turning his head to Xiongwu, he instructed, Xiongwu, bring someone to move these books to the library's collection level, be sure to be careful, don't break them. Also, bring Professor Zhu to. Lu Yu thought for a moment and shouted, arrange it in the same room I live in and clean it up for Professor Zhu. As Lu Yu agreed, Zhu Yiduan's information surfaced. Master, Zhu Yichen. Skill, Western, Sanskrit, Greek specialization. Evaluation, Golden Legend, cheap for you kid. The skill introduction was only a short line, but the prefix was not a master teacher like Wang Yi, but a master. Lu Yu is not in the mood to pay attention to this at the moment, but can't wait for the old master's collection to enter the library. Look at what will happen when the progress bar of learning to be rich is pushed. This was a growth skill. It took about 3 hours for the entire collection of books to be moved into the collection floor that Lu Yu had built modeled after the library of Seoul Normal University. As the last book of the collection was placed into the glass cabinet, the system finally appeared to change. 71 rare ancient books retrieved. Calculating. Calculation completed. Learn 3.55%. Please select the direction of knowledge. Science and technology, literature and history, astronomy, occult, agriculture, chemical engineering. How dare you choose the direction of knowledge? Lu Yu looked at occult studies stupidly, and considering the direction of the school development, he finally chose science and technology. The next moment, a flood of knowledge as vast as the ocean rushed into Lu Yu's mind. In an instant, it was like drinking an ice-cold Coke under the scorching sun. It made Lu Yu couldn't help but let out a light hum. So refreshing. Is this what it feels like to have no moisture in your brain? Chapter 13 Tuition 2000, 100 million for the commencement ceremony begging for favorites and recommendations. The flood of knowledge impacted for half an hour before it ended. Lu Yu after the end had only one feeling. Getting smarter. It is the kind of knowledge that fills the mind and can't wait to do a few sets of 5-3 smart. Lu Yu directly let Wang Yi send this year's science college entrance exam paper, closed the office room door and began to answer the questions. 50 minutes, math finished answering. 47 minutes, chemistry finished. 39 minutes, physics finished. Doing questions incredibly fast, the moment you see the question, several solutions can pop up in your mind. It's like a fish out of water. If I was given this skill before the college entrance exam, why would I still need to go all the way to Seoul to open a university? Lu Yu let Wang Yi find some college final science and technology paper to do, which only slightly feel the difficulty. Even so, Lu Yu did not feel very difficult. Simply evaluating down, the current science and technology knowledge reserve should be at the level of a graduate student. And it should be much more terrifying than an ordinary graduate student in science and technology, who usually specializes in a certain classification. Lu Yu, on the other hand, was directly pushing the entire science and technology category to the graduate student level under the ability of learning to be rich. It was no exaggeration to say that with enough tools, Lu Yu was confident that he could roll out a stage car on his own. It seems that in the future, I'll have to spend time looking for some ancient books to fill the library. I don't know what will happen when the Learning Riches progress bar is drawn to full capacity. Lu Yu knew that this matter could not be rushed and needed to look at fate and luck. The most important thing right now was still to organize the opening ceremony as well as mailing the acceptance letter. Ding dong. The sound of a penguin SMS came from his cell phone. Lu Yu picked it up and saw that it was a photo sent by Little Fisherman. On the photo, Little Fisherman was wearing camouflage clothing and standing under the sun. The whole person was 2 degrees darker and her skin turned wheat-colored. Pay attention to sunscreen and drink more water. Don't lose your skin in the sun. Got it, nagging. Qingbei campus, Jiang Xiaoyu made a face and took another selfie and sent it to Lu Yu. The tall and thin boy not far away had been paying attention to Jiang Xiaoyu, and at this time, he gathered the courage to come over. Jiang Xiaoyu student, I'm Han Binbin, the top science student of Pengcheng. Let's add a Qiuqiu and pull you into the class group. Jiang Xiaoyu tilted his head to look at him. I don't have a Qiuqiu. Han Binbin's eyelids jumped. The screen was still lit. That was clearly the Qiuqiu interface. Don't joke, that's not. Who's joking with you? Jiang Xiaoyu lowered his head and continued to return Lu Yu's message, not even looking at the other party, directly leaving him hanging there. Han Binbin stood there walking or not. It wasn't until the instructor called out the combination that he sighed in relief. Jiang Xiaoyu quickly sent a voice to Lu Yu. No more chatting, the instructor shouted for us to combine. There were flies pestering me just now, annoying the hell out of me. Hearing Jiang Xiaoyu's voice, Lu Yu suddenly remembered his previous life. He remembered that there was a boy who persistently chased after Xiaoyu for 4 years, as if he was some kind of top student. Only, who was not a top student in that place in Qingbei. Lu Yu gently tapped the desktop, considering whether to wait for the time to go to Qingbei, declaring the sovereignty. He is not worried that small fishermen will change their hearts. After all, in his previous life selling fried rice she was able to accompany himself down the road. Hey, can't get away at the moment. Lu Yu stretched his waist. The time is already the end of August, the school will start in early September, there are too many things. Lu Yu picks up the landline and calls the school office. The number of people who have filled out the volunteer statistics this year? It's out, I'll take it over here. The sound of clacking heels came from the hallway, and the teacher from the school office pushed open the door and walked in, handing Lu Yu the admission list. There are a total of 1,069 students, most of them are enrolled by Seolites, and there are only 139 out-of-towners. It's more than I expected. I thought it would be good to have a few hundred. Headmaster, I've calculated based on the school's current utilities, accommodations, and staffing expenses, and I'm afraid that if I want to maintain the school's balance of income and expenses, the tuition fee will have to be set at 28,000, excluding tuition and miscellaneous fees. The tuition fee of 28,000 for a private specialized school was considered to be at the upper middle level. Now there are a total of 219 faculty members inside the school, and normally, the salaries are paid out of the students' tuition fees. On average, 5 students supported 1 faculty member. These faculty members were all dug over by Lu Yu some time ago. Without them, Lu Yu can't support the school. Tuition 28,000, Lu Yu heard this number or heart jump, really expensive ah. No wonder my father always said at home, can read the private college are rich second generation. Ordinary people who work hard for a year cannot save up 28,000 are unknown. Do you know what the monthly minimum wage is in Seoul now? The school office teacher was stunned and didn't follow Lu Yu's thoughts, but still said, it should be around 2 or 3,000. Then set our tuition at 2,000. Does the principal mean to add another 2,000? No, it's 2,000 for tuition, 2,000 with all fees included. Lu Yu waved his hand and continued, go, and inform the cafeteria again, the highest price of the dishes should not exceed $5, just go by this standard. The school office teacher walked out of the principal's office dizzily, and when he returned to his office, his entire body was still a little confused. The others in the office gathered around. How is it? What does the principal say? Is 28,000 too little? I think according to the level of our school construction, 30,000 is reasonable. Right, I also think 30,000 is reasonable. The higher the tuition fee for the students, the better their salary and benefits would be, so of course they wanted to charge more. The principal said that tuition is 2,000, tuition with everything included is 2,000. 2,000? The office fell into dead silence. I'm afraid this isn't even enough to cover the utility bills. Now that the school hasn't opened yet, the monthly utility bill is around 300,000, and it's expected to reach 400,000 or even 500,000 after school starts. 12 months a year, take the middle value of 400,000, all have to be 4.8 million utility costs. Tuition 2,000 per person, more than 1,000 people, only less than $2 million. The principal is crazy, right? Other not to mention, alone double dormitory, star hotel standard, tuition 30,000 are not excessive. You have to know that this is privately run and self-financing. Are you sure it's the principal speaking? I'm sure. The principal also asked me to convey to the cafeteria that the price of the meal can't be more than $5. The current person in charge of the cafeteria was Zhu Xiaoman, who was solely responsible for the investment appraisal of the cafeteria, and when she received that the price of the cafeteria's dishes could not exceed 5 yuan, she called Lu Yu at the first time. 5 yuan, do you know that it's not even enough for the price of entry? Lu Yu didn't say anything, just casually transferred $10 million to her and spoke faintly, if the students can't eat well, I'll take you to the test. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yu looked at the system's fund balance. Acquiring the school for $80 million, renovating and rebuilding at a cost of $120 million, communication network construction for $50 million, $10 million for the cafeteria, and $40 million lying on the books. It was enough to pay salaries and pay the utility bills. The actual balance is a bit less. After all, it's impossible to be so precise in bits and pieces. Spending money is like running water. Less than 2 months, more than 2 small goals were gone. Lu Yu could not help but sprout the idea of messing with money. At this time, a blue light flooded before his eyes. Strong funds, the opening ceremony is the school's business card, specially approved opening ceremony special funds 100,000,000. Special funds, can only be used for the opening ceremony preparation, organization, etc., cannot be misappropriated, cannot be transferred, the funds are all empty can be triggered by the reward. Reward reached. Probability of generating rare science and technology students. Reward reached. Probability of generating rare science and technology students. Looking at the system suddenly popped up strong funds, and that arrived at 100 million small goal. Liu Yuren was dumbfounded. The opening ceremony to spend 100 million? This is afraid that it is not for me to build a rocket to the moon to organize it. Chapter 14 Departure to Shangjing, the star that won't collapse the room requesting for favorites and recommendation tickets. The system asked for a small goal to organize the opening ceremony. Liu Yu for the first time felt that it was difficult to spend money. Spring Festival Gala level merchant's offer is also this price, right? It can't really be organized according to Spring Festival Gala specifications. Liu Yu seriously considered the feasibility. Found that it is not a question of money. At that level of party, the big names don't want to pay or even pay their own way. If the standard of the Spring Festival Gala, a small target cannot be hit. After really setting his sights high, he realized that spending money is not that difficult. The national level cannot be benchmarked, then lower the standard. There are always channels that can be spent. And look at the rewards of the system. There is a probability of generating rare polytechnic students. What kind of reward is this? What kind of rare polytechnic student does it take to be able to afford a small target for a mission? In other words, the system judged that the mission reward was worth up to $100 million. This made Liu Yu look forward to it. In order to make the opening ceremony $100 million, Liu Yu immediately bought a plane ticket and flew straight to Shangjing. Shangjing is the best place in Xia. It is said that the luxury here is beyond imagination. The top circle of KTV room fee is $1 million to start. Even Liu Yu's $10 billion fortune in his previous life didn't allow him to actually enter the heavenly palace and peek into their lives. The entertainment industry in Shangjing is very developed, and a whole set of industry chain has been established around big and small stars. There are specialized brokers responsible for docking commercial performances, building stages, and so on. Liu Yu browsed through the introductions of large and small brokers in the box, making a few phone calls from time to time to inquire. His current target is Zhou Jieluan, who was in his prime in 2009. After getting off the train, Liu Yu went straight to Jiawei Music Company. The one who received Liu Yu was a manager surnamed Yang. Hello Mr. Liu, I didn't talk clearly on the phone just now. Do you want to ask Jay to perform? The other party's thick Bao Dao accent was very polite. Liu Yu nodded. It's not a problem in terms of appearance fee. I've probably understood the line money. The offer is around 3 million, right? You may have misunderstood Mr. Liu. It's not a matter of appearance fee. You want to perform at the opening ceremony, Jay, right? That's right. That would be the beginning of September. Jay's schedule was filled up this year last year. I can raise the money, $15 million, 3 songs, and the deposit can be made now. The schedule was full. Liu Yu was mentally expected. This time period was when the other party was at its hottest. Liu Yu's offer was also to make the other party's heartbeat. 15 million was already the net income of organizing a normal commercial show. And now, only 3 songs. After weighing the pros and cons, manager Yang finally spoke up. Mr. Liu, I have to say that your price is very tempting, but Jay is now in the rising stage of his career, and business reputation is probably more important than money. If it's acceptable, you can book Jay's slot after October next year. Of course I'm not forced to do so. If you need any help in Shangjing, you can also contact me. Liu Yu of course didn't book. Special funds can't just be misappropriated. Next year wouldn't count as a commencement ceremony. After leaving Jewel Music Limited, Liu Yu took a taxi to the entrance of Qingbei University and found a cafe to wait for Jiang Xiaoyu to finish her military training. Not long after, the new students in camouflage uniforms hooted and hollered as they walked out from the campus entrance. Liu Yu, dressed in a straight customized suit and holding a lemonade, attracted a lot of attention at the entrance of the school. When Jiang Xiaoyu saw Liu Yu from afar, she flew over in 3 steps and jumped into Liu Yu's arms. It's so hot to wear a suit. Liu Yu, are you doing this on purpose, afraid that I'll let someone abduct me? Liu Yu handed her the lemonade and noticed that there was a boy in the crowd who was staring at himself with hatred. That was probably Han Binbin. Liu Yu smiled. In his heart, he inexplicably thought of Dong. Finding a small restaurant with a quiet environment, the two of them shared with each other the interesting things that had happened recently. Liu Yu spit out a bunch of construction school troubles, and Jiang Xiaoyu shared gossip about his roommate. Waiting to chat to Liu Yu, looking for Jay to take over the commercial performance, did not talk about the time. Jiang Xiaoyu suddenly opened his mouth. The opening ceremony to find him may not be very effective. The most concerned about the opening of the school is the parents. You should find the parents' favorite stars. Jay, being a pop symbol at this time, rightfully made some parents abhor it, realizing that young people at this time had not yet grown up. Parents' favorite stars? Right, the opening ceremony is to show the overall style of the school, and it's best to have the kind of singer that's not controversial or topical. It had to be said that Jiang Xiaoyu's analysis made sense. This commencement ceremony was the first one after Liu Yu took over, and the importance of not making any mistakes was higher than making a splash. Before, Liu Yu was only thinking about how to spend the money and hadn't thought about this at all. If something went wrong with the first commencement ceremony, such as the invited artist breaking out in a scandal, then even the school would suffer. This is something that Seoul College of Electronics and Information Technology, which is still in its infancy, cannot afford. Luyu had experienced too many things where a star storm caused damage to the brand's image. Luyu gratefully gave Jiang Xiaoyu a piece of braised pork. That means focusing on stars that are young and old and have no risk of collapsing. That's right, it might be hard to find. Not good to find? Luyu really knew of ones that fit this trait. The name of a group popped steeply into Luyu's mind, and absolutely everyone sang their songs. After accompanying Jiang Xiaoyu for dinner, Luyu sent her back to school and inquired about the location of the other party's agency through manager Yang. Unlike Jiawei's low-profile but well-located office building, this agency was almost to the outskirts of the city. In front of her eyes, it was a small 3-story building with some gray peeling off the walls. So miserable? Although their path was wild, it wasn't so bad that they weren't making money. Pushing open the door and walking in, I heard a voice from inside, "Hurry out to find cooperation, Shangjing rent is so expensive, and your wages are money, The glass door opened and out came the bald man wearing black sunglasses, like a character on the road. Seeing Luyu, he was also stunned. "May I ask who you are?" "I'm here to talk about a commercial show." Luyu hadn't even finished speaking when the other party almost dragged him into the conference room. It wasn't the manager who received him, it was directly the two peacock legends. What time, where? Luyu was all confused, not listening to the offer? If it wasn't exactly the same face as he remembered, he would have suspected that he had met an imposter. Zheng Yi could see that Luyu was puzzled, and scratched his head in embarrassment. "We just left our last record company, the funds were not delivered, and now we are in a bit of a dilemma on the brokerage." In the conference room, there were still pictures of them at various parties, all of which were at a level that could not be more positive. Without exception, Liu could guess that performances at that level did not pay much even if they did. Whether a singer can make money or not, it still depends on commercial performances and selling songs. Liu immediately opened his mouth and said, $5 million for the September 7th Seoul show. Hearing the figure reported out, Manhwa was confused. "So much, boss, do you want us to sing for a day and a night?" "Don't, you guys just sing me 3 or 4 classic songs, I have other arrangements." After the contract was drawn up and the advance payment was called in, the two men sent Luyu to the car respectfully. The smoothness of Peacock Legend opened Luyu's mind. This kind of singer's offer was not high but his popularity was not low. For the same price, Luyu could hire so many. With his mind made up, Luyu went straight to his next target according to the list. Back and forth in the Beijing run for 3 days, Luyu finally agreed to 5 singers, a total cost of 35 million. What surprised Luyu was Liming, who actually offered 5 million. The 4 heavenly kings, rich woman killer. Luyu can already think of the pomp and circumstance in Seoul when Liming appeared. There is still 65 million left, all of which will be spent on the venue. Chapter 15 Top Choreography Team, Crazy Design Seeking Collection of Recommended Votes. Venue construction, choreography is the most important performance, the money should naturally be used on the knife edge. If you think to put a sound, give a microphone can perform, that is completely wrong. If the venue is not well planned and designed, even if the king-level singers are invited, it can only result in a disaster-level effect. Looking for a professional team in this area, Liu still turned to manager Yang, offering him a salary of 1,000 per hour to help him out. Driven by money, his message replied quickly, "Send 4 or 5 domestic top choreography team." Liu came to the other company, indicating the needs. According to Mr. Liu's situation, it is suitable for open outdoor venues. The acoustics of the venue is absolutely top-notch and will not affect the performance. On the stage construction, the school logo will be hung in the back to ensure that the school's promotional reach. The overall offer of the venue is about 3 million per day. Equipment maintenance and rental services are also included. Listening to the other party's introduction and the reference atlas that he also took out, Liu frowned slightly. The price didn't matter, but it was too unimaginative. From the schematic he gave, it was nothing more than building a stage, with the singer singing on top and the audience watching from below, nothing more. You still need to build this kind of stage? The money I have in my hand now is enough to directly smash out a concert venue. Is there a more designed and imaginative one? These are really mediocre. Liu returned the publicity pamphlet to the other party. Of course, money is not a problem. Mr. Liu, believe me, what is given is already the top of the line design. You definitely won't be able to find anything better than this in China. I understand, but it's still too ordinary. No, you may have misunderstood. The photo looks ordinary. The live lighting and sound effects are absolutely shocking. The other party took out another live effect video to show Liu, again showing the commercial shows they had worked together. Liu still couldn't find the feeling. Ordinary, really too ordinary. Just build a stage, make a light, put a sound, microphone, there is a difference? Imagination. Artistic people are so unimaginative. After leaving, according to the introduction of manager Yang, Liu visited several professional choreography team one after another. The effect is more or less the same. Nothing more than the size of the stage. The difference between more lights and fewer lights completely did not touch the point in Liu's heart. Of course, the highest offer is only $10 million. Looking at the end of August and the beginning of September is getting closer and closer, Liu began to consider whether to casually find a choreography team to go back. Manager Yang, who accompanied Liu for dinner, Mr. Liu, I think the entire Xinjiang, the entire world, I'm afraid there is only one company that can meet your requirements. Who? Master Mark Fisher, who was involved in the design of the venue for the opening and closing ceremonies of the Olympics last year. If he is still in Xinjiang, you might have a chance. After he manipulated that choreography last time, he consumed too much effort and had a health problem, and is recuperating in the Olympic Village. Mark Fisher, Liu did not understand. But the opening ceremony that shook the whole world, even if the world could not forget it in the past 10 years or so, Liu knows it very well. According to the address given by manager Yang, Liu came to the detached villa in the Olympic Village and rang the doorbell. Opened the door as a white-haired aunt, in the foyer handed Liu slippers. Yang called me, Mark is sleeping, when he wakes up I will take you to see him. After Liu thanked him, the aunt led him to the living room to sit down, said the living room in fact, even the sofa coffee table is not there are only simple stools. The stools were all very rough handmade products. Looking around, the room is almost no different from a rough room, just paint the walls white. Furniture, decorations, and cabinets were all absent. The white-haired aunt brought Liu clear tea and apologized. Mark likes this kind of house, he thinks that too complicated decorations will limit the imagination and will affect his thinking. He's a strange man, if he didn't still need to eat, he might have thrown out the stove as well. Liu listened to his aunt. He knew that the right person had been found. It was this kind of madness that was wanted. See, this is what you call being artistic. It was only after Liu finished the pot of tea and went to the toilet twice that the sound of walking and coughing came from upstairs. Before he could see Liu, Mark Fisher's awkward to the core mandarin came through. Jan told me about it, he said you're a hard guy to handle. I like hard guys, they always have unimaginable, I should say crazy qualities. Liu got up and looked back as an old man with gray hair, slim cheeks, and sharp eyes came down the stairs. He was draped in a burlap robe and walked barefoot to sit down on his knees in front of Liu, as if he was meditating. Go ahead, talk about your request. I'm going to hold a commencement ceremony, and I want to achieve a concert kind of publicity effect. No, that's not what I'm talking about, it's not what to do, it's what's in your head, understand? The old man stretched out his dry finger and pointed at Liu's forehead. There is a bold idea hidden in your head, you have to tell him, that's what's required. Liu looked at the eccentric old man in front of him. Aren't you the one who was running the choreography? Gosh, am I conversing with a pig? The old man stood up excitedly and danced with his hands. Choreography is the art of space, and house decoration depends on the will of the owner, not the will of the decoration team. You have to talk to me about what you want to happen in the house, what you want to do in the future, understand? Mark Fisher's spit almost splashed onto Liu's face, and his grumpy voice made the entire house vibrate. It took Liu a moment to realize what he was asking. The choreography he was doing was not a stage. Rather, it was an expression. An expression that encompassed emotions, visions, and ambitions. He wants to know what the customer wants to do, rather than roughly come up with a templated work of lights, sound, and steel frame stacking. Liu sipped tea, began to speak. Speaking of his own college entrance examination failed, speaking of his own founding of the university, speaking of his belief that everyone has talent, believe that everyone has strengths. He spoke for a long time. Mark Fisher did not interrupt this time. Only when Liu spoke too fast would he whisper to signal Liu to pause and speak again. Liu didn't know how much time had passed, he had nearly brainlessly told what he wanted to do. It was only when he realized there was nothing left to say that Liu stopped. Mark Fisher nodded and said, Liu, I understand, go back to Seoul, I'll lead the team there tomorrow, get ready and let your school shock the world. The old man shouted in an almost maniacal tone. The abundant vigor made Liu feel envious. When he excused himself and left, Liu remembered that he still didn't know how much the offer was and hadn't signed the contract. After asking the white-haired auntie, he got a reply. The merger will be signed when the team arrives. Mark doesn't like to let money tie up his thinking. Liu, be prepared. Done. Won't spend super. Chapter 16, Cubic Choreography, Course Arrangement Seeking Favorites and Recommendations. Liu bid farewell to Jiang Xiaoyu and returned to Seoul. From Mark's hometown in England chartered a special plane to catch the team has arrived at the school. Design team stuffish a total of 48 people, just carry professional equipment, mapping instruments and so on will need 2 trucks. Their equipment is for design purposes, not including sound and lighting. Talking with them, I learned that different brands of audio and lighting will have different performance presentations, and I need to complete the overall design before I can buy them. Liu, the sound will be affected by the weather, and even air humidity and temperature, we have to prepare at least 2 sets of equipment programs. Liu, there is also lighting, customized lighting equipment needs to be shipped at an additional cost to specify the time. A team of professionals means a high price. Not to mention how much their salary was quoted. Just the pre-design, purchasing all kinds of necessary supplies, Liu funds are just draining at the rate of millions per hour. The thing that makes Liu feel crazy is still behind. Mark Fisher invited 3 domestic construction team, 3-shift welding stage frame. Just look at the design sketches. The construction team shouted impossible to complete. Can let the construction team of infrastructure maniacs said impossible to complete. Can imagine how outrageous the design program. Luyu looked at the design drawings, gave the design concept is TMD 3-dimensional. Not at all limited to the ground, but also in the air to present the show, which is the welding process and material requirements are extremely high. A little inattention, a problem with the stage is a major accident. He also requested that the audience be incorporated into the stage, and that the whole thing be rotatable, able to adjust its orientation according to the needs of the show. Just to be able to hold nearly 10,000 people in the audience, but also to drive the rotating machinery, the price is sky high. Crazy, this old man is really crazy. Mark Fisher didn't care if they could make it happen or not, but nearly roared at the scene shouting at Luyu. Lu, give them another raise. Dacia is a mysterious country, I was involved in that event, I know they can accomplish it. Old boy. It's not your own money, you're spending it real hard. Tossed around and changed 3 construction teams, and finally contacted the one involved in the Olympic Games to build. This request can be satisfied. The price was 3 times higher than the market price. Counting construction materials, there are all kinds of costs, a conservative estimate of $30 million. This is only the structure on the ground, has not been unfolded to the air. Luyu had to lament, on spending money, the art of madness is always the most will spend the group of people. Mark old man is extremely dedicated, his age can be Luyu's grandfather, 24 hours do not leave the construction site. Even Luyu suspected that he did not sleep for 4 hours a day. His team was even more desperate, the echo effect of the site also had to be tested several times around the clock, in separate time periods. What a spell, only this kind of talent can make a world-class stage, right? Directly handing over the card of the remaining money to Mark Fisher, Luyu no longer soaked in the site every day. Anyway, the old man hung up the curtain and covered it tightly. In the old man's words, a stage leaked in advance would ruin the overall design. Only on the day the ceremony begins is the moment when the art is reached. People are masters, Luyu listened to them. This side of things just finished, let Wang Yi gave a shout over, the division of faculties in the College of Information has been completed, take a look at the curriculum arrangement. Luyu roughly swept a glance, the whole is in accordance with the curriculum of an ordinary university, frowned slightly, is it necessary to learn these introduction to information technology? Other universities have them, so I put them on. This introduction that introduction, what's the use? From the origin of information technology to the definition of the lecture for several semesters, in the end, even the computer system will not be installed. Luyu angrily threw the course schedule to Wang Yi, I want the school to cultivate talents, not robots that only memorize books. After saying that, Luyu put up his pen on the paper and started to write the course design, the overall arrangement, and the direction of development. Cutting out a series of meaningless courses such as what introduction, what general knowledge, and so on. With the power of learning to be rich, Luyu's knowledge base in science and technology has far exceeded Wang Yi's. This allows him to be far-sighted. This allowed him to plan the undergraduate curriculum with foresight. Coupled with his identity as a reborn person, he had a clear understanding of the general development trend of the future world, and the curriculum was designed to follow the trend even more closely. Watching Luyu swish his pen on the paper, at first Wang Yi was a little unconvinced. Curriculum organization is not just a matter of writing a few names, it is planned according to the level of the students. A course that is too difficult or too simple will lead to unsatisfactory teaching results. However, after Luyu finished writing a page, Wang Yi realized that he had completely underestimated the principle. His design for the overall course objectives and curriculum planning of the Information College far exceeded his own. Only, when he saw that Luyu had written mobile system development into the curriculum, Wang Yi still couldn't help but say, Principal Lu, mobile and system development is too cutting edge, right, and the current market mainstream cell phone is still keypad, that kind of glass screen is not favored by consumers. Fragile, battery consumption is still large. As a man of science and technology, Wang Yi naturally knew enough about the technological products on the market. Luyu did not explain. The smartphone of this era had already appeared, but it had not yet triggered the butterfly effect before the iPhone 4 hit the market next year. By the time that epoch-making product was born, all keypad machines would be in the dustbin of history. Several cell phone giants will exit the stage of history one after another, and the entire market will be reshaped. Luyu didn't want to miss this opportunity. At the very least, he wants to try to develop a truly domestic system, even if it's just the framework. Thinking of the previous life of the fruit of the phone disgusting people Apple tax Luyu came to the gas, is really unreasonable roga. Money from other people's systems through, you have to deduct 30%, this money-making speed and money printing machine is almost the same. Luyu handed over the planned courses to Wang Yi. Mobile system development should be built in accordance with the key courses, and the departmental funds should be supplied at all costs. Wang Yi was surprised by Luyu's determination and took the course design to refine it. Next, Luyu met with the deans of other colleges one after another, and the biochemical ring material is even more so that Luyu has high hopes. This kind of sinkhole specialty is not out of the results or not out. One out is to subvert the industry level of results. The last Luyu to get the schedule is Zhu Yichen old man is Luyu Dor to get. Luyu gave the old man the title of Chinese and foreign languages of the double dean. In the liberal arts, the old man has absolute power of speech, did not give Luyu the opportunity to discuss. A face of you must listen to my confidence. Luyu looked at the course schedule and finally asked the old master a question as he left. Elder Zhu, what do you think is language? Elder Zhu was silent for a long time and answered seriously, language is the rules. If the rules don't have the language of this country, then this country has no qualifications to eat. Luyu got the answer he wanted. Satisfied, he left. With the liberal arts handed over to such an old master, there was no need to worry about the emergence of yellow-skinned banana publicists who knew Chinese. Chapter 17, Going home and waiting for the notification letter, Pops wants to renew his wife? Requesting favorites and recommendations. After the school's thousands of things are arranged and the acceptance notices are sent out one after another. Luyu is rarely free. Let Li Su drive himself back to Luochang. This kid has now been properly promoted to Luochang rich second generation, his dad that car directly to him. Just the proceeds of the school renovation project, let their family become the largest renovation company in Luochang. Li Su originally did not want to go to college, want to follow the old man directly to run the project, make money. But his old dad directly slapped on Li Su's head, bluntly said that he must go to college, go to Luyu school, saddle up and filial piety Luyu. Brother you, it's really not my nonsense, my old dad's original words are for me to be filial to you, if it wasn't for the fact that you and I are about the same age, my dad would still want to worship with you. Luyu amused. These two dads are really living treasures. How about my dad's side? Luyu's side of the matter of building a school has not been told to the old man is cautious all his life, slowly let him accept the good. My dad arranged for him to our company as a project manager, in fact, it is an idle position, sign and seal on the line, there is nothing to be responsible for. Li Su said while driving, your old man can be really idle, when the manager feels too much money too little work, every day early to clean the company. Persuaded several times but did not listen until I told him that the cleaning ants are going to lose their jobs if it continues like this, he only gave up. Luyu cried and laughed. His own old man's temperament is known to himself. Honest, that is to give him a position that can make money he does not dare to make money. While chatting, the two of them arrived in Luochang. Let Li Su put himself in front of the district, Liu bought some seasonal vegetables, cut 2 pounds of meat, carrying back home. While cooking, Pops came back. Brat, running away for more than a month, if it wasn't for Li Su telling me that you were in Seoul, I would have thought that you had run away from home. Lu Ping gently kicked Luyu, his nose twitched, the braised pork that you made, it's a bit mushy, hurry up and turn down the fire. Luyu's hands and feet hurriedly twisted the gas stove's fire down, listening to the sound of gurgling and sighing in relief. He was really not good at cooking. Rather, it was his old man who was a good cook, and he had been the one who pulled Luyu along after his mother's death. Luyu was a picky eater when he was a child, and Pops had specialized in serving restaurant master chefs for more than 3 months in order to get Luyu to eat, and had learned a bit of the craft. Get up, see you can't even hold a knife. When you hold the knife, this hand is not the fingertip part, but the top of the finger bone, so that it will not cut. Luyu listened attentively to his father's ramblings, secretly gauging his father's aura, it was much better. It seemed that the matter of not letting him drink, he had listened to it. But look at the old man chopping vegetables also look a little rusty, just when Luyu thought it was not much at home to eat. The sound of a key opening the door suddenly came from the door of the room. Luyu froze. The only people who had keys in the house were himself and Pops. Then came the sound of a bright female voice, old Lua, so fragrant, is not it good that I cook? Female? Listen to the voice or about 40 or 50? Luyu looked at Pops playfully. Pop's face instantly became red, panicked and ran out whispering, Shoying, my son is back, you go home first. The room was just this big, Luyu could hear it clearly. Who is Shoying? Luyu didn't have this person in his previous life's memory at all. He poked his head out and quietly looked, it was an ordinary-looking middle-aged woman who was panicking and ready to open the door and go out. Luyu mischievously and suddenly spoke, Dad, since the meal is ready, let Auntie sit down and eat. Both of them froze at the same time. Without waiting for Pops to say anything, Luyu dragged that aunt onto the dining table. He himself quickly took out the dishes and chopsticks from the kitchen, and Pops was living like a schoolboy who was bringing his date to meet his parents for the first time. Standing there, hand not hand, foot not foot, simply do not know what to do. When the food was on the table, all sat down, Luyu's father half a day before holding back a sentence. Little you, things are not what you think, Auntie Wu and I met in the park, usually she comes over to help me cook. What did I think? Luyu played with the flavor. Seeing his son flirting with himself, the already dumb Lu Ping was even less able to speak, Luyu was completely fine with his old man renewing his marriage. It is simply impossible for him to be by his father's side all the time, and he is getting older every day. There is no one around to support each other. This kind of support, really not how much money can solve the problem, and then attentive and meticulous caregiver, people are only in the completion of the work. Just as Liu continued to ask, Auntie Wu Xiaoying put her chopsticks on the table with a bang and wiped her mouth. Little Yu, your father is not nice to talk about, so I'll just say it, I like your father. But Liu Yu almost didn't spray out. Auntie, are you so direct at this age? Aya, what are you babbling about? Are these words something that can be spoken? Lu Ping was instantly anxious. What can't be said? My partner died early, your partner also left early, I'm a teacher, there are still a few years to retire, all the conditions are quite worthy of you, right? You have to worry about my daughter's dowry, this you don't worry, she is now studying abroad at public expense, dowry I have saved enough for her. For others to live a lifetime, to the old why cannot be bold. Auntie Wu's words in a row, so that Liu are stunned, this thunderous look, high and low in school as a classroom teacher Liu looked at his old man, Dad, what do you mean, don't mind me, my attitude is based on you. Dad, just like what Auntie Wu said, you have to live for yourself for once. Lu Ping looked at his son, then at Wu Xiaoying. He was himself not expecting to meet her. This month or so was like a dream, work was going well and there were more good things around him. His son even got into college, there is nothing better than this. For a long time, as if making some kind of determination, Lu Ping put down the chopsticks. I also think that Auntie Wu was very nice, I mean just as good as your mom. Seeing his old dad's lame explanation, Lu Yu hurriedly interrupted him, I understand, Dad. Lu Yu got up and took the kettle, poured tea, and very seriously served Auntie Wu with both hands. Auntie, welcome to our home. Auntie Wu's expression can't help but be nervous, taking a few deep breaths before catching it with a trembling hand. Thank you, thank you. Things are said and done, and the meal is a happy one. From the old man's mouth Lu Yu learned that Aunt Wu in the park often morning exercise. Since the old man went to Li Su's side of the idol every day to help clean up, picking up garbage always have to pass by the park. Over and over again, the two will recognize. The story does not have too many waves and twists and turns, simply put, they see eye to eye. With Aunt Wu's condition, the original father is a bit of a high climber. Lu Yu heart of a stone is also put down, the old man can be accompanied by someone is also a good thing. Aunt Wu is an extremely quick person, extremely familiar people, this time has said, Little Yu, this your sister's phone number, you will soon go to college, there are questions you can ask her. Well, plainly more a sister. Lu Yu lowered his head and wrote a note to this sister, Wu Susu. In passing, he sent her a text message. Hello, I'm Lu Yu, Auntie Wu should have mentioned it to you. I heard from Pops that this sister is very powerful. High school to participate in the Olympics to get the national gold medal, guaranteed admission to Aurora, and then junior in school during the award, and then publicly funded study abroad to study at MIT. An age, just 5 years older than Lu Yu. He is also a school bully. Chapter 18 Preparations before the start of the school year, what happened to the specialties begging for collection and recommendation votes? Waiting to receive a letter back from Wu Susu. The time was already evening. Due to the time difference, she did not see the text message first. Hello Lu Yu, thank you and Uncle Lu for taking care of my mom, if there is a need to help please can tell me. In addition, you can add my penguin number, cross-country communication rates are quite expensive. Lu Yu opened his computer and added the other party's penguin number, and briefly browsed her space. Basically, she is sharing the dynamics of the class, what the teacher lectured the course is too difficult, the theorem is not clear, but also stay up late to catch up with the homework and so on. And then it is to spit out the cafeteria meal is difficult to eat, miss the domestic hot pot spicy hot pot. Bland stay sun life. Lu Yu could not help but smile. Pop's mouth of this cheap sister smart, but look at people behind this pay is really not easy. When he was feeling sentimental, the drop. Penguin beep sounded. My mom said, you are going to college this year, go to electronic information technology colleges and universities, this industry is very promising, I send you some book lists, you can get in touch with more. Books that can't be bought domestically, I will translate and mail them home, and ask my mom to forward them to you. It didn't take long for Wu Susu to send a long list of books, each with a special introduction and summary. Obviously these were books she had already read. With the ability of learning to be rich, Lu Yu could easily distinguish the value of these books. All of them were highly practical books, and many of them were still original editions that could not be bought domestically. What surprised Lu Yu even more was that the list of books listed by his sister was aimed at the future 4G communication network technology. Forward-looking and extremely valuable. Could it be that she is also reborn? The current time was 09, 3G had just been popularized, and 4G was an experimental technology worldwide. That is to say, it was still unclear whether it could be landed or not. But Wu Susu's list of books is clearly certain that this will grow into a systematic and huge industry. If Lu Yu was an ordinary college student, 4 years of specializing in this direction would be enough. In other words, she is really dedicated to help Lu Yu pointed out a way to turn around. The disadvantage of ordinary domestic colleges and universities is that they have been out of touch with the market for too long. Like Lu Yu took over the predecessor of this institution, have been 9 years, even still have BB machine this antique technology. Really cannot underestimate the school bully can be rolled out of dasha, which are not simple. Lu Yu lamented while sending a message back to Wu Susu, expressing his gratitude, saying that the opening ceremony invites Aunt to participate, and the right words can let Aunt come to live in his house how so and so. The two chatted for 10 minutes, Wu Susu had to go to class, and it ended. Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Wu Susu finished returning all unread messages, muted the phone and stuffed it back into the school bag. At the bottom of his heart, the first impression of this brother was very good. Speaking in an organized manner, not overbearing. Then, Wu Susu opened the recorder and looked at the heavenly books on the blackboard. Those obscure and difficult to understand knowledge often need 2 or 3 days to digest. Lu Yu watched Wu Susu's avatar darken. Put the cell phone on the table. It was impossible for him to spend the effort to learn 4G. But, it did open up Lu Yu's mind. The mobile system was important, and 4G was even more important. Dasha did not slowly complete the bend until the 5G era. What if the rules were set from 4G? Lu Yu's sleepiness suddenly disappeared. Tiptoe to the living room, turned out a few sheets of letter paper. While the school year has not yet begun to continue to improve the design of the course. The overall framework of the course is unfolding according to the book list given by Wu Susu, while the main teacher is Lu Yu himself. Driven by the ability of learning to be rich, Lu Yu can actually be Wu Susu's teacher. A certain item might not be as good as her, but Lu Yu's science and technology is a comprehensive push, and his knowledge is too broad. After a long time, Lu Yu put down his pen and finally felt a sense of satisfaction. Around the electronic communication technology, first create 2 ace majors, respectively, mobile system development, 4G communication technology. In this way, the school would have a foundation to stand on. The next few days were a rare moment of leisure. Accompanying Pops and Aunt Wu to go shopping and buy the necessary supplies for the start of the school year. Little Feather, don't buy those quilts from the store, they are full of plastic. If we want to cover them, let's cover them with pure handmade cotton quilts. Don't look at the places far away. Looking for others to do quilts still have to make an appointment in advance. Your sister went abroad to study the quilt, are in the people there to buy. Lu Yu sat in the car, was crying and laughing. In order to buy pure handmade cotton quilts, the family of 3 had been driving for almost an hour, and this was not even close to the place. Your aunt is right, the air in Seoul is rather humid, you need to sunbathe your quilt more. I also don't know if your school has a balcony. Without a balcony it would be troublesome. Lu Yu listens to the two rambling, lowers his head and quickly sends a message to Wu Susu. SOS, your mom is going to prepare a 10-pound cotton quilt for me, I will suffocate when I sleep at night. Laughing, I am dragging 10 pounds of quilt, 10 pounds of mattress to fly to school. You haven't slept yet? Writing homework. Saying that, Wu Susu sent Lu Yu a picture of her homework, densely packed with formulas and theorems. It's not easy to be a school bully. These days Lu Yu and Wu Susu chatting, 8 out of 10 times she is writing homework. Idle chatting time, driving has reached. It is inside the small rural courtyard. Outside has been waiting for a full car, the eve of the beginning of the school year, basically parents. Inside came the sound of rumbling machines. Well, this is also considered handmade. Lu Yu bored squatting on the side of the road playing with the phone. Parents are in the side of 3 or 2 chatting. The topic of conversation is only your child what college, my child what college. Lu Yu's father is still very proud of his son's college entrance exams. He actually has no concept of undergraduate specialties, listening to someone ask, but also straight to the point. Oh, my son test quite good, Seoul Electronics Information Technology College. College ah. The age of 40 or 50 or so wavy old aunt dragging his voice is a specialist it, that tuition is old expensive, but also read it for what, early let your son work to go how good. While saying that, but also to Lu Yu sight to see, sneer flavor is full. Pointing continued, college cannot learn things, and not undergraduate to learn real things. Like my son, read the Rongcheng University of Science and Technology, serious undergraduate. Next to the chubby boy wearing glasses, has unconsciously raised his chest. That kind of conspiratorial tone, even if Pops was slow, he felt uncomfortable. Wanting to say something, he simply didn't know how to speak. Where did he understand this? Lu Yu frowned slightly, and was about to help Pops get back on his feet when an even more eerie voice killed it. Yo, I thought the examination of the Qingbayat, Rongcheng University of Science and Technology Private College, tuition 40,000, your family is still rich ah. My family Xiao Yu read although it is a college, but the tuition is cheap ah, only 2,000. It's not as good as your family being rich enough to study such a good undergraduate program. As a teacher, Auntie Wu had a very good grasp of information about various colleges and universities in China. In 3 words, she hit the nail on the head. She disliked the other party and was speechless. Lu Yu did not expect that the tuition fees that he had casually lowered had really come in handy. Whether the university is good or not, it is quite important. But, how much tuition is more important? The tuition fee of $40,000 is really not affordable for ordinary families. When Auntie Wu said this, the people around her immediately whispered and pointed at the old auntie with the wavy curls. People who like to point fingers are most afraid of others pointing at them, and they panicked and dragged their son to go inside to urge the quilts. The crowd burst into joyful laughter. Lu Yu several people with quilts back to the car. Lu Yu old manner cannot help but want to laugh. She even pointed out what college my son is going to get into, or your Aunt Wu can talk. Aunt Wu twisted her head to look at Lu Yu. Xiaoyu, don't have a psychological burden, junior college doesn't mean anything, I've been a teacher for so many years, the future achievements of students, academic qualifications don't reflect it. Lu Yu was a little touched in his heart. With Auntie Wu's relationship with herself, it was not strictly necessary to come forward. However, she still firmly defended her dignity. Such parents were rare. Auntie, why don't you and my dad go to Seoul together in a few days? Our school is going to hold an opening ceremony. Okay, I have this idea too. There are a lot of things to do for the opening of the school. Your dad is a big old man, so I guess he'll come back as soon as he drops his luggage. Ha ha. Chapter 19, Starting School, Straight to Campus Seeking Favorites and Recommendations. The days passed day by day. The acceptance letter finally arrived home by mail. The reason why it had dragged on for so long was because of Mark Fisher. After the opening ceremony stage as a whole was all finished, he saw the original acceptance letter and said straight away that it was too ugly. Then he took it upon himself to design it for free, put out a new edition, print and mail it all over again, which was inevitably time-consuming. But I have to say, the design is really beautiful. The acceptance notice is made of aluminum alloy, and the buildings around the school are carved with openwork patterns on it. The main body is Lu Yu plating signature as well as the student's name, also comes with campus card, bank card and other essentials for the start of the school. Also added is the invitation to the commencement ceremony. Each student can bring 2 people. Performance star name is never to write, otherwise it may have to make a big commotion. Naturally, Mark Fisher finally left to count the time or spend more than, in addition to 65 million, Lu Yu also paid an additional 7 million. The overall cost of the choreography is as high as 72 million. Together with the star-spent appearance fee, the opening ceremony of a target task is easy to complete. Reward: probability of generating a rare science and technology student. Lu Yu did not know in what way this rare polytechnic student would appear in front of him. He could only secretly look forward to it. After spending money recklessly during this period of time, the 3 small goals given by the system at the beginning, now there are still more than 30 million left. The school staff expanded from 219 to 327, most of which were campus security led by Xiong Wu. Monthly salary expenses went through the roof. Lu Yu gave them a salary generally higher than the outside world, take the averages in the 15,000 or so. Together with Social Security Provident Fund and other benefits, the monthly fixed expenditure is about 6 million. Counting the monthly utility network fees, 400,000 floating. Total monthly expenditure is 6.4 million. According to the remaining funds on the books, Lu Yu may only be enough to open for half a year. Of course, the school is incoming. Tuition as well as restaurant rent, tuition Lu Yu has pressed extremely low not to consider. The restaurant is through the reduction of some of the rent plus subsidies in the form of lowered meal prices. From these 2 items, the income is almost nothing. Lu Yu secretly calculated the funds, realized that he was still too optimistic before. Tens of millions of dollars really couldn't last long, half a year was the limit situation. To know, after the subsequent opening of classes, the addition of teaching equipment and daily wear and tear is also money. System Dad, give me another point? The high and cold system did not give any response. On the contrary, it was Pops who painfully pulled out a bunch of money and stuffed it to Lu Yu. This is $20,000, of which 10,000 is the red packet that several of your aunts put together to give you. Later you will go to the bank and deposit the money. If it's not enough, call me again. The moment Lu Ping saw the notification letter, he had long been happy to treat himself to a meal. Plus, he also wanted to introduce Wu Xiuying to his family. The acceptance notice made of alloy material froze the old man's handprints, which showed how much he had flaunted it in the past few days. Part of the reason was also that the design of this notice was just too artistic. Son, I have a question for you. This principal's name is the same as yours. The handwriting is similar. Good, no more calling out brats when you get into college. Reality, old dad. This life-threatening question Lu Yu naturally thought of a good response. Coincidence, renaming is very common. Dad, you don't think I'm the principal, right? Lu Ping froze. Yeah, how could you be the principal? After casually prevaricating, it was packing up, getting a haircut and a bath to prepare to leave and go straight to school. Li Su also enrolled in the Seoul Electronics and Information Technology College. Naturally, he sat on his old man's new car Toyota Alpha. Pop C is the top boss to their own driving, are a little flustered. Boss, which can let you drive it, I'll do it. Old Lu, you just give me a down-to-earth sit in the back. Besides, this is an imported car. You give me a bump, I still hurt. Li Jianguo quietly glanced at Lu Yu, saw Lu Yu and his son Li Su playing games hot. A heart put down the heart. My son hugged Lu Yu tightly. I hugged the old Lu tightly. This family's own glory and wealth is absolutely no need to worry. I hate that I don't have a daughter, or high and low to find a way to form a family. Li Jiangluo's wife of rural origin, honest and bright character of Aunt Wu also chat. This car people, so the vast and powerful straight to the Seoul Electronics and Information Technology College. The distance between the 2 places was not far. It is not dark yet. Came to the school entrance. Large and small cars have been parked in front of the school. Lu Yu, who just got off the bus, saw a bunch of people holding up their cell phones to take pictures, tooting and praising. The object of the photos was Xiongwu. Ainima, so tawdry? Wearing a black combat suit, holding an explosion-proof shield, holding a guard stick, if not for the sleeve badge being a security guard, one would really think that it was a special operations unit from somewhere. Wait a minute, Xiongwu was a special forces veteran, how the rear of those people is also a pugnacious flavor. Brother Yu, under the hands of Wu those people are his old comrades, either as a security guard or doing small business, all let dig over. Li Su explained in Lu Yu's ear in a low voice. Lu Yu understood. Most of these tower-like men have a difficult life after discharge from the army, especially in these years when the times are changing rapidly, it is even more difficult to adapt. Lu Yu is willing to offer a reasonable wage, they will naturally treat people sincerely. Just Xiongwu standing in the gazebo, that standard military posture, let a group of parents cannot help but be very satisfied. This was much more imposing than the 5-star generals in their own neighborhood. Lu Yu, Li Su, hurry up and keep up. Hearing Pop shouting in front, the two walked a few steps faster. Xiongwu, who stood guard, saw the principal walking, snapped and saluted directly. School. Ahem. Lu Yu hurriedly coughed and stomped his feet. The campus welcomes you. The ear-shattering voice startled Pops and Aunt Wu and the others. Ooh, the young man has a big voice. Stepping into the campus, the street trees on both sides rose up from the ground, and the cool wind blew without any dry heat. Wang Yi and his teachers were guiding the parents and students, going through various procedures and showing them around. The school is in fact the first batch of college students. This kind of thing can only be done personally. This school construction is good. Really, college than Aurora are better. Aunt Wu has seen the world, or cannot help but lament. Not to mention those students and parents who entered the university for the first time. Early has been dumbfounded. This is still a college? Shouldn't a college be dead expensive with tuition fees, a ragged campus, and listless street trees? Parents, in front of you is our dormitory building. The dormitory building is a double dormitory. If you have special requirements, you can come here to register and we will help you adjust. The 4 words double dormitory came out. The first to explode were the students who reported. In the crowd, the small fat man standing next to Zhang Jishuan poked him. Rat, you've really earned it, a double dormitory. It's so cool. This school's configuration is too luxurious, it's even a double dormitory. The hostile teacher looked at the crowd with a smile. He knew that what was even more shocking was still behind. The 2 buildings in front are the boys' dormitory buildings, and the 2 buildings in the back are the girls' dormitory buildings. Everyone can now pass the access control with their campus cards and go in to put their luggage. Our entire school is set up with a smart campus system. The campus card here is your access card, meal card, and also library card. Please take good care of it. Chapter 20, Luxurious Dormitory, Scrambled Eggs with Something Added? Begging for favorites and recommendations. What's a smart campus? The students and their parents revealed a confused look. In this era where 4G hadn't been born yet and Wi-Fi hadn't even been popularized on a large scale, a smart campus was indeed ahead of its time. A smart campus is simply an information integration system that can intuitively determine the situation of students. The hostile teacher explained. Even if she wanted to explain it in more detail, she couldn't do it. It was her own first time. Fortunately, both students and parents are not very concerned. Swipe the card through the access control, cannot wait to find their own dormitory. The cleanliness of the building made many parents TSK, but there were still some picky parents who frowned. Just after the renovation is given to the students to live? I'm afraid the formaldehyde hasn't even been dispersed, so don't let my daughter get sick here. At this time, the melamine storm has not completely disappeared. Parents are the most sensitive to health. The middle-aged man in a blue work uniform next to him took over. How can there be no formaldehyde? I am engaged in the decoration. To have no formaldehyde you cannot use glue, you have to use solid wood. But look at this, school tuition is only 2,000. Solid wood boards, how expensive. They certainly cannot afford to use. The surrounding people have agreed. 2,000 tuition does make their hearts always mutter. To know the serious undergraduate colleges and universities also have to 3,000 or 4,000 tuition. You a private college, why so cheap? Private colleges and universities, to say good is the school, to say bad is not to make money to open the company? These parents who have experienced the society are extremely pragmatic, simply will not easily trust people. Oops, you all say a few words less. Even if there really is formaldehyde, let the children, usually more ventilation on the line. Next door to the Seoul Medical College dormitory building was built 5 years ago, certainly no formaldehyde. Why do not you send your children there? To put it bluntly, don't we send our kids here because the scores aren't too high and the tuition is low enough? The straight-talking middle-aged man at this moment has directly pierced through everyone's inner thoughts. Lu Yu borrowed the Seoul TV station did put the reputation out. Enrollment plan barely reached the standard. However, most of those who volunteered to come to this school actually have extremely ordinary family conditions. Basically, they are not willing to let their children work early, and they still want them to study more for a chance to change their lives. However, they cannot afford the high tuition fees. Next door to the Seoul Medical College, the same as specialized colleges, or public specialized colleges, their tuition is 8,000, does not include tuition and miscellaneous fees and so on. Liu if not cut down the tuition. I'm afraid even the enrollment plan is difficult to meet the standard. The crowd that had poked their minds quieted down quite a bit. One after another, they took the campus card and found the corresponding dormitory. After opening the door to the room, they froze. In front of them, the windows were bright and clear, on both sides were beds and tables, the floor was paved with tiles instead of concrete, and the dormitory area was probably around 20 square feet. This, really big ah. Before it was too late to sigh, the girl who was the first to enter the dormitory had already discovered the washroom. Dad, Mom, this bathroom actually has a vanity and a shower. It also comes with a flush commode. Separate bathroom? The parents were dumbfounded. Was this really a student dormitory? Shouldn't student toilets be dry toilets, writing on potholes and basing strawberry tarts on them? Parents who had just complained about whether there would be formaldehyde, at the moment caressed the bedpan with a look of disbelief. Surprisingly, the use of solid wood, even the desks and cabinets are made of solid wood. How much money must be spent to renovate this dormitory? The more it was renovated, the more one understood the value of this dormitory. At this time, Liu just walked out of the dormitory with Pops and Auntie Wu on the way to the cafeteria, and Auntie Wu is still a little giddy. Little you, this dormitory of yours is more comfortable than home, the balcony and the separate bathroom, it's too luxurious. The dormitory at MIT that your sister sent me is at this level, it looks quite a bit smaller than here. Just this accommodation alone, the tuition fee is worth it. Liu laughed bitterly. Is it worth it? It's losing money, Auntie Wu. Really, if the dormitory renovation costs were passed on to the students, I'm afraid that without a few tens of thousands of tuition fees would simply not be enough. Naturally, these words would not be said much. Auntie, Pops, let's go to the cafeteria to eat first. The cafeteria was contracted to Zhu Xiaoman, whether it was to attract business or hire a chef or whatever, it was entirely her responsibility. From the time the cafeteria was built until now, Liu hadn't gone in to eat, and he couldn't feel it in his heart about how effective the meals were. However, thinking about the ability of the system, food is not too bad. What to eat, how to eat is the top priority. Students want to eat cafeteria food even more. The output rate of cafeteria delicacies increases by 50%. It shouldn't be that bad. Today is the first day of school. Liu Hart is still a little worried about the cafeteria drop chain. Clothing, food, housing and transportation, the most important thing for people in Dacia is actually eating. However, what is most feared is what comes. Liu's trio had just entered the cafeteria when they saw the first floor lobby surrounded by people, making a lot of noise. Call out your chef to me, this egg fried rice definitely has something added to it for me. I, Ma Jianbing, have been running a big car for 20 years. I don't dare to say that I've eaten all the delicacies in Dacia, but I've definitely eaten more than the average person. Egg fried rice this flavorful definitely can't be made without added ingredients. The man with the tiger's back stood there yelling loudly, and the entire restaurant was looking at him. What does he mean by adding ingredients? It's the big smoked shells, it's addictive when you eat it. Some black-hearted restaurants often put it in for profit. How dare the cafeteria put it in? I told you the ramen I just ate was so flavorful. Adding ingredients to harm students, this cafeteria is crazy. For a while, the parents in the cafeteria were in a crowd, cursing and swearing, and some of the good people had even already called Uncle Hat's phone number, saying outright that there was a problem here. Liu stood silent in the crowd. Put or not put, his heart is clearer than anyone else. Under the system's holographic projection, he knew more than anyone else about what was going on in the school, and it was simply impossible for something like this to happen. Zhu Xiaoman, the head of the cafeteria, had already run out long ago. Anxiously holding the microphone, she shouted, "Parents, quiet, quiet, I'm the head of the cafeteria. Our cafeteria's back kitchen is monitored, all the ingredients and the cooking process are open and traceable. I can assure everyone here that there is absolutely no problem. As everyone said, there can't be any illegal additives, and even our cooking is very restrained even in the additives we use." The man with the egg fried rice was not eating this at all, jumped off the table and yelled, "Say less of those useless things. Whether there are additives or not, I know best. My tongue is the testing instrument, it's impossible to be so fragrant without additives." What, you're not going to tell me that this cafeteria's back kitchen is full of state banquet level chefs, right? Zhu Xiaoman was really speechless. The chefs that were invited found out when they tried the dishes. Frying and cooking here. Unexpectedly smooth, extraordinarily comfortable. That blessed state of mind made the meals they made several times better than cooking outside. Zhu Xiaoman thought it was a good thing. Never in a million years did she expect it to come to this. The egg fried rice man shouted loudly, "Everyone watch all the back kitchen doors for me. Don't let them go before Uncle Hat comes, lest they destroy the evidence." Chapter 21. Sorry, the cafeteria is not open to the public, begging for favorites and recommendations. Uncle Hat came very quickly. It is estimated that even 15 minutes are not even rushed. Crowded 2 carloads of people, with professional instruments, with food hygiene experts. Anyone familiar with Daxia should understand that once this kind of issue was involved, it was a very serious matter. Lu Yu always looked calm and watched it all. The body was not afraid of the shadow. The egg fried rice man had already greeted him at this moment, adding to the situation like a hero inviting credit. It was me who discovered it. I found something wrong when I sent my son to report to the cafeteria to buy food. Normal egg fried rice can't be this good, it's definitely spiked in the student cafeteria. This school is too bad. The leading uncle hat in charge ignored the man's raving and asked loudly, "Where is the person in charge of the cafeteria?" "I'm in." Zhu Xiaoman wiped the sweat from her forehead and walked over. She was nervous as hell at the moment. The Shu family's position in Seoul's catering was already in tatters, and if there was another spiking problem, they really didn't need to continue in the catering business. "Take me to your back kitchen, all the food, the ingredients used and the ingredients need to be sampled. Our testing truck is parked outside, and the results will appear in 2 hours. Until then, no one in the cafeteria can leave. Understood?" Shu Xiaoman led the way in front, nodding her head repeatedly. "Understood, we absolutely cooperate." As Uncle Hat entered the back kitchen, the egg fried rice and other students' parents also came over and crowded in the doorway to look inside. This look, dumbfounded. It was also too clean. Even Uncle Hat was stunned. This degree of cleanliness and the army cafeteria have comparison. The special working environment of the kitchen determined that it was very difficult and time-consuming to keep it clean and tidy. Especially cleaning the grease, the stovetop as well as the gutter was dirty and tiring. No one was willing to do it. However, Lu Yu couldn't help but subsidize the cafeteria with a high amount of money. A monthly salary of $5,000 was spent every day touching the fish, while a monthly salary of $20,000 was spent working overtime every day. At 3 times the outside salary level, the back kitchen hygiene is very good. After all, who do not want to lose this job? Uncle Hat's color eased a lot. According to their past experience, the kind of favorite spice restaurant, the back kitchen is dirty and messy. People walk into the sticky feet. Shu Xiaoman in front of the introduction. The several stove is the chef with the window to put the rice just fried out. Vegetables and fruits are in the cold room put. Open the cold room, a glance over. Even the potatoes are neatly yards. Carrots are more big head toward the uniform. Watching the food hygiene experts take samples, the students' parents finally couldn't help themselves and asked curiously, "Little girl, are all your kitchen masters army graduates? Clean up so neatly." "Yes, I don't even clean up like this at home." Things up to here. In fact, the parents' heart questioning has been partially dissolved. Such a clean back kitchen, how could it be possible to use underhanded means? Shu Xiaoman smiled. "This is our principal Lu's request," he specifically delivered. "Cooking for the students, you have to really put your heart and soul into it. You have to do it to a baby grade standard, and you don't have to use additives if you can. Students eat well so that they can learn and grow their skills. Our cafeteria welcomes everyone's supervision." As Lu Yu listened to Zhu Xiaoman's long-winded speech, he couldn't help but feel his ears redden. Lu Yu had not spoken these words to her. After the cafeteria was contracted to her, Lu Yu did not intervene. Judging from Zhu Xiaoman's performance just now, it was a perfect score. There was no shrugging off or shirking when things went wrong, nor did she let herself step in, but actively took responsibility. But when it came to something that could show his face, he pushed all the benefits onto Lu Yu. Well, Zhu Xiaoman, you have taken the road wide. Uncle Hat, with his experts, has finished taking samples and returned to the testing car to start testing. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. The test results came out. The food hygiene expert took the test report. "Manager Zhu, excuse me, after we tested and analyzed, it doesn't contain any illegal additives, and its hygiene is far beyond that of an ordinary restaurant. We came in a hurry today. We'll arrange for someone to come over tomorrow to re-rate the kitchen. You should be A+. A plus, the highest level of food safety rating." For a moment, the students' parents applauded. The only one with an ugly face was probably the egg fried rice man, holding his plate with a red face. "No, it can't be, Uncle Hat, it's definitely spiked, otherwise the cooking wouldn't be this good." Shu Xiaoman is a resourceful woman. Seeing that the egg fried rice man can't get down, she interrupts him in time. "Parents, and Uncle Hat, let's do it this way. We'll arrange for the masters to recook the rice, and you'll eat it here. The TV in our cafeteria can see the back kitchen situation, so everyone can supervise the whole process." Uncle Hat and the experts were naturally happy. They had seen a lot of restaurants with added ingredients, and they could not afford to eat without added ingredients that were still delicious in their normal way. The master chefs in the back kitchen breathed a sigh of relief. That is riveted to show their hands. The kitchen knife is chopping loudly. Starting the pot, boiling the oil. In a short while, another large pot of egg fried rice came out of the pot. Zhu Xiaoman sang the egg fried rice and personally brought it over to each parent, and naturally, Lu Yu and the others also had it. Lu Yu's old man couldn't wait to take a bite. His eyes widened. "This rice, it's so delicious. How delicious can it be? It's not just egg fried rice." Aunt Wu muttered, and was quiet after taking a bite. At this moment, there was no more talking in the restaurant, only the sound of eating, and the egg fried rice man even ate 3 plates in a row. Lu Yu savored it. Obviously the ingredients used are simple, but really fresh. Right is fresh. The chef has spent his life pursuing the word fresh. The food is not too fine, good perverted ability. At this time, only a heavy cough was heard, and the egg fried rice man stood up. Everyone, Ma Jianbing, have traveled all over the world for so many years, and I am convinced today. This rice is really delicious. Manager Zhu, I'm not an unreasonable person, I've caused you trouble today, this $5,000 will be my compensation. Saying that, Ma Jianbing pulled out a bunch of money from his bag. In those days, driving a big car for a long distance, the income was still considerable. Xu Xiaoman repeatedly excuses cannot be taken, said, this way, this money to put the cafeteria, our first floor specifically open the window of poverty alleviation, students with family difficulties can eat half price. Half price meal? Uncle Hat curiously looked at the cafeteria prices, a plate full of egg fried rice, only 5 yuan. Half price, 2.5 yuan? Are you guys still making money? Uncle Hat went to serve another plate and couldn't help but say, Manager Zhu, is your cafeteria open to the public? Our unit is not far from here, can we eat here? Xu Xiaoman looked at Uncle Hat's eager eyes, then looked at the many parents. Sorry, it's not open to the public for the time being, it's also out of consideration for the safety of the students. The cafeteria was in an instant of woe. Immediately followed by the sound of laughter and cursing. Brat, the dormitory is so good, the cafeteria is so good, if you don't listen to the teacher, I'll break your legs. Really picked it up for you kid, I really didn't have this condition in the first place. Lu Yu, who was observing all this, smiled with satisfaction. The effort hadn't been wasted. A blue light leisurely surfaced in front of his eyes. Primary campus prestige completed. Unlocked attribute, strong body. Strong body, an active brain requires a strong body to support it. The effective campus exercise is increased by 50%. Lu Yu was amazed. The reward for prestige achievement popped up for the second time. It's still primary, so I don't know how to unlock the follow-up. Chapter 22 Zhao Xingjiao's arrival, goals for the next 4 years, requesting favorites and recommendations. Looking at the rewards that arrived. Now, Lu Yu gradually figured out the rules for the system. As long as the school bound by the system, a certain value is improved, the system will give corresponding positive feedback. That is, the better the school is built, the more abilities it gets. Strengthening the body, this attribute, it's quite practical. I'll study it again when the school opening ceremony is over. Collecting his mind, Lu Yu chatted with Pops and the others as he ate. After dinner, the sky gradually darkened. Suddenly, bang! Splendid fireworks rose up and exploded violently in the sky, and the black curtain on the campus square slowly fell. In the center of the plaza, streams of light flowed. Like a colorful crystal ball. On the ground, waves of streaming light spread out in all directions. It extended to the feet of every student, every parent in the square. Before they could react. In the dark ink-like sky, a figure slowly appeared under the spotlight. Beneath his feet was a celestial ladder made of reinforced glass that was hard to see under the refraction of the light. A bright voice resounded through the sky in a flash. All students, all parents. Welcome to Seoul Electronic Information Technology Academy, and welcome to the first commencement ceremony. This is an honor for me, and I hope, in the future, to be an honor for all of us. Now, raise the invitations in your hands, and let's welcome the grand ceremony together. As soon as the host's words fell, water mist violently erupted from all around the square, spraying into the sky to pool together. For a moment, everyone was as if they were in a water balloon. They had just raised the invitations in their hands when the ground under their feet quietly turned, and the stage in front of them slowly flipped open like a flipbook. A high-pitched accompaniment revealed the hot guest of honor, the peacock legend. There was no stage and no seats. Everyone was in a water balloon, cleverly using the water screen to turn it into a carnival dance floor. And taking good care of the introverted character of the Dasha people, the venue was designed to be extremely grand. The sky was dangling with a mighty pressure, like a starry walk with accompanying dancers, which made the performance even more colorful. Lu Yu in the distance could not help but lament. This money spent is really worth it. Watching Pops and Aunt Wu start waving their arms to the Peacock Legend song, Lu Yu quietly exited the square. Because the person he had to personally receive had already arrived at the school entrance. 2 coasters, one after the other, parked in front of the school's office building, and Xiongwu had long ago brought the security team to stand beside them on guard. Zhao Xingjia, who had white hair and wore glasses, stepped out of the car, and Lu Yu quickly greeted him. Hard, you came. In front of him, Lu Yu did not dare to be arrogant. Lu Yu was the principal of Seoul Electronic Information Technology College, while Zhao Xingjia was the principal of Seoul. Zhao Xingjia looked at Lu Yu, who was even younger than he was on TV, and then looked at the bustling square in the distance. It's still the young people who have vigor. To Zhao Xingjia, Lu Yu was grateful. Starting a school in an unfamiliar city is not simply a matter of smashing it with money. It also needed someone to stand up and someone to endorse it. Sometimes it could even be said that the latter was more important than the former. Without the latter, even if Lu Yu had the system, it would be difficult to move an inch. For example, the issue of filling out volunteers and offering courses is something that needs to be reported for review. With a random card, Lu Yu wouldn't have to think about starting school normally. During the previous interview, Zhao Xingjia's comments undoubtedly showed his position on Lu Yu. Lu Yu had to recognize this friendship. After introducing the crowd into the conference room, each of them took a seat, and after a short exchange of pleasantries, Zhao Xingjia's secretary took the lead in pointing out the reason for his visit. The secretary came this time, ostensibly to cut the ribbon for the school's opening ceremony, but in fact, there are still some things that need to be delivered and discussed with Principal Lu. Lu Yu understood and waved his hand, letting the irrelevant people leave the room and taking the door with them. Only then did Zhao Xingjia put down his teacup. Education in Seoul, the development has not been very good over the years, coupled with the transformation issues that Seoul is facing. A lot of heavy polluting enterprises have been on the list. The task of the downfall is very heavy. Lu Yu nodded. I've read the public financial reports. Seoul belongs to the resource-based cities. The economic growth relies on 2 steel companies and coking coal companies. That's right, 2 steel and 1 coal, the sky of Seoul. Zhao Xingjia nodded inside, but a resource-based city won't go far, and it's also very destructive to the environment. I can't leave a mess for future generations. Lu Yu can see that Zhao Xingjia said this from the bottom of his heart, not a play. Coupled with his age, I'm afraid that there will be up to 4 more years to retire. Secure landing is the most correct choice. In fact, he did not have to toss anything. But he still came. This is an old man who wants to do something. Lu Yu always held respect for this kind of person who did practical things. Whatever I need to do, I will definitely cooperate fully. Zhao Xingjia smiled and shook his head. It's not you cooperating with me, but me cooperating with you. Lu Yu was puzzled. Zhao Xingjia explained, during the years I'm here, I'll give you more facilities and conditions. What you need to do is to explore the new mode of school enterprise cooperation and co-construction, and take the lead in figuring out a path. School enterprise cooperative co-construction? Simply put, it is to run a school and do business at the same time, pulling the employment of Seoul. The transformation of young people is much easier than our old guys. Lu Yu is still puzzled. Transformation of this kind of thing, or Seoul to support, as for the pressure to their own body? In the end, I am an outsider. Next to Secretary Wang explained at the right time. President Lu, the city's industrial transformation is very difficult. Path dependence reasoning, you should understand, can lie down to make money no one is willing to risk. Moreover, you as a private institution itself is for profit. To engage in factories and enterprises is more than appropriate. After the explanation, Lu Yu understood. Not only Seoul, the development of Xia in this era was also pulled by resources, cheap labor, and the transformation plan was given early from above. However, the resistance was very great. It was as difficult as climbing up to heaven. Especially in Seoul, this kind of resource-based city, whether it is transformed or introduced, the difficulties are many. 2 steel and 1 coal, supporting the sky of Seoul. How can it be so easy to change the pillars? To transform, we need to look for foreign enterprises that do not have the roots and feet of Seoul to be the leader. It is at this time Lu Yu, Luocheng, school things into his vision. Want to understand these, Lu Yu realized. Hey. Sure enough, the date given by the leadership is not so good to swallow. Transformation which can be so easy. In the future, the wise and foolish Chief Ma is not also because of the transformation of the matter to pretend to be stupid? Zhao Xingjia can see Lu Yu's difficult color. He also knows that this matter is too heavy on the young man. However, he really had no candidate. Lu Yu, you have 4 years to do things slowly. Things happen slowly. Now, I want to know if you are willing to take on this burden. Lu Yu was in deep thought. Frankly speaking, this did not overlap with his own path, the system path. Lu Yu had a feeling that running a business where the system couldn't give a boost would take up a lot of his mind. Refuse it? That is afraid of angering Zhao Xingjia. The big deal is to change the school to another place. Just at this time, the fireworks in the square outside the window exploded violently, and the voice of that Hong Kong island singer that Lu Yu just spent $2 million to invite floated in the air. Destiny even if it is uprooted, fate even if it is twisted and strange. Involuntarily, he hummed in a low voice. The fire of war in his eyes slowly ignited. Cam. Old me is reborn with a system. What to be afraid of? Lu Yu got up and held Zhao Xingjia's hand. Secretary Zhao, this burden, I'll take it. Chapter 23. End of the school year, they asked to change majors begging for collection and recommendation. The grand opening ceremony. It came to an end with Zhao Xingjia's speech. Although the words spoken were official platitudes. But the appearance of Secretary Zhao doubled the confidence of the students' parents, and made those students who did not enroll in Seoul Electronic Information Technology College regret it. This was undoubtedly signaling to the outside world that Seoul was going to vigorously support the development of this institution. Of course, in comparison, the Peacock legend, which had caused a star-crossing frenzy among the students' parents, was still a top stream among top streams. Originally planned to end with 3 songs, they had to give 6 songs, naturally, free extra songs. Days after it ended, it was still enjoyable. Little Yu, can you help Auntie ask for 2 more Peacock Legend and Liming's autographs? Just now teacher Jia who teaches music called me, she also wants it. Lu Yu was helpless. I should have known not to ask. I'm the principal of the school, Secretary Zhao's guest of honor, but I've become the station sister who wants autographs. In his heart, he spat out, but still touched out 3 or 4 autographed portraits from his bag. Auntie, this is the last few, there are really no more. Auntie Wu glanced at Lu Yu's bulging backpack. Obviously there are still well. Taking advantage of this trip out, we'll be ready to travel to the old man and Aunt Wu sent to the airport, Lu Yu, and ran to the post office. He took the books that Wu Susu had sent to him. By the way, to Jiang Xiaoyu and Wu Susu, 2 of them, male Li Ming's signature portrait. Li Ming, terrible influence. Young and old alike. The 2 carried. Before putting the books sent into the car, Lu Yu opened it in the car and casually flipped through it. Couldn't help but be surprised. Surprisingly, most of the books were labeled. Key points, difficult points, and the need to expand the reading of the place are written down. Her handwriting, well, I cannot praise. It's just recognizable. Thinking about Wu Susu's schedule at MIT, I know that this matter took up a lot of her time off, and really put some thought into it. Pick up the phone, simply tell her that the book received, signed photos sent out. The other party did not reply, she was still sleeping at this hour. Lu Yu put down his cell phone and said to the front row, Teacher Han, you follow these books to purchase, books that are not available in the country, to see if they can be introduced, at the latest next Monday, when the class starts. I want to use it. Okay. The school office teacher Han on the passenger side nodded and wrote it down. After handing over the instructions, Lu Yu closed his eyes and rested his mind. Thinking about what Zhao Xingjia said a few days ago about the school enterprise cooperation co-construction. According to Lu Yu's original plan, it was to focus on mobile system development and 4G communication technology to create the school's 2 trump card majors. Favor the direction of the internet. Small investment, high potential. These 2 paths are naturally more than enough to replace the 2 steel and coal industries in Seoul. However, the labor force they can digest is simply too small. In other words, eat of high-quality talents. Transformation, the most important thing that should be considered and digested, is the most ordinary and grassroots labor force. This is forcing me to go industrial. Want to take a little trickery, cannot. Mobile operating system, 4G, alas, or why don't I just do smartphone, forget it. Lu Yu suddenly sprouted this bold idea. After the birth of the epoch-making iPhone 4 next year, non-smartphones will gradually exit the stage. Smartphones will rise like bamboo shoots and begin a grueling battle royale until a few oligarchs are left. If that's the case, why can't I join in? Once this idea arose, it spread uncontrollably, and ambition rapidly expanded. After finalizing the direction, Lu Yu was in a great mood. But the car just stopped under the school office building. Wang Yi ran over in a hurry, bringing a bad news. Headmaster, principal. It's bad, the students are causing trouble. They're asking to change majors and learn esports. The office building behind Wang Yi, at this time, it was clear to see 40 to 50 students surrounding there yelling loudly. The vast majority of them were boys. Change major, we want to learn esports, we want to play games. Change major, we want to learn esports, we want to play games. Among the students surrounding the office building, Zhang Jishuan also came. He himself enrolled in the esports major, but his roommate was not, and his roommate had to drag him to protest. The esports major, which Lu Yu had mentioned in a TV interview, was specially opened. However, the enrollment was very small. There were only 20. Although Lu Yu valued esports, it didn't mean that he would cultivate them brainlessly. He clearly knew that esports geniuses were rarer than even a school god like Wu Susu. 20 was already a lot. The students, however, were extremely dissatisfied. Why can they play games in class, but I can't? One way or another, the group was furious. These teenagers who were young and hot-blooded also surrounded the office building. Zhang Jishuan was worried as he listened to the shouts of the people around him. He was the champion of the 100 Cities League, and he clearly knew the gap between geniuses and ordinary people. But those teachers, how did they judge? Wang Yi looked at Lu Yu, who was sitting in the car. Lu Yu was indifferent, not taking it seriously at all. He was anxious. Headmaster, think of something, the students are rioting, it's going to be a big deal if you don't handle it well. Lu Yu laughed. I'm surprised if they don't riot. These are all lawless little bastards, it's time for them to recognize themselves. Those who came here were students who scored 200 or 300 points in the exam. If they didn't make a mess, Lu Yu would be surprised. Opening the car door, Lu Yu straightened and organized his clothes. Lifting his feet, he walked towards the school building. With a height of 1 meter 8 and a powerful aura, he immediately scared the students to flash out a path. Lu Yu walked to the crowd and stood still. Scanning around, he coldly said, "You guys want to change your major and learn esports?" Silence. It was only after a moment that a bold one blurted out. "That's right, Headmaster, I'm the examiner of the Golden Frenzy Dance Battle Team from the Southern Region too, and I've also taken the 12th place in the 100 Cities League of the Seoul region, so why can't I learn it?" 12th place? Awesome, awesome. Lu Yu said in a conspiratorial manner. Unfortunately, the children of this era were relatively simple and couldn't hear it yet. Lu Yu turned his head. Does anyone else feel qualified to learn esports? For a while, noisy voices resounded through the hall. I run karting soul love internet cafe invincible, no one is faster than me. DNF female roaming, I respect 10. I can speed pass Contra. Without injury. Luyu face a black. Well, Contra are to me out of the hole. Do you want to compare Tetris again? Luyu listened to them finish, raised his hand and pressed. Quiet, today will give you the opportunity. The next 3 days I will put 2 computers here. You guys will report the games you think are great to your counselors, then you can come here and challenge me. If you can beat me, you'll be eligible to transfer to the esports major. Jing. Not only the students, even the teachers were dumbfounded. Knowing that you're powerful principal, but not so powerful as to boast about this kind of boast, right? The game, playing is the elderly Wang Yi was about to persuade Lu Yu. Lu Yu did not give him a chance at all, turned his head and walked towards the elevator. He didn't take it seriously at all. Joke. Under the ability of Master Teacher Aura, as long as it's my student, even if it's Li Xiaofeng, even if it's Faker who comes, he'll have to let me kill him single-handedly. I don't know how to play the game, I still don't know how to hang. Chapter 20 for the Principal's Challenge, the high mountain is there begging for favorites and recommendations. The news of Lu Yu game setting up a ring. In less than half a day, it spread all over the campus. The principal set up a challenge match in the office building, as long as you beat him you can transfer to the esports major. Really? I'm not going to lie to you, I just moved the computers over. For a while, numerous students caught wind of the situation. They came to the office building to watch. Sure enough, they saw several teachers debugging the computers and downloading games according to the students' requests. They noticed that the computer was a Samsung ultra-thin monitor rarely seen on the market. At this time most internet cafes are still big-ass monitors. There are students who do not know the goods, muttered, this computer can drive CF? It does not look good Never seen anything good? Can't you see the Core i7-975EE logo affixed to the top of the mainframe? That one chip costs more than 7,000. These 2 computers cost more than my car. Your family's broken bread is only worth a few dollars. Lu Yu watched from the side as the students and teachers debugged the equipment, downloading games that were basically a few of the main popular ones on the market, what with CF, DNF, Warcraft, and the like. Of course, there was no LOL. LOL is still more than 2 years away from the birth of LOL, which triggered the wave of national esports. Lu Yu also likes to play games, but does not plan to invest too much effort and time in the esports industry. The esports industry belonged to the tiny classification that had a big voice but an extremely small plate. He had created a $10 billion family fortune in his previous life. And esports, the whole piece of cake, is also the size of $10 billion. Moreover, this line of Matthew effect is amazing. If you don't become a champion or a head, you can't make money. These forward-looking analysis of the industry, and in front of the group of 17 or 18 students to speak, now they simply do not listen to it. They will only think that they are the son of God. They are the Li Xiaofeng who fights for the country's glory. And esports, the most important thing is genius. With the passage of time, the game was installed one after another, and a few people who were eager to try had already sat in front of the computer, boarded the game account and started to adjust the settings. The first on the field, naturally, is CF players. This time of the year, CF was at the height of the heat. Get on my number, I have AWM and Flying Tigers on my number, Flying Tigers have a good feel. Adjust the sensitivity, 50 is too floaty. While they were adjusting the settings, Lu Yu was silently registering his game account and going through the novice guide. Looking at the red circle target on the screen, Lu Yu moved the mouse and slowly hit the target. The students looking at the principal's screen were somewhat intolerant. Standing around, whispering. The principal really didn't play the account or just registered. It looks like it's going to abuse the principal. Du Zion AWM is very strong, the transport ship is invincible. Wang Yi and other teachers cannot help but worry about the principal. The game lost to the students is a small matter, the principal's majesty is a big matter. Respect for teachers. If the students think you do not deserve to be a teacher, do not deserve to be a principal, the school is not a waste? Obviously, no one is optimistic about Lu Yu. Principal, let's play sniping with 2 transport ships, 20 on 15, how about it? 20 on 15, what does that mean? Lu Yu was completely ignorant of this game's black language. It means that when I kill you 20 times, as long as you kill me enough 15 times, it will be counted as your win. Du Ziang explained with confidence. At first, he was afraid that the principal was pretending to be a pig in a poke, but after seeing that the principal was using a SWAT, and the account was still a smiley face, he completely lost his worries. What's more, he watched the principal buy a bird sniper with his own eyes. That most trashy sniper rifle. Unless headshots, it can't kill anyone at all. The onlooker Zhang Zhishuan opened his mouth at this time. Principal, log into my account, I have an AWM in my number. Lu Yu shook his head, it's too troublesome, let's start. The game entered the loading screen. Although Lu Yu didn't play CF much, he still heard the hidden flavor of pretending from the rule set. 20 on 15, isn't it equivalent to running to make you 20 meters? Young people like to pretend? Then let you fly. The next moment. Poof. The first thing that rang out was not the violent sound of the AWM, but the muffled sound of the bird sniper. Du Xian's flying tigers fell to the ground in response. The golden headshot symbol on Lu Yu's screen lit up the crowd. What had happened? It seemed like Du Xiang had just shown his head in seconds. In the crowd, only Zhang Zhishuan saw Lu Yu operate. He clearly saw that the principal hadn't changed the settings, and the sensitivity of the sniper rifle was still the initial 50. The higher the sensitivity, the more the mouse drifted and the less likely it was to hit. The higher the requirement for the player's instantaneous reaction ability. However, it was like this that the principal easily exploded his head. The people around Du Xian had exploded at this moment. Du Xian, what's going on? You don't charge straight out, use ghost step jump. A bunch of dog heads were giving him tips. Lu Yu simply ignored his fancy stuff. Standing in the middle of the road, he set up his bird sniper. It doesn't matter if you're stuck behind a box, or ghost stepping in midair to dump your sniper, or on a high point on the path. Poof. 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 If you show your head, you die. Silk, half a bit of unreasonable abuse. When the score was 5-0, Du Xian was fully focused. When it came to 10-0, it was clear to see that his hand holding the mouse had begun to shake. When it reached 15-0, the young man who had just screamed was on the verge of crying out. Poof. Lu Yu once again accurately locked behind the box, half of the head of the flying tigers exposed, easily sent away. The game ended with the score locked at 20-0. Lu Yu shot his head off. To the end, still full of blood. Jing rubbed his eyes repeatedly to make sure this was real. A one-sided massacre. Surprisingly, it was the headmaster. Du Xiang could no longer speak. The game he was most proud of, the game he liked to show off the most, lost in a single loss. Didn't even get a single head. There was nothing more devastating than this. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have only thought that the principal was hanging. Lu Yu sat next to him, stretching his mouse grip and looking at the surrounding students. Next. School, can the principal use a rifle? Whatever. Still the bad gun M16 sent by the newbie, still the familiar shotgun headshots. The end is even faster than with snipers. After all, rifles have more bullets. Next. Knives, pistols, and even grenades came up. The results were unchanged. Lu Yu yawned. Scanning his eyes and the frosted eggplant students, is there any more CF? If not, DNF the female roamer to come up. The female roamer who had previously called very cool, heard the principal naming her. Shivering, carefully sat in front of the computer. DNF, Lu Yu needs to borrow a number now, if the level is not enough to enter the dueling arena. Seeing that Lu Yu took out a level 50 blue fist, the female rover was relieved. DNF and CF can be different, the dueling field although there is a balancing mechanism, but the level, equipment will still cause a big gap. Not to mention, taking out a short-handed blue fist. However, as soon as he entered the dueling arena, he let Lu Yu beat him up. Instant fist, diving straight fist, diving belly fist. The successive skills were like a raging storm, not even giving a chance to catch his breath. If it wasn't for the fact that the dueling arena had a protection mechanism where the character was forced to land on the ground, I'm afraid that he didn't even have a chance to stand. Less than 30 seconds. Blood bar cleared, KO. Challenging students one after another, ending without exception. Lu Yu looked at the time in the lower right corner of the computer, rubbed his sore neck and stood up. Continue tomorrow, feel free to come if you want to change your esports major. Only after Lu Yu left did the many students breathe a sigh of relief, as if the huge stone weighing on their hearts disappeared. Principal, so strong. Whether it's CF or DNF, just now the principal didn't even lose any blood. Open hanging can't hit such an operation. Zhang Zhishuan stood there frozen. What came back to his mind was the principal's CF operation. There were no unnecessary, fancy maneuvers. It was all about aiming, shooting, and killing. The fight is hand speed, then is the reaction. Isn't this what you can only achieve when you enter the state of heart flow and play the game with special concentration? The principal, on the other hand, could enter it at any time. Rat, tomorrow you and the principal will play a hand, help us get some face back, the abuse is too bad. Du Xiang patted Zhang Zhishuan's shoulder. Zhang Zhishuan shook his head. Principal, I'm afraid it's a mountain I can't cross. Exaggerating, Rat, you're the champion of the Seoul 100 Cities League. I can kill you 20-0, but I can't do 20-0 with a bird sniper. After Zhang Zhishuan finished speaking, he turned his head and left. It wasn't because the principal was powerful that he gave up on gaming. On the contrary. At this moment, he was more confident in the National League at the end of the year. He was clear. He had seen what a truly high mountain looked like. The goal of his own climb was there. Chapter 25 Lu Yu dropping blood, first rare attribute student. Seeking favorites and recommendations. The next day. One after another, there were still people challenging. By the time the last day rolled around, no one had come back. Interesting. Originally, there were a total of 20 students in the e-gaming major, 7 of whom had allowed Lu Yu to beat their Dao hearts to pieces. They expressed their unwillingness to touch the game again and requested to change their majors. Lu Yu gladly satisfied. The teacher in charge of the esports major instead approached Lu Yu. Principal, why did you agree to them switching majors? Other people don't talk about it. Hanfeng running karting has taken the 4th in the country. Moreover, he had planned to continue to participate in competitions this year. This is a good seedling. Must let him switch back to learn esports. When the esports major was opened, Lu Yu set the requirements. Students who had taken a place in a competition above the municipal scale could learn esports. And among the 20 people who had enrolled in the esports major, the one who attracted the most attention was this running karting national 4th. Even Zhang Jishuan's fame was inferior to his, and Zhang Jishuan hadn't participated in a national level tournament yet. Because of this, the teacher valued him. He even wanted to make him the signboard of the esports major. Lu Yu waved his hand for this Teacher Li to sit down. Teacher Li, do you still remember what you told me when I asked you to lead the esports major? Of course I remember. The future of esports will inevitably be the same as sports competitions, a universal event. Good, then let me ask you, who was the first place winner in the 100-meter event of the Olympics held last year? Bolt. Well, who was second place? Thompson. The corner of Lu Yu's mouth twitched. Ahem, what about the third place? Dix. My nigga, even the third place is known, right? What about fourth place? Lu Yu stared hard at him. Teacher Li hesitated for a long time and shook his head. Lu Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the right time to reason. You see, the world only remembers the top 3. No one will remember the 4th place. How are they not geniuses in their own countries? But genius is like a river. Failure is always a part of athletics. If you can't even accept failure, it's best to give up. Teacher Li looked at Lu Yu's assiduous appearance. In his heart, he had already cursed. Principal, is that failure? He was completely letting you run over him without any confidence. With a novice car to run his best figure. Surprisingly, you can still be 5s faster than him. 2 No. The national champion in karting is only 2s faster than him. Who wouldn't be devastated by this? The genius that the clan was so proud of, only to find out after ascension that he was nothing more than a mongrel watching the door. That's probably how it is. Teacher Li didn't push any further. He already understood the meaning of Lu Yu's words. Talent was the threshold of esports, and strong confidence was the key to being able to go on. Obviously, the 7 people who voluntarily gave up did not. Getting up to say goodbye and leave, Mr. Li scratched his head as he walked to the door and said, Headmaster, last year's 4th place was Sue Randy Martina, and 5th place was Asafa Powell. Off. Lu Yu grabbed the book on the table and smashed it. Looking at this guy running faster than a monkey, Lu Yu remembered that this asshole is a college physical education teacher who teaches track and field. Cam, deliberately angry at me. Just when Lu Yu thought that the 3-day challenge would come to a successful end, at 8 o'clock in the evening, Zhang Jishuan knocked on the door of the principal's office. Principal, I want to fight with you. Sure. The two came to the office next door, and the computers that were originally in the hall were moved up after dark. Zhang Jishuan took a deep breath and sat in front of the computer. Floating in his mind was the image of Lu Yu's gunshot to the head. He was not intimidated, not scared. Instead, the flame of challenge burned brightly. The principal was right there, one had to fight him. Even if he was bound to lose. Waiting to enter the game, Lu Yu curiously sized up Zhang Jishuan, to whom Lu Yu was not familiar and only knew his name at this moment. The 3 days of challenges in a row had long since made the vast majority of people lose the courage to fight themselves. Lu Yu was not expecting that someone else would come. The Zhang Jishuan in front of him was only about 1 meter 6.5 tall, but when he sat in front of the computer, his aura was climbing. With an aura of looking death in the eye. Ha! Lu Yu's eyes quietly glowed light blue. Student Zhang Jishuan Rare. Specialization FPS. A student with rare attributes? Lu Yu hadn't waited for that rare science and engineering student that the system rewarded, but instead waited for the rare esports student first. Rare students, it looks like they didn't come out of nowhere. It seems to have been developed on the basis of the original students? Thinking of this, Lu Yu cursed his own stupidity. How could the system make a big change? While thinking, the two entered the game interface one after the other. Zhang Jishuan used the Flying Tigers and AWM, Lu Yu still had the SWAT and Bird Sniper. On the familiar map of the transport ship, it was still the familiar Bird Sniper who took the first blood. Just when Lu Yu thought that the game would still end without any suspense at 20-0 with a headshot. Starting from the second headshot, the time it took him to kill the opposite side became longer. In other words, Zhang Jishuan revealed fewer and fewer holes. Lu Yu couldn't even help but pay full attention. The system's master teacher's aura couldn't really be a hang, it had to follow the rules of the game and the body data. It was impossible to see through, impossible to change the range of bullets. On this basis, as long as Zhang Jishuan didn't give Lu Yu a chance, it would be very difficult for Lu Yu to kill Zhang Jishuan even if his reaction was fast. Zhang Jishuan pressed the keyboard, and the figure of the Flying Tigers jumped around like a ghost. There were no footsteps to reveal their bodies. If Du Xiang was here, he would have realized how vastly different the ghostly steps of the two were. Seeing that he was about to circle around to Lu Yu's side and back, his fingers cramped slightly, and the SDU figure slowed down by half a second. Poof! The bird sniper hit accurately and took it away directly. Lu Yu did not have the joy of a hit. Looking at the time board, the time to kill the opponent had been extended by another 20s. He was progressing while holding on to great pressure. Was this a rare quality student? The night was low. The game that should have ended in a few minutes. A hard battle had been fought to the last 3 minutes. Lu Yu, on the other hand, had already killed Zhang Zhishuan 19 times. But this last time, he was slow to find the time to strike. Didn't show his feet, didn't show his body. If it wasn't for the fact that he was beside him with his keyboard snapping, Lu Yu suspected that he had quit the game. Zhang Zhishuan stared at the screen in death. The mouse swung in small increments, and the flying tiger's figures on the screen twisted and turned more alluringly than Crazy Baby. He knew very well that he only had one chance. The only thing he could rely on was his familiarity with the map, finding a way to go around the back and outshoot. There was no chance of winning head-on. Moreover, the shot must be quick. As he approached the trail, Zhang Zhishuan became more and more calm. His heartbeat seemed to be a drag at the moment. He had already sensed that the principal was behind that box. Life and death in this one shot. Jumping violently, he flung his gun. Bang! Poof! For the first time in 3 days. The AWM's gun was the first to go off, then the bird sniper's gun. However, it was still Zhang Zhishuan who fell on the screen, still with a precise headshot. At the last moment Lu Yu jumped up, the AWM hit his feet, and then sent a snipe with his backhand, naturally going slow. Zhang Zhishuan looked at the screen, the 80 drops of blood that SWAT had deducted, and he smiled. Principal, you will also lose blood. Chapter 26, What's the point of running for a, all of you go to bed for me? Requesting for recommendations and monthly votes. The result of the challenge. It still ended with Lu Yu 20-0. But Lu Yu did not feel relaxed at all. It is simply more exhausting than running a marathon. Lu Yu rubbed his sore neck. Standing in his office, he watched Zhang Zhishuan walk towards the dormitory building. Unexpectedly, in the end, it all almost made him change. It could be imagined that if the time stretched out, Lu Yu could have really let Zhang Zhishuan kill him alone once. Students with rare attributes are truly extraordinary. Under the effect of the master-teacher aura, Lu Yu was playing in the most ideal state for a CF professional. Zhang Zhishuan had clearly shown the potential to become a top-notch player. The heart, the talent was extremely outstanding. How demonic should that rare attribute student from the science and technology class be? Lu Yu was looking forward to it. Expectation after expectation, the next few days. Lu Yu walked through every classroom on campus, observed every student, and did not find any rare attributes. It can be encountered but not sought. With the arrival of Monday, the school officially ushered in the opening of classes. Monday morning, the sky was not yet bright. Lu Yu was still sleeping inside the quilt when he suddenly heard a burst of slogans coming from outside the window. 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 1. The neatly organized slogans brutally shattered the dream. Lu Yu only felt that his head was about to split open. Taking up his cell phone and looking at the time, the whole person directly exploded. It's only 5:30. Who the hell is out there giving labor crazy? Squinting his eyes, he pulled open the curtains and took a look. A huge number of students, lined up into squares in running exercises. Densely packed, chest to back. Can't even see the gaps. Isn't Seoul's military training in October? It's only September. What's the point of running drills when you don't sleep in the morning? Lu Yu put on his clothes and rushed downstairs in 2 steps, kicking Xiongwu, who was leading the race. Iron pimple-like Xiongwu did not move, but almost shook Lu Yu to the ground. Xiongwu twisted his head in confusion. Principal, what's the point of hitting me? What are you guys doing up so early, crazy? Running exercises up, principal, the school office teacher arranged it. Bull, why don't I know? Call all the teachers to the conference room for me. Xiongwu scratched his head and looked at the time. Teachers haven't come to work yet, and at this point in time they probably haven't gotten up yet. Lu Yu almost gave an angry laugh, narrowed his eyes and said coldly. It's 5:35 now, give them an hour, I'll wait for them in the office until 6:35, if they can't make it, they won't be able to come in the future. The morose and cold tone made Xiongwu all startled. Where he dared to think more, he panicked and went to call and inform people. Lu Yu turned around and walked towards the office building. Halfway there, the sound of 121 was still coming from behind him. Turning his head, he shouted at the students who were still running foolishly on the playground. What are you running for? All get back to bed. Push open the door of the office building and enter the conference room. Lu Yu turned on his cell phone timer and placed it on the desktop. He wanted to see who would be late. Within a few minutes, Elder Zhu, who had the habit of practicing in the morning and also lived in the school, was the first to come to the conference room. Xiongwu called me and said that you were furious. Elder Zhu walked in and placed his thermos on the conference table. This is really rare. Elder Zhu, go about your business. What am I busy with? I'm also a teacher in this school. I'm just sitting here to see why you're so angry. Lu Yu didn't explain and looked at the time with a cold face. A few minutes later, the next to come is Wang Yi. Wang Yi did not go home last night, live in the office to prepare a lesson plan for the opening of the class. After coming in, just wanting to ask Lu Yu what happened, he realized that the atmosphere was not right. Looking to Master Zhu for help, Master Zhu shook his head. After another 40 minutes or so, the main heads of the faculties and departments as well as the teachers of the specialized courses arrived one after another. Less than a minute before the end of the time, chattering sounds came from the hallway. A few young girls came over talking and laughing. Lu Yu clearly heard them chatting in the hallway. "It's all your fault for buying some egg dunks, causing us to almost be late. It's just fine. We arrived at the right time. Hurry up, it's almost time. Don't be in a hurry, it's not that bad." Lu Yu glanced at the time, it was already 6:35. Xiongwu, close the door. Tell all the latecomers in the back to go to the finance themselves to collect 3 months' salary and get lost. Dismissal? Sitting in the conference room, the crowd of teachers who were still somewhat dozing off instantly woke up. The atmosphere did not dare to gasp as they looked at Lu Yu. "Bring me the students' class schedules." The school office teacher, Mr. Han, who was sitting on Lu Yu's right side, handed the class schedule to Lu Yu with trepidation. "Principal, the drawing up of the class schedule time was planned to be shown to you at work today. Class schedule arrangement, students' daily activities and so on. These are all small things and are usually just given to the principal to go through the form." Lu Yu looked at the work schedule. Wake up call, 5 o'clock. Running exercises, 5:30. Evening self-study, 20 to 10 o'clock. Wash and go to bed, 20 to 10. Lights out, 2300 hours. Damn, the students as islanders hola. Lu Yu silently finished reading and placed the work schedule on the desktop. He looked up to the nearly 100 teachers sitting in the conference room. Teachers who know and participated in making the students' work and rest schedules, raise your hands now. A moment later, a few hands were sparsely raised. Lu Yu knew at a glance that they were all school office teachers. Sentimentality. The university had too many trivialities. The school office was mainly responsible for dealing with such trivial matters as work and rest schedules. Teacher Han, the director of the school office, realizing that things were afraid to appear on his own, didn't even dare to get his butt next to the chair and owed his body. School principal, the setup of the work and rest schedule is arranged with reference to most of the junior colleges and universities in Daxia. Han Shueson, originally a school teacher at Hengcheng High School, was ostracized for reporting the principal's embezzlement at her original school. When Lu Yu recruited, she came in by the way. There was no doubt that she was capable. Otherwise, Lu Yu would not have put her in charge of the school office. "Ms. Han, what time do you usually start working?" Lu Yu gently tapped the desktop. 8:30. 9 o'clock to the office. "As I recall, you are from Hengcheng, the Hengcheng High School there is very famous. Do you think the students' work schedule there is reasonable?" Teacher Han couldn't help but have cold sweat running down her forehead. She was a graduate of Hengcheng High School. Saying that she liked that kind of work and rest schedule was complete self-deception. "School principal, I know I'm wrong, I shouldn't have set such an unreasonable time." Lu Yu directly interrupted her. "No, what I'm going to say is that Hengcheng High School's work and rest time is the most reasonable with them, it's the optimal solution without a doubt." The moment these words came out, even Elder Zhu looked at Lu Yu, not understanding what Lu Yu meant. In an educational environment with limited resources, the only thing a student can do is to go and pile it up with time. The only way to fight for the future is to fight for it amongst thousands of others. But here, in my school, my students don't need to do that. I'm building them arguably the best dormitories, the best cafeteria, the best classrooms, and I'm going to use my resources so that they can have a choice. At least the students here at Seoul Electronic Information Technology College are going to have a choice. If you, as a teacher, can't make it to wake up at 5 o'clock, then don't schedule it for your students. It's not just the schedule, it's everything in this school from now on. If a teacher can't do it, don't bother asking the students. Lu Yu stood up. "What I'd rather see is that my students come back from the internet cafe packed night at 5 to go to the dormitory to catch up on their sleep, than to see them get up at 5 and run meaningless morning exercises." Sitting on Lu Yu's left-hand side was Elder Zhu. Listening to Lu Yu's words, he looked a little dazed. The group of them who studied overseas back then were bitter. However, there was never less than a smile on their faces. That student's surname Qian even blew up the dormitory. After returning home, the school slowly developed. The environment was much better than when they started. But the smiles on the students' faces were gone. Thousands of clothes, thousands of faces. Xu Yichen couldn't figure out what was wrong, or rather, he didn't dare to think about what was wrong. The old man turned his head to look at Lu Yu and lamented in his heart. It is still the young people who have vigor and vitality. This sudden morning meeting, the whole open more than 2 hours, everything, Lu Yu have asked once. There are many other arrangements similar to the work schedule. For example, lights out after 2300 hours at night. Lu Yu insisted on not turning out the lights at night. But most teachers are against it, even including Wang Yi, the head of these faculties. The reason is simple: there are too many people playing games without lights out, and there is also a big safety hazard. It is easy to catch fire at night. Safety hazard? I specifically set the dormitory voltage so high for what? Isn't it just for them to use? Playing games, you guys make those kids tired during the day. How can they still have the energy to play games? If you read PPTs in class and hypnotize them with vintage photos, who won't sleep? If you sleep all day during the day, why don't you play games at night? One agenda item flew through. For the first time, the teacher had regrets. What was the price of the students taking it easy? They teachers were about to tighten up. Lessons not being watered down meant that they had to put effort into preparing lessons. It was over. How else was this going to touch the fish? Chapter 27. Internet cafe owner cries over sub-campus plot requesting recommendation votes and monthly tickets. After the new work schedule was finalized and announced, the campus was immediately filled with the sound of monkeys chirping one after another. Class at 9 o'clock, class at 5 o'clock, college is too good. Gather at the internet cafe after class at 5 o'clock and battle the mechanical bull. The situation was the same as what the teachers had said. Most of the students thought about how to play after knowing such a schedule. As for the internet cafe that was open next to Seoul Electronic Information Technology College, that owner was about to go crazy with joy, and the money was coming in droves. In the original time, the students still had to stay in school during the day. Now, before it gets dark, they run to the internet cafe to take up seats. This principle is really my money tree. However, such happy times didn't even last a week. The owner was keenly aware that the number of students coming to the internet cafe was decreasing. On this day, the boss seized the students' free time to surf the internet and asked, "That rat you said who majored in game playing, how come I haven't seen him in the past few days? A few days ago, he was still here at my place for the night. What, playing games? That's esports. Gaming. The boss skimmed his lips. Not just to play games. Why didn't he come? Of course not come. Gaming professional dormitory computer has been debugging and installed. People use the i7 CPU, then use this antique machine 100 times better. i7? Really rich can buy his internet cafe 3 computers. Looking at the students in front of him drumming the computer, it does not look like a game. Curious to ask, students, you do not play games. What is this doing? Oh, the teacher just taught us how to do crawlers. School computers are easy to let people anti-tracking. Come to you here to try. Nima. The internet cafe owner resisted the urge to kick out this kid. Business was getting worse by the day. Well, at least this was the gold master. I remember you don't like playing games too. Why don't you go learn esports? Learning a fart esports. Esports is now the most changed majors in our school. Too much pressure. Too much pressure? How can playing games be stressful? CF back map, sensitivity training, psychological assessment. Oops, you don't understand even if I tell you. The boss was a little confused. The vocabulary that came out of this kid's mouth was the same as what his own daughter, who went to college to study medicine, said, and she had no idea what it meant. I've opened an internet cafe for so many years, played games for so many years, and I don't even understand a profession that specializes in playing games? And such a dismal operation, but also continued day by day, students specializing in internet cafes to play games less and less. Even those who return to the dormitory to play games are few. Under Lu Yu's guidance, the curriculum is arranged in an extremely fulfilling way, emphasizing the students to get started, rather than reading from a book. Even the Chinese and foreign language departments, which should most read from the book, Lu Yu has approved a special fund. Require them, each semester must travel 3 times. Every day is progressing, every day is gaining. The students' enthusiasm for learning was smoothly mobilized. Teachers, in such an atmosphere, finally found the joy of teaching. Without the pressure of titles and the compulsion of papers, their minds are fully focused on their students. However, the price for Lu Yu is heavy. Spend money too fast. The original remaining balance on the account is 30,467,800 yuan. The original estimate of monthly expenses is about 6.5 million. In reality, less than half a month after the start of the school year, 4.2 million had already been spent. When Lu Yu calculated earlier, he ignored the cost of various equipment and experimental instruments in the teaching process. For example, he lectured on 4G communication technology. Huawei purchased a set of communication teaching equipment, spent more than 500,000 yuan. Do not let students see antique PPT. Do not let them rely on the cost of imagination in classes. To use money to smash out. The money is spent painfully, and the funds on the account are flowing like water. Current balance, $26,267,800. Pain. Good news naturally still have. In the leisure of the class, there have been 2 students with rare attributes. One is Chen Jinfan, majoring in mobile system development. The other is Long Shouhu, studying 4G communication technology. Chen Jinfan has shown excellent programming ability. A few days ago, he was working as a crawler at school and had just sent Lu Yu to Uncle Hat to receive a summons. If it wasn't for Lu Yu's efforts to protect him and spend money up and down, Chen Jinfan was guaranteed to go in and squat for a few days and eat a light diet for a few days. Demon more is this: broke into trouble, no one cover most of the waste. However, to cover people also need money. Just as Lu Yu pondered how to get money, a light blue light gradually appeared in front of his eyes. Primary campus construction completed. Area expanded. Reaching intermediate campus size. Area 1982.3 acres. Financial strength 3 billion.00. Ha! How did I suddenly have an additional 1,200 acres of land under my name? Just as Lu Yu was wondering, the phone rang. It was Zhao Xingjia calling. There's a piece of messy graveyard in the South Bay of Seoul. I've taken it upon myself to allocate it to your school's name, first leasing it to you on a 50-year contract. I'll let Xiao Wang talk to you about the fine print. You're okay with it, aren't you? Lu Yu was a bit confused. From the last time Zhao Xingjia put a burden on his shoulders has passed more than half a month, during which there was no movement. Unexpectedly, he made a big gift. South Bay is close to the river harbor. That piece of messy graveyard is extremely well located. There are a lot of people staring at it. Who would have thought that they could give it to themselves? Secretary Zhao, this is too striking. Don't be afraid of it. I am arranging for someone to take over this piece of land in the name of your school. How to develop, how to build, how to deal with it, the follow-up is up to you. After saying that, Zhao Xingjia directly hung up the phone. Picking up the contract on the table, he handed it to Secretary Wang. Tomorrow, you go to Seoul Electronic Information Technology College and deliver the contract to him. That kid probably won't be able to sleep tonight. Secretary Wang owed it to him and laughed. More than not going to be unable to sleep. I'm afraid he's going to be happy. That piece of land in South Bay is too valuable. Zhao Xingjia sighed. The two steel and one coal are staring at it. I just don't give it to them. If I give the South Bay to them, the major transportation routes in Seoul will be full of their enterprises, and the transformation will be more difficult in the future. That eat the land of the Lu principle, the future of the day is afraid to be bad. Young people, it's only right to focus on the burden on your shoulders. And this side of Lu Yu, he just calmed down, analyzing the pros and cons of this matter. Seoul to the outside world, not many transportation routes. Previously Zhujia Village Highway is one. There are 2 train stations, including the North Station is specifically used to pull coal to transport steel. The only thing that is idle and not yet heavily utilized is the port on this side of the South Bay. River transport capacity and transportation costs are lower than land transport, not to mention the sea. Lu Yu is with the toe think all know, South Bay, this piece of land is hot potato. A big gift is a big gift, but the trouble is destined to be less. However, fortunately, with the 3 billion given by the system, the preliminary development and construction should be sufficient. Lu Yu had also figured out the system's laws at this point. The funds given to the school were calculated according to the expansion of the school's overall area and the improvement of its comprehensive capacity. Now that the new land is in hand, the development and construction is to be planned properly, especially after the school season. It is not realistic to build a school for enrollment. Lu Yu's hard idea is that it is best to build a factory. After building a factory, you can generate a steady stream of money. Then use the money to feed back into the school construction. However, the idea of building a factory just arose. The system popped up a prompt. Change of land use, funds will be withdrawn, ratings will be readjusted downwards, please choose the host carefully. Lu Yu scratched his head and was devastated. Master Zhao, you send me before you pass the breath, how good ah. Don't take land in the name of my school ah. Lu Yu really doesn't want to expand the area of the campus right now. The school now has less than 3,000 people in total. The school area is absolutely surplus. He lacks money, lacks a lot of money. Chapter 28 Examination of the South Bay Land, 500 million Principal Entrepreneurial Fund request for recommendations and monthly votes. While Lu Yu was fretting about how to run a branch campus to make money at the same time, the news that he had taken the South Bay land plot had spread to the Seoul Circle. Seoul Coking Coal Group. Chairman Lu Shijia put down his cell phone with a gloomy face and said to the general manager standing in front of him, "The piece of land in South Bay that we were looking at has been auctioned off, and the deposit that was just placed in the bank has been unfrozen." Han Steel, they took it? No, it's the Seoul Electronic Information Technology Institute. Can Huang Jiren have such a big appetite? That piece of land is impossible for him to eat with his ability, huh? His school was transferred out last month. Now a man named Lu Yu is the principal. You arrange for someone to check him out. It's best to ask him out to meet him tonight. Similar conversations were likewise happening in the Seoul Steel First Group and the Han Steel Group. In the view of their 3 executives, the South Bay land was bound to be eaten by one of them, never expecting a side issue. Or simply do not know the details of Lu Yu. And at this moment Lu Yu has been driven by Sean Mukar, Will He and Wang secretary to South Bay, to examine that piece of land. Secretary Wang was in the car introducing Lu Yu to the South Bay situation. This piece of land has always been wasteland due to it being a mass grave in Han City's Nanwan village. You don't have to worry about property rights disputes. Rented to you at a price of 700 per mu per year, which is 8.4 million a year. The price of 700 per acre per year is not considered very high, but not very low either. It is a very common lease price. Here in Nanwan, it's mainly made up of Nanwan Village, Senmo Paper Factory and also Yaoming Cell Phone Parts Factory. The paper factory has been on the verge of closing down over the years due to serious pollution. Secretary Wang rolled open the car window and pointed Liu to the outfall not far away. From afar, the water in that area of the river was obviously black and smelly. That's the original outfall of the paper factory. Principal Liu, the secretary, specifically confided that this piece of land is fine for you to do whatever you want, but if you engage in a heavy polluting enterprise, he resolutely disagrees. The reason the secretary didn't give it to the 2 steel and 1 coal is precisely because he's worried that they'll completely blacken and stink up the Han water. Principal Liu must remember not to repeat the same mistake. When the time comes, the secretary will not show mercy. Liu looked at the Han water outside the window and nodded. Han Shui passed through the city, and Han Chang's rapid economic development, Han Shui could not be faulted. Whether it is coal washing or steel making, the water used is Han water, and the daily water use is also Han water. However, the cost of high-speed growth is painful. Han water has long been turbid, daily water can no longer be used, can only be dug deep into the ground. Driving another 500 meters or so, Liu saw adjacent to the construction of Nanwan Village, Yaoming Cell Phone Parts Factory. Yaoming Mobile Phone Parts Factory has more than 600 workers, mainly producing universal chargers, cell phone cases, cell phone batteries and also cell phone screens and so on. Listening to Secretary Wang's introduction, Liu secretly lamented. Doing really mixed off. At this time the cell phone are still non-smartphones, the battery is also removable, all kinds of cell phone cottage accessories manufacturers are extremely many. Right past the Yaoming Cell Phone Parts Factory, obviously too much better than just the paper factory, the front 4 after 8 trucks in and out, business is very good. And drove nearly 3 kilometers along the Han River through the village of Nanwan, Liu finally saw the mass grave. Said to be mass graves, in fact, cannot see the graves. Instead, it is full of weeds and piles of garbage. At a glance, according to the area, Liu roughly estimated. Just the 3 passes and 1 leveling in the early stage, that is, leveling the land, barrels of water and electricity access is feared to cost more than 100 million. If the construction period is tightened, the price will be doubled. This is completely different from the previous Seoul Electronics and Information Technology College, before can only be called remodeling and expansion. Now, this is truly starting from scratch. 2 kilometers upstream of this wasteland is the South Bay Port under construction, and judging by the progress of the project, it can be put into use as early as January next year. Han water is a tributary of the Yangtze River. After the completion of the Nanwan Harbor, it can enter the Yangtze River downstream, and goods can be sold casually. After the field inspection, Liu is more and more satisfied with this piece of land. The ground is flat and close to the harbor. The value is indeed incalculable. He bid farewell to Secretary Wang and returned to the school. Liu contacted Li Su and asked him to draw up the bidding instruments for the development and construction and openly face the society for bidding. The construction of 1,200 acres of land, Li Su is not able to eat. As for how to maximize the value of this piece of land, Liu already has a preliminary plan in mind. I can't use the land to start a company, but I can't let the students start a company? The next day, Seoul Electronics and Information Technology College sent out a news that shook the campus. 500 million Principal Entrepreneurship Fund was formally established. Any entrepreneurial project with the possibility of practical landing, after evaluation, can apply for no less than 500,000 entrepreneurial startup funds. Moreover, the school will provide a 3-year rent reduction service, and in the future can open a workplace in the South Bay branch campus. The only requirement, the school owns 15% of the company. Encouraging entrepreneurship, yes. Liu is going to come up with the money, come up with the space, real money to support the students to start their own business. Out of the more than 1,000 students, even if 100 of them started their own business and one of them succeeded in the end, it would be worth it to Liu. His set of playing style was completely that of an angel investor. The imitation is completely that marketing tactics are extremely clever. One of the top angel investors in Daxia, Lei Jun. Counting the time, it seemed that Lei Jun had also started dabbling in angel investment in the past few years, far from reaching the point of a huge empire. The outsiders of the school heard this news and didn't take it seriously at all. Tisk, it's starting to circle money in different ways again. The threshold for applying for funding must be incredibly high. Where in the world is there a free lunch? A $500 million startup fund, a $500 million tourism program, it's still the same thing, drumming to circle money. The students on campus, hearing the figures of 500 million and 500,000 first got excited, then regained their composure. They just started school less than a month ago, whereas the concept of entrepreneurship to make money, textbooks have not even read and understand it. The students majoring in esports had some thoughts about it. Especially those who play DNF, have already found a huge business opportunity from the game's bricklaying and gold coins. However, would the principal support this kind of program? With the mindset of trying, Zhang Jishuan led the two to knock on the door of the newly established Student Entrepreneurship Office. Please come in. Zhang Jishuan pushed open the door and saw Liu communicating with a few students he recognized. It was Qin Jinfan, majoring in mobile system development. The entrepreneurial office, Liu did not assign it to anyone else to manage, the main person in charge was himself. With the advantage of rebirth that no one can match, not to say that the industry direction is accurately predicted, but the general trend is certainly clear. This kind of ability was more than suitable to be used for angel investment. Chen Jinfan, you continue. You guys sit on the sofa for a while. Lu Yu said. Chen Jinfan did not get stuck because Zhang Jishuan came in. It was still talking at length. Principal, Android's open source system provides great convenience. I have perfected a preliminary mobile operating system based on this. I only need 5 million to invest in the market to verify the results. Chen Jinfan took out his cell phone and handed it to Lu Yu, a brand new self-research system that he had swiped in. Lu Yu looked at it. Wait, you mean to say that the system you're doing now is based on Android? Yes. Lu Yu slapped his forehead. Just now he really thought that rare attributes students were so perverted that they could launch a self-research system in less than a month. The feelings were still based on Android. Isn't this a waste of effort? Lu Yu tapped the desktop. Chen Jinfan, I'll give you $5 million of startup capital to use to set up a team. The system is based on Linux. Avoid using the Android framework directly and adopt a more efficient operating environment. Why? Principal, Android is open source, costs can come down, and profits will be high in the later stages. Market share is more important than profit. Free is always the most expensive. The development of the PC system has proven this. Chen Jinfan nodded with seeming understanding. He was very talented in programming, but very much a novice in the market. But he knew that listening to the principal would be correct. Zhang Jishuan, who was next to him, was dumbfounded by what he heard. Surprisingly, he was really giving money, or giving 5 million in one breath. After sending Chen Jinfan away, Lu Yu turned his head to look at Zhang Jishuan. Come on, talk about your dream. Zhang Jishuan looked at Chen Jinfan and then at Lu Yu. Compared to what people said about operating systems and mobile, this game venture of his own was really a bit unseemly. He felt a bit low. But still summoned up the courage to speak. We want to run a game company. Then, he told Lu Yu about DNF moving bricks and the market for CF generation. Lu Yu secretly shook his head in his heart. He had seen people who relied on this to eat and feed their families. Can earn small money, but cannot earn big money. Bricks or, on behalf of the fight or, in essence, and the factory assembly line is not much different, with their own time to serve others. In the student era may feel earn quite a lot. However, really into society will find the ceiling is too low. Lu Yu did not give Zhang Jishuan these words. He wanted to guide Zhang Jishuan onto another path. Zhang Jishuan, what do you think the essence of the game is, or rather, why do you feel happy from the game? Instant gratification. Zhang Jishuan recalled the term that his teacher had talked about in the gaming specialty class, the game psychoanalysis class. That's right, games can make people feel happy and instantly rewarding in just a few seconds. Lu Yu paused and said bluntly, I can tell you that in the future, there will be products born that can mobilize people's emotions even more than games, and will make people experience joy, anger, sadness and happiness in just a few minutes. Zhang Jishuan, the first rare attribute student Lu Yu had met, was currently trying to digest Lu Yu's words. Think hard about what the game brings you, and why you are willing to play the game. I want you to make products that are done in a game way. Go back, think hard and come back. Watching them leave, Lu Yu shook his head. He didn't know if he was doing the right thing. Tell Zhang Jishuan about the most successful product in the future. That product note that started sweeping everyone away with the birth of 4G could provide richer emotional value than games. In just a few minutes, playing with people's emotions was easy as pie. If he could understand Lu Yu's words, then a behemoth would truly be born in the future. For several days in a row, many students approached the door to present their own entrepreneurial dreams that were either too naive or too pie in the sky. Lu Yu patiently, tirelessly guided. Among them, to get the most of a startup capital is a girl named Huang Ying. Lu Yu directly to her 10 million amount in batches to her. Because she proposed a very marketable, very digestible labor business project, takeaway. At the moment, the blue and yellow armies have not yet divided the world equally, and they are all still in the grassroots stage. If Huang Ying could get it up, solving the problem of employment in Seoul would be a breeze. Lu Yu gave her $3 million in the early stage. The goal is to eat the Seoul market first. Looking at the statistics of entrepreneurial projects, Lu Yu suddenly had a feeling that a huge business empire was unfolding in front of him. One person's ability is limited. But now, I have a school. Chapter 29. The head of Seoul only rushed to the Hongmen banquet request for recommendation votes and monthly votes. After settling on a plan to make the South A branch, after making it a school business incubation park, Lu Yu, according to this idea, began to communicate with the winning engineering team. Unlike building schools, entrepreneurial parks require a large number of office buildings, as well as experimental plants. The design ideas are completely different. Of course, it was difficult to speed up the construction of South Bay. It can be put into use in January next year. That was already the result of Lu Yu's money smashing. According to the winning bidding Daxia Sanjian Group offer, the main building construction, subsequent renovation completion is expected to require $2 billion. The two sides signed the contract, and the first sum of money arrived. Daxia Sanjian led the workers' rush to South Bay. And just when the development of the school is slowly on track, 3 unfamiliar calls have been made to Lu Yu's side. The landlord came to the door. The two sides agreed to meet at the welcome house. Lu Yu's eyes were slightly cold. Hongmen Banquet, here it comes. Welcome guest building, Moonlight Hall. It was a private room that covered an area of 200 square feet. At the moment, there are only 6 people sitting there. They are the chairman of 2 steel and 1 coal and their general manager. Coking Coal Group's Lu Shijie, looking at the time. The agreement was to be here at 9 o'clock. I didn't expect everyone to arrive 2 hours ahead of time. It seems that everyone wants to get a head start. In order to keep each other in check and prevent private contact with Lu Yu, the 3 parties also set the time and place of the negotiations at the same place. The one with the highest price gets it. Mr. Lu, our Han Steel groups need to go out to sea is the greatest. Unlike you and First Steel, most of it can be digested domestically. You say this, who does not want to develop overseas markets, but you Han Steel could have used the train to pull to the harbor. To this piece of land is obviously redundant. What's superfluous? Our production value all depends on overseas. Seeing that the crowd is about to quarrel again, sitting here the oldest Lu Shijie coughed lightly, or first talk about the principal Lu at my side but nothing to find out. At these words, several people looked at each other. I only found out that he's from Luochang, just reached adulthood, and took the college entrance exam, with a score of 389 on the entrance exam. The person next to him continued, his mother died early in life, and his father, Lu Pingyuan, came to work odd jobs, and now he is a project manager in the Luochang Decoration Company. Moreover, this job of his father and even that renovation company are all related to him. It seems that everyone has found out pretty much the same thing, can't figure out his background, and doesn't know how he suddenly rose to prominence. Silence. The businessman, the one who is most afraid of, is this kind of person. Not being able to see his growth trajectory, suddenly appearing on the stage without rules, often means a storm is coming. Han Steele's Yang Jianxin suddenly lowered his voice and pointed a finger up. Could it be their gloves? Up with a young man to cover their ears? Lu Shijie shook his head. Doesn't seem like it. This Lu Yu has a very flamboyant style of doing things, and they act in a completely different style. You know, they make money for fear of others knowing. As the words fell, the Moonwatch Hall resounded with bursts of light laughter. Lu Shijie and the others who fought their way out with their bare hands and white knuckles naturally looked down on those who could not see the light and ate the shade of their forefathers. After laughing, the crowd fell into silence again. After half a day of talking and discussing, they still didn't know what Lu Yu's bottom line was. At their level, even their names, birth certificates, family parents, and so on were all means to find out. Being able to find out also meant that someone could cover it up. So, in their opinion, Lu Ping of Luochang was bound to have nothing to do with Lu Yu. Instead, based on Lu Yu's later performance, it looked like he had used his job and used money to buy Lu Ping. Gentlemen. Or Lu Shijie spoke up first, let's still set the statute first. The land in Seoul can only be taken by the people of Seoul. Before this, we should not fight internally. The land is in our hands and then each according to their own abilities. Good. That's right. Yang Jianxin of the Han Steel Group then spoke, I didn't think I would let Secretary Zhao swing it. Ginger is still old and hot. Even the spicier ginger can't stay for a few years, just endure. Between the words, a few people obviously have fire. Public bidding, you secretly cut off the bidding count how? Can't take it out on you, then look at this Lu Yu's accomplishments. At this moment, Lu Yu has just arrived at the welcome building. Under the guidance of the lobby manager, he went towards the Moon Hall. The lobby manager secretly sized up Lu Yu along the way. Curious about his identity, he was able to go to the Moonwatch Hall. It was not often that the top management of the 2 steel and 1 coal arrived in unison. Mr. Lu, this is the Moonwatch Hall. Lu Yu nodded his thanks. The manager opened the door for him and Lu Yu stepped in. In front of him, a round table was placed in the center of the empty Moonwatch Hall. Beside the round table, 6 middle-aged men looked over in unison. They did not speak, nor did they rise. That aura alone, cultivated by being in a high position, made the lobby manager who glanced at them sweat and hurriedly closed the door to leave. And Lu Yu, who bore the brunt, smiled faintly. He walked towards the empty seat and stood still. Then, looked to the waiter next to him. The waiter woke up like a dream. Walked forward and moved out the chair for Lu Yu. Served Lu Yu to take off his jacket. Lu Yu looked around and smiled slightly. Lu Yu came late, you all apologize. Unassuming and unassuming, his voice carried the characteristic brightness of a young man. The pretentious 6 people, only at this moment did they reveal the sleek side of businessmen, snorting, pushing cups and boasting to each other. While the refined light in the bottom of their eyes was exchanging with each other. Obviously, they thought that this principal Lu was not simple. This thing called money could be obtained in countless ways. However, the subdued demeanor of this principal Lu that was similar to that of a noble gentleman was extremely difficult to cultivate. Facing the inferior, most people can do it calmly. However, when faced with a superior, only a very few could maintain it. According to their investigation of Lu Yu's public assets, totaling less than 10 billion, which is still counting towards more. And 2 steel and 1 coal, 3 together has reached nearly 300 billion. Hold up, the sky of Seoul is not empty words. In other words, they want to screw Liu Yu easy. They are undoubtedly the superior ones in comparison to Liu Yu. These circumstances were clear to them, and Liu Yu was naturally even clearer. Taking the lead in putting down the wine glass in his hand, Liu Yu ended the scene. You guys asked me to come here today because you want that piece of land in South A, right? Liu Yu shook the wine in his glass and leisurely said, no matter what conditions you offer, my answer is, no negotiation. The word exempt from negotiation was thrown out loud and clear. Jing. Lu Shijie and the others looked at Liu Yu incredulously. Unexpectedly. This young man did not even give the slightest bit of mercy. He refused to even talk about it. This is no plan to treat us as friends at all. Principal Liu, why don't you listen to my conditions first? I'll rent it from you for 1,000 per acre per year and promise to give you a piece of land with an area no smaller than the South Bay. Lu Shijie said. Yang Jianxin and the others looked at Liu Yu and waited for him to reply. As long as he showed a willingness to be able to talk, everyone still had a chance. However, the young man in front of him remained indifferent. Watching him get up, watching him pour the wine. Everyone, Liu Yu, actually came here today for one purpose, to see who I am going to fight in the future. Now that I've gotten to know all of you, my purpose has been achieved, so after I finish this cup of wine, it's time for me to go back. No need to send, stay back. Walking out of the welcome building, Liu Yu exhaled a mouthful of cloudy wine breath. He was clear that starting tomorrow, things would never be this smooth again. Originally, this matter could have been completely avoided. Bowed his head and gave in to his weaknesses. And one of them or 3 of them cooperated to utilize the South Bay land for development, so it would be fine. However, Liu Yu felt that it was too shabby. Then in his previous life, in order to reduce the cost of a few dollars, lowly begging for others is also a wimp. In this life, I have to live with my head up. Hit a head out of the way. Chapter 30 Disgusting means, obstructing construction seeking monthly recommendations. The news that Liu Yu and Lu Shijie had fallen apart in their talks. It quickly reached Zhao Xingjia's ears. According to the gossip circulating, Lu Shijie dropped his wine glass on the spot. Those few of them, it's not an exaggeration to say that they call the shots in Seoul. When did they let such a youngster sweep them off their feet? Secretary Zhao, hasn't Principal Liu done it this time? He's too indolent. The secretary finished and looked at Zhao Xingjia. Zhao Xingjia shook his head. I was afraid that he was being wishy-washy. Constantly compromising will only lower the bottom line. Now this is just right. Liu Yu's next days will not be easy. You go and inform Bureau Zhou that the patrols on the South Bay side are stepped up a bit. Try to ensure that the project is constructed normally. Also, keep a close eye on his school, don't make any mistakes. Zhao Xingjia knew that the only help he could give Liu Yu was the ones on the surface, the ones within the rules. Directly against the 2 steel and 1 coal, even he would be constrained in doing things sometimes, not to mention Liu Yu. Zhao Xingjia clear that Hongmen banquet wine is not so good to drink down. The Moon Hall Hongmen banquet in the past half a month, Liu Yu's side of the push as usual, did not see the other side of the meaning of obstruction. South Bay's 3-way initial project has been completed, the next is to hit the foundation, start construction. The more this happens, the more uneasy Liu Yu is in his heart. Even the lectures were a bit distracted. When he was about to go to the construction site after class, the phone suddenly rang. Liu Yu would mute his cell phone in class. However, a phone that was dialed several times in a row would ring, and that meant that an emergency had occurred. Answering the call, it was Li Su. Brother Yu, come to Nanwan quickly, our construction site has been surrounded by villagers. Without asking much about what happened, okay, stabilize the situation at the site, wait until I arrive. Liu Yu arranged for Wang Yi to continue lecturing instead of himself, and let Xiong Wu drive himself straight to the construction site. A few moments later, the construction site was already visible from afar. Just paved the asphalt road, at the moment parked full of large and small vehicles, blocked. Many villagers carrying hoes and shovels stood at the entrance of the site arguing loudly about something. The ear-piercing sirens seemed very powerless. Not the slightest deterrent effect. Liu Yu did not dare to get out of the car hastily. At this time the situation is unknown, it is easy to make himself a target. He arranged for Xiong Wu to drive the car to a secluded place, and then called Li Su, asking him to come over to see himself. Not long after, Li Su, who was wearing a helmet, hurriedly ran over and opened the door and sat in. What happened? Our engineering team, we just drove down the piles today. Those people from Nanwan village were like drilling out of the ground, carrying tombstones and looking for the door, not saying that we dug up the ancestral graves of Nanwan village, wanting us to give a statement. Li Su raised his hand and pointed to the smoke rising in the distance. Look over there, the people from Nanwan village are wearing mourning, and the paper money is burning up. What a damn bad luck. Brother Yu, they are just storing up to make trouble. When we pre-constructed, we didn't even see a complete tombstone. This place has been deserted for many years. Why don't we just let Uncle Hat arrest the leader, make an example of them and scare them? Listening to Li Su put forward a very stupid suggestion, Liu Yu directly shook his head in the negative. Kill the chicken to make an example of the monkeys? He just caught them, believe it or not, tomorrow's Soul Hat will be on the front page. This kind of mass problem, the most taboo is to intensify the conflict. Lu Yu pondered for a moment and instructed Li Su. Notify the construction team, take a vacation for 2 weeks, lock the valuable things on the construction site into the warehouse. If the villagers of Nanwan village burn paper and incense, let them burn. Tell the construction site that there is no need to block them, don't argue with them. Li Su was a little anxious. Brother Yu, the words of the construction site stopping work, the impact is the subsequent construction period, and cannot earn money. Workers left, and then recruiting people is also time. Site construction, it is difficult to feed all the workers for a long time, some of them are recruited as they are used. Stopping work for 2 weeks, then of course the workers would just carry buckets and run away in order to make money. Lu Yu shook his head. Pay the wages as they are, and don't ever withhold, this you give them a clear explanation. Li Su listened to Lu Yu. Will be white money directly to the hands of the workers, the heart do not mention how difficult. Fei brother, give them half on the difference. Lu Yu slapped on the back of Li Su's head and scolded with a smile. Your kid has only been broad-minded for a few days, revealing the face of a capitalist. Don't forget our origins. When your old man let people default on withholding wages, your kid was itching to carry a knife and chop people. Li Su's neck shrank. Although in his heart, he still felt that Fei was too kind, but he didn't persuade him anymore. Seeing that no one paid attention, Li Su hurriedly got off the car. In accordance with Lu Yu's instructions, instructed the construction team to stop work, the site out to the villagers of Nanwan village incense worship. Hat Uncle's side has also been handed over, as long as they do not fire, site property is not stolen, will not interfere with them. Sitting in the car, Lu Yu saw with their own eyes shouting loudly, crying horse villagers, all froze. Looking at the flash out of the construction site, neither in nor out. They clamored that this is their ancestral tomb, but where is the ancestral tomb? Mass graves are buried in the Han River in the early years of drowning, no one to collect the body of outsiders. This is something everyone in Nanwan village knows. Clan concepts, into the ground for the larger-than-life of Dasha, a little bit of roots, will incense worship. Please return to the ancestral hall. The leader of the Fan Daong at the moment holding the stone monument, wearing white linen clothes, holding a mourning stick, looking at the front of the crowd, hooting and hollering, dispersed. Instead, he did not know what to do. The thing that was clearly handed over was. They stop, you make a scene. If they beat you, you lie on the ground. If they arrest you, you will shout. In short, to make a big deal out of it, to spoil the project. What do we do now? A punch in the cotton. Li Su put his helmet on and walked up. Fan Daong, now we moved the site out for you, you can burn it as much as you want, go to the ancestors and pick up the ancestors to go home. Fan Daong could not figure out the opposite road. However, things have happened to this point, he can only be hard-headed, leading the crowd to come up to cry and worship. In front of the just leveled land, where there are graves and tombstones, coupled with the surrounding construction site, people look at them with cold eyes. Fan Daong and the villagers feel a little neck cold. A few old women who were crying hard felt a little hoarse. Fighting still have to be watched to have the strength. Now, like the monkeys, let people surround the worship, cannot be embarrassed? Li Su was still gossiping with the young captain in a conspiratorial manner. Nowadays, people really do not pay attention. What grave dare to worship? This mass grave is buried in vain, also not afraid to invite home to make trouble. The small captain to Li Su lit a cigarette. Li head is right, we do construction site, no, digging to the wild graves, hurry to go to the bad luck, there is no reason to worship incense. Fan Daong heard the harshness of the words. But he couldn't get mad. What, admit that this is a wild grave? Finally, hastily fake worship, Fan Daong led the crowd to leave the site. Before leaving, he also deliberately inserted the stone monument and incense burner into the center of the site. Little monkey, you and your dad, keep vigil for the ancestors here tonight, and see whoever dares to start work and startle the ancestors, slap them with a shovel. This is the tablet of my village ancestor, if you dare to move it, we'll see you in court. Li Su became angry when he heard this. This old dang really deserved to die. If it wasn't for the consideration of Lu Yu's arrangement, Li Su instantly wanted to kick old dang off. Lu Yu, who was sitting in the car, watched the smug Fan Daong leave with the crowd. It was only then that he stepped down from the car and headed towards the construction site with a sullen face. It wasn't that Lu Yu didn't dare to meet Fan Daong, but he was well aware of the difficulty of this kind of ruffian Lao Dang. Facing this kind of person, even if Zhao Xingjiao was here, he would have to paste a pocket of yellow mud. Then, when the time comes, it is really unreasonable. Li Su and a few foremen, after seeing Lu Yu hurriedly welcomed over, talking to Lu Yu said. Lu Yu looked at the monument standing not far away. His expression is indifferent. Raising his hand to signal the crowd to be quiet, he proceeded to emphasize what he had previously handed over to Lu Yu and continued. The matter of Nanwan village, I'll find a way to solve it, you guys take a good rest during this period of time, remember not to clash with the villagers. Site property is well protected, there are many people and eyes, Li Su put the monitoring in place. The front does not care. After hearing the back of the delivery of the wages as received, the workers cheered and praised Lu Yu and angrily scolded the villagers of Nanwan. Li Su walked over. Brother Yu, do you really want a good solution? Why don't I find a few people and scare Fan Daeong? That old man has a son who just came of age, a punk, he's precious. Lee Soo had a serious face. Lu Yu sighed and patted his shoulder. He could understand why in his previous life, Lee Soo could not do anything, and finally relied on his daughter-in-law to be successful. Soo-ah, in the future the brain thing to me, I let you do what you do. South Bay Village. Fan Daeong returned home with the crowd. Dad, I just compared specifically in the pile of people and didn't find the one called Lu Yu. The young man pulled out his cell phone, on which was clearly Lu Yu's photo. This young man is not simple, he can really keep his composure. Fan Daeong took a sip of small wine and ate a mouthful of peanuts. It's okay, we'll go on to make trouble tomorrow, not afraid that he won't come out. Dad, that worship of wild graves will not really have something right, I have a strange Harry. Heart today. Bastard, say what bad luck words. Fan Daeong eyes a glare and then whispered, you go to the temple tomorrow, spend money to ask the master to do an open light bodhisattva where the body is not alright. You kid is blessed Give this matter to Mr. Lu to do a good job, you work things have landed. Chapter 31 Sitting steadily, waiting for him to confuse himself seeking monthly recommendations. Main campus, office. Elder Juichen sat godly on the sofa, watching Liu make tea for himself. I say you can really calm down, it's already been 3 days since the work was halted on the South Bay side, right, and you're not looking for help or bowing down to them, what exactly do you want to do? The matter of the construction of the South Bay branch campus has caused the entire Seoul Circle to be abuzz, and Juichen naturally heard about what happened. With Lu Yu's thunderous means of strangling Ju's Chamber of Commerce in front of him, Juichen was somewhat looking forward to seeing how Lu Yu would play out in the bottom of his heart. To know, Lu Yu is not the Lord of Loss. Lu Yu lifted the pot, poured the water, washed the tea and pushed the tea in front of Elder Zhu before he spoke. It's not that I can hold my breath, but I don't have a big card in my hand, and it won't help me to think of a way, so I might as well sit tight for a while. One patience can support 100 valor, one stillness can control 100 movements. Juichen picked up his teacup and took a sip. It is indeed the best choice to be calm and quiet at this time, the difference in strength between you and them is too great. Lu Yu nodded, refilling the tea for the old man. During these few days, not only was Elder Zhu curious, even Secretary Zhao had called several times to probe Lu Yu. Even, he said that he could intervene in the problems caused by Lower South Bay Village within a limited scope. Lu Yu believed that Secretary Zhao could definitely solve it. But after thinking about it for a while, he still refused. It wasn't that he was trying to be a hero, but Secretary Zhao was considered to be the king bomb in his own hand right now. If you directly play the king bomb when the other party plays a single 3. Then how to play the subsequent cards? The card is too bad, hold the king bomb to have a deterrent. Moreover, now several families surround the South Bay playing cards to make a statement, each with the intention of wanting to seek benefits. Lu Yu believes that he is definitely not the worst card here, there are many people who are the worst. The gods fight. The first to die is always immortal. Lu Yu pressed the troops, Lu Shijie they do not care. South Bay land as long as the development is not no income, but the rent is to give normal. In other words, Lu Yu is losing money every day. In his opinion, if he drags Lu Yu for a year or two, then he will have to bow down. With Lu Yu's volume and funds, Lu Shijie is fully confident to drag down Lu Yu. Burning money? My soul-coking coal group minutes are 10 million up and down business, what do you take an eye against the consumption? You can calm down, I can also. Who's in a hurry now? It's Fan Daeong and his son. Lu Shijie promised them the South Bay site as long as the project does not go on, will give his son to arrange jobs. However, the site is shut down, but the equipment is still there, the workers are still there, which looks as if it can be resumed at any time. In order to prevent them at night maybe secretly construction, Fan Daeong also have to call out people on duty at night watch. Once or twice is okay. Bearing in mind his seniority in the village of Nanwan, others are still willing to help for free. But time is long. Always have to give others a little hard money it. Stay up late at night, snacks and cigarettes have to give some money right. On duty 200 a night, 2 people is 400, 3 days, 1,002 spend out. Not to mention those old women who cry and mourn, come to help the scene of the village gangsters, they are not willing to always work for nothing. As time passes, they are all asking for money for Fan Daeong. People are pragmatic. We all know, you are led by Mr. Lu order, Mr. Lu benefits to you, but did not give us benefits This leads to, Fan Daeong just a few days, $4,000 or $5,000 has been given out. Fan Daeong home in fact, not much savings, some years ago drinking and hitting daughter-in-law, divorce also divided more than half out. Now the card, less than $50,000 left. If not for Mr. Lu's men to find the door, there happens to be such an opportunity. He wanted to use the $50,000 to buy a job for his son, completely foolhardy. Now, the people at the construction site can't be driven away, and there's no word on his son's job. Fan Daeong was anxious. Dad, give Mr. Lu a call and ask, we're kind of stalling the construction now, if he dares to start work, let's continue to make trouble. Fan Shaoqin threw the whaling stick to the wall of the room and sat on his ass on the bed in his linen morning clothes. Seeing his son being so rude, Fan Daeong kicked him over, take off your clothes and throw them in the woodshed, bad luck, who let you wear them in here? Fan Xiaoqin picked up the crying stick and ran out the door. Fan Daong sighed and took out his cottage phone to carefully dial the phone. How could he contact Mr. Lu directly? The one who arranged this job for him was merely a distant relative who had gotten lucky enough to be General Lu's driver. If not for the fact that he was still living in Nanwan village, it was estimated that the other party could not even recall him. When the phone was connected, Fan Daong couldn't help but be nervous. Great nephew, oh no, Mr. Fan, what exactly is the arrangement on Mr. Lu's side? The Nanwan construction site has stopped for a few days. When do you think you'll let Xiaoqin go to work? You also know, your cousin Xiaoqin is not small in age. It is a person who wants to start a family, go to work early and make money early. Fan Maiyong drove the car, is taking Lu Shijie to the meeting. This time open the speakerphone. Uncle, you do not want to be anxious. Now this situation, the site may resume work at any time. And again, you are not even Lu, you did not see it? Uncle, don't worry, promised you something I will do. Let Xiaoqin at home to prepare for the open recruitment time to notify you. Just mix up a passing score on the written test, and you don't have to worry about the follow-up. Forget it for now, I'm driving. Lu Shijie sits in the back row, listening to Fan Maiyong after the delivery, nodding approvingly. Fan Daong did a beautiful job on this matter. Wait for the next recruitment announcement to come out, you arrange it for him. Seoul Coking Coal Group, in which nearly 100,000 employees work, is also a hallowed state-owned enterprises. If you want to arrange for someone to come in, you have to do it during the open recruitment. For no reason at all, suddenly come in a person, too easy to give people a handle. However, where does Fan Daong understand this? He also thought that if he got things done on his side, Xiaoqin would be able to go to work and receive money right away. Listening to the hanging sound coming from the phone, Fan Xiaoqin curiously asked, Father, is he fooling us? Spending our money to get us to do things for him? Stupid ass. Fan Daong slapped on Fan Xiaoqin's head. He's such a big boss, would he let you work for nothing? But Dad, we did the work, but he didn't keep his promise. What am I going to do about this job? If I can't get a wife, the Fan family will be extinct. Looking at his son, this idiot began to make a mistake. Fan Daong also anxious. The day the job is not settled, he is not a day to be down to earth. Still have to spend money to support people, take them to make trouble. Thinking about it, a bold idea appeared in Fan Daong's mind. Xiaoqin, like this, tonight the two of us go over, bring gasoline, and burn all of their construction site plant equipment in one fire. This way they will absolutely have no way to start work, and you'll be able to work on your job with 9 out of 10 assurances. Although Fan Xiaoqin wasn't smart, he wasn't stupid. Dad, what if this gets caught? I don't want to go to jail. You stupid run faster, not on the line. By the time the fire burns, who can still find out that it was you who did it? The South Bay that's surrounding is full of barren grass, just a drill to hide. When people go to extinguish the fire, who can still care about you? Directly run home. If they really find me, I'll just say you're sleeping at home. What can they do with you? If you don't want to give up the child, you can't catch the wolf. Xiaoqin, let's fight once. Finalizing the idea, Fan Xiaoqin and his son left the door in the night with great excitement. Chapter 32, Stupid People Who Are Bad, Smart People Who Cause Trouble Requesting Monthly Votes for Recommendations. In 2009, the Skynet system had only just begun to be rolled out, and was far from being pervasive. Ordinary people have no concept of surveillance at all. But Lu Yu had long ago instructed Li Su to place surveillance at the construction site and do a good job of patrolling. So that clever Fan Daong father and son just threw gasoline on the warehouse ready to ignite, let the site patrol caught. Until they were caught, both of them still thought it was their own bad luck. Stirring the dreamland, Lu Yu drove to the construction site when he saw handcuffed to the radiator Fan Daong father and son. The body was covered with Li Su's shoe prints. Li Su hates these two than Lu Yu. Site construction, drag a day. His family's decoration team will have to give workers a day of wages for nothing. He is heartbroken. Lu Yu waved his hand and let the others in the room go to bed first, then said to Li Su, first, split the two of them switch. Li Su pressed Fan Daong and tied him up in another room. Brother Yu, twist them to the police station and let them go into squat for a few days? Li Su asked. Lu Yu shook his head. Raising his feet, he walked towards Fan Xiaoqin's room. After entering, he pushed the book and pen to Fan Xiaoqin and also turned on the cell phone's video recording function. Opening the door, he directly said, I'm giving you two choices now. Explain who arranged for you to interfere with the progress of the project and I can release you now. Either you bite the bullet and deny it, then you'll be prepared to eat a few years in jail. Also, think before you speak, lest you can't match your father's confession. Under the prisoner's dilemma deliberately created by Lu Yu, the father and son of Fan Daong, who had not undergone any special training, quickly confessed the matter one by one. Even Fan Daong showed the records of his and Fan Maiyong's calls. Taking the two signed handprints of the confession as well as the video, Lu Yu used Fan Daong's cell phone to call Fan Maiyong. At the moment, late at night, Fan Maiyong was sleeping. When the cell phone rings, the natural cowhorse Fan Maiyong thought it was a leader to use the car, instantly sat up. Seeing clearly that it was Fan Daong's cell phone number, his face showed displeasure. Old uncle, do you know that it is? Now. I'm Lu Yu, your Fan Maiyong, right? Tomorrow I'll arrange for someone to send something to Mr. Lu, you guys remember to see it through. Lu Yu finished the call, threw the phone to Fan Daong and said to Li Su, "Release them." "Release?" Li Su was puzzled. "Brother Yu, don't you take this opportunity to ruthlessly sue Lu Shijie?" From beginning to end, the only one who showed up was Lu Shijie driver Fan Mayong. "Do you think this matter alone can implicate Lu Shijie?" On the contrary, Lu Shijie, if the hot-headedness to get rid of these two people, it would be really fun. But the likelihood was too small. This was not the barbaric era before the millennium. Lu Yu looked at the time, it was almost 5 o'clock, let the two of them go, this is a time bomb for Lu Shijie, he won't act rashly in a short period of time. Li Su, make a copy of their confession and the video, send me to Cooking Coal Group. Okay, brother Yu. Lu Yu did not feel the slightest bit relaxed in the bottom of his heart. 2 steel and 1 coal, now it is just a fluke to hold the handle of Lu Shijie of Cooking Coal Group. When the sun rises completely, just returned home, the shock of Fan Daong father and son, let Fan Mayong brought to the Cooking Coal Group. Fan Daong looked at the confession placed on Lu Shijie's desk and fell to his knees with a plop. "Mr. Lu, I'm the one who spoiled your business, it's all my bad idea, it has nothing to do with my son." Lu Shijie took a deep breath. "Mayong, you arrange for these 2 idiots to leave Seoul, it's best if they never return to Seoul. You don't have to drive for me in the future either." Lu Shijie took out a bank card from the drawer and threw it to Fan Mayong. "You've worked hard all these years, there's $500,000 in the card, find a place to retire well." Fan Mayong heart like ashes. The moment he received the phone call last night, he knew his way to the end. Turning around and staring viciously at the 2 idiots, he led them out of the office without a word. Lu Shijie looked at the 3 left, a moment also really produced them to fill the coal kiln idea. In the end, still suppressed the thought in his heart. He is not stupid. The confession on the table implicates him hardly. But if he killed someone, then he would really be in trouble. It was at this time that the cell phone rang. "Mr. Lu, did you receive the gift?" Lu Shijie clenched his fists in death as he listened to the teasing voice. "Principal Lu, you're so lucky, I didn't think I'd let stupidity spoil things. This person, I've had good luck since I was a kid, probably because I got a lot of help." Lu Shijie snorted coldly and hung up the phone. Lu Yu put down the phone and ate one of Elder Ju's pieces from the board, the besieged pieces, with 2 remaining. Cooking Coal Group is considered to have withdrawn, but you take the 2 steel. How to do? Site construction always need to use steel, you will not always be so lucky. Old master, you also think it's luck? Elder Ju was full of doubts, isn't it? The South Bay land is in my hands, they can only force me to give it up, jurisprudence is on my side, the ones who make mistakes can only be them. Even if there is no Fan's father and son these 2, there will be others, this is the general trend. Looking at the young man in front of him lifting his weight, Elder Fan for the first time had the feeling that the later generation was fearful. To be able to face different opponents and flexibly use coping techniques without being rigid was quite rare. Dealing with the Zhu Chamber of Commerce, which was weaker than himself, was a thunderous strike. Facing the Cooking Coal Group, which was stronger than himself, was a submerged dragon in the abyss, not moving like a mountain. Great material. This distraction, the black pieces on the board in Lu Yu's successive roundup, the defeat is obvious, no resistance. The old man was infuriated, and swept the chessboard. Not counting, just now I was thinking about things, again. Lu Yu laughed, ignoring this old unashamed, looking at the time. Next time, I still have to go to class. Carrying the textbook, Lu Yu walked out of the office. Cooking Coal Group's outing, on the contrary, made the construction site start normally now. However, Lu Yu was very clear. The 2 steels would not let themselves go. The construction of the campus required a large amount of steel, and I was afraid that if they stuck themselves slightly, they would be able to make themselves suffer. After all, the strength is still too weak to take the initiative. Lu Yu shook his head and walked into the classroom, throwing away the distractions in his mind and lecturing at ease. Looking at the classroom full of frenzied knocking code Chen Jinfan, Lu Yu was very satisfied. During this period of time, the student Chen Jinfan's ability has gradually come to the fore. With sufficient financial support, programming is like a fish out of water. And another Longshohu student, there is a new birth of a rare attribute. Student Li Yongxiao has broken out online reputation. Lu Yu looked at Li Yongxiao. Student Li Yongxiao rare. Specialty direction, proficient in Python, mastery of common vulnerability exploitation frameworks, mastery of shelling and obfuscation techniques against methods. Only, looking at his skill points, how did he point the hacker route? Lu Yu was helpless. 3 smart students. I only hope that if they cause trouble in the future, they don't offer up their teacher. Dormitory. Chen Jinfan, the 3 of them, were currently crackling back on the biggest hacker forum in Daxia. We've already taken the photos, when are you going to pay? I need to inspect the goods first. Chen Jinfan looked at Li Yongxiao and sent a photo with a size of 380 MB to the other party's mailbox. The photo was a map of a certain part of Daxia that Longshohu had synthesized with PS, and added a bit of barbed wire to make it look like a military area. The photo is so big? We are professionals, high definition. Not bad, send all the photos over, I'll pay you right away. Longshohu excitedly said, really caught, a photo 500 knife music, 180 photos, god, how much money? Quickly send him the account number. Anyway, we are in Daxia. When he realizes it's fake, he can't do anything about us. Li Yongxiao quickly sent his bank account number, excitedly waiting for the other party to remit the money. Don't worry, I made the Trojan horse into a photo. The system will be paralyzed directly after they click on it. Li Yongxiao confidently patted his chest. No trace of anything will remain. As the account was sent out, a certain department in Shangjing that started with the Chinese character for state. Department Zhao, the other party has appeared again, and this time sent the bank account number over. Did you find out who it is? Seoul Li Yonghyo, studying at Seoul Electronic Information Technology College. Give me an immediate arrest. The national character face looked at the computer that was dead and paralyzed, full of fire. These few brats. The matter, but also from a few days ago. The Daxia Net Security Department, which guarded Daxia's internet security, occasionally fished online to catch a few traitors. Chen Jinfan happened to see them leave a message. The price of 500 knives music, unlimited acquisition of Daxia Forbidden Area photos. In the past, when I saw it, I directly scratched away. This time, the idea king inside the three, Long Xiuhu, suddenly had a bright idea and planned. Hey, you guys, why don't we make a fortune by making fake photos? Selling the country is impossible, making money is to make money. The three of them hit it off. Li Yongxiao, who tinkers with hacking technology every day, packaged the Trojan horse into a photo and sent it. Successfully made a fortune. However, put the release of phishing information net security harmed. The photo just clicked, the system jammed and crashed. If it is not able to physically disconnect the network, the system may be paralyzed for 10 minutes. Can't stand it. This is the second phishing. And this time, the much more cautious net security finally caught their little tails. Seoul College of Electronics and Information Technology? Let me see what's going on. Chapter 33, Coaster on the National Highway. Everyone in Seoul is in danger, seeking monthly recommendations. 3 coasters. 2 black Iveco. Vastly drove out from Shangjing. All the way to the wind. In order to make sure that we don't frighten the snakes. Before departure, did not notify the Seoul side. By the time Seoul's senior circle knew that there was such a team on the road heading straight for Seoul, they had already panicked. What was this large scale last time? It was to investigate the corruption of 2 steel and 1 coal. That time jacked off a large number of important leaders. This is the possibility of Lu Shijia their rise to the top, only now they have mastered the 2 steel and coal. What about this time? Why are you here? Familiar Moonwatch Hall, familiar 3 people. A few days ago just ate a dumb loss Lu Shijia at the moment face heavy, look at the eyes of Han Steele Yang Jianxin, and a steal money for the country. Put the photos of the coaster taken by the following people on the highway and put them on the desktop. Have you guys gotten wind of what this time Qin Weiwei is going to do in the countryside? 3 coasters, 2 Ivecos, this scale is not smaller than last time. Yang Jianxin and Qian Weigua looked at each other. Yang Jianxin moved his ass closer and whispered, is it something wrong on Zhao's side? The Zhao in his mouth is Zhao Xingjia. Zhao Xingjia, these years bent on advancing the transformation of Seoul, coupled with his introduction of Luyu grabbed the South Bay, has long been in 3 people like water and fire. Between words, they were naturally very rude. Doesn't seem like it, Zhao Xingjia, that person is not greedy for money or sex, he wants to do things that will leave a name for Seoul. How could this kind of person reveal his footwear? Qian Weigua shook his head. If Zhao Xingjia was greedy for money and beauty, he would have found a way to take him down long ago. I've asked someone to inquire in Shangjing. This operation has high specifications, and they were all pulled out on a temporary basis without anyone knowing about it beforehand. This kind of joint action, it looks like it's afraid of spooking snakes. Lu Shijia's eyebrows were wrinkled into a pimple. To speak with a clear conscience. To be able to sit step by step in this position of the 3 of them, who didn't carry some on their ass. No one could stand to be checked at all. It was this point in time that was too subtle. Lu Shijia's name suddenly popped up in his mind. Lu Yu, could it be him? Immediately after, he denied himself. If Lu Yu has that much energy. Directly open card, I will give you the South Bay land is, but also with so much trouble? Thinking about it, he couldn't figure it out. Both of you, no matter why the Chinaman is coming down, be at peace during this time. And the matter of the South Bay land, let's stay put for now and wait for the wind to pass. I've already bought a ticket for Australia, I'll leave tonight and hide for a few days before coming back. Yang Jianxin and Qian Weigua nodded approvingly, they obviously had the exact same intention. They were too afraid of the cunning rabbit. Zhao Xingjia, who was even more well informed, got the news as early as when the convoy passed the toll booth on the highway. But even if you know, it's useless. He made several phone calls to Beijing, but did not find out the details. In the end, he still learned from his old comrade. Old Zhao, this operation has nothing to do with you, just cooperate well when the time comes. I heard that it was the leader of a certain state character department in Shangjing who got angry, and that's why the commotion was so big. I heard that it made him gray, lost face, and almost made a joke. What exactly is the matter? I didn't inquire carefully, but it definitely has nothing to do with you. Hanging up the phone. Zhao Xingjia was not afraid of shadows. He was naturally not afraid to investigate. But he really couldn't figure out who else could break the sky in this part of Seoul? Recently there have been no major criminal cases, there are no fugitives roaming off. That is, some years ago, to steal and a coal corruption problem, he was able to hear the wind in advance to deal with. And this time, not the slightest touch. Zhao Xingjia cannot detect the truth. Can only be arranged for the Seoul team to do a good job of reception, do a good job with the work. Be careful with everything, don't be ungrateful and draw the fire to yourself. The leader has spoken. A time. Everyone at the top of Seoul is in danger. Ordinary people do not know what is happening, Liu Yu naturally does not know what is happening. It just feels that in the past few days, the city hygiene has become cleaner, and the patrolling hat uncle has become amiable. Occasionally, when you went to government departments to do business, you could see smiling faces. The face of the city has been refreshed. This is a good thing. Plus, the construction of the South Bay site project is going on with a bang, and the two steel disturbances are slow in coming. Immediately can start laying the foundation. Liu Yu is happier. Even give students lectures are more motivated. After lecturing, Liu Yu did not forget to pay attention to those few key students of entrepreneurship. Chen Jinfan's mobile system, it is difficult to produce results in the short term, but the team is steadily expanding. Huang Ying's takeaway platform, the basic network structure has been built, started trial operation in Seoul, the response is very good. In the early stage does not charge merchants stationing fees, but also spend money to subsidize users, merchants, the market expansion speed is extremely fast. Seoul has a total of 10 counties, has been fully rolled out in 4 counties, belonging to the Eat It Takeaway employees have reached 239 people. Not as good as 2 steel and 1 coal, but the growth momentum is extremely rapid. Seoul also appeared a few imitators, but in the face of Liu Yu's pre-burning method, they simply do not have the ability to fight. Liu Yu finished listening to Huang Ying's report. He nodded in recognition. Maintain this growth rate, the early stage is still focused on market share, don't be too concerned about whether or not it's profitable. Moreover, all the riders under the company, Social Security should also be paid on time, and the welfare should not be short of. Don't count on that little expenditure. Liu Yu abhorred the way of making money by compressing takeout riders. He decided to put an end to this phenomenon from the beginning. Watching Huang Ying leave the office, Liu Yu was a little puzzled in his heart. According to the system's urbane nature, students with strengths and outstanding abilities would basically appear with the sign of rare attributes. However, Huang Ying, who had already begun to independently lead the company, and who already had a team of 100 people under her command, still had no rare mark. There was still no rare sign. Did she not deserve some kind of rare entrepreneur label? Liu Yu couldn't figure out where the problem was. He no longer thinks about it. In front of his eyes, he unfolded the 3-dimensional map of Seoul Electronic Information Technology College. With the construction of the South Bay, the image over there was also presented. Liu Yu could see it at a glance. Watching the school under his command slowly expand. It was really beautiful. At the same time, on the national highway leading to Seoul, inside the coaster, there were several competent middle-aged men in Zhongshan suits. The person we're arresting this time is very cunning, don't think that just because they're a hacker, they can be taken lightly. Any electronic product can become a tool for the other party to utilize. It is because of this that you are prohibited from using any electronic products and communication tools from the start of the operation. Gentlemen, the war of the internet is a war without smoke, but the land of the internet is also the land of Daxia. We have to nip any dangerous elements in the bud. Chapter 34 Seoul Action Group, run as a typical case. Seeking monthly votes and recommendations. The night was low. From the Beijing to the Action Group, a moment without stopping, straight to the Seoul government compound to drive. At this time it was already 12 o'clock at night, the leadership team of Seoul, a total of 12 people stood at the door waiting. What in the world are the people from Beijing doing? I don't know, this specification is not low, to this time before notifying us. I've heard that even Secretary Zhao didn't find out the truth. The Secretary Zhao in their mouths was standing in the cold wind at the moment, his expression somewhat unnatural. For this elderly man who was already approaching his 60s, picking up people in the early hours of the morning was a bit of torture. The person from Shangjing might not be as good as Zhao Xingjia in terms of position alone, but it depended on how the other party left Shangjing. If the person leaves the capital privately to come to Seoul, Zhao Xingjia naturally doesn't need to meet him. The orders to leave the capital to Seoul, that is the minister, even if the other party is a small officer, must be greeted. Everyone stood in the cold wind and exchanged pleasantries, exchanging information with each other. Soon, the headlights of the coaster shone into the courtyard. This special action group from Shangjing finally revealed its true colors. The man in a plain and unassuming Chinese mountain suit was the first to get off the car and quickly walked to Zhao Xingjia. Hello, Secretary Zhao, I'm Chen Fei from the Department of Net Security. I'm so sorry. Minister Zhao instructed me to apologize to you properly when I arrive in Seoul. This operation really happened so suddenly that I didn't have time to notify. It involves Daxia's cybersecurity, and many of the details of it, I only learned about it in the car. Zhao Xingjia keenly captured the word cybersecurity. Mutterings flooded the bottom of his heart. Seoul was a resource-heavy city. There was not a single emerging internet enterprise, so where would it involve any cybersecurity? To know, at this time, the internet of Daxia, the whole is still in its infancy. Anything involving network security is highly sensitive. Zhao Xingjia knew the importance of the matter and invited the crowd into the Seoul government conference room. Waiting for the crowd to sit down, Chen Fei politely looked at Zhao Xingjia. Secretary Zhao, so I'll clamor for attention? Comrade Little Chen is not required to be polite. Thank you, Secretary Zhao. Waiting for Zhao Xingjia to nod his head, Chen Fei then slowly opened his mouth. Comrades, the first meeting of the Seoul Network's 9.27 special operation officially begins. As the words fell, the conference room resounded with applause. The clock hanging in the conference room showed that it was September 27, 2024 at the moment. Before the meeting officially begins, I would like to announce a few points of caution. Given the special nature of the other party, before the operation officially begins, all electronic equipment will be handed over to us for unified custody. If there is a need, you can contact home now. Chen Fei nodded his head in a gesture, and the person next to him took the plastic box and began to collect the cell phones. This was the usual practice before the start of a special operation. Immediately afterward, Chen Fei, as the head of the action group, began to introduce the heads of the various groups that had come from Shangjing one by one. As a temporary joint special operation, it was definitely necessary to familiarize ourselves with each other first. When introduced to the short-haired woman sitting at the end, Chen Fei paused. This is Daxia TV's special reporter Li Meijin. Tomorrow will be broadcasted live by her in its entirety. The entire operation will be broadcast live tomorrow? Yes, to make this operation a typical case, taking this opportunity to publicize the importance of cybersecurity to the people of Daxia first. Zhao Xingjia's heart thumped. From the moment he knew that this operation was targeting the Seoul Electronic Information Technology College, he had fantasies in his heart. As long as the one in trouble was not Lu Yu, there was a way to protect him. However, if the whole thing was broadcast live, the significance would be different, and the significance would change in the eyes of the entire nation. Even if Lu Yu is innocent, I'm afraid he won't be able to turn around in a few years. There are many things that can't be weighed. Once on the scale, there is no room for maneuver. Zhao Xingjia sighed. In the years before retirement, it is not easy to find a bold young man. I did not expect to encounter this difficulty. He is not worried about implicating himself. With Zhao Xingjia's energy and status, this kind of thing cannot affect him. He secretly pondered whether there was a relationship with the two steel and one coal, but he felt that there was not much of a relationship. The net security department had not been established for a long time, and two steel and one coal did not have dealings with them. It seems that Lu Yu was a bit short of luck. Zhao Xingjia sighed. Chen Fei was still arranging things. For example, the road should be controlled in advance, the impact on ordinary students should be minimized, and so on. From the details that Chen Fei narrated, the crowd realized why the specifications were so high this time. Just to mention one point, the net security department's system was almost completely paralyzed. No. That wasn't the internet cafe system, the school system, it was the system responsible for Daxia's network security that was almost paralyzed. This is for the leadership of the Department of Cybersecurity. It could already be considered a major dereliction of duty. Comrades, according to the analysis of the experts from the Department of Network Security, the Trojan horse virus used by the other party belongs to a new type of computer virus. This virus is the first time it appeared on the internet, and is highly covert and harmful. Therefore, we suspect that these people from Seoul Electronic Information Technology College may have ties with hostile forces outside the country. Self-explanatory. Collaborate with the enemy. Treason. These two offenses that could punish 9 clans in ancient Daxia were already nearly explicit. Zhao Xingjia's heart was completely cold. It's over, it's all over. No wonder there will be a Daxia TV reporter interview, no wonder it will be made into a typical case. And these two charges are related. Even if you don't die, you'll lose your skin. It was no wonder that the net security department would think so. It's really that the Trojan horse program that Li Yongxiao and the others used was too far ahead of its time. The system of the Ministry of Internet Security every moment is subjected to foreign attacks, but there has never been a near collapse of the situation. In the period of 9 years, do not dare to say that the system is the most advanced and perfect, but at least it is the world's top 5 level. Today, it is almost paralyzed. How can not pay attention? In their view, can have such a capacity will only be against the system to launch a specific attack on the United States of America. After all, the internet began in the United States of America. Of course. If you have to dig deeper, this matter is actually not related to Lu Yu. This era of the internet is not very perfect. Many of the loopholes that seem superficial in later generations have not been repaired in this era. Inevitably, Lu Yu had used these loopholes to demonstrate the camouflage of the Trojan horse program during class. Based on this, the great clever Li Yongxiao had utilized his subjective initiative and made some viruses. together with the king of ideas, Long Xiaohu. That's what triggered the chain reaction. These, no one knows now. With all matters arranged in order. Traffic control, residence evacuation, emergency filing, etc., all handed over clearly. Time has come to 5 a.m. Various leaders began to give orders. All departments in Seoul acted urgently, like a big net, slowly opening up towards the Seoul Institute of Electronics and Information Technology. Taking advantage of the rising sun, it was impermeable to pounce. Lee Meijian, the special reporter from Daxia TV, had already picked up the microphone. Asahi News, Daxia News. It's now 6:00 sharp on Sangjing time, and I'm at the Seoul Electronic Information Technology College. Cybersecurity is a matter of national security. Next, I will be following the Department of Cybersecurity in a special operation. Please follow my camera into the Seoul Electronic Information Technology College. Chapter 35, Blackboard Technology Exposed, Emergency Stoppage Seeking Monthly Recommendations. Shangjing, the Department of Net Security. The numerous computer screens in the room flickered. Minister Zhao of the Net Security Department, who had returned from studying abroad to further his education and had received orders to establish it, had not closed his eyes for nearly 24 hours. His eyes were glued to the TV screen, waiting for the arrest operation to begin. Minister, take a little rest, your body won't be able to take it if you stay up like this. The subordinate brought strong tea and handed it to him. Minister Zhao rubbed his temples and took a sip of tea, making himself awake. I can't sleep at all right now. The Great Wall of Networks was built under my leadership. I didn't expect it to almost fall. That even if it fell for a second, I would be an ancient sinner of Disya. Just as fortunately, Zhao Changli had kept his hand in. The Net Security Department system could be physically isolated to keep the virus from spreading out, or else it really would have been impossible to come back. What was fatal was a lot of key technical data in the system has not been transferred. For example, 4G technology preliminary ideas and so on. As the leader of the Department of Network Security, it is a leader who really has real talent. He knows very well the technical content of disguising a Trojan virus with a photo. This kind of technology is unheard of in the world. If you have to say there is, it can only be the United States of America at the end of the ocean. If the United States of America could spread this Trojan horse virus by forging photos, does that mean that there are other more advanced technologies? This was what made Zhao Changli feel afraid. As for that, was it possible that those few people from the Seoul Electronic Information Technology College had come up with the virus themselves? This assumption, he wanted to laugh. The Department of Internet Security already represented the most top-notch internet technology in Daxia, so how could someone be better than me? Why don't you say that college or university has come up with domestic 4G technology? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It is because of this kind of journey. Action will come so quickly. Specification will be set so high. In the TV in front of me, Lee Meijian has followed the crowd into the campus. The various intersections around the school have all been barricaded, there is no possibility of escape. In order to reduce the impact on ordinary students, Chen Fei's crowd did not sound the siren, but instead entered the campus normally by showing their credentials. Xiong Wu, who was in charge of security, watched the crowd enter the campus quickly and called Lu Yu. Principal, something's wrong, a group of leaders just came into the school, they're still carrying guns, and they've already gone to look for you. Lu Yu, who was sleepy, instantly woke up. Calling up the campus surveillance to check, he saw middle-aged men in executive jackets coming straight to his office. Among them, there was also the familiar secretary Zhao. Lu Yu looked at the time, 7:15. Grass, this period of time has not slept well. Do not dare to be slow, dressed to welcome out. Just opened the door to the office, disliked the face of the Daxia TV cameras, and the face of the ugly Zhao Xingjia. Not waiting for Lu Yu to open his mouth, Chen Fei showed his credentials. Principal Lu, I'm Chen Fei from Daxia's Net Security Department. I suspect that your school is colluding with forces outside of the country and is suspected of destroying network security. Please assist us in our investigation. Lu Yu was confused. What are you talking about? Under Lee Meijian's camera, Chen Fei's words instantly spread throughout Daxia. Even many overseas Chinese who were following the news of Daxia at the moment knew about it. Among them, naturally included Lu Shijie and the others hiding in Australia, who had originally heard the wind and ran out. Naturally, they always paid attention to the news. Lu Shijie looked at what Chen Fei said on the TV. Looking at Lu Yu's confused little eyes, the whole person instantly sat up, so excited that he couldn't even care about knocking over the red wine on the coffee table. Rushing to make a phone call. Old Yang, old Xian, watch the news. Lu Yu collaborated with the enemy and betrayed the country. This time he is definitely finished, all on the Daxia news. Hurry back to China, this is our opportunity. This time Zhao Xingjia cannot protect him, South Beilan can still be taken back. In the TV, Lu Yu looked at the camera. Frowning slightly, he turned sideways to avoid the camera. His mind spun rapidly, pondering who was messing with him and could use such a big battle. Seeing Secretary Zhao's loving look, it seemed like he didn't know either. Officer Chen, I'm not sure what's going on, so please ask how I can assist. Principal Lu, I'm not a police officer, you can call me Chen Fei. Then, he took out Li Yongxiao's photo and handed it to Lu Yu. Please help me find this person. Seeing that it was rare attribute student Li Yongxiao, Lu Yu's heart jumped. No way. Another trouble-making trio? The last time Chen Jinfan was a reptile, he invited Uncle Hat to Lu Yu. What the hell? This time, which Buddha will you bring to me again? With the previous lesson, Lu Yu's heart was slightly at ease. Vaguely guessed what was going on. Chen Fei, Secretary Zhao, I probably know what's going on, please. Secretary Zhao had been paying attention to Lu Yu's complexion. Seeing him suddenly become relieved, the bottom of his heart was very strange. Over here, Chen Fei briefly told Lu Yu what happened, and Lu Yu was crying and laughing as he listened. It is really something that the three of them can do. People net security phishing, you guys phishing net security, really talented Chen Fei, Secretary, I'm going to say that it's a misunderstanding, you guys definitely don't believe me, however, you'll know when you meet those people. Zhao Changli from Shangjing, watching the live TV broadcast, heard Lu Yu's words and looked disdainful. He was technically supremacist. Misunderstanding? Anything can lie, only technology won't. Could it be that you, the principal, wanted to say that the vulnerability in the system of the Ministry of Net Security was discovered by a few freshman students? Bull. It's definitely an infiltration by an offshore force. Along with Li Meijin's footage, the crowd first went to the dormitory building to look for Li Yongxiao and the others, only to realize that their dormitory was empty. They're probably in the lab. Just by looking at the double dormitory, Li Meijin was shocked, and when she heard that freshman students still had labs, Li Meijin finally couldn't help herself. Principal Lu, your school is specialized? As fake as it is, a private specialized school. Coming out of the dormitory, he walked towards the lab. Chen Fei looked at the FTTBs, switches, and all sorts of routes spread across the campus, and he was simply a little confused. How could it be? These devices were almost as good as those of the Department of Network Security. Similarly, Zhao Changli was shocked as he looked at the equipment that was inadvertently revealed. The ones they used were better than Lu Yu though. But what kind of organization were they, and what kind of organization was Lu Yu? The coldness in Zhao Changli's eyes increased. Such good equipment must require sufficient funds and was definitely funded by forces outside the country. However, the next moment, as the camera followed Lu Yu into the lab, seeing the messy network cables on the floor, scattered draft paper, the three teenagers sleeping on the table, and the formulas written on the blackboard like a heavenly book, Zhao Changli froze. He didn't freeze at the sight of the three Li Yongxiao. Rather, he froze looking at the formulas on the blackboard, the deduced program architecture. The program architecture on the blackboard was only in its infancy, but it was clearly seen to be the derivation of the mobile end system. There was also the idea of utilizing 4G technology. He could tell at a glance that it was an architecture that was completely divorced from Android, iOS, Symbian, and several other mainstream systems. Zhao Changli only felt his head explode with a bang. The fatigue of not sleeping for more than a day instantly dissipated. 4G, wasn't it the technology that Daxia had just discussed and decided to procure? The mobile system, wasn't it the technology that Daxia had just discussed and decided to spend 5 years catching up? Even he did not dare to propose self-research and self-build during the initial meeting. The gap was too big. How is it possible? And now it appeared on the blackboard of a private junior college. That's even if it's very rough. And House Foundation is rough. But it does give direction. Ridiculous, too ridiculous. Appears in the Qingbei blackboard. How reasonable How come it's a junior college? Minister, look, team leader Chen has already caught the suspect, so young, still a child. The subordinate's words instantly awakened Zhao Changli. Zhao Changli looked at the TV that was still broadcasting live and fiercely smacked himself. Splat. What stupid thing did I do in my horse? Quickly call the Daxia TV station, stop the broadcast urgently, and delete all the footage about this operation. If at this point, one still suspected the other party of collaborating with the enemy and treason, of colluding with forces outside of the country, that would be really stupid. Technology doesn't lie. It was certainly reasonable for a student who could make this kind of structure to make a photo Trojan horse. Immediately go and book me the fastest trip. Etc. Go and apply for a special airplane for me, fly directly to Seoul. Just say, Zhao Changli has found that kind of technology, and it's in our Daxia. Chapter 36, The Wind Rises, 4 hours in Seoul requesting monthly recommendations. The moment he received the call from Shangjing, Chen Fei was confused. The operation was cancelled and the level of secrecy was raised? What does that mean? When he called Minister Zhao again, the phone was already showing a busy signal and couldn't be picked up. When I called other colleagues, they said Minister Zhao had seen some technology and was flying to Seoul on a special plane. Seeing technology? The broken junior college can have what technology? Although Chen Fei is a serious examination into the Ministry of Network Security, but expect Chinese language and literature majors to understand those symbols on the blackboard. More or less a bit difficult. Do not understand, but leadership orders naturally have to be implemented truthfully. Principal Lu, please don't leave the school yet until our minister arrives. If there are any needs or arrangement words, you can talk to me. Chen Fei was polite, but he still put Lu Yu as well as the three Li Yongxiao under house arrest between words. No one could be touched until the minister arrived. Lu Yu was helpless. Well, at least he was cleared of the crime of collaborating with the enemy in treason. In the arranged house arrest room, looking at Chen Jinfan, Li Yongxiao, and Long Xiuhu, the three of them stuffed their heads into their pants pockets, living like a quail's appearance. Lu Yu has no temper. Forget it, who let himself get stuck with such a bunch of bad kids? You guys haven't eaten yet, right? Lu Yu knocked on the door and looked at Uncle Hat outside the door. Comrade, help us go to the cafeteria to get 4 breakfasts, please. Chen Jinfan raised his head and looked at Lu Yu in fear. School, principal, you won't scold us? Principal, you won't expel us. Li Yongxiao continued. Perhaps it really was the mental age that was once true age. Clearly the 3 people in front of him were nearly as old as himself. When Lu Yu looked at them, it was as if he was looking at 3 or 4-year-old naughty children. At the time of recruiting these students, Lu Yu had mental expectations. It would be perverse if they didn't get into trouble. Expulsion is not going to happen. After investing so much in you guys, how can you not give me a good job at school? Chen Jinfan's few people breathed a sigh of relief. Less than a month of school life was the happiest time of their 10 years of schooling. Chen Jinfan immediately stood up and voted, Principal, we promise to make the system before the year is out. Put all your heart and soul into the 2 programs from now on. Lu Yu bristled. Brag about it. You are facing the world's top group of scientific research staff, and you can come up with a finished product in June next year. In Lu Yu's opinion, it was already an exaggeration. There was no blowing their motivation. Receiving the breakfast from Uncle Hat. Let's eat first, and by the way, tell me where your project is going. The matter of Lu Yu's house arrest. No one in the outside world knew about it. However, there were quite a few people who saw the 15 minutes of the special operation that was aired on Daxia Dynasty News. Even though it was said that the stoppage was extremely sudden, it still caused a commotion in Seoul. The Seoul Coking Coal Group, the Seoul Iron and Steel Group, and the Seoul First Iron and Steel Group, who had already gotten the news, had already traveled to South Bay with their construction teams. Lu Yu was going down. By arriving at the South Bay first, they would be able to seize the upper hand. Why not wait for Lu Yu to completely fall, wait for the land in South Bay to flow out, and then go seize it? In Lu Shijia's in their opinion, it's too slow. Just going through the procedures alone, I'm afraid it would take more than half a year, or even longer. But go directly to the South Bay, seize down and then make up the ticket and then go through the procedures, it is much faster. After all, the land had already been put up for auction and was not illegally appropriated. They are not worried about the procedure at all. The days of Seoul, 2 steel and 1 coal. Rumble. The sound of excavators resounded in Li Su's ears, looking at the increasing number of excavators outside the door. Li Su shouted. Don't open the door, everyone stays at the construction site. The matter of Principal Lu's accident is a rumor, everyone don't believe it. The 3 major groups outside the door all sneered. Rumors? I advise you guys to hurry up and leave, it's on the Daxia News and it's still a rumor, maybe your Principal Lu is already eating jail food at this moment. Ha ha ha. Sneers penetrated through the iron. The 3 big groups were no more stupid and did not rush into the construction site, they seized as to wait for the other side to leave. Li Su gritted his teeth, he didn't believe the other party's bull, he was afraid that the workers below would run away. Not waiting for him to appease, the workers fell to break out in curses. Bull. The news also said every day to improve our treatment, how come it didn't improve? Principal Lu doesn't deduct wages, as long as it's not a white paper with Chinese characters, I'll show Principal Lu the construction site. Yes, we only recognize black characters on white paper. Listening to these big old men, who Li Su himself had looked down on a few days ago, shouted out words. Li Su was all a little teary-eyed. He suddenly understood why Lu Yu emphasized on not withholding wages, that is, he had to be paid even if there was no work to be done. This was really. Whoever puts them at ease, they will hold them high. With the unity of the workers, the 3 major groups couldn't get in. The 2 parties confronted each other across the Iron Gate. Although they are facing each other, they are also very restrained. Everyone knew that once they made a move, the nature would be completely different. At the same time, when the South Bay construction site was in turmoil because of the matter of Lu Yu in the morning news. In another place, conversations were also taking place. It was Seoul's rapidly growing startup Eat It. You've seen the news, right? I told you that your principal doesn't have good intentions, what's the point of giving you money, maybe he's holding back bad intentions. This is not said on the news, I think he is a traitor. Which normal person also pays social security to takeaway workers, our company's now 200 to 300 takeaway workers, all pay social security, a month will be $600,000 to $700,000. The big wavy voluptuous woman sitting in the general manager's office of Eat Donald's chattered on and on about Huang Ying in front of her. Huang Ying's family originally owned a hotel, only the business wasn't doing very well. She proposed the takeaway idea to Luyu, pulled in the first startup capital, and used her own home as a pilot to expand rapidly. At first, the family still ridiculed. As she watched the scale grow, her mother intervened. Her mother said the most words is to Luyu kicked out, why give him 15% shares, why he sits to receive dividends. It is because of this family atmosphere. Luyu many times entrusted to the development direction of Huang Ying, she is difficult to carry out. For example, pay social security to employees, do not consider profitability in the early stage of market capture, etc. Ying, this company is your hand to start up, the idea is yours, mom and dad to help you busy, you have to distinguish who is good and who is bad. In the past you couldn't tell the difference, now it's always clear, right, the news has been released, your principal properly didn't have a good heart. Huang Ying lowered her head and was silent. Principal, really deceived me? Looking at her daughter's weak appearance, the wavy curled shrew's temper came up and slammed the desktop. I'll make a decision for you today, let's raise the 10% draw on the merchants, lower the unit price of delivery by $1, and those who order on the platform let them give us one more takeout fee. This way, we can make money. Huang Ying was shocked to hear this. Mom, aren't you taking all three heads? Despite feeling inappropriate, she never managed to gather the courage to stop her mother as she watched her leave. With the office door closing with a bang, she vaguely felt. It seemed like she was about to lose something. Chapter 37 National Characters, Coking Coal Group can't wait seeking monthly recommendations. Air China 747-400. The Boeing airliner that was supposed to be performing normal civil aviation duties was temporarily withdrawn as a special airplane and changed to a direct flight to Seoul. Several people in military uniforms quickly took over. The only ones still left on the plane were the two strictly back-tuned flight attendants, and the remaining ones had even changed pilots. The flight attendants carrying the trays couldn't help but feel a little nervous as they looked at the brightly colored military ranks. Shurjin, the country-faced man with 3 stars on his shoulder, was ordered to protect the normal navigation of the special airplane. Specialized aircraft travel is a whole system, not as simple as buying a ticket to ride. She had heard as early as when she was on board that the Air China 747-400 was a Daxia special airplane. Once it was needed, it would be temporarily called. Not daring to look around, she placed her water cup on the table and quickly left. Zhao Changli picked up the water cup in his hand, moistened his lips, and continued. Look at the architecture written on the blackboard, it is based on the Linux kernel depth rewrite, completely different from the architecture of Android, iOS, and Symbian. At present, the international mainstream believes that if 4G technology is fully popularized, the mobile market will greatly squeeze the PC, and the number of internet users will further surge. More critically, 4G will reshape the battlefield ecology like gunpowder in the Cold War era. Shurjin recalled the war that woke up Daxia 1,000 years ago, you mean like the Gulf War? I dare not jump to conclusions. But when the transmission data is fast enough, maybe it will be like the movie Terminator, where everyone uses robots to fight. Zhao Changli exhaled a cloudy breath. Shurjin laughed, robot battles? That's too sci-fi, it's ultimately people who decide the direction of the battlefield. Thinking of the Gulf War, he added, and high-quality modernized technology. Zhao Changli heard this. He knew that his plan had failed this time. With his current authority and energy, he could only add the word national to Seoul Electronic Information Technology College. For example, National Information Technology Cooperative College. Although there were only a handful of colleges and universities that started with the word national in Daxia, they were still not as good as those that started with the word military. He had just spent half an hour trying to get the other side to pay attention to these two technologies at a strategic level. Let them understand what this means. Nay. They didn't seem to take it well. After all, the war that woke up the world 1,000 years ago had just ended. Shurjin was silent for a long time. Looking out the porthole, Minister Zhao, how about this, I'll reflect your idea to the chief. I remember that military training in Seoul hasn't started yet, so I'll come here this year to see if it's as impressive as you say. Also, you look like you haven't slept in a long time, you better get some rest. The technology you're talking about is right here in Seoul, it's not like it's going to grow legs and run away. Thanks. Zhou Changli said, with a bitter look on his face. Not afraid of running away? Offended the other party, really afraid of running. Zhao Changli looked at his watch. According to the distance, it would take more than an hour to arrive in Seoul. Closing his eyes, he slowly calmed his excitement. Unexpectedly, these two technology prototypes would appear in the private sector. After going back, shouldn't we apply for a civilian survey? There might be other gains. At the same time. Same Boeing 747, different place. Liu Shijie sat on the airliner that hadn't taken off yet, listening to his subordinates report on the situation in South Bay. When he heard that the construction team was parked outside the South Bay and didn't go in, his brows furrowed. He knew deep down. Everything can't be delayed, and a delay will lead to a change. Now the South Bay competitor is no longer Luyu, but the two Steel. It was easy to get into trouble if you were still foolishly waiting at this time. You now immediately go to Wang Hao from Urban Construction, bring 5 envelopes and ask him to open temporary construction paperwork for you. Wait, it's better to take 10, directly smash him unconscious, lest he promise others. An envelope that holds 50,000 in cash. Take the construction paperwork and drive our machine in first, and wait for me to come back for the follow-up. What? You're a deadhead. Don't care about the land qualification now, occupy it first, I'll go back and get the land again, not on the line. If we don't take it, the 2 steel companies will. Hurry up and do it for me. Lu Shijie reprimanded subordinates, looked at the airplane, began to accelerate the takeoff, the heart is very leaping. South Bay to take, the market can further expand, how much money spent in the early stage is worth? Luyu, the sky is going to kill you. 2 steel and 1 coal operating Seoul for many years, feed how many people, open a temporary construction paperwork too easy. Besides, Wang Hao also heard the news of Luyu's collaboration with the enemy and treason, and it was only a matter of time before the land in South Bay flowed out. He did not even think about it, and received money to do the job. Violation of the operation, direct Red Seal cover. Taking the eye-catching Red Seal notice, Coking Coal's horsemen came to the South Bay in a dignified manner. Snap. Stick the notice on and curse it loudly. All get out and make room, this is now our Coking Coal groups. Li Su dragged a steel pipe and rushed out with a large number of workers, her small mouth Fanfong, tell you to pull a coin, all get the hell out of here. Facing the tall and muscular workers, the horseboy is still a little timid, stiffening his neck to take out the notice. You want the white paper in black letters, and the red seal. See for yourself. Li Su took a look, it was indeed a construction notice commissioning Coking Coal Group to build South Bay. Did something really happen to Faye? Li Su did not dare to hesitate, took out his cell phone and called Luyu. It took a long time to connect, it was an unfamiliar voice. Who are you, what are you looking for, Luyu? This is not right, talking voice is not like brother you. Not waiting for Li Su to speak, the voice of Luyu came faintly from the other end of the phone. Comrade, turn on the speakerphone, I'll say it in front of you, so it's compliant. Strictly speaking, it is also not compliant. Chen Fei considered that the leader didn't seem to have said anything about house arrest. It was better to make it more convenient. Handing his cell phone to Luyu, Li Su, what happened? Brother you, Coking Coal Group's people came over with the construction paperwork and want to kick us out. Brother you, did you sell the South Bay land? And, did something happen to you? I'll bring people to save you. I'll just drive a truck and break in, take you with me and run. Li Su has sat on the front 4x8 heavy truck. Full risk semi-trailer, bravely breaking into the sky. The continuous beat of questions made Luyu helpless, the chain reaction triggered by his own accident, it seems that it is indeed not small. This brainless Li Su. Also full insurance half hanging, you dare to hit the coaster? Li Su, first give them the construction site, no need to demobilize the workers, arrange for them to stay in the city. Don't worry, at most 3 days, they will have to beg us to go back. Luyu finished and looked at the formula on the blackboard. This was the bottom line. With the added power of learning to be rich, during the few hours of house arrest, he and his 3 students perfected it quite a bit. However, it was very limited. He felt that it was already a bit of a strain for learning to be rich to continue pushing on. The knowledge reserves couldn't keep up. It wasn't difficult to determine this. Luyu based on the reactions of the outside world. First, there was the rise in offense, then the emergency stoppage of the broadcast. He had already guessed that it was mostly related to the mobile in system and 4G technology. There might be some corpses in the top echelons of Daxia, but the vast majority of them were definitely human beings. They were bound to recognize these 2 technologies. As for himself, he was completely underestimating the impact of the technology when it was released. After all, he was reborn with a different mindset. Mobile end systems, as well as 4G, were nothing in the future anymore. There was also the Internet of Everything in the future, and 5G. Couldn't help but think. When he was playing chess with Master Zhu, he said that he did not have many cards in his hand, and he can only hold back the embarrassment of playing. Luyu laughed. Is completely ignoring the Real King Bama in the hand. Seoul Electronic Information Technology College. This school is their biggest capital, the most reliable dependence. Chapter 38 Rare Student, Minister Zhao's plea seeking monthly recommendations. Luyu triggered. The storm in Seoul was far from over. At this moment, Huang Ying's mother took the plunge and directly announced the new rules at the Eat the Mouse staff meeting. Moreover, it was to be enforced immediately. This made the takeout boys, as well as the many representatives of Han City's merchants, directly dumbfounded. What do you guys mean by this, changing the rules from one day to the next? This isn't fooling people. Right, it's not the same as what was said in the beginning. Why don't you pay social security? I came over to deliver food just because I saw you guys pay social security. The grievances are overwhelming. The point is, Huang Ying's mother's decision was not to start next month, but to start immediately. Eat Me was created less than a month ago, and many of the employees have been here for less than a week. Yesterday's welfare benefits advertised to the public, today all overturned. Takeaway boys' salary cut by more than half, merchants pay more entry fees. In the face of the argumentative crowd, she directly came up with a way to deal with hotel waiters. Love to do it, if you don't love to do it, get the hell out of here. Think you can't do without you? Do you know how many people are trying to get in to eat? All of you go outside and ask around, how many restaurants have opened? Huang Ying stood in the doorway of the conference room, looking at her mother cursing, looking at her father to help her mother. The familiar feeling was back. When I was a child, the family hotel was often like this. Taking a flashlight to check the dishes that the waiter had washed and finding the slightest stain, directly deducting money. There are also deductions for taking leave, deductions for being late, and deductions for being distracted at work. Huang Ying has seen people working in their own hotels, and they still have to pay back the money in a month. Every time she tried to give her parents advice, they would put on their elder stance and take Huang Ying down. Huang Ying stood outside the door, clenching her fists tightly, struggling to raise her hand to push the door open. But, seeing her mother's shrewish appearance, she let go in fear. Cowardly turned around and walked towards the office. Huang Ying's mother scolded for upwards of an hour before ending, victorious general-like, bringing her old partner to Huang Ying's office. Look, I've saved our company $500,000 to $600,000 a month with this maneuver. Who is this money for to save? It is not reserved for you as a dowry. You have to appreciate our good intentions. Huang Ying looked at the employees downstairs who were talking to each other and pointing at the windows. Mom and Dad, aren't you afraid they'll quit? What's there to be afraid of? Good daughter, you must remember, we have a shortage of everything in Daxia, but not a shortage of people. If they won't do it, there are plenty of others who will. Then, in front of Huang Ying, the two began to plot how to embezzle Lu Yu's investment, how to kick Lu Yu out. They said Lu Yu was a traitor and had no good intentions. Huang Ying couldn't stand it anymore and picked up her cell phone and ran to the rooftop. She wanted to ask the principal herself and ask the first person who was willing to support her what she thought. The ringtone rang. Lu Yu, who had ended his house arrest and was ready to go out, picked up his cell phone. He was a little afraid to answer the phone. The half day he disconnected himself was really bad news. Goodness, come on with some good news. Huang Ying, what's wrong? Principal, are you a traitor? Lu Yu was staggered. Then, very seriously, he answered Huang Ying. I am not. Daxia may have many problems, but I have no regrets about being born in Daxia. After the words were finished, there was a long silence on the other end of the phone. Just when Lu Yu almost thought that Huang Ying had hung up the phone, Huang Ying's voice timidly sounded again. Principal, if my friend feels that her parents have done something wrong, should she correct them? Listening to this question that was quite poignant in Daxia, Lu Yu subconsciously looked at the system panel. The panel showed Huang Ying was still an ordinary student. But reasonably speaking, the talent she showed was far better than that of an ordinary student. Starting a business was not something that could be done with money and ideas. After thinking for a long time, Lu Yu organized his language. Huang Ying, I can't judge the problems your friend is experiencing right now. I can only tell your friend that it's like you're a child for the first time, and your friend's parents are also parents for the first time. There will be times when we do something wrong, and so will our parents. Parents, teachers, and principals aren't absolutely right. They're human beings and human beings have problems. A refreshing statement. Holding her cell phone, Huang Ying looked at the dark, ink-like night sky as if she saw the star of enlightenment pointing the way. Obviously, since childhood, everyone has been preaching. Parents' words, absolutely correct. Parents' request, even if it is wrong, you must do it. No one has ever told himself these words. Lu Yu was still speaking softly. The only standard for judging right and wrong has nothing to do with people, only with specific things. Obviously very normal words. At this moment, Huang Ying was as if she had heard the devil whispering, and hung up the phone in a panic. Listening to the busy sound of the steep interruption, Lu Yu was confused. What the hell? It seems that in the future, there is a need to find a psychological counselor or something for the school. This kind of trivial matter also came to ask me. When he was ready to get up, change his clothes, and go with Chen Fei to meet Minister Zhao who had just landed, the system suddenly popped up a prompt. Student, Huang Ying Rare. Direction of specialization, business. Breaking the old shackles of the past, today I know I am me, chance to be promoted to excellence. Lu Yu froze. He was not surprised that Huang Ying had broken through to rare attribute. But what was the excellence that suddenly appeared? At this moment, it was too late to think about it in detail. Chen Fei led Lu Yu into the coaster, and the three troublemakers, Chen Jinfan, also had the honor of sitting in. Next to him, Chen Fei held the phone and reported the situation. But Lu Yu clearly saw it. This kid got a lecture. Zhao Changli then called Chen Fei. The two exchanged the situation. He just learned that Chen Fei, this bastard, locked up Lu Yu for more than 4 hours. It was a good thing he didn't fire Chen Fei on the spot, that is, he knew that he hadn't done anything too much. Give the phone to Principal Lu, let's talk about your business back in Shangjing. Chen Fei wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at Lu Yu for help, handing over the phone. After simple pleasantries, Zhao Changli made amends to Lu Yu. Principal Lu, this matter is my own fault, I've caused you a lot of trouble. There is also Chen Fei's problem that I will deal with, and I will definitely give you a satisfactory account. I'll punish myself with 3 cups first when we meet later. Zhao Changli's low profile. Let Jin was greatly shocked. Although the net security department was not a real power department, it was nominally a minister, otherwise how could it apply for a special airplane? But now, was it necessary to commit such a crime? Zhao Changli had bitter words. This matter, if you cannot let Lu Yu gently lift the past, the two can be said to be related to the country's fortunes of the technology has hit the water. This level of talent. Wherever people want, they do not lack of place. Lu Yu smiled, did not promise anything, instead singled out Chen Fei. Comrade Chen Fei did not do anything, people are quite good, it is inevitable that it is a misunderstanding. Chen Fei looked at Lu Yu gratefully. Zhao Changli listened, but frowned slightly. He was a 1,000-year-old vixen. How could he not understand the meaning of Lu Yu's words? Lu Yu didn't say the wrongful thing, didn't say the technical thing, and only took out the small Chen Fei to make an article. This, obviously the heart is very dissatisfied. Zhao Changli sighed in his heart, I do not know if the preparation of the word country can make Lu Yu satisfied. If the word military would be good. Thinking of this, he could only say, Principal Lu, take a short break, let's meet and talk more. Chapter 39, School Plus Characters, Upcoming Military Training Requesting Monthly Recommendations. The familiar Moonwatch Hall. The waiter specializing in this box was confused, the young little brother in front of him was already here for the second time. The person accompanying him, however, was at a higher level than once. Moreover, every time, he was the center. Not to mention the soldiers with extraordinary temperament in front of her, Zhao Xingjia, who she had seen on TV alone, made her feel nervous. As for Zhao Xingjia's alignment, he was still half a body length behind the man in the mountain suit, and the man in the mountain suit was behind the youngster. The manager had specifically explained during the training. These people in the system, walking, seating order is very delicate, who is higher and who is lower, to pay close attention. The young man, obviously extraordinary. Zhao Xingjia as the host, raised his hand to invite the people from Beijing to sit down in turn, and then arranged for Lu Yu to sit beside him. Seeing Lu Yu's calmness, he was quite emotional. In just a few days, he suddenly experienced great ups and downs, but he still had a calm heart. Zhao Xingjia sighed in admiration. Push the cup, wine over 3 rounds. Zhao Changli is ready to enter the main topic. See Chen Jinfan, 3 people are still in the seat, a moment do not know how to open. Lu Yu understand. Jinfan, Xiaowu and Yongxiao, you first go to the side hall to rest for a while, if you want to go backwards let Uncle Chen send you. Chen Jinfan and the 3 of them had been sitting on pins and needles for a long time. How had they ever experienced this kind of meal? They got up and left as if they were fleeing, and went to the side hall under Chen Fei's leadership. Zhao Changli raised his wine glass to toast Lu Yu again. From just chatting with Chen Jinfan's trio, he had learned that the technology and even their ability to get started all came from Lu Yu. Wan did not expect, Lu principal will put forward to build mobile end system, for G self-research plan, this kind of vigor, I have not seen in Shangjing. The bugbears of those colleges and universities in Shangjing clearly had their hands on the most educational resources in Daxia. However, when attempting to propose offensive tasks, they always pushed back and took the opportunity to ask for this and that. It is not as good as a junior college. The 2 men clinked their glasses, and Lu Yu sipped lightly. Zhao Changli picked up his glass and said very seriously, Principal Lu, this matter is my abruptness, I punish myself with 3 cups. Guldan, 3 cups were drunk one after another. Everyone present was appalled. Zhao Changli was so close to kneeling down and hugging his leg to beg in order to bring Lu Yu closer. Zhao Changli no longer has any real power, and then the position is light, that is also with the ministry. Technical people know the most about technology. Zhao Changli does not care about these, can pull together Lu Yu, everything is worth it. Lu Yu frankly accepted. It is not true that he has no temper, hanging himself in the Daxia TV station, almost in front of the world conspicuous. It is fortunate that it is the morning news, the ratings are almost, if the evening, Lu Yu is afraid that it is not to be nailed to the pillar of shame, raking cannot be peeled off. Zhao Xingjia saw Zhao Changli still standing, and was about to round off the situation when Zhao Changli, who was intoxicated with alcohol, waved his hand. Principal Lu, I'm too bad at messing with technology and have no choice but to sit in my current position, but I admire you all very much. If you are willing, I can apply for the establishment of a national-level electronic information cooperation laboratory at the Seoul Institute of Electronic Information Technology. In addition, I can also help you apply for a public college education qualification. Lu Yu's complexion changed slightly. The signboard of a college starting with the word country, plus the public college education qualification, was indeed full of sincerity. The word national alone could solve all the problems with the construction of the South Bay branch campus. How? 2 steel and 1 coal to touch the state? That's really like going to the outhouse with a lantern. This compensation, gesture enough. Wine also drank, gas also out. Lu Yu of course is not the kind of people who do not know how to appreciate. He got up and picked up his glass. Minister Zhao, Lu Yu currently has only a pure idea, building 100 years of famous schools, cooperation experiments are happy to the extreme. Publicly run words, for the time being, do not consider. Lu Yu, the school to public office will not affect your current position, will also get a lot of support to consider. Zhao Xingjia talked too much. This was the truth. Public institutions were naturally higher than private ones in Dxia's current environment. But if it was publicly run, then the school would practically not belong to itself, and a lot of things would be difficult. Lu Yu smiled and shook his head. Secretary Zhao, Minister Zhao, I'm a bit of a small farmer who likes to watch the school grow slowly. This was spoken. The school's blackboard was filled with Daxio's current cutting-edge technology. Could it be a small farmer? Sensing Lu Yu's firmness, he stopped persuading. Anyway, the public office is an addition. The word state is the main event. The next banquet is the guests and hosts are happy. Seeing that it was about to come to an end, Shijin, who had always been quiet and carried 3 stars on his shoulder, suddenly opened his mouth. Principal Lu, after the October vacation, the military training in Seoul will start soon. Is there any willingness to make a bet with me? A bet? Zhao Changli looked at Shijin in surprise. He had already guessed what the other party would say. Wasn't he ambiguous in his attitude? Shijin's voice was resounding. That's right, on the way from Shangjing, Minister Zhao appreciated you, plus I observed you all night. So, I want to make a bet with you. The military training lasts for half a month's time, and within half a month's time your students, if they defeat my soldiers, I will help facilitate Minister Zhao's earlier proposal. What proposal? Lu Yu looked at Zhao Changli suspiciously. Zhao Changli quickly told Lu Yu what he said on the airplane. If the word country, Lu Yu was still slightly changed in color, then the word army, Lu Yu was completely unable to sit still. Why don't you take the Wu hook and collect the 50 states of Guanshan? Which man would not have thought about his own life journey in military word linked? Zhao Changli looked at Shijin. No, such a bet is too unreasonable. Professional soldiers and students are two completely different groups. The gap is too big. Shijin shook his head. The way of group warfare woke up the Gulf War. We spent many years catching up, and now we've only gotten a little bit of results. The robotic combat that Minister Zhao proposed on the airplane, I can't imagine it at all. I have no idea what kind of war model it is. But I pondered about it for the whole night, and I realized that I was afraid in running away. I don't want that we, Dxia, will always be in the role of catching up. If, Principal Lu, you really have that kind of technology, that kind of magical ability, robotic combat might be able to erase the gap in the quality of a single soldier. Zhao Changli was on the verge of tears. This dead chubby I was drawing you a cake on the airplane. Do you know what a pie is? Machine combat is not only a matter of information and data transmission, but also a matter of machines. How did your all-muscle brain determine that Lu Yu School has this ability? Principal Lu, this is my problem. You can totally refuse. Such a bet is really unreasonable. Unreasonable? Lu Yu wanted to refuse, but the lure of the word military was too great. Besides, he really knew how that kind of war ecology was realized. It was like a game like combat. When he was about to open his mouth, his eyes flashed with a light blue light. Primary campus construction completed. Special mission activated. Seal the wolves in the Urals. Horse treads on cherry blossom. Tokyo City. Military training is an indispensable education for students. Defeat the instructor team. Reward, probability of generating a rare general. Seal the wolves in the Ural, and stampede on the vast sea. Lu Yu couldn't help but feel a sense of grandeur. Alright, I'll take this bet. Chapter 40 Researching the Coking Coal Group and asking for land. Requesting monthly votes and recommendations. Rare general? Lu Yu was drinking wine with Shijin while pondering on the reward just given by the system. What was the system rewarding generals for? A military school is also a school? And also for me to make a cradle of generals? Thinking about it doesn't seem impossible. As for how to achieve victory in the military training mission, Lu Yu already had a preliminary plan in his mind. It was not difficult to realize. Right now, there was still something that needed to be resolved urgently. The South Bay land. He had had enough of it. Lu Yu had never been a magnanimous person. He will not do anything to repay a grudge with a favor. The 2 steel companies and 1 coal company have been restraining his development in Seoul, and they are far more disgusting than Ju's Chamber of Commerce. Now, the time to strike back has arrived. Lu Yu gently tapped his wineglass, and all the people in the room immediately converged their gazes on him. Leader Zhao, Company Commander Shi and also Secretary Zhao. Seoul is a resource-heavy city with a long history of its 2 steels and 1 coal, but over the years, some of the old comrades have been uninspired, and have also accumulated quite a lot of drawbacks for the development of the business. I think that a few people, since they came to Seoul from Shangjing, this is a good opportunity for research, can take this opportunity to make a field trip to its problems and make targeted recommendations. Next to him, Zhao Xingjia secretly nodded his head. Lu Yu's mind was too active. The grasp of the opportunity was precise. After listening to Lu Yu's words, Zhao Changli fell into deep thought. The problem that Lu Yu said could not only be in Seoul, it was something that was currently prevalent in Dxia. Zhao Changli's kind of technical leading cadres, they could see that this model could not last long. Lu Yu slowly said, resources are very lucrative, and many young people from Seoul work for the coking coal group. They work in the dark and sunless wells, facing the damp and gloomy environment, earning hard money for selling their lives. I know that some jobs have to be done by someone. But I want to know who takes away their choice, who keeps them from leaving. Just like when I started the school, I just wanted to give those students a chance to choose. Lu Yu's words made a few people quite moved. Why did Zhao Xingjie desperately want to push for transformational development, even at the expense of offending the 2 steels and 1 coal? Wasn't it because he wanted the young people of Seoul to be decent in the future? To normal procedures to go, the Beijing want to research Seoul Enterprises, Go program will be a long time. Now, it is indeed possible to research. Zhao Xingjie did not speak, this matter cannot go forward, but also look at Zhao Changli, betting on this minister from Beijing is willing to do. Lu Yu is likewise gambling. Normally with his energy he would not be able to sway Zhao Changli's decision, but today the timing was ingenious. Zhao Changli had begged Lu Yu and had come from Shangjing with high specifications. Zhao Changli is the Department of Network Security, this emerging sector and traditional resource-based enterprises are not deeply involved. Even, it can be said that there is some conflict. It was a conflict of development direction. Seeing the crowd looking at himself, Zhao Changli said, the transformation of resource-based enterprises is indeed very difficult, but there are many successful cases abroad to learn from is that they should be properly examined under the existing problems, to give them some guidance advice. Zhao Changli said ambiguous, but obviously loose lips. He thought about it, or ready to help Lu Yu this small favor. Research, just go through the motions. As for what Lu Yu wanted to achieve, he didn't care. Secretary Zhao, you are the host, where do you think we should start? Zhao Xingjie looked at Lu Yu, since it was proposed by Principal Lu, then Principal Lu proposes it. Lu Yu thought about it, Seoul Coking Coal Group, to be honest, I'm also a bit selfish. Oh? When Lu Yu said this, the crowd looked at him curiously. Lu Yu recounted the matter of the South Bay land and the temporary construction notice. His gaze became unusually firm. Then in that case, prepare to set off to research the Coking Coal Group, and in the meantime, help Principal Lu ask for the land parcel. The following day, Lu Xijie, who rushed back to Seoul overnight. Before his but was even warmed up, he received an official letter from the Joint Research instructing him to prepare for the reception. Lu Xijie's face sank like water as he looked at his manager. The Joint Research Group from Beijing, what's going on? How come they came to Coking Coal Group for a good reason? Hey, what else can it be? They just arrested Lu Yu and want to take this opportunity to toss and turn in Seoul. The manager said, pouring tea for Lu Xijie. In fact, I think they might just want money, want to squeeze out some oil. Lu Yu invested so much in building the school, I'm afraid that the money in their pockets didn't fill their appetite. The manager's thoughts were those of the majority. The Chinaman went out of the capital, where there is a reason to go back empty-handed. Either the task is beautifully accomplished, or the pockets are stuffed. In short, you had to have something in your hands. If you receive orders to go to the capital but end up not accomplishing anything, then it is a poor job. It was no wonder that the manager thought that the other party was here to take advantage of the situation. Although this research gives high specifications, or the Beijing Zhao leader as well as the Seoul Zhao secretary, 2 big men led the team. It seems like they really want to find out something in Coking Coal Group, but how can they? Do you know how many people Coking Coal Group feeds Seoul? How many interests are involved? If you really dare to casually move the Coking Coal Group, I'm afraid that in the end will not be able to end. However, after hearing these words, Lu Xijie, the color did not relax at all. Similar research activities, supervisory activities, learning activities, various activities, there will be several times a year. But before coming to greet, the cleanup, everyone face good to go through. Will not be so sudden. This time to give people a feeling very bad. Thinking about it, Lu Xijie, anxious, using the relationship to the Beijing side, called. The reply given by the other party was vague. Seoul's research activities, we did receive a notice, this time the lead is mainly your secretary Zhao, I remind you to pay attention to it, collect yourself. Moreover, Zhao Xingjie also proposed, not to the 2 steel research, only to the Coking Coal Group research. You should understand what it means. Lu Xijie took a deep breath to calm down. Thanks, I understand. After a few simple pleasantries, he hung up the phone. His face, however, became increasingly ugly. Mainly Zhao Xingjie? Letting go of the 2 steels and specifically looking for my Coking Coal Group? He didn't expect that Zhao Xingjie was really going to put the knife to himself. His original old boss is in the anti-corruption step down, it is his turn to take the throne. Darn it, it's too late to run away now. Dare to run away when the research official letter is issued, that is really looking for death. Fear is not no problem, but also become problematic. Lu Xijie panicked from the drawer, took out the gold silk incense, lit, inserted into the office Guangong elephant in front of the incense burner. Devoutly kneeling on the ground. Master Guan, as long as you bless me through this difficult time, I will definitely mold a golden body for you. Chapter 41, the last of the coasters to come down, we meet again. Seeking monthly votes recommendation. When Lu Yu knew that the research team would not go to the two steel, the time was even later than Lu Shijie. Although he is the person who proposed it, Lu Yu, who has no political identity, is unable to participate in the drafting of the official program. Information-wise, there was naturally a lag. Lu Yu instantly called Secretary Zhao. "Secretary, what's going on? Did the people from the two steels put pressure on you?" Secretary Zhao's bright laughter came over. "No, it was me who crossed off the two steel." "Why?" Lu Yu was puzzled. "Didn't you say that the transformation and development of the two steel and one coal caused a lot of resistance? The research on them now can make them hurt for a long time, which is very favorable to the transformation. Surrounding the three, Lu Yu, things can't be done. If we push the three of them too hard, they will join forces. Don't underestimate the energy they explode." Secretary Zhao paused and then said, "We can take advantage of this opportunity to borrow Minister Zhao's power, and they will be able to suppress Minister Zhao when they join forces. Minister Zhao, in the end, is not the leader of a real power department. It's still almost interesting." After Zhao Xingjia explained, Lu Yu suddenly realized. The volume of the two steel and one coal is too huge. Singling out any one of them, Minister Zhao might still be able to eat it. Three families joining hands is really can't eat it. Moreover, Lu Yu, the so-called rabbit death fox sadness, coking coal group suffered a heavy blow. They will instead be jealous of rats. On the transformation of the development of intervention will become less. Listening to Zhao Xingjia detailed explanation, Lu Yu heart only admire the word. Don't look at this old man's unassuming, seemingly limited in what he can do in soul. But this art of weighing the struggle, that is really Lu Yu can't catch up even if he is fast and furious. Too old and cunning. Think carefully. Without this kind of means, how can he withstand the pressure of the three families, still sitting on the position of a hand and soul without wavering? Just as he was about to hang up the phone, Secretary Zhao's words changed. "There's still something else that needs to be notified to you. The research activity in 2 days, you have to come and participate as well." "Me?" "Secretary, stop. My identity is inappropriate. It's embarrassing to show up at that time. A private school principal, there is no political status to speak of." "You don't have to worry about that. Minister Zhao and I have discussed it. You are going along as a technical advisor for the Ministry of Net Security." Seeing that Lu Yu still did not answer, Zhao Xingjia guessed that it was the news appearance a few days ago that gave this kid a psychological shadow. This time, the same research activities destined to be on the news. "Lu Yu, when it is time to show your sharpness, you have a gentle nature and like to hide your clumsiness, but it is also easy for people to mistake you for a toothless tiger. Think about it, if at the time of taking the South Bay land, Lu Shijie and the others know that you have so much energy, will they still dare to touch you?" A word woke up the dreamer. Seoul Electronic Information Technology College, the exposure received is really too little. Simply stifling development by yourself is no use at all. You're good, others need to know you're good. In the future, students should be allowed to participate in competitions more often. "Thank you, Secretary Zhao, I see what you mean. I'll go ahead and rendezvous on time." 2 days later. The day of researching coking coal group. From before dawn until now, the people from coking coal group had cleaned the office building inside and out more than 3 times. They have removed dust and sprinkled water. The doorway marble was wiped as if it were a mirror, and the flowers inside the flower beds were specially replaced with a group of flowers. Time just came to 7 o'clock. Lu Shijie has led the leadership of the coking coal group standing at the door waiting. Even if they know that this point in time, the research group is unlikely to come, they do not dare to complain. You can be stuck at a point to greet the leaders, but if you are not there when the leaders come, then you are finished. This was the way of human affairs in Daxia. What's more, they had already learned that there was an admiral from Beijing in the research group this time. It is someone who really has the ability to influence the life and death of the top management of coking coal group. Although they still don't know exactly who the other party is, it's always right to be careful. No one is more nervous than Lu Shijie at this moment. Sweat was already seeping out of his palms on rare occasions. From time to time, he looked at his watch. From knowing that the research group only set his coking coal group 1, he has not slept a good night. Not afraid of research, but afraid of targeted research. This situation often indicates that the other side has solid evidence and facts. 2 days' time, he kept on relations, kept asking people to inquire, want to know what the research group to investigate. However, it is nothing. He can only be the payroll hurry to send, the hidden money to hide tightly hide, the shut up people let him completely shut up. There were too many things that were done wrong and too few things that could be covered up. He didn't even know at which point it went wrong. The sun was rising. As the time came to just after 9 o'clock, the temperature rose. Under the sun, beads of sweat had seeped from the foreheads of the people standing outside in suits. Just when Lu Shijie was somewhat unable to hold on, he suddenly heard a voice coming from his subordinate's walkie-talkie. "Captain, the convoy is coming over." The crowd was energized. As the voice fell, the doorway railing rose. The leading 2 black sedans slowly drove in, closely followed by 3 coasters. The crowd's expression changed instantly, squeezing out smiles that were even brighter and happier than when they were married to their wives. More than that, they couldn't wait to bend their waist into 90 degrees. quick steps to welcome them. No one was stupid enough to open the door for the black sedan in front. This kind of convoy, the one sitting on top of the coaster, is the rightful owner. And the further back, the more important the status. Lu Shijie quickly stepped to the door of the last coaster and waited. The door opened, and the first to come out was Zhao Xingjia, who walked down the steps unhurriedly. Even if he had more dissatisfaction with Zhao Xingjia in his heart, Lu Shijie was respectful at this moment. "Good day, Secretary Zhao." Zhao Xingjia nodded. "Mr. Lu, how are you? It happened suddenly, please forgive me." "Don't dare." Lu Shijie observed Zhao Xingjia and realized that he showed no signs of leaving and looked towards the car door. "Good, then the Chinaman is in the back." Zhao Changli slowly walked down under Lu Shijie's gaze, and Lu Shijie rushed to welcome him. After simple pleasantries, Lu Shijie reached out his hand. Heartily, the two important leaders had arrived. "Two leaders, please." Unexpectedly, the Chinaman shook his head. "Mr. Lu, don't be in a hurry, there are still people in the car." "There are still people?" The news he had gotten was that a certain minister from Shangjing and Zhao Xingjia were leading the research. In other words, the main people in charge were the two of them, and everyone else was just little caramels. But look at the two of them now. Obviously, the person in the back is more important. Could there be someone with a higher status than them? Lu Shijie looked towards the car door with both nervousness and anticipation, steeped in a sense that the time was incomparably long. Did not wait too long. First, he saw clean leather shoes, straight western pants, and then he saw the other person slowly walk down the steps, revealing his face. It was a face that Lu Shijie would never have dreamed of appearing here. Lu Yu looked at Lu Shijie with a smile. "Mr. Lu, we meet again." Chapter 42. Lu Shijie stunned, the two steel table sincerity requesting monthly votes recommend votes. Lu Yu? How did he appear here? Didn't the news say he's a traitor? Now should not go in to eat a light diet? A series of questions that instantly exploded in Lu Shijie's mind, but no one told him the answer at the moment. The thing that killed him was, apart from Lu Yu's appearance here, which was very unreasonable, the identity, status and configuration of the others were completely impossible to fake. No one would dare to impersonate those inch-haired little brothers with bulging waists alone. On the contrary, in such a group, Lu Yu was still the last person to walk off the coaster, representing the person with the most important status. Lu Shijie tried hard on his face to try to squeeze out a trademark smile, but it was difficult to face the imperative Lu Yu, but instead a face became half yin and half yang, odd and unusual. And in Lu Shijie's eyes, Lu Yu's face was still that damn sightless smile. It seems that everything will not care. Lu Yu came forward, gently held Lu Shijie's hand and smiled. "Mr. Lu, what's wrong with you? Your forehead looks so much weak sweat, do you not recognize me?" Lu Shijie had not yet opened his mouth. Next to him, Zhao Xingjia walked over. "Mr. Lu, let me introduce to you, this is the principal of Seoul Electronic Information Technology College, the technical advisor of Dasha's Ministry of Net Security, and the deputy director of the National Information Technology Joint Laboratory, Lu Yu." The name of the principal, Lu Shijie, naturally didn't care, but the next two titles were bigger than one another. After hearing the word national starting with laboratory, the cold sweat on Lu Shijie's forehead was already falling like rain. What to do? How dare I rob the South Bay land? He frantically glared at his subordinates in secret. Lu Yu ignored his small movements. A little bit of brain can understand that Lu Shijie is now definitely trying to get someone to give up the South Bay land. Then extinguish Lu Yu's anger. The best way to do this was definitely to push the pot onto his subordinates and say that he was unaware of everything. Lu Yu didn't care in the slightest. Since he had come here, it was to make it completely impossible for Lu Shijie to turn over, and he was already well prepared. Zhao Changli similarly looked amiable as he walked over and introduced Lu Yu. "Mr. Lu, this is your technical talent from Seoul. The National Information Technology Joint Laboratory will be opened in Seoul in the future, and he is the leader." Lu Shijie could no longer hear what was being said at all. He was a human savant. He could clearly see that both the secretary and the leader from Beijing, when faced with Lu Yu, they clearly had an ingratiating meaning. That expression was very familiar to him. Because, that was the same smile he had when he greeted those damn leaders from Beijing. Clueless, stupid. How did Lu Yu turn into a guest of the leaders of Beijing and make them so honorable? What's the reason for that? Don't listen to the fact that it was just the deputy director, just a technical advisor. It was because Lu Yu didn't have an official body. In other words, if Lu Yu is willing to take the public examination, it is basically a direct takeoff in place. Lu Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said in a salty manner, "Mr. Lu, I heard that something happened to my South Bay branch in the past few days. I forgot to tell you that the site of the National Information Technology Joint Laboratory is set there." But the manager behind Lu Shijie directly collapsed to the ground, his body shaking like a sieve. In his opinion, Lu Shijie might have escaped. He was absolutely unable to escape. The black money was sent by him, the construction team was arranged by him to go over, everything was done by him. Lu Yu glanced faintly at the so-called bull manager who didn't even remember his name. Liu walked to Lu Shijia's side, pressed his ear, tidied up his clothes, patted his shoulder and smiled. Mr. Liu, you still have some backbone, don't be like him, stand up straight, don't kneel down. Kneel down? If kneeling at this moment could solve the problem, he, Lu Shijia, would definitely not hesitate to kneel. He can only pray now. Praying for the manager to carry everything. However, hope is obviously going to be lost. With the collection of black money Wang Hao in the hat uncle clamped from the last black car down. The last glimmer of hope in his heart was dashed. The entire office building's second floor conference room all empty, books, project statements and engineering information and so on all hold over. The comprehensive review officially began. A few hours later. Lu Yu pushed open the door of the conference room, rare lighting a cigarette standing in the hallway. Zhao Xingjia came over and took the cigarette handed by Lu Yu. Do not go in to see? Lu Shijia has already fainted twice, and there are 200 gold bars hidden under the half-body statue of Guan Gong placed in his office. Gold bars alone, this is worth more than $40 million, he is really greedy quite a lot. Lu Yu didn't pick up Zhao Xingjia's words, he wasn't a 3-year-old child, he had little interest in beating up a fallen dog. He spat out his cigarette and extinguished it, squatting for a few years? Zhao Xingjia shook his head. It's not a matter of a few years, the Wu manager under him confessed. Lu Shijia has a murder in his hands, it should be a death sentence. Seoul at least has 2 steel, but only 1 coal. The annexation of this naturally has fewer murders. Lu Yu knows the result. Turned around and left without the slightest stop. As he walked through the long corridor, Lu Shijia saw the always indifferent young man through the window. He shouted almost hysterically. Lu Yu, help me, I'll give you all my money, please save me. As long as you can fish me out, I'll give you 100 million, no, give you 1 billion. From the beginning to the end, Lu Yu did not turn back again. The joint investigation of the research group was extremely efficient. Stationed in the coking coal group is only 5 days later, Lu Shijia gang sins all clear. Directly on the Daxia News, sentenced to death. Zhao Changli with Lu Shijia this heavy political achievements, as well as Lu Yu that too rough technology back to Beijing, can be described as a spring breeze. This time, the harvest from the trip to Seoul was too great. Lu Yu, the qualification of the National Information Technology Joint Laboratory has been reviewed and passed. The upper side said that they want to arrange a few experts from Qingbei and other universities to come over to learn, so you will work hard at that time and give them more guidance. For these 2 technologies, the country pays quite a lot of attention. I can't stay and sit in, I still have to trouble you. The nominal director was Zhao Changli. But it was impossible for him to leave his job and be based in Seoul, so Lu Yu, the deputy director, had to dominate everything. After Lu Shijia's fall, the construction of the South Bay branch campus finally started to get on track, and there was no one to restrain it anymore. Calling out the system panel. Intermediate campus size reached. Area, 1982.3 acres. Funding, 2,555,300,000.00. Special mission, seal the wolves pending completion. With $3 billion for the construction of South Bay, Liu took out $500 million to set up the principal's venture fund. There is still $2.5 billion left on the books. It's good to have a branch school with the word national on it, but the corresponding construction costs have gone up. He originally wanted to build office buildings, cheap and durable. If you want to build laboratories, the requirements are much higher. Although Daxia will allocate funds, but destined to not be fully reimbursed, the construction of the South Bay branch campus will have to pay a large part of their own. I'm afraid that $2.5 billion is not enough. Just when Lu Yu was worried about money, Li Su's phone suddenly called. Brother Yu, the two steel sent someone to send a few batches of steel, saying that they are left over from their production. The cost price to us, not enough. Can call again to ask, what does this mean? I just looked at it, all high quality steel, just send over this first batch of steel, the market value of hundreds of millions, he gave us only 10 million. Lu Yu laughed, really doze off and send a pillow. He really let Zhao Xingjia say the right thing. Appropriately showing your energy is the only way to make people afraid of you, and they will throw in the towel. Collect, why not? This will at least save $500 million in construction costs. Collect it all for me. Chapter 43. Huang Ying's parents sue their daughter. Vacation begins requesting monthly recommendation tickets. Time came to the end of September. Well-known reasons. Daxia colleges and universities took small vacations one after another. Lu Yu's school was naturally not an exception. When the small long vacation came back, after the October weather in Seoul was not so poisonous, it was the day when the colleges carried out military training. In the principal's office, Lu Yu was listening to the school office teacher reporting to him about the duty arrangement and many other matters on the campus during the vacation. Since Lu Yu's last thunderous rectification of the school teachers, now the campus atmosphere has changed a lot. There is no more running exercise, that kind of netherworld problem. After the school office teacher reported, Lu Yu looked up and looked at her eyes. She had not left, looked like she wanted to speak. What's wrong, Ms. Han? Just say what you have to say, it's not like I'm going to eat you. Principal, now many teachers are dissatisfied with you encouraging students to start their own business, thinking that students shouldn't be preoccupied with getting money, or should use their energy on their studies. Shouldn't focus on money? This gave Lu Yu a whole laugh. What kind of family, what kind of brain could say such words? Whoever says such words will have their salary stopped for half a year. If they can endure it, I'll adopt it. Lu Yu said almost savagely. Dasha colleges and universities just had too much empty talk and too few that were truly willing to lower their heads and get money. That group of so-called professors who received dead wages often said some bull about why not eat meat. Follow them to learn a bellyful of books and sutras out of even the egg pancake cannot understand. How can you be motivated if you have never been poor? Lu Yu would rather have his students earning a lot of money than them being full of the same old highs and lows. There's one more thing, headmaster. What is it? Huang Ying has her parents suing. Huang Ying's reputation in the school, and even in Seoul, was huge nowadays, and the expansion of her company, Eat It, was just too rapid. Sue? Or her parents sued? Lu Yu pondered for a moment and called Huang Ying, asking her to come to the school to see herself. Did not wait too long. Dressed in a competent small suit of Huang Ying walked in, less hesitation between the eyebrows, more decisive killing gas. The overall mental outlook, Lu Yu's eyes lit up. Is this the student who has a chance of being promoted to excellence? This temperament has that flavor. I heard that your parents sued you. What's going on? The expansion period of an enterprise, the negative news of the founder was deadly. A while ago, I kicked them out of the decision-making team, and then my parents offered to claim 70% of the company's founding shares, which I didn't agree to. Oh. Lu Yu was taken aback. What a big mouth. Opening his mouth was 70% of the founding shares. Lu Yu, as an angel investor, only took 15% of the founding shares. Huang Ying continued. Principal, I will handle the matter of them suing me and will minimize the impact. Lu Yu looked at Huang Ying's firm eyes, knowing that she had an idea within her heart, and nodded. You shouldn't be too tense either, there's no rush in starting a business. No, I am not tired at all. I've never been so happy. Now I know what kind of life I want. The young girl's eyes flickered with fire. Lu Yu froze and smiled. It was true that when you found something you loved and were willing to stick to, you wouldn't feel tired and would only have a constant stream of motivation generated. Wasn't this the original purpose of running one's own school? To give these children that others didn't see eye to eye a chance to choose a different life. An unrivaled sense of fulfillment filled Lu Yu's heart. No wonder those entrepreneurs in the previous life were extremely fond of running schools and cooperating with them. This feeling of watching students grow up is cool. At this time, Huang Ying suddenly looked up at Lu Yu. A rare blush swept across her face as she pulled out a small fortune plate from her pocket and handed it to Lu Yu. Principal, this is what my friend begged at the temple to bring good luck. My friend said that your advice the other day helped her a lot, and she wanted to thank you. Placing it on Lu Yu's desk, Huang Ying left the office as if she had fled. After closing the door of the office, Huang Ying leaned against the wall and panted violently. She didn't even understand why her heart was beating so fast and running so fast. It was as if afraid that the principal would reject her gift. Lu Yu stroked the small fortune sign. Huang Ying was really able to talk tough. Casually placing the fortune tag in the drawer, Lu Yu rubbed his brow and pondered if there were any unscheduled things. After the school affairs were dealt with, Lu Yu received a call from Jiang Xiaoyu. I'm on vacation, when will I come? Then I'll take a plane over tomorrow. Be careful on your way, I'll wait for you. The current arrangement was to first go to Shangjing to pick up Jiang Xiaofu, followed by the two of them returning to Luochang and company. This was actually considered a detour for Lu Yu. After all, Seoul was very close to Luochang, but it could be too far from Shangjing. Can't argue with the girl, can only be a trip. I also don't know why she had to go to Shangjing by herself. Obviously she can just go back to Luochang by herself. Shangjing, Xingbei School Dormitory Building. Xingbei students from all over Daxia vacation stay in school. A lot of people. At the moment a lot of people are in the girls' dormitory downstairs to see the fun. Han Binbin, whose skin was a little tanned, held his guitar in his arms, stood in a heart shaped by candles, cleared his throat, and began his fourth confession. On the third floor of the girls' dormitory, Jiang Xiaoyu's roommate pushed open the window and looked downstairs. Xiaoyu, he's here again, he's really infatuated, can you at least give people a second chance? Jiang Xiaoyu annoyingly walked over and closed the window. I have a boyfriend. Isn't your boyfriend in Seoul? He's also studying for a college degree. He's not here, what are you afraid of? The girl came over and poked Jiang Xiaoyu. I'm telling you, Han Binbin's family is from Pengcheng, his parents are also both graduates from Qingbei, and his grandfather is also a proper school valve. You like him, you talk to him, why talk to me about this? Jiang Xiaoyu gave her a blank look and was too lazy to care. Similar things had happened many times, and Jiang Xiaoyu had explicitly rejected Han Binbin no less than 3 times. But he seemed to think that Jiang Xiaoyu was fishing for him, but instead, he went more and more overboard. He confessed in the cafeteria, in the dormitory, and even at the end of the military training performance. So crazy that even the teachers talked to Han Binbin, but he didn't restrain himself at all. Jiang Xiaoyu doesn't have the slightest good feeling about him, and only finds him annoying, like a buzzing fly. The same brain-dead roommate added, Xiaoyu, Han Binbin let the teacher selected to participate in the National Information Technology Joint Laboratory Project. I heard that this project is in Seoul, your hometown is LA, the distance is so close, I really think this is fate. Fate Nima Daba. The extremely good-tempered Zhang Xiaoyu almost cursed when she heard this. Who said that the people in Qingbei had high quality? They don't even understand human language. In Zhang Xiaoyu's opinion, their shrewd and calculating appearance was no different from the amas in the vegetable market. Even more so. Zhang Xiaoyu put on headphones and blocked his ears. Secretly prayed that tomorrow would come soon. Lu Yu, pick me up and take me home soon. Chapter 44, Pretending in front of me? You go and make a phone call requesting for monthly recommendation tickets. The following day, Lu Yu walked out of Shangjing Airport with his luggage. He took a cab and went straight to Qingbei University. Because it was a holiday, many people could be seen on the road traveling to Shangjing with their luggage. At same %QB line KFP disable FB turn Y this equals text DO $file 8S953 top plus BR3 05 NPS 05 EPC plus VB hashtag RC KVB 2 VU1 LS 12 Q88 or 0512 $4 equals 9G S4P6 more 3 ob 2H263 Q hashtag XAJACBW0 60 EC 2 EL4 32. Lu Yu looked at the construction of the streets of Shangjing. Heart is also secretly emotional, worthy of being the first good place in Daxia. Not long after, Lu Yu got off at the entrance of Qingbei. After simply registering at the entrance, Lu Yu stepped into the campus with the parents who came to Qingbei on a pilgrimage. These parents from all over the world obviously have a sacred plot for Qingbei. It is to see the roadside a little strange tree, all want to let the child go up to touch a touch. Trying to get some kind of breath. Watching Lu Yu secretly smiled. Having sold fried rice for 3 years around the Qingbei campus in his previous life, he was more than familiar with the students of Qingbei. They might be able to say that they were great readers, but to think that they were different from students in ordinary schools would be a big mistake. Things that happen in ordinary schools would happen here as well, sometimes even more outrageously. Collecting his thoughts, Lu Yu went to the downstairs of the girls' dormitory according to the memory of his previous life and called Zhang Xiaoyu. Tweety Zhang Xiaoyu pushed open the window and poked her head out. Lu Yu, I'm here, wait for me a few minutes to pack my bags. Lu Yu smiled and waved his hand. The roommates in the same dormitory where they had seen Zhang Xiaoyu so excited, curiously looked downstairs. Only to see Lu Yu wearing a slim white tee, with a long body, out of place with the surrounding students, with a gentle and humble temperament. This is a tertiary student? Xiaoyu, is that your boyfriend? He looks so handsome. Zhang Xiaoyu sharply packed her luggage, nodding her head with a happy face. Handsome, but he's mine. Stinky, go quickly, don't let your boyfriend wait long. The other roommate who was egging Zhang Xiaoyu on yesterday was currently gnashing her back teeth. She never expected Lu Yu to be so outgoing. What's wrong with being picky, junior college dog? Quickly picking up her cell phone, she sent a message to Han Binbin, come to the dormitory building, Zhang Xiaoyu's tertiary boyfriend is here. Zhang Xiaoyu never avoided Lu Yu's junior college identity, she never felt it was a shame. Of course, the chicken thief Zhang Xiaoyu didn't say that Lu Yu wasn't a junior college student, but the principal. Han Binbin, who was playing in the teacher's lab, was instantly nonchalant when he saw the message. Putting down the lab tools in his hands, he was about to leave, and the teacher looked at him with a slight frown. Han Binbin, where are you going? Teacher, I'm going to take care of some personal business. The teacher shook his head. Han Binbin, I've heard some rumors about you at school during this time, and I hope you'll cherish this opportunity your father has found for you. You have to understand that the joint lab isn't something anyone is qualified to go to, let alone the fact that you're still an undergraduate. Han Binbin nodded perfunctorily. I understand teacher, I'll leave first and come back later to help. Looking at the hastily departing Han Binbin, this teacher was helpless, but couldn't do much. 3 generations of Qingbei people, Han Binbin's grandfather was still his teacher, as well as the founder of Daxia Information Engineering. Stuffing this grandson into a national-level joint laboratory is simply not too easy. Han Binbin took off his lab coat and threw it away, followed by a call to Zhang Xiaoyu's roommate. Where did Xiaoyu go? Still on Seeking Truth Road with his junior college boyfriend, you can see it if you go over there. Good, I'll treat you to dinner some other day. Han Binbin ran furiously all the way, his mind full of Zhang Xiaoyu's incomparably smiling face after seeing Lu Yu last time. He didn't understand why Zhang Xiaoyu wouldn't even give herself a penguin number, but she couldn't get enough of a junior college student. Turning the corner, Han Binbin saw Zhang Xiaoyu leaning on Lu Yu, who was carrying her luggage, and the two of them were talking and laughing. Han Binbin was shaking with anger. Zhang Xiaoyu. Lu Yu and Zhang Xiaoyu froze at the same time, and only then did they see the stupid kid standing there in front of them. Panting, he looked weak. Lu Yu had an impression of Han Binbin, the person who had persistently annoyed little fish for 4 years. Zhang Xiaoyu glanced at Han Binbin with cold eyes, did not even want to talk to him, pulling up Lu Yu to go. Unexpectedly, he was unforgiving. Zhang Xiaoyu, this is your tertiary boyfriend, right? What's so good about him? His score is even less than half of ours. Don't you know how big the gap between tertiary and Qingbei is? Tertiary students in Qingbei are 2 classes. Harsh words drilled into Lu Yu's ears. Lu Yu's complexion did not change at all, but it was Jiang Xiaoyu who was furious. If it wasn't for Lu Yu dragging her, she would probably go up and give that kid 2 slaps. After experiencing so many things, Lu Yu can still be angry because of these words, then what makes him arm wrestle in Seoul? Seeing that this pair of child boys and girls were completely ignoring themselves, the flames of jealousy in Han Binbin's heart had risen to the top. I'll go to Luochang to find you, just wait, I'll be able to go to Seoul soon. Seoul is very close to Luochang, I know. Going to Seoul? That wasn't scripted in the previous life. Although this asshole had stalked Little Fisherman for 4 years, he hadn't chased him to LA City. Lu Yu steeply stood still and looked at Jiang Xiaoyu suspiciously. What's going on? Jiang Xiaoyu told Lu Yu about Han Binbin having his teacher selected to participate in the National Information Technology Joint Laboratory. Lu Yu only felt absurd. Unexpectedly, the root of this matter had really appeared in himself, unintentionally changing the course of things. Lu Yu, let's go, don't bother with him, he's as annoying as a fly. Xiaoyu's mind was to let Lu Yu come to help support herself and show off her boyfriend. She wasn't like the silly white sweetie who encouraged her boyfriend to go around inviting enemies. Guessing what Little Fisherman was thinking, Lu Yu pinched her little nose. If it was anything else, Lu Yu might not have been able to fix Han Binbin, but the lab was really in the wrong place. Lu Yu turned around and for the first time looked squarely at Han Binbin, almost looking down on the less than 1.7 m little boy. Did you just say that you're going to Seoul? Faced with Lu Yu, who was a head taller than himself, it's false that Han Binbin wasn't nervous, he wasn't an opponent in a real fight. Secretly taking a step back, he said stiffly, why, I'm going to participate in a national-level program, you're afraid you haven't even heard of it. Lu Yu smiled and took out his cell phone from his pocket. With Lu Yu's experience, he was naturally clear. Still an undergraduate, still a freshman to join his lab, the energy behind it must not be small. However, you are too jumpy, kid. In front of Han Binbin, Lu Yu directly dialed Zhao Changli. After pleasantries, I heard that some undergraduates in the lab are also involved, what's going on? There aren't many undergraduates, just one. It's Han Yuanshir's grandson helping out and brushing up his resume. That kid is pretty good, he's a top science student in Pengchang. Lu Yu looked at Han Binbin and said to Zhao Changli, I don't welcome connections here. After the words were said, Lu Yu directly hung up the phone. He believed that Zhao Changli would make the right decision and deal with all of this. He could tell which was more important, the relationship or the project leader. Lu Yu patted Han Binbin's shoulder. Give that grandfather of yours a call. You can't go to Seoul now, and you won't be able to go to Seoul later. The voice is as light as a cloud, just like Lu Yu's eyes when he first saw Han Binbin. Not a care in the world, not the slightest bit in his eyes. Watching Lu Yu pull the foggy Jiang Xiaoyu away, Han Binbin didn't even have the courage to open his mouth. What was he doing just now? Who was he calling? Before Han Binbin could take the initiative to call Grandpa, the teacher's call had already come. Han Binbin, where are you? The head of the program team called me to kick you off the program list. Ask what's going on. Han Binbin, as if he had lost his voice, his ears were full of the words Lu Yu said, can't go to Seoul. Fingers nearly shivering, pressed out the grandfather phone, dialed over. Voice has been a crying voice. The old man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Binbin, things I already know, just talked to Minister Zhao on the phone. It was that Lu director in Seoul who sent the word. You don't have to worry, the lab won't open until next year at the earliest. I'll go to Seoul to meet him, he'll give me this face. This kind of national level project can be hard to come by, the sooner you get in the more benefits you'll get. Don't worry, Grandpa will pave the way for you. Han Binbin didn't feel the least bit comforted. The words Director Lu echoed in his mind. Grandpa, what's Director Lu's full name? It seems to be something called Lu Yu. At the entrance of Qingbei School, Lu Yu waved his hand to call a taxi. Jiang Xiaoyu briefly talked about Han Binbin's background, and Lu Yu didn't care about it. Is it great to have a grandfather written in a textbook? If you look up, who in Daxia hasn't had a prince or nobleman in their family? After Jiang Xiaoyu finished talking about Han Binbin's background, she leaned on Lu Yu and asked cautiously, will there be trouble? Looking at Xiaoyu's brows furrowed, Lu Yu knew that she was regretting shouting at him to come to Shangjing. Lu Yu put on a difficult look. There is a little bit, after all, I heard you say that his family is so powerful. Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes widened, as if she had made a great determination. Then I'll find him to say something, he will definitely. Lu Yu suddenly blocked Jiang Xiaoyu's mouth. The driver's big brother instantly lost his eyes. Jiang Xiaoyu's face turned red. After a long time, Lu Yu let go of her and asked, do you remember why you confessed to me? Jiang Xiaoyu said shyly, in junior high school, I let out of school punks bully me, and it was you who fought them off. Jiang Xiaoyu had been a beauty from a young age, and there were always punks looking for her in middle school. The two of them, Lu Yu and Li Su, who were in their teens, carried a steel pipe and let the gang of punks run after them for 3 blocks. They didn't fight, but they didn't admit defeat either. They were scared and didn't dare to mess with Jiang Xiaoyu again. So what, Han Binbin is just a punk who read a few more days, I can beat him off just the same. At the same time, Shangjing Internet Security Department, Zhao Changli had just hung up on Han Zhaoji, Han Binbin's grandfather. That old man spoke politely, but the pressure he gave was not small, and his words were to meet with Lu Yu. Zhao Changli was in a difficult position. The laboratory of the national character, although they cannot decide anything, these old yuan sure, but it is still easy to stir up the project. After all, there were too many disciples and grandchildren. This was also the reason why Zhao Changli acquiesced to the relations coming in. He was really not to be messed with. Even by rank, the two can be considered equivalent. Zhao Changli gently tapped the desktop. Lu Yu, if you can put up the military character, then no one would really dare to touch you. Chapter 45, Ancient Books Delivered to the Door, promoted by learning from the rich and famous, requesting for monthly recommendation tickets. Pick up little fishing. Since there was no direct route to LA City, the two of them still flew to Seoul first before taking the high-speed train back to LA City for their vacation. Xiaoyu heartily wanted to go out for a vacation with Lu Yu, but she didn't mention it because she saw that Lu Yu was absent-minded and had a heavy heart. At this moment, Lu Yu, time is indeed very tight. The end of the vacation is the military training. Military training more than half a month time will start in Jin's bet. Although there is no penalty for losing, but if you can win, the school hangs the word military, that means a lot. Therefore, Lu Yu was preparing himself wholeheartedly. Sitting in the VIP lounge, Lu Yu took out his notebook and wrote and drew on it, deducing formulas, drawing line diagrams, and calculating data. Doing what? Jiang Xiaoyu walked over with a Coke and looked closer, unable to understand. Making a drone flight control system. Lu Yu didn't even lift his head and continued to write on his notebook. Wanting to beat Jin leading the team of instructors at the end of the military training, of course it was necessary to use science and technology to achieve it. And what Lu Yu wanted to draw on was precisely the drone swarm tactics that were being used in the battlefield set off by the furry bears in the previous generation. The significance of that war, for the later generations, was in no way less than the Gulf War of this era. The drone beeps have long been the scythe of death that reap the harvest on that battlefield. It is not difficult to make a remote-controlled drone, but the difficult thing is the drone flight control system. That is, how to keep the drone flying stably without airflow interference, how to realize autonomous obstacle avoidance, controlled hovering and so on. This is a comprehensive and complex system that involves a lot of scientific and technological knowledge. Lu Yu has checked online. Although DJI has been established in this era, the flight control system is far from meeting the requirements and is still far from being able to meet the requirements. He also consulted Wu Susu to see if MIT had any technical references in this area. Unfortunately, it was even worse than just founding DJI. Time was running out, so he had no choice but to start the derivation himself. Only by perfecting the flight control system could the drone realize swarm tactics. Otherwise, it was purely on paper. Jiang Xiaoyu looked at the focused Lu Yu and suddenly felt a sense of crisis. The gap between himself and Lu Yu seemed to be getting wider and wider. What he was doing was not helping at all. Jiang Xiaoyu was a little lost. Lu Yu did not notice the change in Xiaoyu's mood. At the moment, looking at the formulas on the book, he frowned. Under the ability of learning to be rich, Lu Yu's knowledge reserve in science and technology was equivalent to a normal graduate student. Solving some simple science and technology problems was enough to use, and could even be said to be more than enough. But pioneering a completely new technological system, it was completely insufficient. The flight control system mainly involves the extremely unreasonable aerodynamics, which is very difficult to deduce. If there was enough time, it would not be difficult to launch it. Time is very tight. Looking at the 3.55% progress of learning to be rich, Lu Yu felt that it was time to push the progress. System, let me see your limits. Add some points for me. Taking out his cell phone, he prepared to give Li Su a call to acquire a batch of ancient books. The screen displayed a string of completely unfamiliar phone numbers. Who is this? Lu Yu picked up. Hello Principal Lu, I'm Li Jianbing, the new chairman of the Seoul Coking Coal Group. I don't know if you're available tonight. I'd like to invite you for a casual dinner. Sorry, I'm not in Seoul right now. Lu Yu said. Alright then, I have donated a batch of books for Principal Lu's library. I hope that Principal Lu can strengthen cooperation with Coking Coal Group in the future, so you can contact me when you have time. Li Jianbing did not stalk him, and hung up the phone politely after simply explaining his intentions. Sent a batch of books? Lu Yu's heart stirred. Just as the phone was put down, the progress bar of learning to be rich in front of Lu Yu's eyes began to slowly push. Retrieved rare ancient books. Coal smelting originally. Expected to increase by 0.05. The topography of the sea and the country. Expected to increase by 0.07. 147 rare ancient books retrieved. Calculating. Calculation completed. Learning 10.35%. Learning 10.35%. Please choose the direction of knowledge. Oh, Li Jianbing is so generous that he gave away 147 rare ancient books. Directly, the learning to be rich and famous has been pushed by more than 7%, reaching 1/10. Lu Yu still chose the science and technology direction, and the raging stream of knowledge instantly came. When he looked at the difficult points encountered on the notebook again, there was no longer any stagnation, and he could solve them with his hands. At this moment there is a feeling of incomparable transparency. Lu Yu couldn't help but wonder what would happen if all of the learning and fulfillment were pushed to full capacity. Concentrating on the flight control system and deducing all of it, Lu Yu closed the book with satisfaction. Now, all that was needed was to write the program on the computer and contact the manufacturer to customize it when the time came. This point was not difficult at all for Daxia, which had a huge industrial base and a perfect industrial system. In a good mood, Lu Yu looked at Jiang Xiaoyu. Only then did he notice that the girl was a bit sullen and pinched her face. "What's wrong? I was just doing something and made you unhappy." Jiang Xiaoyu shook her head. Of course she wasn't angry because Lu Yu wasn't accompanying her. "I'm thinking, what you're doing now can't help. I'm angry at myself. I feel so useless." Looking at Xiaoyu's face full of seriousness, Lu Yu only felt cute. How can it be useless? Lu Yu took out the notebook filled with the architecture of the flight control system and handed it to her. "There is an important task for you right now." Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes suddenly lit up, looking at Lu Yu with puppy-like anticipation. "Nah, there's a set of flight control system architecture written on this notebook, but I haven't made it into a programming system yet, so if you want to help me, spend some time on vacation to program it." In fact, after the flight control system was completely deduced, Lu Yu had memorized it all in his mind. Programming it out wouldn't take him long. However, looking at Little Fish's pitiful appearance, Lu Yu of course had to give her some small task. "Promise to complete the task," Jiang Xiaoyu said in a quirky manner, getting happier with the naked eye. Putting the notebook with Lu Yu's name on it into her bag as if it was a treasure. At this time, the waiting room came from the ticket checking beep. The two people accompanied each other on the airplane to Seoul. There is no stopover in Seoul, bought the latest high-speed train to go to LA City. At the exit of LA City, Jiang Xiaoyu's parents had already arrived. Jiang Xiaoyu pulled Lu Yu. The two hid in the corner. "Lu Yu, when I graduate from college, I will steal the account book and marry you. I don't care if they agree or not." Lu Yu looked at Jiang's parents who were looking for their daughter in the distance, and was helpless in his heart. This old couple didn't recognize themselves at all, in his previous life as well, and still now. When he got married in his previous life, it was Jiang Xiaoyu who secretly took the household register. Because of her relationship with herself, she hadn't quarreled with her parents much. At this moment, of course Lu Yu will not let Xiaoyu have a hard time, rubbing her head. "You go out of the station first, your parents are waiting for you, I'll go out later." Jiang Xiaoyu reluctantly parted with Lu Yu, her eyes full of lingering love. Suddenly, she summoned up the courage to give Lu Yu a peck on the cheek. Then she fled as if dragging her luggage to merge into the crowd. The girl left, Lu Yu touched his face. The heart melancholy, secretly thinking about this life, do not want to let small fishermen and their own sneaky again. Sandwiched in the middle of the small fishermen, and not good. It was not easy to see his daughter out of the ticket gate of Jiang's father and mother. Quick steps to welcome over. "Little fisherman, why are you coming out now?" Jiang Xiaoyu didn't say anything, looked back at the exit, naturally couldn't see, Lu Yu was still hiding. Jiang father wanted to take the school bag in her hand, Jiang Xiaoyu suddenly nervously shielded it. I'll take this one myself." Looking at his daughter's blushing and shy appearance, Jiang father and Jiang mother instantly understood. TSK, in love. As long as it wasn't that Lu Yu kid. Chapter 46, Leisurely Time or Discovery requesting monthly recommendations. Entering the vacation. Old Dad and Aunt Wu took advantage of the vacation to sign up for a senior tour group and ran off to a foreign country on a Royal Caribbean cruise ship. These two, rather like a renewed second spring, free to run around the world to play. It is really cozy. Lu Yu sighed, rare leisure. In the morning, he basically stayed at home, programmed the flight control system, and occasionally chatted with Wu Susu. The current Wu Susu was already very happy to share her life to Lu Yu and spit out the things around her. The pressure of schoolwork over here is so much heavier than at home, and the tutor has recently been working with the military on a project, and along with that, those of us who are playing second fiddle have not been able to take a break. Calculating the time, I should continue to stay for 2 more years before I can return to Daxia. I want to go back to my country so much. Wu Susu, who had a puffy face, looked haggard. Lu Yu sympathized deeply. If he thought that America was all about happy education, he was very wrong. Their institutions of higher learning, the inner volume is horrible. Wu Susu was able to participate in the military's program as a foreigner in that kind of place. It was evident that she was very strong. Enough about that, I have to go take a nap. Wu Susu yawned. Da. Wu Susu hung up the video. Lu Yu skillfully cut out the interface and continued to work until the time came to evening when Jiang Xiaoyu called and he slowed down. When Jiang Xiaoyu went home, her parents were tightly controlled. It was still difficult to run out. Riding his bicycle, Lu Yu brought Jiang Xiaoyu to the snack stand that the two of them used to go to in high school. "Little fisherman is here, as usual?" The boss's bright voice rang out. "Same old, less spicy and no sugar." "Okay." The boss's wife sharply shabu-shabu the sauce and flipped the roast. In the cool breeze, the two sat under the shade of a tree. No one spoke. Just sitting quietly. Looking at the young people coming and going around, still wearing school uniforms, Lu Yu was like a lifetime ago. On the table next to him, the tender men and women who were obviously students, their wives and husbands shouted enthusiastically and cloyingly. The middle-aged man with a beer belly in front of him was holding his daughter and teasing her. The smell of grease and smoke that Lu Yu had complained about so many times before smelled intimate at the moment. It's so nice, if only it could go on like this forever. Zhang Xiaoyu did not love the white half-sleeves in the slightest, just lying on the table, tilting her head, looking at Lu Yu and said. Lu Yu smiled. Xiaoyu always had a kind of magic power. She seems to be able to resonate with herself and accurately say what she thinks in her heart. When the grilled skewers came up, Little Fish, who was lying on the table, instantly sat up and couldn't wait to pick up a skewer. Clicking a bite, his mouth was full of oil. Nah, it's so delicious, try it. Zhang Xiaoyu held up a meat skewer, wiped his mouth and handed it to Lu Yu. Looking at the lovely Zhang Xiaoyu in front of him, he couldn't help but gradually reunite with his future wife. Lu Yu almost subconsciously opened his mouth. Thank you, wife. Jing. Zhang Xiaoyu's face turned red for a moment. You. Lu Yu pressed Zhang Xiaoyu's hand and gently bit down on the meat skewer. It's delicious, wife. You. Delicious that, you eat more. Zhang Xiaoyu's voice had been as thin as a mosquito. Huffing and puffing like a kitten. The redness on her cheeks had climbed to the roots of her ears and eyebrows, and her body was trembling badly. Not daring to look at Lu Yu. The head lowered, with a sneer in his eyes. Love words are pretentious, but from the mouth of the girl's sweetheart, it will only intoxicate. The evening breeze, Zhang Xiaoyu pasted on Lu Yu's body, and the two of them blissfully failed to notice that two figures were walking in the distance. It was Zhang father and mother. They were supposed to work overtime today, but after the project was finished early, they got off work early. When they returned home, they didn't see Zhang Xiaoyu, and when they called, they found that their cell phones were at home, and what made Zhang's mother even more furious was that on Zhang Xiaoyu's desk. On Zhang Xiaoyu's desk, she found a notebook with Lu Yu's name written on it. Lu Yu, again that Lu Yu. In a fit of anger, shouted Zhang father to go out and look for his daughter. Zhang's father was highly educated, although he was against Lu Yu, he was still open-minded about these things, but it's just a notebook, it can't mean anything, what are we doing? Can't explain what? Zhang mother waved the notebook aggressively. It shows that the school year has already started for more than a month. Lu Yu, that punk is still pestering her. Don't speak so harshly, open your mouth and call people punks. If you can't even get into an undergraduate program, what is it if you're not a punk? Scores don't mean everything. Don't talk to me about this, I shouldn't have listened to you in the first place saying that my daughter will forget about that punk after she goes to college. I should have cut the cord before it's too late. Although Zhang's father was against his daughter and Lu Yu being together, he respected his daughter's wishes. Always convinced that his daughter would make her own choices. Zhang mother was completely different and would be nervous as hell about anything that blew in the wind concerning her daughter. The two searched aimlessly along the street. They did not know where their daughter was and could only go wherever there were more young people. Luo City wasn't very big in the first place, and after walking not too far, they came to the street where Lu Yu and Zhang Xiaoyu were staying. In the distance, the two were snuggling together, sitting under the shade of a tree. It was really hard not to notice. When Zhang mother saw this situation, she was already on fire. At that moment, she wanted to rush the laptop in her hand to smash Lu Yu over. Zhang father raised his hand and pressed her down. Very firmly, shook his head. Opened his mouth and said, "Give the child some face." Under Zhang father's insistence, the two of them walked towards Lu Yu and the others. Zhang Xiaoyu, who was leaning against Lu Yu, steeply felt a gust of coolness coming from her back. Looking back, he instantly bounced up from his seat. Shivering, "Dad, Mom, why are you guys here?" Zhang mother grabbed Zhang Xiaoyu and dragged her to her side, her eyes unfavorably staring at Lu Yu in death. Lu Yu had long been immune to such eyes and was calm and collected. In his previous life, he had received a lot of stares from Little Fisherman's parents. Even when he started his own business with $10 billion, his parents did not give Lu Yu a good look. Lu Yu politely got up. "Uncle, auntie." Zhang mother snorted coldly, protecting her daughter. Zhang father dragged open the chair to sit opposite Lu Yu. Zhang Henian, Xiaoyu's father, was a highly educated engineer. If one thought that the toughest opposition to Lu Yu and Zhang Xiaoyu being together was Li Fang, was Zhang mother, that would be a big mistake. The one who was most against it is precisely the seemingly gentle Zhang Henian, whom Lu Yu failed to recognize in his previous life. Little Fisherman, always caught between Lu Yu and his parents, struggling to maintain the family. At the moment, Lu Yu did not let Zhang Henian catch like in his previous life, panic to avoid. Instead, he sat there, calmly allowing him to size him up. On the contrary, the one who was most flustered at this moment was Zhang Xiaoyu. She looked at her angry mother, looked at her silent father, and gathered her courage to say, This is my high school classmate, we are here to simply get together." A lie that was lame to the extreme, not at all like something a top student of Luochang who had gotten into Qingbei could come up with. The atmosphere, because of Zhang Xiaoyu's words, became tense. Zhang Henian looked at Lu Yu and wanted to say something, but his good cultivation kept him from opening his mouth. He did not have the habit of being a good teacher. He finally looked at Lu Yu, who was always calm and was about to leave with his wife and daughter. Lu Yu got up and called out to them. Taking a deep breath, he said what he had said countless times in his previous life. Uncle, auntie, we're not partying, we're dating. I love Jiang Xiaoyu. I love her, she will be my wife. Li Fang let out a contemptuous laugh. Jiang Xiaoyu covered her mouth in surprise. On the contrary, it was Jiang Henian, whose expression still did not change much, who turned to look at Lu Yu. For the first time, very formally, he said to Lu Yu, Lu Yu, do you know how big the gap between you and Jiang Xiaoyu is? No. Jiang Henian nodded. I know that you're studying in a junior college now. It's impossible for Xiaoyu to get married during her college years if you can enter Qingbei before she graduates. I'll recognize you. After the words were said, Jiang Henian took his wife and daughter and turned his head away without saying a word. Lu Yu watched Jiang Xiaoyu leave. The hand that was clasped tightly slowly loosened. Picking up the beer on the table, he drank it all in one go. The eyes lit up with a burning fighting spirit. Getting into Qingbei is impossible, there is no that time. However, there is still hope to make one school comparable to Qingbei in the future. 4 years? Enough. Chapter 47, Start of Military Training, the birth of the prototype of the Dragon Kingpin begging for monthly votes and recommendations. Jiang Xiaoyu was grounded. Until the end of the small vacation, she was not able to go out and meet and date Lu Yu again. According to her, she had a big fight with her parents at home and made a lot of noise. Lu Yu cried and laughed after hearing this. Xiaoyu character is very stubborn, or in his previous life would not hide his parents and Lu Yu license. Near the beginning of the school year, or find the opportunity to meet. Quietly and small fishermen met at the airport, told each other that they miss each other, will send her back to school. Lu Yu returned to Seoul, fully engaged in the preparations for the opening of the military training. The lure of the word military and the task of sealing the wolves is the next focus. At Seoul Electronic Information Technology College, a camouflage transport vehicle drove into the campus. Pitch black, strong, flat-headed boys jumped out of the vehicles one by one with a sharp, brawny aura. Obviously not ordinary soldiers. Sure Lian, it's not so bad, do we really have to train in combat mode? Lu Yu took a look at the camouflage canvas-covered box and clearly knew that it was a full set of armament weapons. One must know that normal university military training is just kicking the right steps, shouting slogans and folding quilts. Under normal circumstances, the instructors were all conscripts not older than the students. When would there be such a big battle? Shi Jin, who had put on his combat uniform, carried the rigid aura of fire and steel forged in his every move and said in a deep voice, Principal Lu, I went back and told the headmaster about your conception, and the headmaster took it extremely seriously. The chief said, since you want to bet on a bigger bet, if you really win, not only will you give your school the military character, but also permission to open a military course. Open military courses? Lu Yu looked at Shi Jin in surprise. He was very clear. This was not the kind of PPT military theory course. The so-called opening of military courses was of extraordinary significance. Since ancient times, the military is a killing technique, and this kind of killing technique will naturally not be granted to people casually. Not to mention private colleges and universities, there are not many public colleges and universities that are qualified to offer it. Lu Yu does not believe that this good thing can be his turn. I'm sure it will. Shi Jin continued. After we went back last time, we secretly carried out an industrial mapping during the vacation period, and mapped out a lot of unexpected technologies, which triggered a heated debate at the top. Great industrial mapping? In Lu Yu's memory, this would have been something that would happen only after a decade or so. He didn't expect it to advance because of himself. During the debate, the top echelon of the force was divided into two factions. One faction advocated for cooperation and actively utilizing the power of civilian technology. One faction favored conservatism, believing that the mapping was a fortuitous event that didn't mean anything. In the end, the chief gave the word that this military training, if Principal Lu's side is victorious, will start a pilot program here to explore the path of civilian cooperation. Lu Yu was very clear that the future of Daxia was heading towards the first road. Shi Jin patted Lu Yu's shoulder and pointed at the flat-headed little men who jumped down from the transportation trucks. Because of this reason, the instructors you see now are actually sharp knives picked from within each troop. They played chicken before they came here, and this time, if they can achieve victory, they will be credited with a collective third-class merit. Nima? Lu Yu started cursing in his heart. He had no doubt how tempting the collective third-class merit was to them. In such a peaceful era, this was no less than being honored with a title. Similarly, it could be seen that what Shi Jin had said was completely true, and that the above attached great importance to it. This was no longer a bet between Lu Yu and Shi Jin, there were just too many people involved. Lu Yu looked at the camouflage instructor not far away, performing fancy push-ups in front of the students. Beat the out of it. This kind of physical quality, too perverted. Surely the ratio won't be 1-to-1 by then, right? If it was 1-to-1, Lu Yu had already decided to surrender immediately. There was no shame in losing to these arguably the top professional soldiers of Blue Star. Of course not, unfolding at a ratio of 1 to 5, with our battle losses exceeding 70%, it will be counted as your victory. Lu Yu let out a sigh of relief. 1 to 5 still had room to maneuver. With one person on the opposite side, Lu Yu released 5 people. Principal Lu, make good preparations, wait until the military training exercise in half a month, there will be quite a few people coming to watch. Lu Yu understood who the quite a few people in his mouth were. I'm afraid that there will be few generals shining at that time. Damn, pretending to be big. I didn't expect that this time, I really stabbed into the sky. Pressure came to life. Lu Yu called on Chen Jinfan, Long Xiuhu, and a few others to perfect the drone and make a prototype. Want to mass produce, at least first-hand rubbed out the prototype. The matter of military training was naturally handed over to Shi Jin for full arrangement. The students were completely unaware of Lu Yu's bet, they just looked at the heavily armed instructors with eyes full of envy. They're wearing regular combat uniforms, not ordinary daily training clothes. When I passed by their camp yesterday, I also saw the gun, the shape should be QBZ-95. Impossible, military training with real guns? We won't know if we take a look in a few days. In such an atmosphere, the 2-week military training officially kicked off. After spending only half a day to straighten up the formation, it was followed by crazy physical training and blank shooting. Completely in accordance with the Army daily training intensity of 70% to require students. On the plastic runway, students could be seen running around the playground carrying weights from morning to night. Keep up, everyone keep up. You young masters and young ladies run faster. The instructor's heckling was deafening. What surprised Shi Jin was that Lu Yu's school, except for the students whose physical objective conditions really couldn't participate in military training exercises. Surprisingly, most of them had persevered. Physical quality was simply 1 day at a time. Zhang Zhixuan under the sun, who had been playing games for a long time, making him look somewhat sickly pale. After only a week's time, he had already become a healthy wheat color. To his own surprise, he was able to run down 5 kilometers in its entirety. Rat, it's really evil. I couldn't stomach the intensity of this training at first. I wanted my mom to give me a sick note. But every day when I sleep and get up, my body's aches and pains completely disappear, and it's especially comfortable. What a strange thing. Why wouldn't Zhang Zhixuan be the same? The students in the esports class, all of whom were originally sub-healthy, now all had firm lumpy flesh. Even the girls who were supposed to be more delicate in school had stuck it out. The ones who had truly decided to quit military training were not even 1/10 of them. This strange thing, only Lu Yu knew exactly what was going on. Strengthening body, an active brain requires the support of a strong body. The effect of campus exercise is increased by 50%. Under the effect of strong body and healthy body, the students' bodies recovered quickly, and the effect of the workout was boosted even faster. Physical quality, naturally, is 1 day at a time. However, at this time, Lu Yu didn't have the heart to care about this at all. He and Yang Jinfan's team of 4 had stayed in the lab for almost 2 weeks without coming out. There was a line of big words written on the blackboard. 7th experiment, Lord Dragon Drone. There were bits and pieces of parts sitting on the floor, as well as quite a few circuit boards, motors, batteries, and so on. Translating theories into design drawings, and then translating the design drawings into physical objects was troublesome. Every step in between is prone to problems and requires trial and error. There have been problems with materials, power supplies, and even programming, which should be the easiest part of the process. This was something that none of the systems could avoid. Lu Yu took a deep breath. He had already failed 6 times, and now it was the 7th. If the prototype could not be hand-rubbed successfully this time, it would be too late for mass production for the military training exercise 3 days later. The manufacturer had already been contacted a long time ago. However, production needed time, and the prototype was delayed in being perfected, so naturally it couldn't start. In front of me, the quadcopter drone quietly stood on the ground. Streamlined appearance is very aesthetic. The bottom deliberately made a groove to put a toy gun. Lu Yu gently pressed the enter button. The start command was issued. The buzzing spiral wings began to rotate. The Lord Dragon drone hovered in the air. First step, pass. Gene fan, activate the fan. The high-powered fan instantly activated, and a gale of wind blew at the drone, which swayed slightly, but always remained suspended in the air with very little deflection. Step 2, pass. Activate the simulation target. Long Xiuhu and Li Yongxiao, in a panic, pulled up a human-shaped standing sign and surrounded the drone. Lu Yu held his breath. Gently pressing the spacebar, the command to fire was instantly issued, and the infrared rays of the toy gun clattered and swept. It was as if the eyes had been turned into a battlefield, ruthlessly harvesting lives. Lu Yu is tired and lying on the ground. It took 12 days to finally rush the prototype of the Lord Dragon drone to be hand-rubbed out before the military training exercise. Cam. It's really tiring. Next time, we must find a student with strong hands-on skills to help. Chen Jinfan, call Mr. Wang Yi and ask him to send the prototype and design over. Expedite production. In 3 days, I want to see 500 lords. Chapter 48 Big Brother Gathering Drill begins. requesting monthly votes for recommendations. 3 days later, the highway in Seoul, under full martial law, a camouflage green armored car flew by. In the car sat 3 middle-aged men. 2 were carrying 2 stars of wheat on their shoulders, and 1 was carrying 1 star of wheat on his shoulder, looking serious. Olshan, hasn't the drone in the lab over at the University of Defense Science and Technology already set up a research project, and you're still going to run to Seoul specifically to see it? Staff Officer Duan of the Wheat Spike 2-star teased. Hoof. Shin Xinghua snorted coldly and didn't answer. The industrial mapping during the holidays had caused this principal Shin Xinghua to lose face, and many of the technologies in the Defense Science and Technology University's project attack were not expected to have been used for a long time in the private sector. For example, the stealth paint still under development, found in a car paint factory, directly advancing the progress of the development of stealth fighters. Shin Xinghua is the president of the University of Defense Science and Technology, and is also the core opposition that sparked the controversy this time. Duan Jinbong stopped flirting with his old friend and turned to look out the window and spoke. Old Shin, after the Gulf War, a lot of people in the army had a deviation in their imagination of modern warfare. They think that modern warfare is nothing more than the Air Force bombing, the Navy bombing, and finally the army going out to plant the flag. In this process, the least important is naturally the land forces, so for nearly a decade, countries have slowed down their development of the land forces. Listening to his old friend's words, Shin Xinghua couldn't help but ask rhetorically, is there anything wrong with that? The United States of America has already accomplished an almost textbook performance. This is modern warfare. Old Duan, you've also seen the declassified files of the Gulf War. The battle-loss ratio of the two sides was as high as 125, and the ratio of deaths was even higher at 1 to 110. And this, the brilliant battle results brought about by the air and sea linkage, is a fully modernized war. Shin Xinghua came from the Air Force, the University of Defense Science and Technology. Many major scientific research projects are aimed at the research of warships and aircraft. Army? What's so good about researching the equipment of a bunch of muscle men? Duan Jinbong shook his head and spoke. The Gulf War was a descending blow that can be said to be impossible to reproduce, and the entire war took only 42 days. Old Shin, have you ever thought, if the battleship aircraft generation difference is not so obvious, the information technology gap is not big, if the war dragged into the quagmire, ultimately rely on the land forces, or people? Shin Xinghua fell silent. The situation Duan Jinbong spoke of had already been argued by someone using a model. It was difficult to accomplish the descending blow of the Gulf War when there was not much difference in the level of technology. But, after all, a model was a model. Not what actually happened. It could never change the current direction of development. Duan Jinbong continued, if that Principal Liu that Xiao Shi mentioned, his robotic combat concept is feasible, then it will definitely play a huge advantage in encounter battles, alley battles, and field battles. This will be of great strategic significance for the future protracted war. Being able to exchange machines for lives is worth it no matter how you calculate it. If Liu Yu was here, he would definitely lament Duan Jinbong's strategic vision. He had accurately predicted the future combat scenarios of drones, robots, and even robot dogs. Shin Xinghua sighed as his attitude eventually softened. I actually have the same hypothetical enemy as you, and that is Dacia at war with all countries in the worst-case scenario. I am committed to specializing in the development of clustered firepower, and why wouldn't strategic weapons be an attempt to use the smallest cost for the greatest victory? Alas, let's just see if this Principal Liu can bring surprises first. This short conversation at the moment speaks the heart of the two iron-blooded soldiers, and the root of their disagreement over the civil technology of Liu Yu is here. What Shin Xinghua wanted was to gather the strength of the whole country to create a weapon that could be a hammer blow and change the situation of the war as a little boy. In the midst of this vision, a technological breakthrough in one aspect of civil technology was not enough to turn the tide. On the contrary, working with the civilian population is prone to leaks. Duan Jinbong, on the other hand, was planning for the worst. Once dragged into a quagmire and a protracted war situation, any small technical equipment could save the lives of soldiers, just like the birth of the Maxim heavy machine gun. There is no one right or wrong, just different directions. In the midst of idle chatter, the three generals had arrived at the entrance of the Seoul Institute of Electronic Information Technology. Liu Yu, Shijin, and the students who had just finished more than 2 weeks of military training were waiting in line. Under the blazing sun, Liu Yu was not the least bit impatient. In the face of this group of people who are ready to throw their heads and spill their blood anytime, anywhere, this group of the most adorable people, waiting here for a while is nothing. The roar of a car came from the doorway. Shijin snapped to attention and bellowed. All present, attention, salute. Snapping. The flush of voices rang out instantly. Leading the way were the 42 instructors Shijin had brought with him, and behind them were the students who had just finished their military training. One by one, they had completely tanned into black cinder blocks, but there was no dissatisfaction from ordinary school military training, and their eyes were filled with exuberant energy. The effect of body strengthening was just too powerful, equivalent to each student being equipped with a professional diet, recovery, and medical team. It caused them to instantly regain their condition after resting. Lu Yu had no doubt that if these kids continued to keep up their workouts, breaking national records would be possible in the future. The armored car in front of him slowly stopped. Lu Yu collected his mind and greeted him. Soldiers don't have so many rules. The crowd on the armored car came out in a line. The first thing Xinxinghua, who carried the 2 stars of wheat on his shoulder and was also the president of the University of Defense Science and Technology, looked at was not Lu Yu, but the students not far away. He himself is the principal. From the essence of the students can most intuitively judge the good or bad of a school. If the students stand without standing, sitting without sitting, then the discipline of this school is very problematic. However, the students in front of Xinxinghua cannot help but secretly surprised. Not that they stand how standard, how neat, but the overall spirit of the face is the kind of face full of sunshine. Just like 8 or 9 o'clock sun. Even in Defense Technology University, students with this kind of mental outlook were not common. The vast majority of students are dead, old, and slippery. No vigor, no hope. Why is that? Xiao Shi did not say, "This is a junior college?" Xinxinghua at this moment are a little rude, completely ignored in the sight of Lu Yu and others, came straight to the front of the famous students. Asked a very simple question. "Classmate, are you happy in school?" Xinxinghua stared dead in his eyes. Having read countless people, he could tell at a glance if he was lying. Report, "I'm happy." The hoarse voice carried an undeniable flavor. Why? Xinxinghua could tell that he wasn't lying. Because here don't have to go to morning study, evening study, there is no pressure of coursework, and the lessons that the teacher taught are all what I want to learn. The student scratched his head and seemed a little embarrassed. The cockney voice caused by military training coupled with the shy appearance instantly drew laughter from the crowd, except for Xinxinghua, who turned his head to look at Lu Yu. Looking at Lu Yu, who could be his grandson, Xinxinghua nodded. "Principal Lu, your students are good. Your school is great." This was, undoubtedly, the greatest recognition for a principal, and even Lu Yu could not control his expression somewhat and said haughtily, "Thank you." Then, it was under Shi Jin's introduction that Lu Yu got to know the 3 generals, respectively. Xinxinghua, the president of the Cradle of Daxia's military officers, the University of Defense Science and Technology. Duan Zhenban, the chief of staff of an army division. As well as the last one who was silent and the youngest Navy carrier aircraft pilot extraordinaire, War Eagle. Lu Yu could not help but look at War Eagle a few more times. Fighter pilots were already very valuable, and the pilots of naval aircraft were even more 1 in 100, with unrivaled physical qualities. It seemed that it was really a stab in the dark. The Navy, Army, and Air Force had all sent people over. After everyone was introduced and got to know each other, Shi Jin did not drag his feet at all, stepped forward and said aloud, "Comrades and students, the location of this drill is at Niusho Mountain, and the side that is the first to plant a flag at the top of the mountain will be the victor. The red side will be led by instructor Shi Jin, with a total of 43 people, and will be carrying conventional army weapons and equipment. The blue side will be led by Principal Lu Yu, totaling 215 men, with no restrictions on individual weaponry. This exercise is a small position battle, no additional air or sea fire support will be provided. All present, get on the vehicles and depart." Chapter 49 Ox Head Mountains Drill, One-Sided Reaping requesting for monthly recommendation tickets. Ox Head Mountain. Named due to the fact that the main peak was shaped like a bull's head, it was green and covered an area of about 700 square kilometers. Used for regular military drills, such an area was considered small. For professional soldiers like Shi Jin and the others, they could easily reach the main peak with just one hasty march. Lu Yu, at this moment, discerned the direction. Judging from the map, the command is deliberately arranging it this way. We are only a little over 10 kilometers away from the main peak, while Shi Jin and the others are more than 20 kilometers away from the target position. Calculating based on the normal traveling speed of the 2 parties, they will eventually encounter each other on the mountain road leading to Nyosho Mountain and start a battle. Lu Yu took the simple map that the command had sent to both sides and analyzed it against the immediate environment. From the site chosen for the military exercise as well as the terrain map, it could be seen that what the command wanted was an encounter battle. After all, there were many fewer elements compared to a formal military exercise. For example, examining various specialized military skills such as wilderness survival, armed cross-country, etc., and night rush marching. Obviously, they were taking care of Lu Yu. If they really came according to the formal military drills, the single field survival would be enough to eliminate all of Lu Yu's students. 10 kilometers away is not very far, even if it is a normal walk is only more than 2 hours. With the students traveling at a fast pace, it only took more than 90 minutes to see the target position. With the last few hundred meters left from the target position, Lu Yu waved his hand for the crowd to stop at the bottom of the slope. Stop! Behind Lu Yu, 214 students wearing camouflage uniforms and clutching Type 95-1 assault rifles stopped in unison. The guns were real, but they were full of blanks. The real heavyweights in their backpacks each carried 2 or 3 Lord Dragon drones. That was the key to deciding whether or not they could win. Lu Yu silently estimated the time in his heart. The speed of the students themselves was definitely going to be slower than the professional soldiers. Even though Shurjin's journey was longer than Lu Yu's, they might have already arrived. With the help of binoculars, Lu Yu clearly saw the narrow mountain road in front of him. There was no trace of anyone passing through. It was unusually quiet. This kind of semi-primitive woods, normally there should be birdsong, cicadas, now completely inaudible. The more this happened, the more hairy Lu Yu's heart became. They were definitely ambushing in front, waiting for Lu Yu to pass by to launch an attack. Blanks don't kill people, but it hurts when it hits them. But, Shurjin, Shurjin. Who says an encounter must be face to face for both sides to be considered an encounter? It's time for the Lord Dragon drone to come into existence. Lu Yu turned to the students behind him and ordered, "Everyone, drones on guns. Hide under the slope, no one is allowed to show their heads." Only to see that the students quickly took off their backpacks. Taking out the drones from inside, they stuck the rifles in their hands into the grooves and assembled them. A Baron drone was placed in the open space beside them, ready to take off at any time. The current flight control system wasn't really perfect, in the perfect swarm tactics envisioned by Lu Yu. With the use of AI added to the algorithm, it was entirely possible for a few people to control a few thousand drones. Right now, it could only be done the easy way. Lu Yu took a deep breath. First formation, release. Buzz. The 50 Lord Dragon drones instantly emitted a beeping sound, setting off gusts of wind that shot straight into the sky. The black shadows in the sky, like locusts crossing the border, drilled out of the woods and swooped straight towards the narrow mountain road. The truth was just as Lu Yu expected. The instructors led by Shurjin had already arrived at this mountain road before them, waiting for rabbits. A total of 43 people, all of them are now ambushed on the long mountain road, laying down 3 lines of defense one after another. Compared to Lu Yu and the others who hid under the slope with the help of the terrain, Shurjin obviously hid better. All of them covered their whole body with weeds, their faces were painted with oil paint, and it was hard to see them when they were lying on the ground. Shurjin, who was lying in the canopy, saw Lu Yu's drone take off and remained calm. Through the intercom, he ordered in a low voice. First squad shoot down the drone. The second squad conducts fire suppression. The third squad waits for the opportunity to encircle. Despite knowing Lu Yu's current hiding place from the release of the drone, however, they were already outside of effective range and it would be easy to expose themselves by firing rashly instead. Attracting fire head-on and detouring to encircle and break up the opponent was the best strategy. What Shurjin wanted was to use 42 people to fight out the momentum of hundreds of people. The first firefight between the two sides was about to break out, and the atmosphere at the command headquarters outside of Nyosho Mountain was heavy. Through the surveillance spread across the battlefield, they could keep tabs on the maneuvers. Seeing Lu Yu's Lord Dragon drone really take off carrying guns, everyone was surprised. Shin Xinghua even stood up instantly. Impossible, how did it happen? Drone takeoff is not difficult after all, the technical content is not high, even toy factories can do it, not just remote control airplanes. But, Shin Xinghua has not seen the gun that can pull nearly 10 pounds to fly in the air. This is an extremely high test of the drone's flight control system, a little carelessness will shake and crash. Not to mention remote control in the air. Duan Jinbong's sensitivity to technology was a bit worse than Shin Xinghua's, who did not come from a technical background. Seeing his old friend so excited, he asked curiously. The fight hasn't started yet, why are you so excited? Xiao Shi is a thief, it's not easy for Lu Yu to win. Although Duan Jinbong supported Lu Yu, with his understanding of Shurjin, this encounter would be a difficult fight. Shin Xinghua, however, shook his head in a rare manner. Old Duan, you're wrong, I'm afraid the battle will end faster than we think. Our school has researched drones, so naturally we've modeled drone war scenarios. In a small battlefield where you can't apply for air support and fire coverage, drones mean air control and information. In the surveillance screen in front of them, the two sides had already started exchanging fire. Under the precise marksmanship of the soldiers, the first to fall was one of the drones from Lu Yu's side. However, every time a drone fell, it meant that a soldier was exposed, and in an instant, 4 or 5 drones would surround them. Firepower poured out, intertwining into a net. There was no need to think about dodging, about saving any bullets, about positioning. Sweeping fire, crazy sweeping fire. The students manipulating the drones sat in the open space and chased after the instructors to beat them up as if they were playing a game. Rather, their physical functions were extremely perverse, and they were very flexible in dodging and moving around. But how could they compare to the drones in the air? Day. The Type 95-1 assault rifles in the sky sprayed flames, and there were constantly instructors in the woods who were hit and had red smoke rising from their bodies symbolizing elimination. Lu Yu, controlling the drone, had flown up 1,000 meters, overlooking the entire battlefield, and he clearly saw that there was a squad that was rapidly detouring and feeling their way towards his direction. A distance of 1 kilometer would only take a few minutes for them to travel at full speed. However, the drones were faster than they were. Second formation, release. Fire suppression on both flanks. Dozens more drones instantly took off, swept towards the 2 flanks under the control of a student. The detouring squad that was weaving in and out of the forest had completely become a living target at this moment, without even a chance to hide. The so-called detour, the so-called 3 layers of defense, became meaningless after losing air control and battlefield information. The detour team led by Shurjin dodged frantically, using the canopy to avoid the drones. At this moment, he felt powerless. It was never expected that in such a battlefield that was strictly limited to death and destined to be encountered, he could not even touch the other side. Obviously, there were only a few hundred meters left before they could touch Lu Yu's flanks. But the drones buzzing in the air formed a dense crossfire line above their heads. It was simply impossible to cross half a step. And for every drone shot down, a comrade had to be paid. The sacrifice was too great. His previous experience of encounter warfare was completely reversed at this moment, becoming meaningless. Retreat, retreat, all retreat. Shurjin shouted frantically over the intercom. Even if he knew that he would lose, he would still fight until the last moment and never surrender. Shurjin's hoarse voice was transmitted to the command headquarters through the wireless mic. The crowd at the scene fell silent. The screen displayed huge numbers. 212:7. Of the 3 students that Lu Yu's side had judged to have failed, 2 of them had mistakenly touched off their fire, and 1 of them had broken his foot. In other words, it was 0 battle losses in exchange for a full 36 elite-level professional soldiers. And the time of the maneuver, from the official start to now, was only 4 hours and 16 minutes past. They even made it in time for lunch. Duan Jinbang's expression couldn't hide his excitement, and this encounter was definitely at a level that could make it into a textbook. The appearance of drones had reshaped the idea of small-scale warfare in the past. Special Pilot War Eagle was also somewhat moved. How much do these drones cost? I'm afraid it's no more than 3,000. Carrying bombs and dropping them in batches on ports and airports would be like using thousands of dollars to cause hundreds of millions of dollars of damage. You know, being small and flying low, they don't show up on current air defense radars. Air defense systems would mean nothing to it, and the ground would be a living target. It simply made up for the low-altitude battlefield perfectly. Shen Xinghua kept taking deep breaths and adjusting. Even if he had more conflicts and disagreements with Duan Jinbang at this moment, he saw that the Lord Dragon could really be used in actual combat. Only joy remained in his heart. Incomparable joy, the joy of this kind of killing weapon appearing in Daxia. Old Duan, Little War, I propose that all information on this exercise be blocked, and that all the results and also the prototype of the Lord Dragon be organized and summarized and reported jointly. Please raise your hands to vote. The 3 representatives from the air, land, and sea raised their hands, declaring that they completely recognized the value of the Lord Dragon drone to the war. At the same time, it meant that as long as the above had finished evaluating this, Lu Yu's school's hanging of the military character was already a done deal. The result that Lu Yu wanted had already been reached, but the maneuver did not end. With the 3 rounds of drone formations taking off in turn, the ambush on the mountain road in front of him had already been cleared. However, Shurjin was not found, and the last 7 people disappeared into the vast woods in front of them. Lu Yu controlled the drone to keep circling, looking at the screen to return the image, carefully observing, trying to find. But it was difficult. Not equipped with active phased radar, trying to find people in the woods, could only wait for them to move on their own like just now. Hey, more than 70% killed in action is enough to break the will of a team. I'm afraid that only the troops of Daxia can fight to the last man. Lu Yu lamented. He knew deep in his heart that if these remaining 7 people wanted to be found, they would not be able to do so without paying a price. Chapter 50 Unyielding Will. This is the Daxia soldier. Requesting for monthly recommendation tickets. Shurjin led the only 7 people left, lying on a mound of earth that was no more than 3 kilometers away from Lu Yu and the others. Their entire bodies were covered in weeds, and they were quiet, not daring to move a muscle. There were several times when the drone hovered and flew past their eyes, almost spotting Shurjin. Captain, it's completely impossible to fight. With this drone hovering overhead, it's hard to get close to them. Listening to the voice coming from the team member in the headset, Shurjin did not answer. He was incomparably blaming himself at this moment. Obviously, he knew that Lu Yu used drones. Yet, he was still confident in using traditional tactics. If he had been on the real battlefield, all 36 of his teammates would have been killed in action because of his bad decision. Listening to the hovering drones fly away, Shurjin clearly knew that with the drones around, there was no possibility of a head-on fight with Lu Yu. The position, in fact, could already be declared lost. However, as long as people were alive, they had to fight. Pocky, bring over the drone you just shot down, I'll take a look. Shurjin said. The young soldier with freckles on his face handed Shurjin the drone he had just shot down. Since it was a first-generation product, it was still rushed, and although the overall streamlined shape looked sci-fi, it was very rough on closer inspection. On the top were 4 rotors to control flight, on the bottom were notches for guns, and on the belly was a camera to collect images. There didn't seem to be any thermal imaging, no radar, and even less infrared. Shurjin didn't know much about technology, but basic discrimination was there. With just the camera alone, that drone's monitoring capabilities were very limited. This would explain why they hadn't even noticed themselves when the drone had just flown past their faces. It wasn't that Luyu didn't want to pretend, 1, it was too late, and 2, there were simply no channels. Quite a bit of technology was still under control in this day and age. Maybe we still have a chance. Shurjin looked at Luyu in the distance, and a plan gradually emerged in his mind. Luyu had been searching for Shurjin for nearly half an hour. Nothing was found. With the vast forest, it was still too difficult to find a few people with just the camera. Luyu looked at the time. It was expected that it could be easily ended by 12 noon. Now, has come to nearly 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Tell the students to rest in place, eat some dry food to replenish energy. Luyu decided to climb to the top to plant the flag. As long as the position was occupied, it was still a judgmental victory. Attention alert, target the top of the hill. With Luyu's order, more than 200 students formed 2 long lines and snaked towards the top of the mountain. Buzzing drones hovered above the team's heads, quickly detecting the slightest breeze. But it's clear that as the afternoon progresses, visibility is already suffering. Visibility is already compromised. However, the long procession was less than 3 kilometers away from the summit, and a normal hour would have been enough to reach the top anyhow. The relaxed environment, with the firefight that had just taken place without the pressure of confrontation, caused the students to loosen up a bit. Here and there, the sound of whispering resounded in the team, just like this place as an excursion. Luyu had spoken out to stop it a few times, but it didn't have much effect. One could not really expect students who had only undergone 2 weeks of military training to be able to achieve the order. The vast forest in front of him did not make Luyu feel the slightest bit relaxed. From the experience of dealing with the Disya soldiers during this time, they would never give up easily. But the students wouldn't think that much. They were all half-grown children, and they were more fresh and excited about this kind of full-fledged maneuver. Especially the students who usually played around with CF. Jobai, a real rifle just has a feel. I didn't expect it to be so heavy, I can't even press the rifle. The boys hugged the rifle and did a classic pose of Xiaomagua. Too bad it's not AK. QBZ-95 is almost interesting. For these guns, they were still used to shouting the names in CF. Jobai looked around. They were in the middle of the team. The road was only half a meter wide, and the team was drawn out for a long time. With his experience of playing FPS games for so many years, the longer the team stretched, the greater the risk. It was easy to not be able to take care of the front and the back, and the abdomen was even easier for people to break up. The correct method of occupying the position should be for everyone to go in 3s and 3s, with the water splashing and fanning forward up a hill. Thinking of this, Jobai planned to quickly step forward when he made his suggestion to the principal. Suddenly, bang! A violent explosion sounded behind him. Immediately afterward, the 5 students behind him instantly rose in red smoke that represented sacrificial elimination. The 5 students still had dismay on their faces, blissfully unaware of what had happened. And one of them, a relatively fat boy, was still staring blankly at the tree branch in his hand. It was him who had just tugged on the branch by the side of the road, and an explosion had occurred immediately afterward. The little fat man is the closest. Face has been crumbled pitch black. Fortunately, thick skin did not hurt. Sudden change immediately triggered a riot. Chaotic noise into a mess. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Where are the people? Open fire. Those who raised their guns and fired indiscriminately, those who shouted for reinforcements, and those who flew drones at random. The list goes on and on. There was absolutely no discipline in sight. When Luyu hurried over, he saw this headless scene. Grimly, he fired a shot into the sky. All be quiet. The students looked at him in unison. What's going on? Who's going to tell me? Jobai, who had witnessed everything, came over to Luyu and explained everything that had just happened. Meanwhile, the command headquarters. They were the first to see the attack on Luyu. They could clearly see the position Shurjin was currently in, just 50 meters away from Luyu. Duanzhenbon looked at Shurjin on the screen and nodded with emotion. Little Shur is very good. He didn't give up even though he knew he was unbeatable. Using this kind of guerrilla tactic is enough to break down these student soldiers of Luyu. Duanzhenbon knew very well that the situation just now was already considered a battalion tsunami amongst the general army. At times of high mental tension, it was too easy for untrained ordinary people to act too aggressively. If Xiaoshur goes on like this, it is indeed difficult for Luyu to achieve victory. The drones make it easier to come to victory, but the gap in the quality of the single soldier is too obvious. Shen Xinghua said. Moreover, as the sky darkens, Luyu's advantage of drones will become smaller and smaller. The camera observation ability is still limited. Sure enough, in the screen, Luyu's hiking process with the students kept encountering traps, cold shots, and even directly touching the end of the team to kill. After only walking less than 500 meters, they had already lost nearly 30 students. Luyu's party had only managed to eliminate one instructor, or the other party had used themselves as bait and deliberately lured them. A tense atmosphere began to fill the air. No one could maintain a high level of mental concentration for a long period of time in this kind of godforsaken, dark forest-like confrontation. I can't stand it. The instructors are just like ghosts, they can't be caught at all. Seconds on exposure, too scary. Do not know in the slightest. The mouth of the instructor Jin, the whole person lying in the silt, carefully observed Lu Yu's team. The silt in the summer was covered with creepy crawlies and a foul odor. Jin was not afraid of it. Captain, they won't be able to hold out much longer. Jin spat out the weed in his mouth. Give them more fire, these students are about to collapse. Buzzing drones hovered above their heads, but as the sun gradually sloped to the west, the visibility was getting worse and worse. Lu Yu knew very well that if he dragged it out until dark, there was a real possibility that the 100 or so people he had left would be eaten up by all 6 of the remaining people. Never underestimate the fighting strength of the professional soldiers of Dixia, let alone the fact that these were the elite of the elite. Their will to fight was definitely the top group of people on this planet. Never surrender, never give in. Just as Lu Yu was fretting about what to do next, Zhou Bai walked over. Headmaster, we can't delay any longer. The students' spirit has already reached its limit. A few more sneak attacks and they will absolutely collapse. What's your solution? Groups of 3, spread out to reach the top. We have the advantage of numbers. No matter how strong instructor is, there are only 6 people left. As long as the flag is planted at the top of the mountain, we will be considered victorious. Lu Yu pondered for a moment. Military he really wasn't good at. Okay, let's do it then. An order was given. The remaining 100 or so students, in groups of 3, spread out like mercury leaking into the woods. Jin, who had just touched over, was dumbfounded. Gathering together was fine for a sneak attack, but how could they fight if they were spread out? The 6 of them simply couldn't stop so many. Viciously spitting out the weeds in his mouth, Jin loaded his gun. Headmaster Lu's brain has turned. He even scattered the team. There is still the last kilometer left. Let's fight. Jin's eyes flashed with a fierce color, no longer hiding, took the lead in touching Lu Yu, raising his hand to fire a shot. At this moment, Lu Yu had just seen Jin. It was too late to even react. Bang! The red smoke on his body exploded and he was declared eliminated. Lu Yu had no other thoughts in his heart. There was only one sentence. It was surprising that he had been following him all along. Sporadic gunshots continued to ring out in the woods, and students were often eliminated without even raising their guns. If anything, the drones had inflicted a descending blow on the instructor team, and now it was the descending blow that the professional soldiers had inflicted on the students. Lu Yu, who was eliminated, took a car and came to the command headquarters resentfully, and Duan Zhenban laughed. Principal Lu, Xiao sure hasn't suffered such a big loss in a long time. You've made him suffer this time. Suffer a loss? If he wasn't unfamiliar with drone tactics, the one who suffered a loss would be himself. Sighing, Lu Yu looked at the screen. Taking an overview of the situation, it had to be said that Zhou Bai's strategy had worked. Jin's 6 were very strong, and often one person could stall 2 or 3 squads, but it was obvious that they couldn't stop them all. There was always a squad that could bypass them and quickly climb the mountain. Victory was just a matter of time. Just now while watching, I was thinking, Principal Lu is such a smart person, how would he set up a long snake formation on the battlefield? That's not giving the enemy a chance. Listening to Xinxinghua's words, Lu Yu blushed a little and said awkwardly, this was not my idea, it was my student who mentioned it. Oh? Not simple. This kind of time can still calmly analyze the strengths and weaknesses of the enemy and us. On the screen, the sound of clattering guns continued. But the battle was already near the end. Zhou Bai, with 2 people, had successfully climbed to the top of the mountain and planted the red flag. Jin, who was struggling to hold on, used up every bullet and was eventually struck by an unfortunate hit under the sweep of fire and was eliminated. The number of people yet to be eliminated was displayed on the screen. 17:0. In other words, Jin and their last 7 people replaced 195 people. Did you win? We've won. A disastrous victory. If Jin was familiar enough with drone warfare, he was afraid that the 0 at the end meant 0 casualties. Lu Yu exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He had a deeper understanding of the word army that he had been thinking about. Perhaps, the spirit they carry is what the military is all about. Seal Wolf Jushu Special Mission completed. Chapter 51 Ranking of the Shangjing Military Office Program, Pengcheng Academic Valve. Requesting for monthly recommendations. Shangjing Military Mechanism Office, General AI's office. Located in a quiet courtyard in Shangjing, even the surrounding neighbors didn't know that the head of the military mechanism office resided here. There were ginkgo trees planted in the courtyard, and at the moment, General AI was wearing 81 shorts, placing his legs in the sun. 2 hideous gunshot wounds at the capbone. Whenever it comes to a rainy day, it will hurt worse than death. When the weather was good, the sunbathing party would provide some relief. At this time, the door to the office room and the side room suddenly opened. Elder AI, the joint land, sea, and air paperwork. Bring it over. Joint air, land, and sea documents were still rare. Elder AI took it and put on his presbyopia glasses. Grade, top secret. Sending unit, joint air, land, and sea intelligence department. Receiving unit, the Daxia Military Opportunity Office. Subject. Urgent notice regarding the strategic assessment of UAV technology by Lu Yu's team at Seoul's College of Electronics and Information Technology. Main text. 1. Technology Core. The Lord Dragon Huawei flight control system developed by Luyu team of Seoul College of Electronics and Information Technology has the following subversive capabilities. Swarm combat, support UAV cooperative formation, dynamically adapt to the complex battlefield environment. Ultra-vision range penetration, low-altitude field combat with significant advantages, can break through the existing air defense system. 2. Strategic impact. The technology, if deployed in actual combat, will completely reconfigure the reconnaissance strike engagement, killing chain cycle, and is expected to shorten the current system by 17%. May give birth to a new state of war model. The threat to our military skirmishes refer to the 2000 Gulf War Threat Assessment White Paper. 3. Action recommendations. Dispatch a technical reconnaissance team to Seoul immediately to classify drone technology. Approve the establishment of a joint military-industrial laboratory at the Seoul Institute of Electronics and Information Technology (SIT). And at the drop of this joint paper, the names of Shinxinghua, Duanzhenbang, and War Eagle were clearly signed. Elder AI sent along with the joint instrument is a video of a drone rehearsal battlefield. The young man placed his laptop on the table and opened the Nyosho mountain drill that was sent. The video had just been played, and looking at the students Luyu had brought with him, Elder AI couldn't help but laugh. They're all baby soldiers, look at them, these dolls can't even grip a gun. The young man next to him poured tea for AI Lau. I remember, AI Lau, you were already a battalion commander at their age. Alas, we had no choice then, fighting for our lives so that these dolls don't have to fight for their lives. During the time of small talk, the drill officially started. Seeing Luyu leading the students without any rules, advancing forward in a swarm, Elder AI simply couldn't think of how they were going to fight. However, he soon saw dozens of drones take off at the same time, pouring a rain of gunfire that instantly tore through Shurjin's 3 lines of defense. That reckless interplay of firepower was so terrifying that even through the screen he could feel the terror. Elder AI fell silent. Only after a long time did he speak. This drone technology, is it the first of its kind for us? Is it available internationally now? The young man shook his head. According to the news coming from the Ministry of Intelligence, although there are projects abroad to study drones, they still remain at the theoretical level and have not landed on the ground. Elder AI looked at Luyu tearing through the defense line with nearly 0 battle losses, his expression slightly dazed. In that battle for the position 50 years ago, if there were drones, a lot fewer people could have died, right? Elder AI, how is it approved? The laboratory application is approved, and the project's confidentiality is rated at the Qin level. Qin level. The young man was somewhat incredulous. The Daxia military's assessment of the project was in descending order, for levels, Qin, Han, Tang, and Song. It was a continuation of the meaning of the Qin Emperor, Hanwu, Tangzone, and Song ancestor. Since the founding of Daxia, there have only been 2 occasions when the military program has been rated as Qin, once Miss Chiu and once at Treasure Beach. Evaluated as Qin, that is equivalent to the Seoul Institute of Electronic Information Technology Laboratory, characterized as the country's most important weapon. To put it mildly, is it worthy? The stealth fighter project team at the University of Defense Technology is only rated at the Han level. Project level means that the resources can be mobilized. The most simple intuitive is that the Han level has a maximum of 1 company's troops stationed. The Qin level, on the other hand, has a minimum of 1 battalion. Being the lowest meant that there was no ceiling on it. Elder AI, do you need to reconsider? The Qin rank is given too high. Not too high. Elder AI shook his head and said in an undeniable manner, any first-of-its-kind technology that emerges should be given enough attention. Our Miss Chiu or the 5th-generation aircraft is following someone else's path. These little dolls in Seoul are good, now waiting out a path on their own, albeit just a small step. The young man touched up what Elder AI said and recorded it, ready to go back and approve it. Elder AI, the fixed Qin class might be very stressful for them, a single drone won't hold up. Pressure is what gives you motivation. AI Lau naturally knew exactly what he was talking about in terms of pressure. The Daxia Qin level project has always been a key target for foreign countries to focus on, in order to obtain information to do everything. Spending money to buy is still child's play here, and the slightest carelessness will lead to accidents. Elder AI did not feel the slightest sense of deciding to be abrupt. If you don't trust the young people, do you trust a group of 70 or 80-year-olds who are relying on their position and not leaving? Daxia, some of the top yuanshi title, enjoying a very high resource mobilization authority of a lot of people, can be a very long time did not produce results. On the contrary, the family's wealth was getting thicker and thicker. At this moment, as Elder AI's approval began to go through the process, one of Daxia's yuanshi, the founder of information engineering, Han Zhaoji, had already arrived at Seoul Airport. Normal to his position, come here to meet Han Zhaoji, who is also Secretary Zhao set of team. But because this time in Seoul is a request, everything is low profile. Only Sun Songhai, the principal of Seoul Nursing College, and Song Qingchun, the principal of Seoul Normal University, appeared here. Han Zhaogi had just come out of the exit, and the 2 170 good-looking students handpicked by Sun Songhai offered a flower basket in their arms, saying sweetly, "Warmly welcome Dr. Han Zhaogi to Seoul for study and guidance." Sun Songhai as well as Song Qingchun were both a bit nervous, especially Sun Songhai. Song Qingchuan's school at least had a master's degree point, and it was an opportunity to come into contact with Yuan Shi. On the other hand, Sun Sung High School was nothing more than a specialty, and could not even confer a bachelor's degree. Although he didn't know why this Yuan Shi from Pengcheng had contacted himself and Principal Song, if he could use this opportunity to obtain some resources, it would be of great benefit. Han Xiaogi received the flower basket and smiled as he shook hands with the two principals one by one. I'm really adding to the trouble, and I have to ask you guys to come over to pick up the airplane. Elder Han has traveled a long way and is unfamiliar with Seoul. It's only right that we entertain him, please. The three of them got into the car, and due to their sensitive identities, they searched for a more secluded private club to dine. After 3 rounds of drinking, the food was served with 5 flavors. Han Xiaobi put down his chopsticks and pointed out the reason for his visit. Principal Song, Principal Sun, truth be told, I came to Seoul this time, wanting to meet with Liu Yu, the principal of Seoul Electronic Information Technology College, through the two of you. Liu Yu? Seeing Sun Sunhai's difficult face and Song Qingchuan's silence, Han Xiaogi frowned slightly. What, it's inconvenient? Sun Sunghai shook his head. This Liu Yu is a strange person. His style is completely different from the original Principal Huang. He went so far as to run a school without messing with money. He doesn't interact with us. He didn't even come to the Seoul Principal's gathering. Song Qingchun added. Then, the two of them told everything about Liu Yu's arrival in Seoul, the process of running the school, the clash with Zhu's Chamber of Commerce, and the dispute over the land in South Bay. Alas, Elder Han, now that President Liu's school has a national license plate, the leader of Seoul University will be him if he slowly develops. Sun Songhai in the beginning of the Liu Yu still have the mind to fight, but after hanging the national license plate, completely dead heart. Han Xiaogi silently listening, and his judgment is almost the same. Go very smooth a kid, lifting the wine glass lightly clink, then can ask him out? Okay, I'll try. Sun Songhai flipped out the phone, through Zhao Xingjia's secretary, asked for Liu Yu's phone number and called. At this time, Liu Yu had just returned from Yosho Mountain, paralyzed on his bed, blowing on the air conditioner to recover his strength. Hiking in the woods for 4 or 5 hours is really not a crime. See, unfamiliar phone call, casually hung up. I just hung up, and then it called me again. I'm going to go, I'm sick of it. Since the school put up the national license plate, this kind of strange phone calls are more and more. In Daxia, it is too common to ask for connections. I had no choice but to connect. Hello Principal Liu, I'm Sun Sunhai from Seoul Nursing Higher Specialized School. What's the matter? I have a friend over here who wants to see you. Liu Yu frowned slightly and was about to refuse when another voice came from the phone. Principal Liu, this is Han Xiaogi. I don't know if you are free right now. It's convenient to come out and accompany Han for a casual dinner. Han is in Seoul. Han Zhaoji? This name was somewhat familiar. After thinking for a moment, Liu Yu only recalled from the corner that it was some kind of Han Binbin's grandfather. Minister Zhao had said that there was a lot of energy. Liu Yu sat up. The other party is a yuan shi of less than 2,000 in the entire Daxia. Han Xiaogi gently tapped the desktop. He was very confident that Liu Yu would absolutely bow down. His own hallowed yuan shi had specially flown over from Peng City to meet him and ask him to give his grandson a place. He would definitely agree. Didn't yuan shi do this amongst themselves? I help your granddaughter get into the hospital, you help my grandson get into the business, we all benefit from each other. Good for you, good for me, good for everyone. As for Sun Songhai, said Liu Yu, is a strange person, obviously because you Sun Songhai curry enough the little resources in your hand, arranging for someone to enter a city hospital is difficult enough. Just when Han Xiaogi thought Liu Yu would give an affirmative answer. Han Yuan Shi, want me to give Han Binbin a place? I've seen your grandson's resume. Studied abroad in middle school, entered Qingbei High School summer camp in high school, mixed up with the master's program team, got extra points from Qingbei TSK, and participated in the Pengcheng Municipal Science and Innovation Competition, successfully published Sci. as a first work. These are all online searches. After all, your grandson was added 50 points to successfully become the Pengcheng top student. More or less, some of the name does not match the reality. Although the network has risen at this time, the voice of the internet is still too small when smartphones and 4G are not fully spread. The matter of Han Binbin's scholarly honor had been raked over the coals in the forum, and the post had disappeared after only 2 days of existence. Even if Han Xiaogi's chi-nourishing kung fu was good, Liu Yu's drilling words made him move to real fire. Liu Yu, are you going to break the rules? What rules? The rules of accompanying your joint efforts to arrange for your children and rake in big bucks? Making the Daxia post become like AIDS, spreading only through sex and blood? Don't be naive, Han Wenshi, the world shouldn't be like this. Jing. Han Xiaogi took a deep breath. I'm naive? Speaking slowly, fine, Liu Yu, don't think that you can rest easy just because the school has the word of state on it. Looking at the hung-up phone, Liu Yu casually pulled Sun Sunhai black. National character? I'm sorry, I'm about to hang the word military. If you're messing around at this time, I'm afraid you don't want to drink seaweed and egg drop soup. Chapter 52, Yuan Shi's energy, paralyzing the campus network seeking monthly tickets and recommendations. After hanging up the phone, there was no more sleep. Lu Yu got up and put on his clothes, simply washed up and walked towards the office. When he was in Qingbei, he kicked Han Binbin out of the project team, and Lu Yu guessed that Han Ziogi would call himself to put pressure on him. What Lu Yu did not expect was that he would fly directly to Seoul with the intention of interviewing himself. The posture is very low. Sincerity and face can be said to have given Lu Yu enough. Anyone else might have directly given Han Ziogi face and released a spot on the project team. After all, it was a Yuan Shi who had personally come to beg. In Disya, Yuan Shi was the highest point a scholar could reach, and the energy behind it was unimaginable. Lu Yu recalled the information he saw when he searched Han Zhaoji on Baidu Encyclopedia. Founder of Information Theory and Information Engineering, academician of the Daxia Academy of Information Engineering, professor and doctoral tutor of Pengcheng University, director of the Information Technology Research Center of Pengcheng University, director of the National Electronic Information Engineering Technology Research Center, and leader of a number of projects. As of 2009, Han Ziogi has trained 10 postdoctoral fellows to leave the station, 82 doctoral students to obtain doctoral degrees, 213 master's degree students to obtain master's degrees, 12 people grew up to be the National Outstanding Young Persons Fund recipients, more than 20 people teaching in domestic and foreign colleges and universities, and more than 20 people became academic leaders in colleges and universities. From the Baidu Encyclopedia, publicly accessible information is also not difficult to see. Han Zhaoji apprentices and grandchildren throughout the information engineering can be said is rooted in the information engineering industry of the tree. Collecting his mind, Lu Yu looked toward Wang Yi, who was preparing for class in the office. This young teacher is exactly the information technology origin, also Pengcheng people. Wang Yi, how is Yuan Shi Han Ziogi rated in information technology, and how did he obtain Yuan Shi? Wang Yi put down the lesson plan in his hands. Principal, are you going to invite him to lecture? Lu Yu could clearly see that Wang Yi's expression had become a bit odd, with a vestigial feeling of shopping in a supermarket and buying inferior goods. No, I'm curious to ask. Wang Yi weighed his words, hesitated for a moment, and then opened his mouth to say, Han Yuan Shi has mixed reviews. Those who have contributed to the building of information engineering in Daxia, especially the 2G era, basically his team led the establishment of it, which is also known as the founding father. But there are also people who think that Yuan Shi's name does not live up to its reputation, and many of his technologies are not groundbreaking, and remain in the framework of foreign countries. Lu Yu was non-committal. It was a complete fool's errand for Daxia's early development to want to jump out of the foreign framework. Wang Yi went on to say, of course, this is very unreasonable. It's hard to make achievements in the early days of Daxia's hard scientific research environment. Later developed into the 3G era, the same Han Zhaoji's team is leading the construction, only there is a small information that he is the one who hijacked the research results of the students. Oh? Hearing the gossip, Lu Yu came to be interested. Wang Yi looked around, see no one to rest assured to speak. I was listening to my senior said, that person is his classmate. His classmate mentor is Han Zhaoji. Han Zhaoji promised to give him Yuqing, and then changed the name of the research results to himself. Lu Yu had no contact with academics in either of his two lives, and wasn't very clear about these ratings. What's a Yuqing? Daxia Outstanding Young Scholar, simply understood as an honor above professor. Above Yuqing is Jiqing, and above Jiqing is Yuan Shi. Lu Yu suddenly realized. Never would have thought that Daxia's mixed academic circles are also so class divided. Thinking about Wang Yi's encounter, in order to evaluate the title in the school at the beginning, he had to bow his head to be a human being. Later, what happened to that person? Did not assess the excellent youth, because that year's quota Han Ziogi gave his son-in-law. He is really miserable. With his ability to change the person, absolutely can evaluate the excellent youth. Wang Yi sipped his mouth, moistened his throat. A while ago was not the grandson of Han Zhaoji's Pengcheng first prize insider? It was him who exposed it, and I heard that he has now run away to a foreign college. Hearing this, Lu Yu completely understood why Han Zhaoji had to arrange Han Binbin into his lab. Han Zhaoji was the leader of the 2G era, his son-in-law was involved in leading the 3G construction, and his grandson then entered the 4G team. That can be said to be 3 generations of information engineering people. The status of the solid, the untouchable, will be unparalleled. True grass, where there are people there are rivers and lakes. The academic circle can really not be much worse than the officialdom at all, and there is no shortage of human feelings. Principal, if you ask Han Yuan Shi to give lectures, I think it's better to forget it. The textbooks he compiled are a bit out of step with the times. I've read his papers in recent years, the level fluctuates from high to low, the reasons understand all. Lu Yu shook his head, asking him to lecture? Now Han Zhaogi Sheng swallowed Lu Yu's heart for fear of all, instructed Wang Yi to prepare the lesson at ease. Right, Principal, speaking of all this, shouldn't our school apply for the awarding of bachelor's degrees? You mean, the school specializes in bachelor's degree? Wang Yi nodded. There are national laboratories. Hanging the name of a specialist is not good to hear, and it will affect our enrollment next year. Lu Yu actually didn't care about these. Specialty, undergraduate, master's degree, doctorate, professor or whatever, it was like playing monsters and upgrading. Why don't we all be result-oriented? As long as they could produce results, specialist or professor, they could dominate the program. It's as if some ignorant people heard that Wu Susu is attending MIT. What, attending a college? Not even a university, Bull College. Only, although Lu Yu didn't care, he still had to consider the feelings of the students and teachers. Alright, then you go ahead with this matter, call me if you need anything. Wang Yi nodded. From Wang Yi's mouth, Lu Yu was considered to have a more comprehensive understanding of this Dr. Han Zhaoji. If it is an ordinary specialized college, then he pinches himself to death and pinches the ants, not much difference, but the South Bay Laboratory is destined to make this college not to be underestimated. Thinking of this, Lu Yu looked at the construction progress of the South Bay branch of the system panel. South Bay branch, 40%. The speed was already considered to be flying, and after hanging up the national character, there were too many benefits of all sorts of explicit and implicit. The funds alone have saved a lot. Intermediate campus size reached. Area, 1982.3 acres. Funding, 2,545,290,000.00. Special mission, Seal the Wolves completion. Learning to be rich 10.35%, learning to be rich 10.35%. After starting for so long, the system's funds have dropped by more than $10 million, and that includes the school's daily expenses and the procurement of military training items. Learning to be rich and famous, the push is still only 10%. Lu Yu has arranged for Li Su to find channels to acquire ancient books. But the effect is very poor. Folk scattered ancient books, most of the authenticity is difficult to distinguish, topography of the majority of the book, it is difficult to have an impact on the learning to be rich and famous. What makes Lu Yu slightly pleased is that during the time of military training, several people in the laboratory did not participate. Chen Jinfan led the mobile end system project. Prototype has been polished out, 4G self-research slower, but also has a style. Now their team has expanded to a dozen people, the average age of less than 20 years old. Thinking of being able to grab the iPhone 4 before the birth of a domestic 4G self-research system cell phone. Lu Yu cannot help but hum lightly. Huang Ying's aided development momentum is very rapid. Seoul cities and counties have basically all been captured. Zhao Xingjia has called Lu Yu several times, wanting to recognize Huang Ying. Huang Ying had to push all the credit to Lu Yu. Lu Yu is very clear, now eat it far from the time of rapid development. Although this era of app, but limited by the smartphone, has not begun to popularize, the market expansion is still very slow. Waiting for the app full blowout, 8 can really go to the whole summer. Naturally, it is inseparable from 4G and the mobile system. Lu Yu gently tapped the desktop. The school's 2 current trump cards are not visible in the short term to gain, but it is necessary to make preparations early. The technology is researched, and you also need someone who is willing to use yours to be meaningful. Isn't it time to make a trip to Pengcheng to meet the person in charge of Flower 4 and sell the system? The future Flower 4, but it is a self-research system. The construction of the cell phone production industry chain, although Lu Yu has the idea, but the time is too late. The iPhone 4 is coming out next year. Sorting out the school's future development path, Lu Yu was surprised to find that he and Pengcheng really have some bad luck. However, the changes to come faster than Lu Yu expected, has not waited for Lu Yu to go to Pengcheng to find flowers for. Huawei's phone had already called. Hello, Mr. Lu Yu, there is a risky loophole in the campus network that our company built for your school, and we have temporarily shut down the system for you. We will come to your door in 3 days to assist in upgrading. Please understand the inconvenience brought to you during this period. At this time, Lu Yu was not a white boy who did not know the slightest bit about technology. Campus network can be said to be a local area network LAN. Patching risky vulnerabilities still need to shut down the system, but also use door-to-door? OTA are directly background updates. With the closure of the campus network system, the school's web page background, dormitory management website and so on, one after another to varying degrees of collapse. Zhang Zhishuan, who was taking an esports class, looked at the flying tigers who were stuck on the wall, and not knowing the reason, he couldn't help but explode even more. Who the hell is using the campus network to download movies again? Rat, knowing that we are going to have a match who would fool around, it seems that the campus network has blown up. I see that the school's official website has also collapsed. The phone number of the school administration office was already bursting at the seams. In this day and age, a problem with the network was in a sense more deadly than a water and power outage. Lu Yu listened to the customer service hang up the phone. Did the counterattack come so quickly? Han Zhaogi, who had not yet left Seoul, put down his cell phone with satisfaction. There were too many technology companies in Pengcheng where his disciples and grandchildren served as executives. Just a phone call can easily strike. Lu Yu, not willing to bow down? This is just the beginning. Han Zhaoji sat in the cab to the airport with a grim expression. A Yuansher came to see you in person, and you don't give me any face at all. Then you don't need to open this school, this lab. I'll make you understand that the information engineering of Daxia, only if I, Han Zhaogi, nod my head, will you be able to eat this bowl of rice? Lu Yu, when the time comes. Don't come crying to Pengcheng to beg me. Chapter 53, Leaking State Secrets, Committing Treason. Requesting for monthly votes and recommendations. The paralysis of the campus network was just the beginning. Not 2 days later, Zhao Xingjia called Lu Yu. Lu Yu, have you offended someone? The National Electronic Information Engineering Technology Research Center wants to review your school's qualifications and research funding. The other party was directly crossing over Zhao Xingjia, the secretary of Seoul, for the order to be given. Zhao Xingjia, who had plowed through the officialdom for many years, naturally sniffed out the unusual nature of this. Normally speaking, this kind of partial scientific research nature of the research center's hands and feet is not to extend so long. But Lu Yu's school is the College of Electronic Information Technology, professional related, they have to find a reason too easy. Lu Yu did not speak too much with Zhao Xingjia. Listening to Lu Yu's lightheartedness, Zhao Xingjia's heart was determined. He knew very well that Lu Yu wasn't a loser. That's fine, call if you need my help. Now Zhao Xingjia is willing to bet everything on Lu Yu. After the 2 steel and 1 coal competed with Lu Yu for the South Bay land, the 3 behemoths settled down quite a bit. Zhao Xingjia's transformation and reform measures finally had the possibility to move forward. What's more, he witnessed the rapid development of EDIT in Seoul, which has reached nearly 1,000 employees. Of course, compared to the 2 steel and coal is naturally far from it, but do not forget that EDIT was established less than 2 months. On Lu Yu's side, bad news came one after another. At this time, he finally deeply appreciated how much social energy can be mobilized by the yuanshi. How skillful is the means to engage people. Where information technology is slightly related, Lu Yu's school always somehow received a review letter. The social organizations that I have never heard of are coming to Seoul from all directions to tear at Lu Yu. Lu Yu knew very well that all he needed to do now was to make a phone call to Han Jiaji and agree to Han Binbin's entry into the project team, and everything would be over. Moreover, there will be access to unimaginable resources of all kinds. But Lu Yu never wanted to give him a low head. Seoul Airport. Several people sent by the National Electronic Information Engineering Technology Research Center had already arrived. Teacher is very angry this time. After returning to Pengcheng, they all slammed their cups. The guts of this broken junior college in Seoul are really big. People from small places haven't seen the world. I'm afraid they don't even know what yuanshi means, not even giving face to yuanshi. This university has come to the end. I checked this college before I came here. It's a National Information Technology Cooperative Institution that has established a joint laboratory. Could it have a backstage? A girl who had just joined Han Jiaoji's research center was a bit worried. What's wrong with national level? What are you afraid of? Why are you so timid? Have you forgotten that our research center is also national? The young man's face carried a brashness with honor, and he coldly grunted, just remember, in the field of information technology, our teacher is the sky. Listening to the words of their schoolmates, the girls were very encouraged. With a taste of condescension, the few people walked out of Seoul Airport with their heads held high and drove straight to Seoul Electronic Information Technology College. It wasn't the first time they had done something similar, and they had long been familiar with it. Any school within the boundaries of Daxia that was involved in conducting scientific research in the information industry had to go through their scrutiny. In the name of the scientific research environment, school qualifications and so on, all aspects of the control. Han Ziogi is like a stage. Want to perform on this stage to make money, the first thing to go through his hands. Speaking, a group of people have come to the door of Lu Yu school, looking at the height of more than 1 meter 9 Xiongwu, their arrogance or convergence of a lot. Xiongwu looked at the documents they showed. Some of the heart muttered, if not to see the steel seal, really thought it was some kind of pheasant organization. After reporting the situation to Lu Yu laughed. Okay, then you find someone to accompany them to go in and check, don't mind them. However, they can't enter the experimental building. The South Bay branch had yet to be built, and the experimental building was the temporary project location. Whether it was the current mobile self-research system, for G technology, or the labs for drones, they were all located here. The iron plaque starting with the word national had already been hung up, and the word military had yet to come down. Several young people from the research center entered the campus under the guidance of the security guard. Looking at the security guards leading the way, and not even seeing the principal, the dissatisfaction in their hearts could be said to have reached its peak. Thinking that they are the pride of heaven, from the internationalized metropolis Pengcheng, wherever they go is not the stars, when have they ever suffered from this kind of coldness? Already secretly determined, will be in the investigation report on a good beautify sum. It seems to be a security guard. In fact, Xiongwu arranged for them to be specifically responsible for the reception of outsiders security guards, and not the neighborhood door security master. The first is to participate in the 3 military honor guard did not pass, retired down, let Xiongwu pull to the schoolwork. Whether it is appearance conditions, or professional quality, absolutely enough. But these guys from Pengcheng only see the word security on each other. Everyone, what you see now is our teaching building, which has multimedia classrooms, full coverage of the campus network and... Listening to the other party's introduction, the young man from the research center secretly wrote in his book that the teaching building was in a state of disrepair and the school environment was worrisome. Here is our cafeteria. We strictly follow the food safety regulations. The production process of all dishes are all live and open. The book goes on to say that there are health and safety issues in the cafeteria. But just these levels of scrutiny, they are not very satisfied. Whether it was the teaching building or the cafeteria, if they really pursued it, it was completely outside the scope of their research center's responsibilities. Dropping eyes turned, steeply saw the simple laboratory building not far away. The doorway hanging National Information Technology Joint Laboratory iron plate is particularly conspicuous. Saying that, he took a step and was about to go. Wait, several people, the laboratory is not open to the public, it involves state secrets. State secrets? What a big mouth. What secrets do you broken junior colleges have that our National Electronic Information Engineering Technology Research Center can't review? The eyes of the slightly chubby girl wearing black-rimmed glasses glared, and she pushed the other party away without saying a word, walking towards the laboratory. Spare the security guard is a veteran, can easily knock down the front of the several rich soul, but did not dare to take action. The company has a lot of people who are interested in the company's products and services. Call Xiongwu, also no one answered. Because, at this time, Xiongwu cannot answer the phone. Not long after the people from the research center went in, Duan Zhenbang sat in a camouflage jeep and brought a whole 3 transport trucks of military personnel parked at the entrance of the campus. At the first moment, they took over the security room. Xiongwu could tell that all of them were wearing firearms, and they weren't blanks. Shi Lian, so much commotion? Shi Jin handed the file bag to Lu Yu, who was full of doubts, and smiled. The documents are all here, not too big. The approval of the Joint Military Industrial Laboratory passed. Guess what the secret level rating is? Song level? Lu Yu asked tentatively. Shi Jin looked around and whispered, "It's Qin." Lu Yu sucked in a breath of cool air. As a member of the Grand Xia, he certainly knew what the Qin rank meant. The Qin level was the most important national project of Daxia, and a leak would cause the national security and interests to suffer particularly serious damage. Principal Lu, we will be taking over the security of your school next, as well as launching confidentiality awareness training for your school. Wait, Shi Lian, why is it set so high? Lu Yu thought that song would be fine at most. I don't know what the exact reason is, but I heard that it was set by Elder AI himself. There weren't many people surnamed AI in Daxia, and it was even fewer who could make sure Jin call him Elder AI, or someone from the military. Of course, only the one in Shangjing was surnamed AI. How dare he set it to the Qin level, as far as it goes. Principal Lu Yu, in the future, we will be based in your school, we have to take care of more, now take us to the lab first. Shi Jin this time as the whole company of people brought over, are carefully selected through the confidentiality of the training, the quality of the tough soldiers. Xiongwu, a former retired Special Forces soldier, was a bit terrified to face them. Please. Lu Yu led the way. Shi Jin and the others would definitely not be stationed at the main campus, which would affect the usual classes. In Lu Yu's mind, by the end of the year when the South Bay campus was completely finished, the laboratories would all be relocated there. There were fewer people there and it was much more convenient than this side. Since Shi Jin was not here for the first time, there was naturally no need to introduce anything. As he led them towards the lab, there were constantly people observing the various points of the school, spreading out and laying down control. Lu Yu secretly marveled. Professional is different. Principal Lu, we still have to remodel your school's network, where is the server room? Lu Yu reached out and pointed, a hint of displeasure swept across his face. The network had been paralyzed for a week due to that unfounded system problem of Huawei. Even though it was first connected to the public network to resume normal teaching work, this incident made Lu Yu very dissatisfied with Huawei. Shi Jin arranged for people to carry out the remodeling of the network and looked curiously at Lu Yu. What's wrong, Principal Lu? Lu Yu sighed and briefly talked about the problems with the campus network, and did not talk about the grudge with Han Zhaoji. Enterprises are profit-oriented, we made this renovation to ensure stability, and this won't happen in the future. Lu Yu nodded. In the midst of idle chatter, the two had already seen the experimental building. Before they could get close, they could already hear ear-piercing to the point of arguing, and saw a few women pushing and shoving. Get out of my way, we have the right to go in and examine, if you don't let us go then it means there's something wrong inside. I'm sorry, state secrets are involved inside, please don't mess around. What state secrets? Don't scare me, take a camera and film it for me. Shi Jin frowned slightly. Principal Lu, this is? Don't know, claiming to be from the National Electronic Information Engineering Technology Research Center, coming to our school to review. Principal Lu, this is where I have to criticize you, is this kind of organization worthy of entering the school? A Qin-level project concerns the security of Daxia, the sense of secrecy still needs to be improved. Shi Jin looked to his left and right, go take them down and ask who ordered them. Lu Yu was stunned, but looking at the clothes on Shi Jin's body, the violent organization was truly violent. Just see. A few stout, flat-headed little men leapt up. A flying kick, while still pushing and shoving non-intruding a few rich soul kicked over to the ground. Deadly against the back, like pressing a year-old pig. Don't move, you have been suspected of leaking state secrets and committing treason. Chapter 54 Shocking the curfew, Lu Yu's new identity. Requesting for monthly recommendation tickets. The word treason was uttered, and the girls who were on the ground struggling like year-old pigs instantly broke out in cold sweat. They were highly educated and were well aware of what having treason on their backs meant. Our director is Yuan Shi Han Zhaoji. You guys must be mistaken. We are here to conduct a review. Shi Jin waved his hand. Take them away for interrogation. Conduct a full inspection of their cameras and belongings. Don't spare any details. It didn't take much effort at all. Just after being brought into the room for interrogation, the several girls confessed all the causes and consequences. It's Han Zhaogi. He told us to come to Seoul Electronic Information Technology College to look for trouble, saying that he made sure we gave the principal of this school a little color. Combined with the call records and the cameras and notebooks they had with them, it completely corroborated their confessions. Principal Lu, you have a problem with this scholar Han Zhaoga? Shi Jin asked. Sort of. Han Zhaogi placed his grandson in the lab before, and I kicked him out of the project team. Backdoor connections, yuck. Shi Jin cursed, very dissatisfied. As a soldier, Shi Jin was most displeased with related households. Right at this moment, he suddenly took out the file bag again from somewhere without knowing where, and inside were 2 documents. This is what Elder AI prepared for you. He originally planned to give it to you when the time was right, but now seems to be the right time. Puzzled, Liu took the file bag and opened it to take out the small books inside. On one of them, it read, I hereby appoint Liu of the Seoul Electronic Information Technology Academy to the rank of 2nd lieutenant, with the right to establish a school. The other one was simpler, with only 5 short words, Dasha Supervisory Group. And as Liu received the 2 documents, the system instantly reacted. Successful activation of military school attributes. Detecting the completion of the Seal the Wolves mission. 150. It's true that building a military school is also building a school. Giving Liu the right to build a military school is something to be expected. There are too many secrets of the laboratory, and drones are even more important in the eyes of the military now. The effect of the Night's War is even more perverse. In other words, in the future, Liu can likewise produce fighter jets and aircraft carriers. As for the other document, the Dasha Supervisory Group, Liu was a bit puzzled. The supervisory group, he knew, was somewhat like the identity of Zhao Changli who came to Seoul some time ago. It was even more impressive. After all, Zhao Changli still entered the coking coal group in the name of research and study at that time. If Zhao Changli was an admiral at that time, then the supervisory group was an admiral with a sword, and was truly able to arrest people directly. Principal Lu, these 2 documents are also part of the Qin level project. We have suffered losses on Miss Chou's project. At that time, there were quite a few people with all sorts of purposes intending to get their hands on Miss Chou, and it had also led to the project being interrupted a few times. Since then, when Dasha launches a Qin level project, it grants corresponding powers to protect the normal implementation of the project. Naturally, the powers you are granted are not unlimited, you are only qualified to utilize them once. Listening to Shi Jin's explanation, Liu instantly understood what he meant. National projects that are positioned at the Qin level often represent national treasures, and there will always be people with the idea of either taking advantage of the opportunity to make a profit, or taking advantage of the opportunity to sabotage and so on to get close to it. At this time, if the person in charge of the project does not have a fast knife in his hand, a fast knife that can deter the smallest, then it will become very difficult to promote the project. As for Ms. Chou, it was the first chief minister of Dasha who escorted Ms. Chou and enabled her to land on the ground safely. Now Shi Jin's intention is precisely to allow himself to take Han Zhaoji to establish authority. Since this is the case, then pull the sword towards Pengcheng. Liu is not an indecisive person. Immediately returned to the office, drafted a sprawling on the thorough investigation of Pengcheng University academic impropriety, the wind of party camping notice. In the capacity of the head of the Dasha Supervisory Group, sent to all parts of the capital. The content of the detailed Pengcheng University as an example, analyzed the prevalence of the wind of party camping in the university's gatekeeper, proficient in drilling. Liu at the end of the notice, directly asserted that if this goes on for a long time, Dasha colleges and universities will lose the significance of education, students will not be like students. College intellectuals present fights and tilting, only the theory of fame and fortune, only the view of utilitarianism, has seriously distorted the spirit and soul of the students. In the long run, the future is worrying. In the quadrangle courtyard in Shangjing, Elder AI listened to this notice authored by Liu that had just been delivered, his expression ancient and unperturbed. It looks like, Elder AI, this kid you fancy is going to make a move against Han Zhaoji of Pengcheng University, which is intricate and complicated, so it won't be that easy. Pengcheng was different from Seoul, which was inland, and as a special harbor area, the rapid development over the past few years had long since made Pengcheng's economy no less favorable than that of Shangjing. Just the world's top 500 companies, Pengcheng has several, has nearly dominated the instant messaging Polar Bear company, is the alumni of Pengcheng University. In this case, it was not easy for Liu to find trouble with Pengcheng University. Not easy? With the identity of the supervisory team on him, Liu just has the imperial sword, they wouldn't dare to mess around. Elder AI, what about after the settlement? This will put Liu on the fire. The Qin level lab has not produced any results, so he will directly take the imperial sword and cut people, he will suffer from the backlash. The fact that the Qin level project was finalized was not a secret amongst the higher echelons of Daxia, and many people had already known the news through their respective channels. However, they did not know the details of it. What's more, they were not clear that Lu Yu had set the Qin rank by virtue of the drone swarm tactics. Right now, quite a few people were still in a wait-and-see state. If you, Lu Yu, were able to come up with experimental results that were in line with the Qin level program, that would be fine. If you can't, then it's a waste of resources, and you'll be held accountable to the end. Where, at this sensitive juncture, do not think about how to quickly make scientific research results. Instead, it is to go to Pengcheng to find bad luck, to establish authority, is really easy to make people discontent. Once it came to that, AI Lao was bound to be implicated. As if AI Lao could not understand his explanation, his expression remained flat. How to do it is his thing, all we have to do is to cooperate, just copy this notice, select the group members according to Lu Yu's needs, and prepare to go to Pengcheng. Pengcheng University, Han Xiaogi's office. Even in Pengcheng University, which had more than 10 yuanshi, Han Xiaoji's office and treatment were second to none. There was no other reason. He was powerful and had many disciples and grandchildren. Han Xiaoji put down the phone, his face extremely ugly. The call came from Seoul, where several of his employees had been detained. From the phone call, Han Xiaoji realized that Lu Yu had already established a joint laboratory with the military. Bastard, traitorous luck rat. Han Xiaogi cursed under his breath, very dissatisfied. If it was just the word country, Han Xiaogi was very confident that he could not open the door of Lu Yu's lab with his own energy. But he never thought that Lu Yu's laboratory even hung the word military. He is very clear, want to let his grandson into the mixed seniority plan is a fizzle. The army's group of dead chowderheads can't tolerate sand in their eyes, and they don't have the possibility of using the back door to make connections. Just at this time, Han Xiaogi placed in the drawer of a Nokia suddenly rang. That cell phone he only stored a few people's phone, whenever ringing on behalf of something happened. He hurriedly got up and closed the office door, pulled up the blinds, and picked up the phone. Dean Wang, what happened? Han Xiaogi's attitude was somewhat respectful. The reason for this was naturally because the person on the other end of the phone was the dean of the Grand Xia Academy of Sciences. The reason why Yuanshi were Yuanshi was because these Yuanshi were all affiliated with the Grand Xia Academy of Sciences. It was because of the close and reciprocal relationship with this Dean Wang that Han Xiaogi had been able to smooth the way for so many years. Yuanshi Han, there's something going on over here in Shangjing, so I'll let you know in advance. A notice has just been sent to me, requesting a thorough investigation into unethical behavior in colleges and universities, and the establishment of a steering group has been set up. And the target set by the steering group is none other than Pengcheng University. Han Xiaogi's heart thumped. Dean Wang, you can't be joking, what's going on? How come the top is properly checking our Pengcheng University, checking us who are engaged in academics? I'm not sure about the specifics. The members of the steering group are all young people drawn from the group. The bottom is very clean, even the identity of the group leader I didn't poke around. Dean Wang paused inside. I have a bad feeling, after this call is over, let's not contact each other again, remember to delete the records. Jing. Han Xiaogi froze in his seat. Steering group, why did the steering group from Shangjing come to Pengcheng? And who was the leader of the group, and why didn't even someone as handy as Dean Wang know about it? Chapter 55 Get acquainted, this is the head of our supervisory team. Requesting for monthly votes and recommendations. Lu Yu's steering group, about the selection of specific members, naturally, he did not need to personally worry about it. The Qin level project, there has been a complete set of perfect processes and regulations, will be strictly controlled. Originally, Lu Yu should go to Beijing to meet with them and set off to Pengcheng together. Considering that, after going to Beijing, it is inevitable to drink and get to know each other, Lu Yu thinks it is too troublesome, so he told them to go directly to Pengcheng. The two sides met in Pengcheng. In the special airplane flying from Shangjing to Pengcheng, these young men, who had been drawn from various departments of Daxia, got to know each other and exchanged information. This time the steering group's action was so sudden, I was still in the office writing materials the day before yesterday, and in the evening our leader sent me a message saying that I had been drawn away, and that I would immediately arrive in Shangjing. Me too, I was just about to go to the village below for an inspection when the call came. Do you guys know what the mission is this time? I didn't receive any detailed notification until I got on the plane. By introducing themselves to each other, they were surprised to find that they were all from different departments. And they were all from the basic positions of various departments, with extremely clean bottoms. While the crowd was each guessing what exactly they were being asked to do, the door to the lounge in front of them opened, and out stepped a young and middle-aged male with a military demeanor. He handed out the dossier bags in his hands to the people on the airplane one by one. Introduce yourself, I'm Zhou Weiguo, the deputy leader of the steering group. Your leader Lu Yu is already on his way to Pengcheng. We will be converging in Pengcheng. The details about this steering group and its introduction are already in the dossier bag. During this time on the airplane, you'd better take the time to grasp the information. There is also a cell phone in there, which has built-in monitoring, and which must be used during this steering group's operation, even to contact family members. If anyone uses a communication tool other than the prescribed cell phone without a second person present, it will be considered a major disciplinary offense. The detailed confidentiality regulations, as well as the rules, are contained in the dossier. Several people listened to Joe Waigwa's introduction, opened the file bag placed in front of them, took out their cell phones from it, and removed the card from their own cell phones and mounted it. In the file bag, what caught their eyes was Lu Yu's notice that had been circulating in the higher echelons, spilling out about rectifying the trend of party affiliation in colleges and universities. Below the notice, there was a list of as many as 27 people, and the list was led by none other than Han Zaogi. Joe Waigwa moved several more file boxes, which were divided into categories of evidence materials. These inside are the evidence materials about their crimes. Familiarize yourself with them. Several people keenly caught the word crimes in Vice Leader Zhou's mouth. Vice Group Leader, could it be that they've already been convicted of their crimes now? Don't they need to go and conduct an investigation first? Being in the system, every word was not without purpose, especially on this occasion. Joe Waigwa nodded. There is no need for an investigation, we are verifying the crime. A simple sentence made a few people suck in a breath of cold air in their hearts. This kind of domineering style was too rare. And as the information of the people on the list was sorted out, they realized why they were not informed of the details of the operation until they reached the special plane. These people all over Pengcheng information industry, Han Zhaoji academician natural. Needless to say, among them, there are also to-do flower for the position of executives, control fiber optic cable production of raw materials. Can be said to be Han Zhaoji as the head, rooted in the information industry behemoth. This side, the plane to Pengcheng on the way, Pengcheng University, has been informed that will arrive at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Not daring to slow down at all, after the noon meal, the president and secretary of Pengcheng University, as well as Han Zaogi and others, came to the airport to wait. Mr. Han Yuansher, what is the meaning of that notice sent by the Shangjing side, saying that our Pengcheng school valves are full of unorthodox practices? It can't be that they want to make a move against us, right? The president of Pengcheng University asked. The full text of that notice had already been spread to Pengcheng University, and it used Pengcheng University as an example everywhere, alluding to Han Zhaoji. Han Zhaoji, who hadn't rested well for a few days, wiped the sweat from his forehead. It shouldn't be. Pengcheng contributes so much tax revenue every year, and Shangjing won't easily move Pengcheng, not to mention that we have a lot of alumni from Pengcheng University. This is what was said. Han Zaogi didn't even have a bottom inside. The admonition from the president of the Grand Summer Academy of Sciences was still echoing in his ears. Even he said that it felt bad. How exactly was it bad? Han Zaogi exhausted his efforts, through various channels, want to get more detailed information from the capital, but nothing. To know where this kind of steering group down the action, normal is a list. As long as you know who is on the list, then you can make a response in advance. The runaway, the whitewash, the top pot of the top pot. However, in addition to that notice and the time of the arrival of the steering group, they have not pried into anything. At this moment, Han Zhaoji only feel that he is watching the executioner raise the knife close to the prisoner. Deep inside he has a kind of raw powerlessness. Himself so many years since sitting on the position of Yuansher, always be careful to do things, low profile, in the end, who is going to have a hard time with himself. In the apprehensive waiting of the many leaders of Pengcheng University, Joe Waigwa finally appeared with his supervisory team. Welcome to Pengcheng, I am Xiao Shuyuan, the president of Pengcheng University. The supervisory team totaled 16 people, wearing close-fitting black suits with the national emblem on their chests, coldly looking at the crowd of Pengcheng University. Joe Waigwa nodded his head impassively, always keeping his distance from the other party. From the moment they stepped off the plane, the law enforcement recorder had been turned on, and all their actions were recorded and filed. Everyone, we've already arranged for a casual dinner, why don't we take a step to talk? Han Zaogi came up with a smile and said. We're waiting for someone, for our group leader. Group leader? Had the group leader not arrived yet? Surprisingly, he wasn't traveling on the same special flight? Not daring to ask more questions, several people accompanied here. Watching the flow of people coming and going at the departure gate from the side, they waited for the group leader they were talking about. The crowd at the exit gate came and went, and did not see the second person wearing a black suit and badge appear. At that moment, Han Zhaoji suddenly saw a young figure carrying a shoulder bag appear at the exit. Lu Yu. The person he had specifically run to Seoul to try to meet, he had naturally checked Lu Yu's appearance. And the next moment, Han Zaogi saw Lu Yu walking towards the side. Han Zaogi couldn't help but tighten up inside. What was he doing here now? What did he want to do? Wait, could it be that he had come to beg for peace and apologize? Yeah, how dare he fight Yuansher? This youngster was still scared. But right now, it was obviously not a good time. If I let Lu Yu talk nonsense in front of the steering group, won't I be ruined? Without waiting for Lu Yu to come over, Han Zaogi took the lead and walked towards Lu Yu, asking coldly with a stern face. Lu Yu, you go back, now even if you come to Pengcheng to beg me is useless. The Lu Yu in front of him looked like he didn't hear him. Lu Yu looked down at the ID photo on his cell phone, compared it with Joe Waigwa, and smiled as he walked over. Lightly, he brushed past Han Zaogi. Han Zhaogi thought for a split second that he had misrecognized him. Vice Group Leader Zhou, sorry, rushing around, I'm still a bit behind you all. Zhou Weiguo, who always had a cold face, finally smiled at this time. Good day, Team Leader Lu, we just arrived in Pengcheng and we're about to wait for your instructions. Compared to the surrounding people in Western formal wear, Lu Yu in a white shirt was more or less out of place. Of course, Lu Yu did not even want to wear a shirt. This weather, it was just too hot. Zhou Weiguo took Lu Yu's shoulder bag and introduced to the leaders of Pengcheng University, everyone, get acquainted, this is Comrade Lu Yu, and also the leader of our supervisory team this time, he is responsible for everything. Jing. The leaders of Pengcheng University looked at the less than 20 Lu Yu, wearing a white shirt and canvas shoes, and holding a shoulder bag. Are you sure you're not a college student? Han Zhaogi standing next to him was even more like a dream. Lu Yu's face he might have recognized wrongly, after all, he had never seen a real person. However, that lazy and casual voice, as if everything is not in the heart of the posture, he can be too familiar. In Seoul, when he had put up a low profile and wanted to beg him to come out and meet, he had rejected himself with this tone. It was Lu Yu, it was definitely him. Lu Yu didn't even look at Han Zhaogi since the beginning, and looked towards Pengcheng University's President Xiao Shuyuan. President Xiao, please cooperate more in the future. Definitely. Lu Yu led the way, and the crowd followed behind toward the coaster parked on the side of the road. Xiao Shuyuan was halfway there before he realized that Han Zhaogi, who had always been the one who had a good left and right, was not even following at the moment. Turning his head, he walked over and pulled him. Han Yuancher Goa, what are you waiting here for? Get close to the steering group, maybe you can probe useful information. This kind of specification of the supervisory group, but it is rare, just don't know what they want to do in Pengcheng University. Xiao Shuyuan was not afraid to investigate. He had just been transferred to Pengcheng University for only half a year, and he hadn't even scratched the surface of the mountains and gateways here. Han Zhaogi's forehead, a cold sweat broke out. Could it be that he, this small junior college president, could have such great energy? No, even if it's him, I'm not afraid of that. I'm a Yuansher, my disciples are all over Seoul, all over the Daxia information industry. How dare he touch me? If he moves me, he's shaking the foundation of the information industry. Han Zhaogi gritted his teeth and tried to calm his agitated feelings. By the time he walked to the car, the entire person had regained his composure. Looking at the coaster in front of him, sitting in the car were the members of the steering group. Lu Yu was there, and Han Zhaogi had a death grip on the seat handle. Lu Yu, damn Lu Yu. Chapter 56, do it, who are you to sit here? Requesting monthly votes for recommendation. The car heading to Pengcheng University. Zhou Weiguo introduced the members of the supervisory group to Lu Yu, who nodded one by one. Facing this excessively young and even somewhat youthful group leader, it was inevitable that the people were a little nervous in their hearts. In Daxia, to be able to sit in a position of real power without having to simmer down seniority, one either had a heavenly background or an extremely amazing ability. In short, whichever the case, it shows that the seemingly lazy Lu team leader in front of him is definitely not a thing of the pool. Listening to Zhou Weiguo's report, Lu Yu secretly nodded, worthy of the highest specification Qin level project. At the moment of deciding to take the knife, Daxia has already collected all the information from the other side. Lu Yu closed the material. Vice Leader Zhou, the people on the list are restricted from traveling? Zhou Weiguo nodded. The moment the special plane arrived in Pengcheng, all the people on the list have been restricted from traveling, and now none of them are able to purchase plane tickets or train tickets. At the same time, we have sent an official letter of concurrence to the Pengcheng police. All the people on the list are under surveillance and can be investigated at any time. The people on the list were either rich or noble, and for old foxes like them, I'm afraid they would immediately run away when they heard a little wind. Zhou Weiguo looked at Lu Yu after he finished speaking. Team leader, where do we start the knife? Lu Yu thought back to each name on the list, his heart suddenly gave birth to a mischievous smile. Then let's start the investigation from Han Binbin's college entrance exam. Of course, it's purely because he's too watery for this college entrance exam top student, it's not because he's pestering Jiang Xiaoyu too annoyingly. Thousands of miles away in Shangjing, Qingbei University. Jiang Xiaoyu was taking a high math class, looking down and carefully taking notes, while Han Binbin, who was sitting behind her, was writing something on a piece of paper. Then, recognizing the time when the teacher was writing on the board, he threw the note to Jiang Xiaoyu. He wanted to ask Jiang Xiaoyu to go to a concert together in the evening, and had paid a high price for the tickets. Jiang Xiaoyu didn't even see the note and swept it aside like a fly. Han Binbin is not discouraged, he firmly believes that he will sooner or later impress Jiang Xiaoyu if he persists. What do you say about her boyfriend, Lu Yu? Although I do not know who Lu Yu's phone call that day, and why coincidentally happened to have the same name as the project leader. However, with his own Yuansher grandfather, he firmly believed that there is no difficulty that cannot be solved. Teachers on the podium, Han Binbin's small movements in the eyes, very dissatisfied. This kind of student who barely got a foot in the door of Qingbei School by relying on all kinds of extra points, his basic skills were a whole lot worse than Jiang Xiaoyu. The usual coursework was also swimming at the passing line level, and the slightest bit of inattention would result in failing the class. There were a few times when he wanted to directly give Han Binbin a failing grade, but the score was submitted and immediately revised away. There are also special people looking for him to talk, bluntly give Han Binbin loose, so that everyone is good. The teacher who studied hard for more than 10 years, and eventually stayed in Qingbei by solid ability, suddenly felt that his efforts were not worth it the moment he saw Han Binbin. He knew very well that Han Binbin was just huffing and puffing and sleeping in class, and that his future was not something he could imagine. Everything, it was because of his Yuan-Shi grandfather. The questions he couldn't do, there was his grandfather. Can't finish the paper, there is his grandfather. The national level project team, there was his grandfather. It was as if he had already seen that the scene of the ancient Dixia school valves, monopolizing the upward path of the humble students, was about to appear under his nose. More for Jiang Xiaoyu feel worthless, from Seoul kind of college entrance examination big province kill out, basic skills is incomparably solid. But did not expect to meet such a school third generation pestering. Several times and 3 times ready to reprimand Han Binbin, but the words have not yet been exported. See Han Binbin head above the floating 6 big words of golden light. My Yuan-Shi grandfather. Offend Yuan-Shi, their own work, their own title and even scientific research path will be completely cut off. The suffocating mentality prevented the thoughts from getting through. At that exact moment, the classroom door suddenly pushed open and in walked 2 people wearing navy blue executive jackets, obviously Uncle Hat. Which one is Han Binbin? Please come with us. One must know that this was the campus of Qingbei University, the highest institution of learning in Daxia. It was rare that someone would, out of the blue, break into a classroom. The good students had already quietly taken out their cell phones and started filming, preparing to post it online. Hearing that they were looking for Han Binbin, the students suddenly looked at him in unison. Han Binbin stood up in dismay. May I ask what's up? Due to the matter of you being suspected of the 2009 Pengcheng College Entrance Examination Extra Points program being inaccurate, we now need you to assist us in our investigation. This is our document, the investigation order. Wow! In the classroom, a breath of cool air was instantly sucked in. Immediately afterward, the sound of exchanging words rang out. What do you mean? Does it mean that Han Binbin cheated on the college entrance exam? The guts are so big. How can the college entrance examination fraud? Is the extra points have a problem? It is estimated that he added that 50 points to find out. Really deserved. I said that his level, the examination of the first prize enough, usually do homework still have to copy. Will not be wrongly accused. People Han Binbin's grandfather is Yuan-Shi, family learning must be very good. The ear-piercing sound of discussion impact Han Binbin's eardrums, his body shivering and even stand unsteady. In the end, Han Binbin himself knows. From elementary school to the college entrance examination, Yuan-Shi grandfather arranged for him how many doorway, he is too clear. Two-hat uncle came forward, holding Han Binbin toward the door. Han Binbin, who was halfway there, as if he had suddenly come back to his senses, gripped the doorframe with a death grip and wouldn't let go, growling with all his might. You can't take me away. My grandfather is Han Xiaogi. My grandfather is Yuan-Shi. His hysterical, hideous face provoked only dark snickers from his classmates. There were also cell phone cameras that were constantly aimed at him. The students with good deeds had already posted this explosive news on forums, posting bars, and other internet media. Instantly, it triggered an explosive public opinion. Pengcheng's top student is suspected of falsifying his college entrance exam results, taken away for investigation. Laughing to death, when he was arrested, he even shouted that his grandfather was Han Xiaogi. What a good grandson who pits his grandfather. Who can tell me what Han Xiaoji is? Meanwhile, Lu Yu, who had just sat down in the conference room of Pengcheng University, received a handful of messages from Jiang Xiaoyu. The nasty guy was taken away. Happy.jpg. It feels so good to not have flies buzzing around me. Lu Yu smiled as he replied to Jiang Xiaoyu's message, and after a brief chat, he raised his head to look at the crowd in the conference room waiting for him to speak. On the left-hand side were the members of the steering group, and on the right-hand side were the senior leaders of Pengcheng University as well as several Yuan-Shi. The atmosphere was frozen like cold ice. Lu Yu slowly swept past their faces, taking in their expressions. Then, his gaze stopped on the face of Han Xiaogi, who was sitting in the third seat on the right-hand side. The scrutinizing eyes made Han Xiaogi uncomfortable, and he wanted to avoid Lu Yu's gaze several times. If he had let such a junior stare directly at him in normal times, he would have been furious. But now, he had to force a smile on his creased face, so that he could see that he wasn't that nervous. Lu Yu shook his head. Old thing, you're so ugly when you smile. Then in everyone's gaze, Lu Yu raised his hand almost contemptuously and pointed at Han Xiaoji. I would like to ask, what qualifications does he have to sit here in the meeting? Quiet. Everyone looked at Han Xiaoji in unison. Founding father of information technology, Dixia Yuan-Shi, director of the National Electronic Information Engineering Technology Research Center, and tenured professor at Pengcheng University. There were too many titles. Wasn't sitting here because he could rank third in Pengcheng University? Just after the president and secretary. In the face of these almost insulting, provocative words, Han Xiaogi was trembling with anger. It had been a long time since he had let anyone belittle him like this, let alone a junior as old as his grandson. Xiao Shuyuan, the president of Pengcheng University, smiled apologetically and said, "Team leader Lu, this is Professor Han from our school." "He is." Lu Yu directly spoke and interrupted him, "You don't need to say anything, now let him out, he is not qualified to attend the meeting." Bang! Han Xiaogi violently slammed the table and angrily pointed at Lu Yu. "Lu Yu, I've put up with you for a long time, humiliating me again and again. You must give me an explanation today." Explanation? Lu Yu was like looking at a little cutie. Like looking at him. "Old thing, since you saw me and recognized me, you still don't know why I came to Pengcheng? Still posing and charging you to come." Lu Yu leaned on the back of his chair, glanced at Han Zhaoji, and opened his mouth to drop words that were tantamount to a heavy bomb. "Han Zhaoji, you are on the list, is this reason enough?" Everyone here knew exactly what list meant. Didn't they go to pick up the airplane in order to find out who was on the list? To find out what the purpose of the steering group was? If Han Xiaogi is on the list, he's not qualified to sit here. The steering group meeting, which has been investigated by the person sitting here to participate in the qualifications. Lu Yu coldly looked at Han Zhaoji. "Deputy team leader Zhou, take this old man out, don't die here with one breath." Han Zhaoji sat on the chair, staring at Lu Yu and refusing to get up. He couldn't believe that he really wanted to start an investigation on himself. In the end, a couple of people set him up and carried him out with great difficulty. After Han Xiaogi left, the atmosphere of the conference room became even more solemn, and the foreheads of the people from Pengcheng University were filled with cold sweat. All foxes who could not have ghosts in their hearts. This time, Lu Yu finally sat up straight and said in a deep voice, "The comprehensive remediation of Pengcheng University's academic misconduct and party affiliation supervisory meeting headed by Han Xiaogi is now officially convened. The first item on the agenda, the top scholar of Pengcheng, Han Binbin, has inaccurately added points to his college entrance exam results." Chapter 57 The Price of Moving the Knife, Lu Yu's Determination. Seeking monthly votes. Recommendation votes. I propose that the college entrance examination extra points program be fully audited and thoroughly investigated to completely rectify this crookedness. The college entrance examination extra points was not a secret. The top executives of Pengcheng University here have more or less operated for their own children. Even, there was no need to violate the operation. Sometimes, simply knowing more information than ordinary people could be more than a dozen steps ahead. For example, many ordinary people naively think that Qingbei can only be entered through the unified examination, but in fact there are too many ways to enter Qingbei. Competition, strong base program, and even special orientation students and so on. According to statistics, Qingbei unified enrollment accounted for only 50%, the rest are through various channels to enter the Qingbei. Based on such psychology and the status quo, Lu Yu proposed a thorough investigation of Han Binbin's college entrance examination top student bonus points is not true. Thoroughly check the bonus points program. Several people successively frowned slightly. "You are checking Han Binbin today, will it come to check my grandson tomorrow?" The atmosphere of a rabbit dying and a fox grieving pervades. Looking at the supervisory team to take out the supporting materials, including Han Binbin from elementary school to the college entrance examination period, all the competition experience, extra points project. Professor Li of Pengcheng University, who was sitting on the right side, sat up, held the microphone, and said in a deep voice, "Group Leader Lu, the extra points review was all conducted in accordance with the provincial department's regulations. Han Binbin is at fault to a certain extent, but there's no problem with the extra points." Seeing someone speak, Pengcheng University people said one after another, "That's right, the extra points program is open to all students and all parents, and all of these can be found on the internet. Han Binbin's extra credit program, there are some problems as Han Binbin's personal problems, but we cannot deny the entire extra credit process." 7 words immediately interrupted Lu Yu, making him unable to continue to advance the meeting. Lu Yu never thought. He deliberately looked for Han Binbin as a breakthrough, even will suffer so much resistance. Zhou Weiguo's eyes signaled Lu Yu. The two of them got up and came to the side room. "Team leader Lu, you just scared them by showing your attitude of thoroughly investigating Han Binbin's extra points program. They can't figure out right now if you're only going to move Han Xiaogi or everyone. The college entrance exam extra points is not a secret to them, these university teachers, but rather a shortcut for their own children to go to school. If it's just for Han Xiaoji, of course they'll fall on their sword. One less yuancher will only have benefits without harm, but if they move the extra points program, I'm afraid everyone will stand against the steering group." Zhou Weiguo's words solved the confusion in Lu Yu's mind. Think, in their eyes Han Xiaoji did those things, it is nothing at all, completely normal operation of people in their circle. No one would stop them if they only touched Han Xiaogi. If Lu Yu showed his determination to smash their rice bowls, the only thing that would be ushered in would be a full-scale counterattack. Zhou Weiguo continued to persuade. "Team leader Lu, our purpose is just to kill the chicken to warn the monkey, so that others won't dare to covet and dare not meddle in the South Bay laboratory, and touching Han Xiaoji is enough to achieve our goal. What's more, Group Leader Lu, taking a step back, even if Pengcheng University is rectified and the sky is clear, you are destined to offend universities across the country. In short, utilizing the extra credit rules of these colleges and universities for the benefit of their offspring was their default unspoken rule. Otherwise, at the beginning of the promotion only simple unified enrollment, how could there be more and more ways and channels to bypass the unified enrollment? The opening, it is not something that Han Ziogi alone can knock open, it requires everyone to reach out. Lu Yu silent. I thought I was holding the imperial sword in my hand, and came from the capital with orders, so I could quickly cut through the mess and clear all the obstacles. But never thought, just a little bit of tough attitude, show a little bit of touching the subtle rules of the place. Immediately caused today's stalemate. Lu Yu took a deep breath. What if I insist on the entire college entrance examination extra points program in Pengcheng and conduct a comprehensive thorough investigation on them? Zhou Weiguo shook his head and sighed. Of course they can't stop you. You are now representing the will of Shangjing, but after you return the imperial sword, can you withstand their backlash? What Zhou Weiguo said was already quite blunt. Historically, the supervisory inspections have often been controlled within a certain range of what can be afforded, trying not to touch the unspoken rules. After everyone took off their clothes, they still had to eat inside this pot, even their own people had to eat. Originally, catching a few of the worst cheaters and the worst eaters was a crowd pleaser. Now, you're going to smash the pot. Who can accept that? An overwhelming sense of powerlessness surged into Lu Yu's heart, leaving him in a tangle for a while. Chopping the school valves led by Han Ziogi clean was undoubtedly the best and most convenient method. Being able to easily scare those who were intent on getting their hands on the Huawei project, he was able to push forward with the experiment in peace. Other than that, there was naturally no need to care. However, while the supervisory meeting over here was at an impasse, the news on the internet had already begun to ferment. The video of Han Binbin grabbing away in the classroom quickly circulated, rushing onto the hot search one after another in just 10 minutes. Even with the constant deletion of comments and control posts, it could never resist the heat. Is this still something new? Who doesn't know that it's not the same difficulty for Tianlong people to take the Qingbei exam as it is for us? Look at other people, they start arranging from elementary school. We are considered to have jumped the gun if we can go to cram school in elementary school. I bet this news will disappear tomorrow and no one will discuss it the day after. Big guts really don't want to die. Such a big public opinion on the internet had since attracted the attention of some media in Pengcheng. Interestingly enough, the official media in Pengcheng were all in a state of playing dead at the moment, even though they knew that the steering group was at Pengcheng University. But not a single reporter came to interview. The students of Pengcheng University, who were at the center of the public opinion storm, were constantly on the line online. What Pengcheng University is a backdoor university, it's not like everyone goes through the back door. Han Binbin is not at Pengcheng University. I believe the steering group will definitely return a clear sky to our Pengcheng University. In such an atmosphere, several hot-blooded young people who had just started college carried their DVs and went straight to the office building where the steering group was located. It wasn't a secret, the coaster was parked right in front of the office building, all the students could see it. Let's go film it. Unsurprisingly, just walk to the door and let's stop. Which majors are you? All give me back, and then make trouble to call your counselor. Let us go in. The steering group thoroughly investigated Pengcheng University's unethical practices related to the interests of each of our students. That's right, why can't we participate? We have the right to know and the right to participate. The teacher guarding the door, listening to the students' words, just sneered. What does it mean to read stupidly? This is reading stupidly. You really think that the reasoning given to you is the rules that everyone follows, huh? Naive, stupid. Lu Yu, who was standing on the third floor, could clearly hear the students and teachers arguing inside the lobby through the window. The shouts of the students carried a flavor of death. Even Lu Yu, who was upstairs, knew that their thoughts were childish and ridiculous. Is a meeting of this level something you can attend just because you want to? Can you watch it just because you want to? What are your qualifications? What is your status? Are you worthy? Just as Lu Yu was about to close the window and return to the conference room to continue, his hand suddenly stopped. Wait a minute. What was I thinking? When did I? On the opposite side of the fence from the students? Bang! It was as if a heavy hammer slammed into Lu Yu's head and smashed into his mind. He then realized that with the series of things that had happened during this period of time, had unconsciously would no longer consider things from the student's perspective. One would analyze the pros and cons, consider maximizing the gains, and consider their background. Only, it would no longer be like a student. Have naive and childish ideas. So, if it was those few students downstairs sitting here and they hosted the meeting, what would they do when they encountered this kind of choice? Lu Yu looked at the young and vigorous few. The answer had already emerged in his mind. They would dry up this world. Chapter 58, Public Investigation, word for word. Requesting monthly votes for recommendations. Lu Yu and Zhou Weiguo had just left the conference room. Several professors from Pengcheng University got up one after another and walked to the smoking room next door to gulp down clouds. You guys, what does this steering group mean? At the beginning I thought it was targeting Han Yuanshi. How come they suddenly turned their heads to thoroughly investigate the extra points program? Han Ziogi had been operating in Pengcheng University for a long time. With his position as a Yuanshi, it could be said that he held the vast majority of the scientific research resources. Even some of the funds that were clearly not allocated to the information program had to be nodded by Han Yuanshi before they could be used. In the past, when Han Yuanshi was in the ascendant, no one dared to say anything and stand out to find trouble. Now the guillotine of the steering group fell, the crowd naturally gloating, happy to see. But this happy hadn't even been a few minutes. Lu Yu even burned the fire on himself. How can this work? Just now, Professor Chen from Qingbei and Shangjing called me. Han Zhaoji's grandson Han Binbin has already been allowed to be taken away for investigation. According to the information they poked around, before Han Zhaoji planned to arrange Han Binbin into a project team that started with the word national. You guys guess who the person in charge is? Several people looked at each other and said tentatively. You mean, it won't be team leader Lu? The professor who poked around for information nodded. That's right, Lu Yu is the principal of Seoul Electronic Information Technology College, as well as the head of that project team. According to their speculations, Han Yuanshi didn't give Lu Yu a pass when he stuffed his grandson into Lu Yu's project team, and that's what triggered the conflict. Moreover, Lu Yu's project team should have been set to the Qin level, which gave him the power to move the supervisory team. Lu Yu didn't have an administrative position, but he was still able to mobilize the Shangjing steering group to cooperate with his investigation. Combined with Han Zhaoji arranging for Han Binbin, it wasn't hard to surmise this. Hearing that Lu Yu's project was set to the Qin level, several people were surprised one after another. Set at the Qin level, so high? Yeah, I just asked Qingbei's side and they don't know why. A few people speculated about the reason, and obviously couldn't come to a definite conclusion, and as they talked, the conversation still turned to the supervisory actions that were related to their interests. Okay, it's better to take care of the matter at hand first. If Lu Yu insists on a thorough investigation of Pengcheng University, how to get through it? The professor wearing old-fashioned glasses inhaled a mouthful of smoke and pressed it out. Then the fish will die and break the net. Don't say so serious, make everyone nervous. Relax, now know his bottom line, he doesn't dare to fool around. That's right, Lu Yu is also the principal, the future, whether it's the school rating, the school teacher sends a paper or the student exams, always in the circle. Well, the circle of people offended to death, then he schools still do how to go on. You said one thing and I said another. In this kind of matter concerning their own interests, several people quickly reached an agreement. When they returned to the conference room again, Lu Yu was already waiting here. To people's dismay, several students, as well as a reporter from Pengcheng TV station, were suddenly here. Facing the camera, the crowd tensed up. Team leader Lu, this is. Lu Yu, who had made up his mind. At this moment, his body's aura all became sharp and incomparable, like a sheathed arrow, and raised his eyes to look at the inquiring people. The next meeting is open throughout. It's about the fairness of the Pengcheng College entrance examination. That's about all the families in Pengcheng. Everyone is qualified to participate. Moreover, next I will publicize the contact number of the steering group, the whistleblower email address and other contact information, and accept reports from the public 24 hours a day. This statement came out. The professor leaders of Pengcheng University only felt cold sweat and were somewhat unable to sit still. In his heart, he had already cursed Lu Yu. Damn you, you are not in politics and you don't need to clear your name. Is it necessary to make the entire meeting public? Not public, a lot of things we can slowly discuss a program that both sides can solve. For example, if you want to conduct a thorough investigation of the extra credit program, we can discuss it. When to check, what range of students to check, who to check. These discussions will be clear, to give everyone time to prepare. Things are not impossible to solve. But now, Lu Yu put all these things in the sun. How to discuss? This time is really going to fish death net broken. Visible to the naked eye, the atmosphere in the conference room became incredibly tense. The Pengcheng TV reporter that Lu Yu shouted at was already on the verge of crying out. She already had a premonition that by the time the filming of this meeting was over, her contract would expire. As early as when the steering group's special plane landed at Pengcheng Airport, their TV station had already received the news. Was it that they didn't know about the interview? It was that they didn't dare. The supervisory team is an admiral with a sword, and no matter which place they go to, there are always people who will go in for a diet meal. If those people are really sent in, it's okay, but if they are not sent in and put them on TV, they will be liquidated afterwards. Based on this mentality, the TV station did not show up the first time in the face of Lu Yu called in the capacity of the steering group, and they did not dare to refuse. Dispatched became the current Pengcheng TV station contract workers, commonly known as temporary workers. Lu Yu will be the crowd look in the eyes. I only feel that the thoughts are clear. It is true that after doing things as long as you follow your heart, you naturally become energized. Continue with the first item on the agenda just now. According to the evidence we have, the review of Han Binbin's extra credit program has revealed that Han Binbin is not an isolated case. Take the Pengcheng Youth Science and Creativity Competition that Han Binbin's elementary school participated in as an example. The Pengcheng Youth Science and Creativity Competition was spearheaded by Han Ziogi in 1996, and its event funding has accumulated to more than $50 million. From the first edition in 96 to the 14th edition now, a total of 14 teenagers who have won gold medals in science and creativity have been born. Interestingly, these 14 people without exception all came from Pengcheng University-affiliated primary schools, and all of their parents or elders are employed at Pengcheng University. Bang! Lu Yu threw the investigation information towards the table. The thick information instantly scattered. The extra points program similar to the Pengcheng Youth Science and Creativity Competition nearly ran through Han Binbin's schooling career. It allowed him to keep winning prizes and accumulating capital from elementary school onward, and ultimately, he was able to easily enter Qingbei even when his scores were clearly insufficient. The list of winners of these tournaments were all public, and could be known with a little bit of checking. Lu Yu's speech was instantly transmitted down the TV station to thousands of homes in Pengcheng, sparking heated discussions. Hey, is this still a secret? If you don't enter the Pengcheng-affiliated primary school, you won't even qualify for the competition. There won't be anyone who really believes that the science and creativity competition is fair. My son made a liquid rocket in elementary school and couldn't even pass the audition. I found Han's work at that time, exploring several realizable operations of information turbulence anti-interference in 3G environment. I'm studying at Aurora University, I can't even read the title. Your Aurora University is not as valuable as Pengcheng Elementary School, so hurry up and come to Pengcheng Elementary School for further study. The Youth Science and Creativity Competition was like unveiling the curtain of a school valve, and the Pengcheng crowd kept looking for clues along Han Binbin's growth trajectory. It was only then that they realized that there were really quite a few students like him who had a clear arrangement. As more and more were raked up, they had begun to worry about the steering group. Don't look into it, it'll be bad if we really find out something, it'll be hard to see. Just take it for what it's worth, the sky is steel for our Pengcheng school. The public opinion on the internet, the people in the conference room were not aware of it, seeing that Lu Yu really dared to target everyone. At this moment, they could no longer care if they were on camera or not and opened their mouths. Team leader Lu, Han Binbin's problem does not represent everyone. The Youth Science and Creativity Competition is a key event in Pengcheng. Are you going to deny the entire event and the fairness of Pengcheng? Jing. The hat that was being snapped off could be considered very large. Pengcheng ranked high in the administrative sequence of Daxia, especially in these years, the successive birth of Polar Bear, Flower4, and so on, a number of technology giant companies. It is even more so that they have a high right to speak. Black how? How many talents we cultivate every year, how much tax we contribute, you still dare to check? Lu Yu sneered. Without the courage to stab the sky, how could you strip all your bottoms? Glancing at the old thing that was shading and pressurizing himself. That's right, I'm denying the fairness of the tournament, not only the Youth Science and Creativity Competition, but also the middle school competition and the high school internet information summer camp. Immediately afterward, Lu Yu brazenly got up and directly announced his decision. I announce the following decision against Pengcheng University's ganging up and seeking benefits for their offspring. The extra points program is not practiced as. Any student who relies on such means has graduated. Cancel the degree certificate. Any student who relies on such means to enter the university has not yet graduated. Ordered to retake the college entrance examination within half a year and not pass the direct dissuasion. Pengcheng tournament. All relevant persons in charge. A thorough investigation in the end to pursue legal responsibility. This kind of drilling and using means to go to university, strictly speaking, does not involve breaking the law. Canceling the degree certificate is already an extremely serious punishment. Equivalent. The road that they had paved with so much hard work for 3 generations was completely reduced to nothing at this moment. The professor who had clamored for Lu Yu to die with him shivered and stood up. According to Lu Yu's decision, his granddaughter first cannot run degree revocation, then arrange her into the Pengcheng education system has become a luxury. It is forcing people to a desperate situation. He pointed at Lu Yu and gritted his teeth. Lu Yu, you are really good means, do not leave the slightest margin. Are you not afraid to return to Seoul to be your principal? Are you not afraid? Facing the camera, finally swallowed some words. Leaving room for those of you with vested interests? Lu Yu looked towards the camera of Pengcheng TV station and towards the 2 freshmen carrying DVs in the conference room. May I ask, who is going to give them leeway? You bunch of rats, blocking the path of ordinary people's ascent, and you still talk loudly about cultivating talents for the country. You should be happy that it was the current civilized society of Daxia that saved you. Put it in a few hundred years ago, it would be sent to the guillotine and have your whole family beheaded. Shameless. The words were executed without mercy. Lu Yu then announced the second agenda. The second agenda item, a thorough investigation into the watering down, carrying, and counterfeiting of Pengcheng University's thesis. Fire burned your children and grandchildren. Now, it's your turn, you old things. Chapter 59 of Violent Backlash, The Late Old Man. Requesting for monthly votes and recommendations. checking thesis watering, counterfeiting, and carrying. This matter, in the original timeline process, was because of the chain reaction triggered by the famous Jai Tianling in the entertainment industry. In those years, a comprehensive review of academic papers was conducted, and many abusive professors were caught. During that time, there was also the exposure of male patients with uterine fibroids, such unrealistic academic papers that do not respect common sense. It is simply ridiculous. Lu Yu is very clear. The peak of thesis counterfeiting is the period after the millennium to the full explosion of smartphones. The reason was simple: in these years, too few people had the conditions and ability to go online, and even fewer could see foreign journals. This created an opportunity for them. A little translation of foreign language journals' translation, embellishment can easily be published, in order to earn fame and fortune. It can be said that their scientific research ability is not good, but the level of foreign language is absolutely top, translation ability first class. However, after Lu Yu's second agenda item was raised, the teachers of Pengcheng University who were present almost didn't see the slightest hint of nervousness, and were much more open than they were just checking the extra credit program. Even, they looked at Lu Yu's eyes with a little disdain. What kind of education do you have? What level? Checking our Pengcheng University's thesis. Do you have that ability? The principal of a small junior college, I'm afraid that he can't even understand high math, and he's still talking about checking thesis falsification. Just check if you understand. They know very well. If you want to see that the paper is fake, at least you need to have the appropriate level of scientific research to see the problem. This is not like a bonus point program, it's one of those little kids playing house. Several people secretly exchanged glances, unspoken in what they wanted to say to each other. In their opinion, checking whether a dissertation was watered down or not would ultimately require the formation of a team of expert professors who would collectively evaluate it and adopt a voting system. Not to mention whether the supervisory team had the authority to form a team. Even if it did, to what extent it could ultimately check it would still have to look at Pengcheng University's face. Experts and professors are a circle, really check up, of course, will give each other face. Pengcheng University professors and teachers, based on this mentality, not the slightest panic. Both sides have completely torn their faces, they naturally have no more polite and courteous to Lu Yu. Unsaltedly, they asked. Team leader Lu, thesis falsification can't be left to you to spout empty nonsense here, opening your mouth to say that our Pengcheng University has problems, you should at least come up with evidence first. Otherwise, even if you represent the steering group today, I will pursue this matter to the end. The one who opened his mouth was Xiao Shuyuan. As the president of Pengcheng University who had not been in office for long, he would have been happy to see Lu Yu clean up the various factions in the school. Cleaning it up would make it easier for him to install his direct line and train his own people. Therefore, no matter how intense the exchange was just now, he never took a stand. But this time, he couldn't do it without opening his mouth. You, group leader Lu, said that our Pengcheng University's thesis falsification has become a trend, so isn't that talking about the level of scientific research being problematic and teaching being problematic? If we really find out what's going on, that Pengcheng University will inevitably be labeled as a poorly run school, the funds and policies will be greatly discounted. This is a real damage to the interests. Xiao Shuyuan naturally want to come forward. Evidence? Lu Yu looked at Zhou Weiguo. Zhou Weiguo scratched his head awkwardly and said to Lu Yu in a low voice, Team leader Lu, Pengcheng University's dissertation forgery is not on the agenda, we have not collected information in this regard. The original plan of the supervisory team was centered around Dr. Han Zaogi, and the collection of preliminary information was the same. Seeing that Lu Yu was slow to produce evidence, the professor from Pengcheng University was even more emboldened. Team leader Lu, Pengcheng University has cultivated countless talents, it's not something that can be discredited casually. We admit that there are indeed flaws in Han Yuanshi, but the scientific research level of Pengcheng University isn't something that can be questioned by just anyone. The words that were sandwiched between a gun and a stick made the supervisory team somewhat unable to raise their heads for a while. It really wasn't justified, how to advance without evidence. Lu Yu looked at the crowd of professors from Pengcheng University who turned condescending for a moment and laughed coldly. Want evidence, Deputy Group Leader Zhou, please go and move a few computers over and get a whiteboard. I'll just give them a lesson today. Meanwhile, as the matter of the steering group fermented, quite a few TV stations in Daxia turned on their broadcasts. Pengcheng being a pilot city in Daxia, many places were extraordinarily eye-catching about their policies. At times like this, it was rare to fall on the wrong side of the fence. Pengcheng's Talking About Heaven and Earth program. The host opened his mouth and said, Professor Wu, what are the implications of what the steering group said about Pengcheng University's thesis falsification problem, if it's true? Professor Wu cleared his throat. Pengcheng University, as our key construction institution in Daxia, has taken advantage of the rapid development of Pengcheng over the years, absorbing a lot of funds and national projects, and has been working hard to participate in the double first-class universities over the years to enhance its influence. If what the steering group said proves to be true, I'm afraid it will lead to Pengcheng University's impact on the double first class to fail again. This will be an incomparably huge blow to Pengcheng University's college construction. Good. The host nodded and introduced the history of Pengcheng University. Pengcheng University is committed to the development of science and technology in Pengcheng, especially in the information industry, which has produced many outstanding talents. This time, the steering group is stationed at Pengcheng University. Does it signal that the future will be less tilted in favor of the development of internet companies in Pengcheng? We'll see how it turns out. The policy direction is still unknown, but the market's reaction is extremely sensitive. Pengcheng's Polar Bear Company, Flour for the company, and many other information industry giants, stock prices began to fluctuate violently. The stock price reaction is the market confidence. Insufficient confidence will fall violently. The rate of decline is approaching last year's international financial tsunami. The loss of real money directly led to the bigwigs in the information industry in Pengcheng could not sit still. Calls were made to Beijing, and pressure came one after another. Zhao Changli, the Minister of Network Security, who had just been honored for what happened in Seoul, ran to AI Lau's quadrangle in a hurry. South Bay project team, the nominal person in charge is Zhao Changli. Liu so chaotic naturally look for him. At the same level, the level higher than him, has given Zhao Changli will be words nearly picked out. If Liu does not stop, the South Bay project does not want to be stable. But Zhao Changli cannot do the Lord Ah. From the moment the word Qin was set, the Buddha behind the South Bay project has become AI Lao. He needs AI Lao to take the idea. Pushing open the door of the courtyard, AI Lao was still wearing his dark green 81 pants as usual, sitting under the shade of a tree and basking in the sun. Elder AI, you still have the heart to sit there. Liu has stirred up Ping City. AI Lao did not even change his posture, lightly shaking his bushel fan. What, is Pengcheng fighting? There's no fight, what are you panicking about? Zhao Changli squatted down. I mean, Liu is so radical to check Pengcheng University, hit a lot of Pengcheng business confidence, the impact is very big, you call to persuade him, pretty much just call it quits. If he doesn't call it quits again, how else is he going to call it quits? Universities in junior high and high schools are different. A lot of schools teaching directly to the enterprise, scientific research projects and enterprises have cooperation. Not to mention, Pengcheng University, a key university, has a close relationship with enterprises. Problems in colleges and universities, enterprises are naturally affected. Can be said to be one glory for all, one loss for all. Almost on the line? Elder AI stared at Zhao Changli, repeating his words word for word, sharp as a knife, scaring Zhao Changli into unconsciously lowering his head. AI Lao let out a long sigh. Nowadays, when Daxia does things, it's always about this and that, and they end up stabbing a big basket. If you ask me, the college's water should have been squeezed long ago. Sunshine a bit. Back in the day, Xu Essen's brother and they're just 5 people in the United States of America to create NASA. Scientific research road opening, need to be a real genius can do things. Xiao Xiao, you and I are mediocre. Liu counts as half a genius. What we mediocre can do is not add to the chaos. But nowadays, the gang of Han Ziogi from Pengcheng University has stretched their hands too far. The murderous aura in Elder AI's words scared Zhao Changli so much that white hair sweat rose on his body. However, he couldn't care less about this at the moment because he heard a thunderous name from AI Lao's words. Carefully, he asked, Shen Lao, can his body survive? Alas! Brother Xu Essen is afraid that he won't last the winter. When he was awake, he was shown the 3 main projects being pushed forward in South Bay: the drone swarm tactics, the system architecture of 4G, and the mobile autonomous system development. In this regard, he rated it very highly, saying outright that Liu Yu's kid even took all 3 paths correctly, and perfectly avoided almost all the problems that might arise. Saying that Liu Yu is like having precognitive ability, it's impossible for him to do such a good job even if he personally leads the project. Speaking of this, Elder AI was a bit smug. Do you guys think that I set the Qin level and really did it in a brainstorm? Even Brother Xu Essen was full of praise. Zhao Changli was secretly surprised. Scientific research was a process of constant trial and error. Without knowing what would happen in the future, mistakes were simply too common. Listening to what Elder Qian meant, it didn't hold true for Liu Yu. It was too terrifying. After a moment of silence, Elder AI then spoke. When the Pengcheng matter is resolved, give Liu Yu a word, let him make a trip to Shangjing and I'll take him to meet Brother Xu Essen. This could, possibly, be the last time he meets. Zhao Changli revealed a mournful color and nodded. He was all too aware of how much that late old man had given his heart and soul to Daxia. His participation in the first Qin level project, Miss Chiu, had recast the backbone of Daxia. The Qin level program had a special meaning from that time onward. Liu Yu inherited the word Qin, also carrying the expectations of the old man. At this moment, look at the storm in Pengcheng. Liu Yu pulled out the guillotine. Scared people, is it too much? Zhao Changli clear, not excessive. Because the national weapon shall not be defiled. Just do it, Liu Yu. Elder AI and I will help you carry all this pressure. Chapter 60 Frontier, Pengcheng University bows down. Requesting monthly votes for recommendations. Pengcheng University, conference room. There was a lot of discussion. They watched as Lu Yu arranged for the members of the supervisory team to debug the computers and set up the whiteboard. What kind of melon is in team leader Lu's gourd? By the looks of it, it's because he wants to review the papers on site, but I don't have the free time to accompany him in his nonsense. He really takes himself seriously. Pengcheng University had a total of over 500 active professors, over 300 associate professors, and all the faculty members added up to over 2,000. Even if each person published only 2 or 3 papers, that would add up to nearly 6,000. If you want to conduct a comprehensive review of the experimental data, cited literature, and so on involved in these papers, even for a professional team, it would take at least 3 months. This team leader Lu thinks that a university teacher's thesis is elementary school homework, knowing where the answer is wrong just by looking at it. Too naive. Saying that their thesis was falsified was worse than directly attacking their parents for those who mixed in the academic circle. The sneers were not disguised in the slightest. No one thought that Lu Yu's level was able to discern whether or not there was a problem with the thesis. That kind of level, which required incomparably solid professional knowledge, was not something that Lu Yu, who had no hair on his mouth in front of him, could do. Every move in the conference room was transmitted with the cameras to the TVs that were broadcasting live everywhere in Daxia. Without exception, the various experts were pouring cold water. Professor Wu, does the problem of thesis forgery that the supervisory group is talking about exist, and if it does, how is it going to be detected? I don't think it exists. Colleges and universities have strict and perfect dissertation testing procedures. From the preliminary data collection to the later checking and publishing, the output of a dissertation is not easy. Therefore, the possibility of counterfeiting is extremely low. When it comes to his own interests, Professor Wu certainly knows exactly what views to express. The experts repeatedly emphasized the rigor of the procedure for publishing papers. But the students who listen to their lectures every day have long been clamoring online. Support the steering group to investigate thesis counterfeiting. There are a lot of watery goods in the teachers of colleges and universities. I know that the tutor who took me to publish papers relies on 2 major means. The first is translation, and the second is robbing students of their results. Although the students are making a lot of noise, most of the teachers of Pengcheng University are still emboldened. Lu Yu, who is in the center of the storm of public opinion. In front of him on the desktop has been placed debugged 5 laptop computers lined up. Lu Yu leaned against the back of the chair, his hands around his chest, his expression coldly continued. All log on to Knowledge Network. According to the list of teachers of Pengcheng University will open all their papers in the last 5 years. Get ready to start recording. Pengcheng University, various experts and the audience in front of the TV froze for a moment as they listened to Lu Yu's wild words. No, buddy. Really ready to check the papers on site? Ah. Who do you think you are? Newton reborn or Einstein resurrected? When checking elementary school students' homework? Puzzled, perplexed, and scorned. Greeting the various attitudes of the people around him, Lu Yu's eyes glowed with a light blue shimmer. The system, start. Learning to be rich 24.69%, science and technology. A few days ago, when deducing the UAV flight control system, it was still only 10.35%. During the military training, plus the time he came to Pengcheng, Li Su, according to Lu Yu's explanation, continuously collected ancient books to enrich the school library. Even if the quality of folk ancient books varied, but under a large number of acquisitions, the school wealth was also pushed to nearly a quarter. 1/10 of it had been enough for Lu Yu to carry out groundbreaking exploration of science and technology techniques. Now that it was nearly a quarter, Lu Yu had a vague feeling that learning Fortune 5 cars would somehow change at 25%. Of course, nowadays, the knowledge system of science and technology was no longer obscure in front of Lu Yu. Those math symbols and physical formulas that are difficult to understand for ordinary people are as simple and intuitive as pictures in Lu Yu's eyes, which is wonderful. Looking at the first computer screen, it was Han Zhaoji's discussion and analysis of the 4G technology-led construction rules published half a year ago. Lu Yu merely scanned it. It didn't even take 30 seconds. It's a shuffled version of the paper of the same name published by Caltech in 2007, with only some of the data modified. Serious plagiarism. Without waiting for the crowd to react, they looked at the second computer. Just by looking at the synopsis, Lu Yu let out a snort. Plagiarism wouldn't be plagiarized. The unit is directly expanded by 10 times. Didn't you feel that the information transfer rate introduced at the end was too outrageous? Jing. Regardless of whether it was Pengcheng University or the supervisory team, all of them froze and looked at Lu Yu. Not. You really can? The students guarding the television set even instantly exploded as they verified what Lu Yu said one by one. I just checked, that paper by Han Zhaoji is really a wash. Even the reference chart is the same. Outrageous. How did you see it at a glance? This supervisory team is so high level, I can't even judge papers for elementary school students this fast. On the TV, Lu Yu's speed of reviewing papers was getting faster and faster. Often, with a few cursory sweeps, he could see where the problems were. Time gradually passed. The supervisory team dribbled their pens like flies, writing down a person's name on the whiteboard. Interesting. The papers published in the last 3 years at the professorial level had reached more than half of the papers watered down and falsified. The associate professors were a little less, just less than 1/3. Basically, the higher the title, the more serious the watering and counterfeiting of papers. Oh, the higher and longer the position, but the gold content of the paper is lower. On the contrary, those young scholars who have just entered the university, their published papers are often extremely solid, quite a feat. Quite a few thoughts and ideas, so that Liu cannot help but secretly nod. Evaluating titles, only fame and fortune. It really harms people. Xiao Shuyuan, who was sitting next to Liu, his heartbeat had spiked wildly. Many of the old men behind him couldn't help but take anti-hypertensive pills. In less than 2 hours, Liu basically read all the papers of all the teachers in the School of Information of Pengcheng University. The worst thing is, this Liu pointed out the problem straight to the point: there is no room for defense. The thesis of science and engineering is not like the liberal arts, which can still have a few words of defense. In science and engineering, 1 is 1, 2 is 2. Liu picked up a cup of water and took a sip. He looked at the president of Pengcheng University, Xiao Shuyuan. President Xiao, do you still want me to continue? Do you still think I am talking nonsense? A single word had the weight of 1,000 pounds. The conference room was silenced. Snapping. Xiao Shuyuan, who was close to 50 years old, faced Liu's cold gaze, and the bean-sized beads of sweat on his forehead unexpectedly fell onto the table without him realizing it. The white shirt on his body even reflected the sweat stains. Nervous to the extreme. Finished. He understood. In the future, he did not need to have the luxury of cultivating a direct line in Pengcheng University and continuing the previous academic style. Liu's move will undoubtedly make everyone's eyes in Daxia focus on Pengcheng University. The hat of academic fraud is too big. If you can't deal with it, and the school is deeply bound together, then the future enrollment will be a problem. Not to mention the impact of double first class can keep the school not downgraded even if very capable. Xiao Shuyuan regret, very regret. Liu just proposed the second item of the agenda. Why do you want to provoke him? Do not stimulate him. These things are placed outside the camera, under the table, can be decent cover over. Now, on the other hand, one must be brave and take a stand as soon as possible to minimize the impact. Xiao Shuyuan took a deep breath. Team leader Liu, viewers in front of the television. For the academic malpractice that exists in Pengcheng University, we will make a deep introspection. A series of measures will also be taken for the thesis falsification in it. Liu frowned slightly and tapped the desktop. Don't talk about nutrient-less bowl, tell me directly how you're going to solve these people. Listening to these empty words, condescending words, Liu was annoyed. Why these Sven scum will not speak human words properly? Is it hard to say something that the people can understand? Xiao Shuyuan wiped his sweat. Must make a choice. Protect these professors or protect himself. Yes, team leader Liu. We will take the following specific measures. For the teachers with major academic fraud problems, led by Han Ziogi, their titles and their degrees will be cancelled, and they will not be hired for life. If the circumstances are minor, the degree will be suspended, bonuses will be cancelled, and promotion will not be allowed within 5 years. Liu Yu listened quietly. Seriously sizing up Xiao Shuyuan. This was really ruthless of him. Han Ziogi single-handedly cultivated the power of the School of Information at Pengcheng University, nearly uprooting it. Pengcheng University's School of Information, or one of their school's ace majors, was afraid that it was going to fall apart. Listening to Xiao Shuyuan's stance, the audience who were deeply victimized by the school valves were not happy. What do you mean? Why don't you sentence them? Academic fraud is an academic problem. The school can only do this level of punishment. Han Ziogi, who was in the small darkroom next door, stared at Liu Yu on the TV, his eyes wide open. The professor's position was gone, the Yuanshi's hat was definitely going to be removed, his daughter's degree was cancelled, and his grandson Han Binbin had to retake the college entrance exam. The entire Han Zhaoji as the center of the sky tree now collapsed. Han Ziogi constantly take a deep breath to calm the mood. Cloudy eyes, but more and more show fierce light. After the loss of these academic honors, it is indeed a great blow. However, his decades of hard work to collect too much money enough to run out after the wind and waves calm down. Liu Yu, this time I admit to it. Sooner or later, my Han family will go back to Daxia to clean you up. Academic forgery or not, party camping or not, at most cancel the honor on the body, is not going to go in to eat a diet meal. For Han Zhaoji, as long as the person is there, everything has the possibility of starting over. Just as he fantasized about running abroad and making a comeback, Liu Yu's next words gave him a heavy blow. The last item on the agenda, a thorough investigation into the academic gang headed by Han Ziogi for misappropriating national research funds and colluding with social enterprises for profit. How could it be possible to investigate only academic misconduct? The misappropriation of scientific research funds was the main event. Enough to let Han Zhaoji's entire family go in for a diet meal, so that his entire faction can no longer turn over to the main event. If you're going to do it, you have to do it right. Han Ziogi, go to hell. Chapter 61, quoted price of 900,000, market price of 399, requesting monthly votes for recommendation. Thoroughly investigate the academic gang headed by Han Zhaoji for misappropriating national research funds and colluding with social enterprises for profit. On the Toyota Alpha driving to Pengcheng Airport, the radio was playing Lu Yu's ongoing meeting at Pengcheng University. Sitting in the car was Guai Navy, the head of Huawei's communication business in South China, who heard the third item on the agenda and his heart tightened. He urged, drive faster, go straight through the red light and don't stop in the middle. Okay, Mr. Guai. Guai Navy loosened his tie and looked out the window. He graduated from Pengcheng University, and his postgraduate supervisor was none other than Han Zhaoji. Starting out as a senior engineer at Huawei, he had made it step by step to today's head of communications business in South China, and was highly capable. This, mentor Han Zhaoji credit. Some time ago, Han Zhaoji a phone call to bring down the campus network of Lu Yu School, it is called him. After seeing the steering group investigating Han Zhaoji on TV, Guai Navy reacted extremely quickly and drove to the airport at the first opportunity. Arriving at the airport without any danger, Guai Navy looked around and breathed a sigh of relief. As long as you get on a plane and leave the country smoothly, the overseas assets are enough for you to enjoy yourself. What's more, if Han Zhaoji was imprisoned, his unclaimed overseas assets would be a bargain for himself. His own mentor had saved a lot of money overseas. Thinking of this, Guai Navy smiled and looked back at Pengcheng, pulling out his ID card and striding towards the airport. Please show your ID card. The attendant at the check-in counter revealed her trademark smile. Guai Navy handed over his ID card. The attendant placed the ID card in the identification area and was about to quickly press the enter button to print the ticket as usual. Suddenly, a red box popped up on the page with 4 big words, restricted from leaving the country, written on it. The waiter was so shocked that he almost exclaimed. This kind of restriction of departure of a year cannot be encountered a few times, measuring a few eyes. Guai Navy. The waiter smiled and said, please wait, is printing tickets for you. Mouth said, the mouse has quietly clicked the call button. Guai Navy feel a little wrong, the ticket is much slower than usual, but did not think much about it. Time 1 minute and 1 second passed, when Guai Navy has obviously waiting impatient time. Suddenly, 2 big hands pressed his shoulders from behind him. Guai Navy, please come with us. The conference room of Pengcheng University. Zhou Weiguo put down his cell phone and said to Lu Yu in a low voice, Team Leader Lu, we have just tracked down 7 people who tried to escape, and all of them have been put under control. Lu Yu nodded, seeing Zhou Weiguo wanting to speak. Tell me anything else straight, don't stammer. Yes. Zhou Weiguo looked around and signaled for the camera to pause, whispering, most of these people are corporate executives, and during the arrest process there was a slight clash with companies such as Flower for and Polar Bear. The chief asked me to tell you that he suppressed these voices for you, instructing you to grab a trip to Shangjing after the Pengcheng matter is resolved. Lu Yu rubbed his eyebrows. An expected thing. What he had offended this time was not only Flower for these enterprises, he was afraid that even the Grand Xia Academy of Sciences had been offended together. From the establishment of the Grand Xia Academy of Sciences until now, Han Zhaoji was still the first yuanshi to be publicly tried. Did not give each other the slightest face. I think that after the yellow coat of the supervisory team is taken off, their counterattack will really begin. The head of Zhou Weiguo's mouth, the old man AI who gave himself the word Qin, helped himself carry too much. He has helped himself too much. Lu Yu remembered AI Lao's care in his heart. At this time, the door to the conference room was pushed open. Accompanied by 2 members of the supervisory team, Han Zhaoji was brought over. The team member interrogating Han Zhaoji shook his head at Lu Yu, obviously the other party's mouth was very hard. Han Zhaoji leisurely sat on a chair, took out a small snuff bottle from his pocket in front of Lu Yu, and took a shallow puff. Then, raising his head to look straight at Lu Yu, Team Leader Lu, the cure for rhinitis, don't mind. The provocative meaning is full. This old fox, not see the yellow river will not die. Lu Yu looked at the snuff bottle in his hand, the information on the investigation is written. Kanchi models of blue and red glaze characters story pattern snuff bottle, Christie's sold for 7.34 million. Listening to Lu Yu accurately state the price of the snuff bottle, the camera quickly advanced and gave a close-up. The audience murmured for a split second. 7.34 million for a small bottle. Outrageous, how can a college teacher afford it with that small salary? The host of the program, looking at the close-up of the snuff bottle, asked Professor Wu. Professor Wu, does Han Zhaoji have the ability to afford a $7.34 million snuff bottle? Unexpectedly, Professor Wu gave an answer that threw the audience for a loop. A $7.34 million snuff bottle is completely affordable for Han Zhaoji. Under Han Zhaoji's name, he has Zhaoji Xinke, which already has a market capitalization of $11.7 billion, and also owns shares in several companies. Zhaoji Xinke mainly specializes in the information communication business, and is a partner of the upstream companies in information communication. As Professor Wu explained, a tree diagram of Han Zhaoji and his disciples was presented on the screen. Only to see, around Han Zhaoji founded Zhaoji Xinke formed a behemoth, branches and forks all around. Zhao Gxian Kua, so it's his enterprise, our school's routers use them all. Pengcheng University Communication Network equipment seems to be this enterprise, I have not seen anything else. This enterprise is so low-key, have not seen the recruitment information. At the same time, Han Zhaoji did not see the slightest panic. Putting the snuff bottle away, he could not see the appearance of gnashing his teeth at Lu Yu just now in private. Rubbing his nose, he looked at Lu Yu, team leader Lu, although my company's size is not big, the market value is at least tens of billions of dollars, so a few $1 million worth of gadgets can't be bought? Of course it can be bought. Lu Yu looked at this former Yuanshi. Yuanshi was the apex of Dixia's scholars, some of them were very poor, but there were also some who were very good at utilizing resources. Han Zhaogi was undoubtedly the latter. Yuanshi Han, let's talk about Zhaogi Shinka's main business and path to fortune. A hint of panic finally appeared in Han Zhaogi's eyes, but he still held on strongly. Good, let's chat then. Lu Yu picked up the information and casually flipped a few pages and read, Zhaogi Shinka mainly undertakes the construction of communication networks in colleges and universities. The offer ranges from tens of millions to billions of dollars, and the annual maintenance costs are in the millions. There are a total of 19 colleges and universities in Pengcheng, and the product coverage rate of Zhaoji Telecom has reached 90%. The interesting thing is that the same company in Pengcheng, Huawei, as a communication giant, has been at peace with Zhaoji Zinko for so many years. The two of you have also repeatedly stated in public that you are friendly and cooperative for mutual benefit. Peers are enemies, and Zhaoji Zinko basically ate up all of Pengcheng's share. Pengcheng was still Huawei's home base, and under normal circumstances, it was impossible for this to happen. Lu Yu gently flipped through the information. Found it. Lu Yu continued, Zhaogi Shinka registered a mere 27 participants, including your grandson Han Binbin who just started college. And most of the communications companies of the same size have hundreds or thousands of participants. Why is that, Marshal Han? Han Zhaogi looked at the camera pointed at him, looked at Lu Yu, and gritted his teeth. The employees won't let me pay social security for them, can't they? Lu Yu sneered, didn't dwell on this topic, the real killing move was still behind. According to the information collected, Pengcheng University upgraded the communication network of the whole university last year. The external bidding price was $67 million, and the winning company was Zhao Gxian Ku. Principal Xiao, is that correct? Xiao Shuyuan nodded, all of this information from the school was public. It was also in the same year that the state allocated a $5 million research fund to Han Yuanshi. Coincidentally, at the same time Boy Navy of Huawei signed a $5 million order. Lu Yu pushed the two documents onto the table. The time was clear, only 2 days difference before and after. Han Zhaogi's face, visible to the naked eye, became white, unable to see the slightest blood color. Suddenly, he jumped up to tear up the bill. Two members of the steering group held him down. At this moment, he could not care if he was on TV or not, and said almost pleadingly, Lu Yu, let me go, I'll give you whatever you want. Lu Yu shook his head, his demeanor calm. Let me continue to finish, I haven't introduced the path of Zhao Gxian Ku's fortune yet. Lu Yu looked around and found the router in the corner of the conference room. Unplugging the router and bringing it to the table, he signaled the camera to give a close-up, and reflected on it was none other than the logo of Mega Gigi Shinko. Lu Yu used a screwdriver to dismantle the router casing as he said, let me tell you how the clever Mr. Han Yuanshi made his money. He first grabbed the bid with the convenience of his position, then used his scientific research funds to buy the corresponding communication equipment from Huawei, and then plastered the shell and sold it to Pengcheng University at a high price. Ka-da. The router's shell pried open, revealing the circuit components inside. Here, point the camera at the circuit board. Can you see the model number on it? On the TV, the model number of the circuit board was clearly presented, and it was clearly HWLYQ200800309. The first two letters were the company, followed by the name of the device, and the numbers were the date of manufacture. Jing. The internet exploded. Misappropriation of scientific research funds to buy equipment and then paste their own brand to cheat the university funds. No wonder Han Yuanshi can get rich, this kind of road is generally not thought of. You think if you dare to do? Flowers for Natsuyu to death. This kind of money-making method, only Han Yuanshi can operate. There are too many disciples. Hua Naval and others are inside and outside, eliminating all subsequent risks. Lu Yu picked up the tiny circuit board, thought of the offer, and secretly lamented Han Yuanshi's greed in his heart. The same router device, flower for the market retail machine is $399, and Zhaogi Shinka to Pengcheng University offer, you can guess. The audience couldn't help but give numbers as they listened to Lu Yu's question. It's 800 at most. No, maybe 5,000. 5,000? Crazy, that's more than 10 times the retail price. Lu Yu said indifferently, the price of the Mega G Shinka College specialized router is 900,000. How much? The audience listened to the figure incredulously. It only felt their heads spinning. Nearly 2,200 plus times the profit. It was simply crazier than selling leaves. Lu Yu flashed out the purchase order from Pengcheng University, and the offer on it clearly stated $900,000. It wasn't even one unit, it was a total of 20 units. Poverty limits the imagination. Thinking that he couldn't make money was because he didn't work hard enough, but now he realized that it was because his heart wasn't black enough. Dr. Han Yuan, may I ask if there's anything else you want to say now? Han Xiaogi's face was ashen. It was even more painful than stripping him of the title of Wensher. Misappropriating scientific research funds for profit, colluding with a social enterprise to defraud the university of a particularly large amount. This was already enough to wear out the bottom of a jail cell. Lu Yu stretched and got up. Instead of walking towards the TV station's cameras, he came in front of the student who had made himself firm in his conviction to tear himself apart from them. Thank you. The last item on the agenda for the steering group meeting is over, and I hope the winds of remediation continue to blow. The hope is not in them, but in you. The college student with the DV recording the meeting, whose hand was already shaking a little, nodded vigorously. And the same J-line PI disable 7 hashtag turn this 0 at text T file S9 AAA ZWB 3x 50 LCSEA 5E CN equals B1 FX2XA 8 ZB 0 LQ01 Say 4 S9 4 Z 643 T2 T2 equals a 3 COSEBB 0 JOX6 2 or 4 S3E. Lu Yu patted his shoulder. Left the conference room. Rarely lit a cigarette. Many of the tawdry operations of Han Xiaogi recorded in the data he did not tell about them all. For example, the project of refurbishing the laboratory was contracted to his son-in-law. Because his son-in-law ate too much, the floor heating supply problems occurred serious leakage, resulting in the value of the communications laboratory equipment, all soaked and destroyed. Lu Yu is very clear. Han Yuan sure is by no means alone. Into the circle, do not go their way doomed to become an anomaly. What about me? Can I always keep my original intention to go on? Lu Yu exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He felt tired for no reason. The setting sunlight splashed on the corridor. Ding dong, a text message beeped from his cell phone. It was from Jiang Xiaoyu. 2 simple words and emoticons. Go for it? Lu Yu extinguished the cigarette he hadn't smoked for a few puffs. He took big steps to face the sunlight. Chapter 62 Han Xiaogi's collection of books, scholarly reward. Requesting monthly votes for recommendations. A few days later, the steering group came to Han Xiaoji's home and was counting the loot, his various illegal proceeds. Lu Yu watched as the group moved in and out carrying paintings and calligraphy, cigarettes, alcohol, jewelry, and gold jewelry. He secretly lamented. These riches were already enough to make ordinary people feel shocked, but they were only a drop in the bucket of what Han Xiaogi had earned by utilizing his status as a yuansher. Zhou Weiguo walked over with the slip. Team leader Lu, the money he deposited in the foreign bank should not be recoverable. Lu Yu nodded, something expected. Very few of these people engaging in gray industry within Daxia could be recovered after transferring to foreign countries. This was the reason why these people would rather go in and squat until they die than let go. He squats until he dies, but his descendants can inherit a large sum of money. For example, Han Binbin, who was persuaded to leave Qingbei this time. No matter how it's investigated or sentenced. What Han Xiaogi had done couldn't involve him. What's more, Han Xiaoji hadn't let him get involved either. Faced with this situation, the best way one could do was to prevent it in advance and cut off their greed. There's one more thing, Team Leader Lu, we seized hundreds of hidden books in his home, and due to the special items and storage difficulties, I would like to donate them to the Seoul Institute of Electronic Information Technology. Oh? This is out of order, right? Lu Yu looked at Zhou Weiguo with surprise. You kid with thick eyebrows, you even want to bend the law and give me a gift? Zhou Weiguo shook his head. Normal bribes and illegal proceeds are to be surrendered to the state treasury. Luxury goods will flow into the market auction and then surrendered. The collection of books will normally be donated to libraries or colleges and universities as a matter of priority to do research. There is no unlawful. After Zhou Weiguo explained so, Lu Yu remembered, the court does often have foreclosed houses and luxury goods auction. Alright then, you arrange for someone to send it over. I'll give Xiong Wu a call to have him sign for it. Seeing Lu Yu agree, Zhou Weiguo took out the slip and handed it to Lu Yu. Just sign here. The collection will be uniformly sent to Seoul after the verification is completed. This was considered a small benefit for Lu Yu within Zhou Weiguo's authority. Otherwise, if you run the process normally, the priority must be those college libraries in Shangjing, provincial and municipal libraries. After signing the name, Lu Yu inwardly some expectations. Han Xiaobi's collection of books are some good things. Whether it's quantity or quality, it's too much better than what Zhu Yichen donated to the school in the first place. The highest value among them was the book title Su Scholar Supplementary Annotations to the 3 volumes of Mengqiu, with the auction price of the same level of the collection at more than $8 million. Nowadays, 24.69% of the school wealth. I do not know how much this can grow. Thought the system would react only after the books were delivered to Seoul. Just as I put down my pen, a blue light flooded before my eyes. 231 rare and ancient books retrieved. Calculating. Oh, such a quick response. It seems that as long as it belongs to one system, it can detect it, rather than forcing it to be within the school's boundaries. The time for this detection was incomparably long, and it ended after more than 2 hours. Calculation completed. Learning to be rich 51.65%. Reaching 25%, 50%, target accomplished. Learning to be rich is 25%, activate learning to use. Learning to apply, knowing is the beginning of action, action is the completion of knowledge, knowledge and action can only be fruitful. The ability to utilize knowledge in school has increased by 150%. The number of patents determines the progress of Shuefu Wu Che, current patents 7. 51.72% of learning to be rich in 5 cars. Fruitfulness. Some time ago Liu felt that the system would change when the learning to be rich in 5 chariots advanced to a certain stage. The criteria for judging the learning to be rich and famous that reaches 25% has changed, and the progress bar needs to be advanced through the number of patents. 7 patents or Liu's application to build a drone only advanced the progress by 0.07, and the further back it went, the harder it became. The ability of learning to use is tough. Liu proceeded to read on. 50% reward. Learning to be rich reaches 50%, activate reward. According to the direction of science and technology chosen by the host, corresponding rewards will begin to be issued, in the process of being issued. What? You call that a reward? A reward for the direction of science and technology? Liu guessed what it would be. The probability was that it couldn't be academic knowledge, which conflicted with the function of learning to be rich. Could it be that it's some curvature engine design drawings? Just as Liu was imagining things, the long unresponsive system popped up a dialog box. Reward has been issued, please check. Check receipt? Where is it? Liu looked around his entire body and did not find any changes, and there was likewise no sudden appearance of any design drawings or any advanced technology in his mind. Team leader Liu, it seems like it's your courier. The supervisory team members suddenly walked in with a box. My express delivery? Now that they were at Han Xiaogi's house, who would send an express to himself here, it didn't make sense. Receiving the box, there was no information on it cleanly, only Liu's name was written, not even the shipping address. While unwrapping the courier, Liu asked, who sent it over? Didn't see anyone, found at the door. The box is opened, there is a small flat black rectangle, the height is not more than 18 centimeters. Don't know what material is made of, into the hand than the same volume of gold much lighter, probably 2 pounds. The surface is extremely smooth, cannot see the slightest scratch. This is the first time the system to the physical rewards, Liu, but a time to figure out what this is for. It can't be to let himself play with the disc. Putting it in his hand and gently rubbing it, he pondered why the system had given himself this small rectangular piece. Looking up, he saw the supervisory team walk out with microscopes, laser rangefinders, and other instruments, all of which were experimental instruments that Han Xiaogi kept at home. Wait, bring the microscope and laser rangefinder over. Forget it, all the experimental instruments don't move first, I need to use it. Liu hurriedly entered Han Xiaoji's laboratory and placed the rectangle on the table. First, he used the most ordinary ruler to take measurements. It was said to be ordinary, but the ruler used in Yuan Shi's lab was a Mitutoyo product, which individually sold for as much as $10,000, with an error of around 0.01 millimeters. Not at all an ordinary ruler of a few cents. Carefully carry out measurements, soon came up with 3 sides of data, width, length and height values are 2 centimeters, 8 centimeters and 18 centimeters. And on the display, not a single digit appeared after the decimal point. This is impossible. Liu looked at the measured numbers in disbelief. Even the most cutting-edge lathes or top-notch pliers could not make an absolute 2 centimeters, an absolute 8 centimeters or an absolute 18 centimeters. Could it be that the error of the rectangle is smaller than 0.01 millimeters? Liu couldn't wait to verify, and immediately called Xiao Shuyuan. Principal Xiao, do you know where the most precise measuring instrument in Pengcheng is? Xiao Shuyuan saw Liu's phone call. How dare he ask more questions? He only wanted to send this plague away in a hurry. The most precise words, our school has Zeiss's 3 coordinates, the error is in 0.15 microns, I'm afraid that more precise ones are only available in Xinjiang, and then the more precise ones can only go to foreign countries. 1 millimeter is equal to 1000 microns. Zeiss is the undisputed benchmark enterprise in the field of photoelectricity, photolithography machine used in the lens only their family can produce, no one. Hurriedly bid farewell to Zhou Weigua, Liu drove to Pengcheng University, straight to the laboratory. Place Zeiss 3 coordinates instrument laboratory is a dust-free environment. The first is to wear dust-free clothing, after a procedure to enter. This ultra-high precision instruments, the naked eye cannot see the dust will cause measurement errors and even affect the accuracy. Holding his breath, Liu put the black rectangle up. The probe of the instrument began to slide, constantly measuring and recording data, which soon surfaced on the screen. It was still 2.000 centimeters, 8.000 centimeters, 18.000 centimeters. There was still not a single extra digit after the decimal point. It was clear to him that there was no need to measure anymore. Even if he measured it with the instrument that Zeiss used to produce photolithography lenses, he was afraid that it would still be absolute precision. Next, it was placed on the laboratory's Sartorius 1/10,000th electronic balance, i.e., absolute precision index to 0.0001 G. Data quickly surfaced. The screen shows 1000.0000 G. After the decimal point is still a clean zero. Luyu stared blankly at the black rectangle on the desktop. The rewards given by the system this time had terrorized Luyu into not daring to take it and wanting the system to take it back. What is the most fundamental element of modern industrial products? Precision, precision, or precision? Why have the industrial products of Dacia been unrecognized? The root cause is that the precision is not up to standard and cannot make high-precision products. Why is the photolithography machine monopolized by ASMAX? They are the only ones who have the high-precision parts as well as the technology. Core components such as 1.2 meters caliber reflector processing precision, equivalent to the entire surface of the Earth, only hair diameter of the height of the ups and downs. Luyu, even if he previously had a system, did not fantasize about getting a photolithography machine to engage in this kind of precision instrument at the beginning. The difficulty was too high, and the internet was not on the same level at all. So what if there was an absolute precision object in front of him, an object that had the same result no matter how it was measured? It would greatly shorten the manufacturing time and reduce the difficulty. This is already a weapon that is powerful enough to influence, powerful enough to determine the fate of a nation, capable of reshaping the underlying logic of the nation's industry. Its impact may be comparable to the use of fire, the invention of the steam engine, and the emergence of semiconductors more far-reaching. This tiny black rectangle weighing 1000 G is like a benchmark, a lighthouse, leading the way for industrial development. Of course, it is only a guide, but the road must be traveled by oneself. Even so, it was already too convenient. The more clear it is about its value, the more Luyu panics. System Dad, I'm convinced. You are really letting my childish son hold the gold in the downtown. Luyu clutched the black rectangle tightly. Next year, the mechanical engineering program can be opened. The photolithography program is ready to be launched. Chapter 63 Cooperation Failure, going to Shanjing requesting monthly recommendation. Luyu is very clear. The development of Dacia's photolithography machine has gone through too many twists and turns. Or rather, the Dacia people who have seen the world process after 15 years, know clearly how long the lithography machine has been stuck in Dacia, and how much humiliation Dacia has suffered. Photolithography in Dacia's project is extremely early. As early as in the 1960s of the last century, the project has been established, and Japan almost at the same time to start. At that time, in the old generation of scientists' dedicated research, Dacia domestic photolithography machine and the world's advanced level difference of only 10 years. If we catch up at this rate of development, catching up with something like ASMAX, Intel, and so on, it would only take 15 years at most. However, times change, time to the 80s, Dacia opened to the outside world. At that time, foreign finished photolithography machine into the market, poor performance, and unstable self-research photolithography machine lost the market. As the market disappeared, local researchers were not motivated enough to develop lithography machines, and the project went bankrupt. A lot of precious experimental data flowed into the private sector, lithography development came to a standstill. The Wassenaar Agreement of '96 was an even heavier blow, deadlocking the neck of Dacia's photolithography development and causing the semiconductor field to fall behind. At that time, the so-called high-tech enterprises in Dacia society, practicing the build is better than rent is better than buy rhetoric. What they do is completely Han Zhaoji type of enterprise, the introduction of foreign products for labeling. For example, with the rapid takeoff of Liangwen computer with the help of the east wind of the times, the battle between market and technology in '95 almost epitomized the development of semiconductors in Dacia as a whole. Ina Yuanshi, who advocated prioritizing technology, failed in his struggle and was finally forced to leave Liang Wuxian, completely demonstrating Liang Wuxian's attitude at that time. No development of technology, the introduction of labeling to make money. The result, predictable. Luyu shook his head, driving this heavy history out of his head, and looked at the black rectangle in his hand. Even now there is a lighthouse. He did not want to make a big fuss to pull together funds, set up a project to develop photolithography. To do it, you have to be a wholly owned and dominated laboratory. To be a one-man show. Cannot go through the path of Ina Yuanshi. This is difficult in '09. At this time in '09, after the subprime mortgage crisis, Dacia's 4 trillion plan was officially launched. The country is in a big infrastructure. The wind is still the era of civil engineering. Like 2 steel and 1 coal, why can call the wind and soul, it is the production of coal and steel are not worried about selling. To engage in semiconductors against the trend at such a time of blazing fire and flowers, no one is optimistic, and the risk is extremely high. Secretary Zhao still has the vigor 9 years will dare to put forward the transformation and development in Seoul. Luyu secretly lamented. If he was sitting in that position in order to keep his black hat, he could not do it against the trend. At the same time, Luyu was very clear. Now is the best time for photolithography to start catching up. Smartphones are about to be fully rolled out. Intel, Samsung Electronics and other chip producers have not yet taken off fully. The semiconductor market had not yet been completely shuffled. Lu Yu gently rubbed the black rectangle and drew up a development plan in his mind. It was unrealistic to expect the system to give himself starting funds. The system of this ditch would only give funds when expanding the school. The daily development of the school, the operation and the salary and benefits and whatnot, all need Lu Yu to make money on his own. So, want to self-research photolithography? The first thing you need to do is to get money. As soon as possible, the 500 million principal entrepreneurial fund of the project will be launched to generate money. But now 500 million principal entrepreneurial fund can really bring some dividends to Lu Yu, only Huang Ying's Eat It company. Calculated on a monthly basis, only a few tens of thousands of dollars worth of dividends, and even the initial investment is not received back. Even if you eat it, in the absence of development to the national market, the face of the need for tens of billions of dollars of photolithography project, completely a drop in the bucket. Still have to go Apple's way, spread the self-developed system, use the system to make money to feed the technical development. Fortunately, the iPhone 4 has not yet been born. In the face of that model that really reshaped the cell phone market, Lu Yu always had respect. After determining the next direction of the school's development, Lu Yu handed over the matter of the supervisory team and went straight to Huawei. After a few months, the team led by student Chen Jinfan's self-researched cell phone system 1.0 has long been out. Only the lack of companies to promote the use. Lu Yu drove to the flower for the company's downstairs, Bright Identity, but quickly met the general manager responsible for the cell phone business segment. Yu Qidong walked over with a big smile and shook Lu Yu's hand tightly. Team leader Lu, are you coming to inspect Flower 4? Do you need me to get your account book for you? The smile was warm, but the words were extremely unforgiving. This kind of big company's account book is not something that Lu Yu alone can read? In the yin and yang. The expected thing. The arrest of Han Zhaogi involved too many flowers for executives, in which the dirty affairs are really too numerous to mention. Simply to Lu Yu school disconnection, they paid up to 7 million in compensation, and also signed a contract for free maintenance for 10 years. These direct losses to Flower for nothing. What made Huawei unhappy was that no one had greeted them, causing many project teams and businesses to be suddenly interrupted. Indirect losses were too great. It was also a good thing that Huawei insisted on not going public and had no stock, otherwise it would have been enough to hit them hard. Forgive me, many downstream listed companies that are deeply bound to the Flower 4 industry chain, the stock ushered in a big dive. Very dissatisfied with Flower 4. This kind of background. It was rare for Yu Qidong to be able to come out to receive Lu Yu and not let Lu Yu eat a closed door. Please take a seat, team leader Lu, I have a meeting in half an hour. If you're arresting someone or investigating something, please just say so. Looking at the empty table, not even a cup of hot tea, Lu Yu looked as normal. Pulling out the cell phone equipped with a self-developed system from his pocket, he pushed it to Yu Qidong. I'm here to talk about cooperation. You should have checked my background. Our school lab has been doing the mobile self-research system. After testing it has been commercially available. Yu Qidong looked at Lu Yu in surprise. Of course he had investigated. Making a self-research system so quickly? Yu Qidong picked up Lu Yu's prototype. It was carefully examined. Huawei was internally laying out smartphones. The planned time was the end of the year or next year to launch the first smartphone. For the use of the system, they were the same as the mainstream of the Daxia market, choosing the open source and free Android. At this time, Google, which developed Android, is still grabbing the market with Apple, which came up with iOS. Open source free, seized the market. Even the layout of the smartphone Huawei, at this time there is no plan to self-developed system. The cost is high, and do not see the benefits. You do a good job, can be compared to the market has come out after several rounds of testing Android and iOS? As long as the problem, that equipped with self-developed system of the phone will be blood money, that is not the cost of the research system can be compared. Yu Qidong is an authentic businessman, although the heart already has an answer, or pick up Lu Yu's cell phone use up. Only a few moments of use. He was deeply attracted. Smooth, unrivaled smoothness. No matter how much one swiped, one did not feel the slightest lag or even stagnation. Yu Qidong could tell that the cell phone carrying the self-developed system was merely a cottage machine with very limited performance. Even so, it was able to achieve this kind of smoothness, so it could be seen to what extent the system was optimized. Pushing his glasses, Yu Qidong returned the cell phone to Lu Yu, got up and pulled down the blinds, saying to his secretary, "Send 2 cups of tea in, and help me postpone the meeting later." The steaming tea was placed in front of Lu Yu. Yu Qidong solemnly said to Lu Yu, "Principal Lu Yu, I was abrupt earlier. You should be clear that the supervisory team has brought a lot of trouble to our company. My attitude is somehow the will of the company." Lu Yu nodded his head to show his understanding. Businessmen seeking profits, it was good to sit down and talk. Yu Qidong's attitude was a lot more respectful and asked again, "There are some details I need to ask. What is the underlying kernel of the system? Is it compatible with Android or iOS programs?" It is developed based on the Linux kernel. It is not compatible with programs from other systems. Joke, if you make it compatible, how can you collect the Apple tax in the future? Yu Chi-dong nodded. He was a programmer by training, so he naturally understood. Android is also based on Linux development, iOS is based on Unix. All self-research on the market cannot be separated from these two kernels. It's like the stroke order of Chinese characters, no one uses the same stroke order, the words written are different. Listening to Lu Yu said that the program is not compatible with other systems, he frowned slightly. Although the market of self-research system is still in the mix, there are systems such as Symbian. But the discerning can see that the future is the world of Android and iOS. Google sighed. In 2007, the Global Alliance Organization AOSP was established, with more than 30 cell phone software manufacturers, telecom operators and chip makers in it. They are fully promoting the market share of Android. Apple's sighed. iOS has a first-mover advantage, relying on a clean and tidy system, attracting a large number of independent developers to make apps, and the market share is also increasing rapidly. Independent developers choose iOS for the simple reason that iOS has a high willingness of users to pay. Based on this background, Lu Yu making a self-developed system is awesome, but aren't you looking for death by not being compatible with them? Principal Lu, you're not a businessman, probably don't understand the influence of Android and iOS in the industry. You don't understand? I precisely understand too much to do so. Lu Yu directly interrupted him. I understand their influence very well, but I know better. There is still a chance now. If it's more than 10 years later, it will be more difficult to self-research the system. Lu Yu looked at Yu Chi-dong. Big mouth ah. You will, in the future, similarly go down the road of self-researching systems. But the market at that time. Where is the chance for you to get up? Even if you are desperately waving the flag, a green bubble will be able to card you in pain. Now it is still the time of the group of heroes, seize the opportunity and the possibility of killing out. Yu Chi-dong saw that Lu Yu did not let up in the slightest. The businessman in him secretly shook his head. The system is good, but it must not be put on the first smartphone of Huawei. The first phone has to open the market and grab users, and a mature and stable market-tested system is more reliable. The programmer in him, however, was clear about the value of Lu Yu's system. What he lacks is just a platform and a person who is willing to gamble with Lu Yu. If this system survives the market, it may be able to take over 3 parts of the world in the future. The two thoughts kept warring, and in the end, it was the businessman who had the upper hand. I'm sorry, Principal Lu, we can't reach a cooperation. Choosing your system is too risky, I hope to understand. Lu Yu could hardly say he was not disappointed. He was trying to change the fate of Huawei. He had respect in his heart for this corporation that did not kneel down. However, not everyone could jump out of the times to see the future. Just as well, it just so happened that he was going to Shangjing next. Take the time to see if that marketing god who had just quit his job and was preparing to start a business had any ideas. People who were preparing to start their own business should be a little crazier than a big, established company. Watching Lu Yu turn around and leave the conference room, Yu Chi-dong only felt that he had lost an opportunity that was enough to change the fate of Huawei. Several times he opened his mouth to stay, but his opening was, Principal Lu, you haven't told me the name of the system. Dragon OS. Yu Chi-dong froze. A Dacia classical name? So confident. In the future, Huawei will be named this way as well. Chapter 64 Arrival in Shangjing, picked up by 212 requesting for monthly recommendation tickets. Shangjing 301 Hospital, located in the 3rd Ring Road. After crossing the extremely grand 11-story main hospital building in front of me, there is an inconspicuous 5-story, dirt-colored building to the south of it. The small building is hidden in the depths of the park, few people can notice. However, the older generation of Shangjing talents are clear. The southern side of the small, 5-story building is the key to laying the foundation for 301's position in the medical world of Dacia. Turning over the last page of all the prominent figures in Dacia, almost all of them could not bypass this inconspicuous small building. They all spent the last part of their lives here. One could imagine the level of medical care here. The guards at the entrance alone were far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Perhaps the stallboy at the entrance, who appeared to be selling groundnuts, was the first in the all-army grand competition of a certain war zone. Now, that old man Xian, who had recast the spine for Dacia, was living in Ward 307 on the 3rd floor. The warm summer sun shines into the ward, and the veil by the window dances with the wind. The attending doctor in front of the hospital bed is observing all of Qian's health indicators, carefully recording the data, and adjusting the diet and treatment program at any time. Looking up and noticing the Lion Peak Longjing on the bedside table, the attending doctor complained, Xian Lao, you should drink less tea. Strong tea will affect the absorption of iron in your body. Old Xian, who was covered with age spots, smiled, all medicines are the medicine for each disease, and tea is the medicine for all diseases. I eat tea as in the cure Lu. Qian old voice thick and powerful. If you ignore the Qian old sagging skin, there are all over the age spots, just look at the shining eyes, and young people in their 20s and 30s. When the attending doctor saw Qian Lao quoting gleanings from the Materia Medica to excuse himself, he smiled helplessly and didn't try to persuade him any further. Among the Daxia executives he had taken care of, Qian Lao was considered to be the most carefree one. He didn't have any bad habits, didn't smoke, didn't drink, and was addicted to tea. Rest and relaxation is also extremely regular. This year has been 98 years old, still not dizzy eyes, every afternoon can still find time to understand the cutting-edge technology of Daxia, read the newspaper. However, no one can resist the laws of nature. All indicators of Qian's body are showing that his days are numbered. Recently, the old man Qian, who had been sleeping less and less, was like a return to the light, and his essence was getting better and better. At this moment, the project report held in Qian's hand was the latest result of the South Bay laboratory on 4G development. While reading it, he used a red pen to mark on it. With his authority, there was no scientific research project in Daxia that had set up a secret to him, nor did he dare to. As long as he wanted to, he could see it all. This little child is not bad, for GSO architecture can bypass foreign patents, build cost reduction not to mention, security is also a big cut, it looks like the end of the year should be able to land. Unfortunately, 4G transmission rates still cannot meet the Spirit Realm plan, want to realize the Spirit Realm should be to 5G era. I won't be able to see that day. If Lu Yu, who was on the airplane, heard these words from Elder Qian, there was only endless admiration in his heart. Lu Yu was able to know the future direction because he was reborn, but Qian Lao relied on his solid knowledge to accurately predict. The Spirit World program is the later VR. Qian Lao put down the 4G development report of the South Bay laboratory and looked a bit forlorn. He still has too many ideas that have not been realized and have not been able to land. Time, however, did not have much left. Qian Lao's lover came over and packed up the information one by one. You want to do everything, can't stop for a while, leave the opportunity to the young people, they will do a good job, don't worry. I know, no. Qian Lao smilingly nodded. You give Xiao Ai call to ask, he did not say, to bring the person in charge of the South Bay project to me to see it. This is the past almost a week, how is still no movement? Over the years, Qian Lao has rarely watched TV news, he did not know what Lu Yu did in Pengcheng. The older he gets, the more he returns to the mindset of a child. Only focusing on his favorite things. Other things are ignored. Qian old lover carefully packed up the information, divided into categories and loaded. Once the experimental data is leaked out, it will cause incalculable losses to Daxia. Only after packing it up did she say, Xiao Ai called yesterday, she will come over today, looking at the time it should be in the afternoon. I'm really curious about what that Lu Yu looks like, I heard AI say that he's less than 20, so young. When you blew up the dormitory in California, weren't you also this age? Qian Lao smiled and rubbed his nose, that was one of his happiest times. Under the guidance of his mentor, von Kamen, he was recklessly wielding his talent and feeling out the boundaries of science. He used to firmly believe that science had no borders. Until the United States prevented him from returning home. Everything changed. Qian Lao's lover looked at him quietly and held his hand, she knew he was having flashbacks to the old days. It had become more and more frequent in recent times. Old man. Hang in there for a while longer. At the same time, Lu Yu had just landed on the airplane from Pengcheng directly to Shangjing. As he was about to line up to go down the gangway, the flight attendant suddenly walked straight towards Lu Yu. Excuse me, are you Mr. Lu Yu? Lu Yu nodded, a little puzzled. We have just been informed that you can now get off the plane with priority, and your special car is already waiting outside. Lu Yu had come here in response to Elder AI's appointment. Unexpectedly, Elder AI thought so highly of himself? Directly arranging for an exclusive channel and a special car to transport him? Lu Yu gladly followed the flight attendant through the crowd, which caused the first-class travelers to frown slightly. Originally, spending a large sum of money to sit in first class, it was they who enjoyed priority service. Although dissatisfied, but also would not be stupid enough to talk more about anything at this time. Lu Yu walked out of the airplane's gangway, just below the plane. A Shangjing G212 has been waiting there for a long time. In front of the car, stood a very sharp young man. Quickly walking up to take Lu Yu's luggage, Principal Lu, Chief AI has been waiting for you for a long time, please get on the car. The travelers who witnessed this were instantly dumbfounded. This was the tarmac of an airplane, not an underground garage for soliciting passengers outside the airport. What kind of car, what kind of person, was able to pick someone up on the tarmac? What kind of person is he? Looks so young, it can't be another second generation of someone's family that's using their privileges. Stupid, what second generation can mobilize 212? For a while, some good people raised their cell phones to secretly take pictures. But before they could raise their cell phones, a flight attendant came over with a smile and sidestepped him. Fellow travelers, before leaving the station, everyone needs to be inspected. For the sake of unnecessary trouble, please also promptly delete any photos or videos that shouldn't be in your phone. Thank you all for your cooperation. The implication was clear. The car and that person that was just seen could not leave traces. Immediately, some people were dissatisfied and muttered. Why, taking pictures and videotaping is my freedom, you guys have no right to inspect. Right, what gives you guys the right? On the contrary, there were military fans who looked at the distant Shangjing Jeep 212, the exposed black license plate on a white background was shocked in their hearts. The military fan only felt a cold air from the bottom of his feet straight to his head. He knew very well what this meant. Panicked to delete the photos just taken in the cell phone, not daring to leave the slightest trace. He understood that he would not be able to leave the airport without deleting it. Lu Yu naturally noticed the small commotion caused by the airport. In his heart, he was even more puzzled. He was not AI Lao's illegitimate son, so why make such a big fuss? Lu Yu drilled into the Shangjing 212. At a glance, he saw the old man sitting next to him, the head of AI Shigeng. Elderly, hair white, a uniform, sitting straight, on and not angry from the imposing. In the face of this take care of their own quite a lot of AI chief, Lu Yu for a moment do not know how to open the name. Rather, it was Elder AI who saw his dilemma. Principal Lu, this is our first official meeting. You are even younger than you look on the profile. You are really young and promising. If you don't mind, call me Elder AI. Lu Yu did not have a military rank or an administrative level. Calling Elder AI was the least likely to make a mistake. Elder AI, thank you very much. Lu Yu was very sincere, thanking this old man from the bottom of his heart for taking care of him and making himself less troublesome. What are you thanking me for? Just do your job properly. The meaning of our existence is originally to create a peaceful and developing environment for the people. Lu Yu could hear it. AI Lao's words are not a scene, all from the heart, is a true believer. Looking at the front of the loaded guards, Lu Yu was a little sweaty. AI Lao, I have a question. How come you still personally came over to pick me up? Afraid? Elder AI laughed loudly. I thought that Principal Lu, who killed in Pengchang, was not afraid of anything. Lu Yu scratched his head in embarrassment. It can be the same. Don't flatter yourself, it's to take you to see old man Xian, that's why there is this level. If you kid come to Shangjing by yourself, how can you have such a big face? AI old man then said, take out all the electronic products on you. Later when you get to the place you have to go through the security check, be mentally prepared. Hearing that the level was so high because he wanted to see Qian Shuessen, Lu Yu instantly understood that even if that old man had retired to the second line and his days were numbered, there were still quite a few people who were secretly staring at him. Too many people did not want this old man who had made great contributions to Daxia to die well. Therefore, anyone who wanted to get close to Elder Qian had to go through layers of security checks, and his file could not have the slightest flaw. If it wasn't for Elder AI leading the way, Lu Yu would not have been qualified to see Elder Qian. Even so, when the car arrived at Shangjing 313 Hospital, Lu Yu was still led into a small dark room. According to the instructions, all the clothes are taken off, and the whole body inside and outside should be examined. Damn, chrysanthemums are not spared. After checking, changed into a set of clean and sharp Chinese mountain clothing. Zhongshan suit, Lu Yu wore the first time to usually wear a suit more. The main reason was that the tailor who could make a decent Zhongshan suit was really hard to find. And the Zhongshan suit that can be provided here, naturally will not be crude. Lu Yu looked at his unfamiliar self in the mirror. Sword brows and starry eyes, a back and B waist. Just one word, handsome. In the end, Zhongshan suit was more suitable for Daxia people than suits. Elder AI, who pushed open the door and came in, saw Lu Yu, who was looking at the mirror stinking. Come on, don't look in the mirror. If you like it, I'll send you a dozen or so sets when I leave later. Really? This is as good as lying to you. Lu Yu couldn't help but touch the Chinese mountain suit. Looking at Lu Yu, who was overjoyed because of a few pieces of clothing, Elder AI couldn't help but laugh. It was hard to imagine. He was the one who had turned Pengchang upside down. A young man's heart but also has a thunderous method. It is really rare and precious. The question that Elder Qian had raised in the beginning, he might be able to give an answer to it. Chapter 65, Old Man Qian's Question, Lu Yu's Promise Seeking Monthly Recommendation. After knowing that he wanted to meet Old Man Qian, Lu Yu thought a lot. What he looked like, what words he would say, how he should respond, and what questions he should ask him. Lu Yu even relied on learning to be rich to draft a few very in-depth technological questions. However, when General AI let himself into that modest ward and saw that somewhat rich old man, all preparations became meaningless. The old man was sitting on the sofa by the window, which was of coffee-colored velvet, slightly stained on close inspection, and very dated. The newspaper was clutched in his loose palm and drooped on the armrest, his eyes closed in sound sleep. Shuessen, the guests are here. Qian Lao's lover gently woke him up. There's no harm in letting Elder Qian rest a little longer. AI Shigeng said in a panic. Qian Lao's lover shook his head. Shuessen instructed, you guys come and call him directly, he's afraid of falling asleep and not waking up. The implication of the words was self-evident. Lu Yu and AI Shigeng revealed a difficult color. Qian old lover laughed, don't make dead air, the two of us have long looked away. More than 90 years of age in the old family are going to let people scold the old undead. Qian old love is a musician, own stock of graceful temperament, from her mouth to say old immortal, this kind of vulgar language, but let the atmosphere ease a lot. Three people chat work. Qian Shuessen woke up, he surveyed Lu Yu, eyes clear and powerful, and Lu Yu thought he wanted to consider their own. Instead, he picked up oranges from the fruit basket next to him and handed them to Lu Yu. Eat oranges? It's quite sweet, I don't love these fruits, and they still like to send them here. Lu Yu took it. So young, where is home? Luo City. Nice place, the people there are very simple. I lived there for a few years during the construction of Project 531. Lu Yu did not answer. It wasn't that it was intentionally cold. It was really that old man Qian was completely different from what he had imagined. The feeling he gave Lu Yu was different from the old man playing chess in the park. Who would have thought that Qian Lao's next words would almost flash Lu Yu's waist? Look at your age, you should not be married yet. I don't have a suitable one in my own family, but I know some old guys who have girls of similar age in their families. I don't know if you have any ideas. Next to him, Ai Shigun looked at old man Qian in surprise. How could he not expect it? He actually wanted to matchmake for Lu Yu. With Chen Lao's status, could the old man in his mouth be an ordinary person? At least, the energy was on the same level as old man Qian. Families at that level, if they could marry each other, they would undoubtedly change their destiny and truly cross over classes. What's more, with Chen Lao's current status and prestige, the possibility of the other party refusing if he makes a match is extremely low. Lu Yu, you really earned it. Ai Shigun couldn't wait to promise for Lu Yu. The money old man is not a joke, is really want to give Lu Yu said a marriage. He has been through the overseas scientific research and Daxia scientific research for many years, and clearly knows that sometimes it is not to engage in scientific research, and it is not as good as having talent. Especially in the era of peace. Talent is the most worthless. Talent is the most easily buried. Scientific research is the need for resources, and sometimes the people who hold the resources in their hands are precisely those who do not know the technology. They would rather invest their resources in their own family members, researching some worthless scientific research projects, brushing up their own family members' resumes than giving them to the people who really need them. If he wanted to change this situation, old man Qian was powerless to do so. Therefore, if you help Lu Yu find the family that holds the resources, he will be able to take a lot less detours in the future. The most solid and stable way is to get married. These thoughts in his heart, Qian Lao will not open his mouth to say, politely explained, my old friend's granddaughters I have seen, talent and appearance can be counted in the people's qualifications, success or failure, you can take this opportunity to get to know the acquaintance. To be able to let elder Qian evaluate her as a middle-aged person is already outstanding in the eyes of ordinary people. Just when a few people thought that Lu Yu might agree, Lu Yu opened his mouth without thinking. Elder Qian, I already have a girlfriend, she will also be my future wife. Reborn, there were many things Lu Yu would choose to change, would try to choose the optimal solution. Only the matter of his wife was the only thing that he would not change, nor would he consider the optimal solution. Xiao Yu was the only answer. Ai Shigung couldn't help but say, you mean Zhang Xiaoyu who was studying in Qingbei? But the gap is too big compared to the person Elder Qian can introduce you to. Lu Yu's background was not a secret in Ai Shigung's place, and the Qin level program was to conduct a detailed investigation of the participants. Lu Yu was a little displeased. Ai old man from the military, speak too straight. Lu Yu understood the intentions of the two old men. At their age, they were already very open-minded about many things. Perhaps in their view, marriage was nothing more than a relationship of mutual support to spend one's life hand in hand. Choosing the right person is far more important than liking the person. Don't often hear people say, a person's life. There are only 3 chances to change fate. The first is birth, the second is the college entrance examination, and the third is marriage. Lu Yu was equally clear. The few business giants who have risen to fame have more or less been assisted by their wives. Even the giant of the communications industry, Huawei, cannot be an exception. Lu Yu, however, preferred to go through the narrow door, taking the most difficult path. He shook his head, still looking at the 3 old men in front of him in an undeniable manner. There is no other possibility for the marriage, I will only choose Zhang Xiaoyu. Lu Yu was quite helpless. Elder Qian was really just like the oldest man in the park, so attached to his marriage. Jing. Inside the hospital room, Lu Yu's reply was loud and clear. Immediately after that, Chen Lao and Ai Shigung both laughed one after another, and Qian Lao even childishly made a face at his wife. How's that? I told you he wouldn't agree, my eye for people is still very accurate. Ai Shigung even slapped Lu Yu's shoulder, I knew it when I read his resume, this kid has love and justice. Lu Yu looked at the 3 old men in confusion. Elder Qian's lover explained, before you came, Shuesan and I and Xiao Ai made a small bet on whether you would accept Shuesan's introduction. Ah? Lu Yu scratched his head, this could be a bet, what if I accept? If you accept, I'll introduce you. Do you think Grandma made it up? There really is a suitable girl, the Ni family's precious granddaughter, Ni Chuxian, has just returned to China to join her grandfather's project team. Of course, she is in with real skill, Ni high that old man even his own son will not open the back door. Lu Yu sensed that old lover Qian's attitude towards himself had changed. Just now, although she was very polite, she was always separated by a distance and was not very close. Now that the other party had already referred to herself as Lu Yu's grandmother between words, it was evident that there was a lot of familiarity. This is considered a small test that old man Qian gave himself? He is considered to have passed? Lu Yu did not know. Elder Qian looked at Lu Yu with a smile on his face, his admiration practically overflowing. He himself and his lover were childhood sweethearts, and had experienced all kinds of temptations and trials in the United States. He had also seen his colleagues unable to resist the temptation to stay in the country that claimed to be free. Naturally, after knowing that Lu Yu has a childhood friend like Zhang Xiaofu, he could not help but think of a test. If he agrees, he will help him to get a suitable marriage, and this is the end of his destiny. Do not promise, the future of the road will be much harder to go, but also he hoped Lu Yu choose. There are no shortcuts in scientific research. Lu Yu ate the orange, his heart was in the right place. If someone else was sitting here, he really agreed. And did not marry Jiang Xiaoyu, not even counted as Chen Shimi, take advantage of the momentum to help, is not it beautiful? But there are some things, really have to stick to. At this time, Xian Shuasen gently coughed. Ai Shigung nervously stood up. Qian Lao, you should rest. Only to see him waving his hand, still looking at Lu Yu. I still have a question I want to ask him. Lu Yu, I know you have some school. I want to ask you, why do our schools always fail to produce outstanding scientific and technological innovation talents? Here it comes. The famous Qian Shuesen's question. Lu Yu couldn't help but sit upright and deliberate for a long time before speaking. Elder Qian, I don't want to comment on the superiority or inferiority of the education methods of Daxia in foreign countries. I clearly know that the people of Daxia are equally intelligent. What I can do is to give them the space and platform to utilize their intelligence and slowly go about influencing Daxia. At that time, someone will give the answer. Not to say, just to do. This was Lu Yu's answer. Principal Lu, how many years do you want? The address in Elder Qian's words had changed, and it was clear that he had expectations for Lu Yu. 5 years I will let my school, my students, give birth to a batch of students not weaker than the top talents from abroad. Xian Shuesen got up with the help of his lover. That's good, remember to bring a pot of good tea at that time, and bring your students to give the old man a chat. Good. Chapter 66 AI Lao's warning, Zhong Wankan's god of marketing seeking monthly recommendations. Assisted Xian old man back to rest on the hospital bed. Lu Yu, two people will no longer disturb, quietly exit the ward. Xian Lao's lover followed him out and handed Lu Yu a thick file bag. Inside this is some of the annotations Shuesen made during this period of time after he looked at the South Bay 4G scientific research project. You can take it back to take a look at it, it should be helpful. Lu Yu took out from the file bag and hurriedly looked at a few eyes, said that the annotations, in fact, equivalent to guiding the construction in the overall framework to give a lot of quite valuable ingenuity. But the minutiae are a bit timid. After all, the communication profession is not Xian Lao's field of expertise. Can do this step has been very impressive. After thanking him again, Lu Yu accompanied Elder AI towards the outside of the hospital. It seems that Elder Qian has high hopes for you. I've never seen him say so much to a young man. Elder AI, are you and Elder Qian very familiar? Lu Yu had long since realized that the two of them were very cordial between words. The earliest Miss Chiu project he was engaged in was the one that drew my troops to be in charge of security and defense, and later when he went to study rockets, I was also the one in charge of approaching him, and counting. We have more than 40 years of friendship. Ai Shigung to be much younger than Qian Lao, but also to the age of years, at this moment said here inevitably sigh. The old friends around him were gradually leaving. The taste of this, like a fish drinking water. Traveling to halfway, AI old man opened his mouth. By the way, there is something to inform you in advance, your school's application for promotion to be rejected, there should be a formal official letter sent over after a while. Before leaving for Pengcheng, Wang Yi mentioned to Lu Yu the matter of specializing in education. Lu Yu does not care about the level of the school, and let Wang Yi do it. South Bay campus is sitting on the national military level projects, and Lu Yu seems to promote the book should not be a big problem. Rather, he didn't expect it to be dismissed. Does Elder AI know what the reason is? The obvious answer is that your school is not large enough, the number of enrollment is insufficient as well as there are no national research awards. Lu Yu had read the information when he ran the school. To put it simply, at the college level, the size of the full-time enrollment should be above 5,000 students. University level, the full-time enrollment size should be more than 8,000 people. The number of graduate students is not less than 5% of the total full-time enrollment. In the third category, colleges of arts, sports and other special subjects or with special needs may be exempted from this limit upon approval by the Ministry of Education. Enrolled students are the core. Other requirements such as the school area, the number of teachers and coursework settings are all linked to the students enrolled. Lu Yu looked at the system's statistics panel. Area, 1982.3 acres. School students, 1057. Teachers, 307. There were a total of 1,069 students who had volunteered at the beginning, and due to various reasons, 12 students had dropped out. According to the information returned by Wang Yi, most of them are the requirements of their families, and they want their children to repeat 1 year of undergraduate study. Therefore, if they were divided according to the standard, Lu Yu School would undoubtedly belong to the third category. This was in line with Principal Huang's qualifications, and the school itself was a private specialized school. Hardly in accordance with the rules, Luyu's school promotion to the bachelor's degree is indeed very reluctant, and even far from qualified. However, in Daxia, how many things really follow the rules? People who have lived in Daxia for a long time understand. Whenever a matter starts to talk about rules, it must not be something wrong with the rules, but rather there is trouble outside the rules. Luyu helped AI Lao open the car door and the two sat in, inquiring, AI Lao, what's going on? Alas, you're not pretending to be confused. You've made Pengcheng University all over the city, but also pulled Han Ziogi down to the Yuansher. People in the education system are already more than just dissatisfied with you. It is to see you as an enemy, alien. Otherwise, what do you think I'm carrying the pressure for you in Shangjing? Luyu sweated and thanked Elder AI once again. It was not difficult to guess that without the lightness of AI Lao's mouth, the pressure of this could not be small. Luyu, people who engage in academics, no matter how greedy and lustful they are in private, but do you know what they value the most? Talent? No. Elder AI shook his head. It's clear reputation. All things are inferior but only reading is high. This is something that is deeply embedded in the bones of Daxia. One can arrest him, sentence him, kill him, but if he destroys his clear name, it will be worse than death. Luyu did not agree. Elder AI, the scholar I respect is not the kind of scholar like Han Ziogi, it is the kind of scholar like Elder Qian. I understand your dissatisfaction, but they themselves don't think so. Any Yuansher who has been recognized by the Daxia Academy of Sciences thinks that they have gained the so-called clear name, and they are a natural community of interest. The Daxia Academy of Sciences, the highest academic institution of natural sciences in Daxia, is also the highest advisory body for science and technology. In other words, the Mount Everest of schools. Yuansher was produced from here. Elder AI had already said the words euphemistically, and Luyu's thunderous approach to Han Ziogi was to exaggerate, causing dissatisfaction in the entire Daxia Academy of Sciences. Luyu, carting your school's qualification for specialization is just the beginning. The next school will encounter constraints in every aspect, and they are constraints that cannot be picked out at all. Meaning, I should compromise with them? Luyu's words already carried a stern killing aura. Compromise with a group of corpses? There was never this option. Compromise to do what? Elder AI's eyes widened, as if he could hardly imagine Luyu would say these two words. No matter how much they engage in small actions, they wouldn't dare to go against the country's general trend. What you have to do is to let the technology of the South Bay project team have milestones to present as soon as possible and coalesce into your own momentum, so that the scientific research community would have a group of people waving flags and shouting for you. AI Lao turned his head to look out the window. AI Shiging, these words spread out, afraid that it would immediately cause him a great deal of trouble. And to be able to speak so frankly, he clearly viewed Luyu as his own son or nephew. Luyu was grateful. Nonetheless, Luyu did not recognize that Elder AI had taught himself to follow the example of Elder Qian. Qian Shuesan is Qian Shuesan, Luyu is Luyu. He could not become the former, and the former might not be able to do what the latter did. Of course, it's time to grab the research results of the South Bay campus and grab them into the market. A steady stream of money can only have the bottom line. Luyu's mind came up with the name of another target person who came to Shangjing this time, Lei Jun. At the same time, Zhongguancun, Beijing, Silver Valley Mansion. Lei Jun, who has already become free at the age of less than 40, does not have the slightest pleasure. Clean and tidy desktop. In addition to the most common office supplies, the most conspicuous is the curled edge of a book, Silicon Valley Fire. People are great because of their dreams, Lei Jun read in a low voice. He had decided to bet everything to enter the cell phone industry. He wanted to be a great company and wanted to contribute to society. Excellence died halfway, and Jinshan's business model was doomed to grow. Now the windfall is right in front of us, smartphones. The iPhone was just released in 2007, opening the era of smartphones, and Google just open-sourced Android this year 2009. Timeless, the market has not been divided up geographical advantage, he has sufficient startup capital, lack of just people and. Lei Jun anxiously looked at the time. Today is once again to persuade his former colleague Li Wanxiang in his own business days. The industry is very top designers, Lei Jun is imperative. Seeing that the agreed time has long passed, Lei Jun several times picked up the cell phone to ask what is going on. Li Wanxiang is not a person who refuses an appointment for no reason. Just at this time, in the corridor came Li Wanxiang. Bright laughter through the frosted glass can be seen. He accompanied another person walking quickly. From the figure, Lei Jun did not recognize. The office door pushed open moments later. Principal Lu, come on in. Tell Lei Jun about your system properly. I can guarantee that it will definitely become the best system in the world. Lei Jun looked at the doorway in surprise. He was familiar with Li Wanxiang, and Li Wanxiang was definitely not this flamboyant character in private right now. Beside Li Wanxiang was Luyu, who had not yet had time to change his clothes, with a slim-fitting Zhongshan suit and an extremely handsome appearance. For a moment, it made Lei Jun think that he was the image spokesperson for the future company. Ali, this is? Lei Jun asked. With a strong Xiantao accent, Liu said in his heart, this flavor can be too correct. Principal Lu, I ran into him downstairs, heard him say he was looking for you, so I chatted for a few moments. Of course, that's not the point. The point is for you to take a look at their school's self-developed cell phone system. Lu Yu handed Lei Jun's phone at the right time and did not introduce too much. Lei Jun, these early internet bigwigs were all top programmers from the top. They could see the value of the system. Lei Jun took it suspiciously. When deciding to gamble everything to make a smartphone, the first and foremost problem in front of us is naturally the operating system. Why do you want to do it after Android is open source, and why do you value Li Wanxiang so much? Lei Jun just wants to be like most companies on the market and magically change Android. Developing a mobile operating system from scratch is too difficult and time-consuming, so it would be better to sell the product first and take up the market first. While thinking and observing this self-developed system, Lu Yu is calm and relaxed. He was very clear about the value of this system. A lot of optimization, which was borrowed from the experience of the later generations. In this era where the mobile system was very rough, it was a descending blow. Now, what to see is Lei Jun, willing to take a gamble. Put your next will set off a bloody storm in the smartphone market millet, fully loaded with my system. Even if Lei Jun does not agree, Lu Yu will not go down to build a cell phone, and they go to kill. Big deal, wait a few more years. Domestic self-developed system, they are just needed. After the last life of entrepreneurship, Lu Yu has a very clear perception of his business ability. The gap between Lei Jun and this predator is really a difference. Small wealth depends on hard work, big wealth depends on luck. If the system is placed in Lei Jun's hands, he may be able to completely open the market in half a year's time. If Lu Yu did it himself, he would need 5 years. Too long. What's more, his own focus was still on running the school, and self-researching the system was just a means of generating income for the school. Lu Yu sat on the sofa, quietly waiting for Lei Jun's reply. Cup after cup of tea was drunk. Time has passed nearly 2 hours. Lei Jun finally reluctantly put down his cell phone, his body leaning forward, extremely oppressive. Principal Lu, as long as you grant the system only to my company, I am willing to offer $1 billion. Li Wanxiang beside him sucked in a breath of cool air. On the market, Android was acquired by Google Incorporated in 2005 for $50 million. Lei Jun's price of $1 billion to Lu Yu, when converted into dollars, was already 3 times the acquisition price of Android. Jun, so crazy? This is still not a system that has not gone through the market. Chapter 67, 1,000 horsebones, time is of the essence. Request for monthly recommendations. Lei Jun didn't feel that the price was too high. He was clear about the value of the mobile system. To know, he himself belonged to the top group of programmers. Sophomore began to do projects, written language development program into the computer textbooks, the 4th year by doing programming to earn the first bucket of gold. After graduation, he also followed the big brother of the first programmer of Dacia to fight with Microsoft. Years of experience in the internet has long made Lei Jun refine eyes of fire. Lu Yu also let Lei Jun's vigor startled. However, thinking about Lei Jun's other future identity is not strange. Angel investors. After entering the smartphone industry, the precision of the investment vision is smashing. He himself is a crazy gambler. Life and death is not a matter of concern. Lu Yu picked up his tea and moistened his dry throat. Mr. Lei Jun, I won't sell the system, I'm here to talk to you about cooperation. Disappointment was evident in Lei Jun's eyes. Is it because you think the money is given less? Lu Yu shook his head. Lu Yu would not do a one-hit deal. In the future era of smartphones, the mobile system was the hen that would lay golden eggs. In the future, iOS's App Store would be able to acquire $20 billion a year just through developer draws, equivalent to $300 million in the books every day. $1 billion was just 4 days. Mr. Lei Jun, I would like to become a co-founder of your company in the form of a technology stake, and the system I will only retain ownership of. All other permissions can be authorized to you. It was no secret that Lei Jun was preparing to enter the smartphone industry, and was recruiting heavily in his circle of friends. Looking at the excessively young Lu Yu, Lei Jun was a little hesitant. He liked to use people he was familiar with when he started a company, and based on his experience, technology wouldn't go wrong, but it was often the people who went wrong. With the value of the self-developed system, if divided by equity, Lu Yu would become the second largest shareholder after Lei Jun. If he did something with this much authority, it would be fatal to the company's development. He had seen too many companies go down because of infighting at the top. Just when Lei Jun was ready to add more money to try to acquire, Lu Yu's next words directly let Lei Jun know worries. I don't participate in the company's decision-making. The voting rights can be held by Mr. Lei Jun on behalf of Mr. Lei Jun, but I demand to have 100% of the say in the development of the system. Looking at the dumbfounded Lei Jun, Lu Yu secretly lamented in his heart. When Xiaomi first opened the market with the highly playable MIUI, who would have thought that the system would become the biggest shortcoming later on? Lei Jun was confused because he did not expect Lu Yu to give up the most crucial voting rights. The right to vote is the right to speak in the company, is the shareholders in the company decision-making with the vote. As long as it involves the direction of the company's development, then it is inevitable to produce differences, disputes. After all, people and people are completely different. But Lei Jun business see floating for many years, he is very clear, key decisions must be dictated when necessary. This is also why he chooses co-founders like to have acquaintances around him. Acquaintances trust him enough. The key time will not go against his wishes. Based on such considerations, Lei Jun, faced with Lu Yu's self-research system, wants to acquire, and does not want him to participate in it. However, after he ceded his voting rights, there seemed to be no reason to reject it himself. Without pondering for too long, Lei Jun immediately instructed his secretary to draft a contract and was about to sign it with Lu Yu. The agreed result was that Lu Yu held 27%, just 4% lower than Lei Jun and far higher than the rest of the co-founders. Lu Yu decided to take out 7% to Chen Jinfan, 4 people. Without them, the mobile system landing cannot be so fast. Lei Jun really has more vigor than Big Mouth. I'm afraid this is the difference between a founder and a senior laborer. After the contract was signed, there was the usual business socializing and drinking. Having become one of their own, at the table Lei Jun also told Lu Yu in detail about the next plan. Lei Jun said, "Originally, I planned to expand the company's influence with the help of the internet after the company was established next year, and to make the system first and cultivate a group of loyal fans." Lu Yu nodded. Lei Jun's fear-inducing marketing ability was definitely the top of Daxia. Xiaomi had not been born in 09, and Xiaomi's first cell phone listing would not be until 11. During this period of more than a year, what Lei Jun is doing is relying on the Android system, constantly optimized to do MIUI system, with excellent tuning, in the forum to accumulate a large number of die-hard fans. The good thing is that this is not strong for the core technology competitiveness of the startup company, can quickly accumulate customer groups. The bad thing is that it is a full year behind the iPhone 4 of Joe, and it has been difficult to kill the high-end flagship market. With Principal Lu's self-research system, my strategy should be changed. Perhaps the product release time can be advanced. Advance? To compete with the iPhone 4 on the same stage? Lu Yu secretly said that Lei Jun's ambition was not small. Challenging Apple's dominant position in this era is not something that can be done by relying on self-developed systems alone. The iPhone is the ultimate monster that realizes self-research from the chip to the system. In the era of Daxia's domestic chips lagging behind, most manufacturers can only avoid its front. Watching Apple take the market profit, the biggest cake, and away. The rest of the company eat the cake with the smallest profit. This has to sigh flour for the head iron. Can be hard from Apple's mouth to grab meat to eat. If you can cooperate with the flour for, undoubtedly Lu Yu is the best, but unfortunately the big family flour for simply do not see. Of course, honestly speaking, Yu Qidong, who understands the value of Lu Yu's system, simply does not have the ability to make decisions. The eyes of Lei Jun is still operating in a strange accent of Mandarin, talking about the idea of the future business map. The table has been empty. 3 bottles of red wine. Lu Yu, drink some head. Lei Jun patted Lu Yu's shoulder with a big tongue. Principal Lu, when the company develops, I've decided, I'll move all the technical laboratories to your school. You have to train your students well and engage in technology. I don't want to look at the face of foreigners to run the company anymore. I want to use our Daxia's own hardware to compete with them. Sell our Daxia's cell phones to Wall Street and ruthlessly harvest foreigners' money. Sell foreigners at a high price, sell us at a low price. Affirmative action in science and technology. Use the money of foreigners to affirmative action for people in our country. Lei Jun has been drinking a little out of shape. Some of the words spread out will already cause a storm of public opinion. Lu Yu was very understanding. He grew up this way, is constantly in foreign enterprises to fight WPS and Office Excellence Network and Amazon, but the results are all defeated. This is still on the internet where everyone basically started at the same time, and the competition in the hardware industry is even worse. Lei Jun and Apple on the same stage, no chance of winning. The probability is that the abuse of the dregs are not left. To know. The world's best cell phone screen, priority supply of Apple. The world's foundry production manufacturing chip, priority to Apple production. In this case, how can a cell phone company that merely uses secondary hardware materials compare with others? Rely on sentiment? That's only worth a few dollars. It's not that Daxia entrepreneurs don't want to use it, but they simply don't have it, they simply can't do it, and they have to look at other people's faces. Lei Jun drank too much. Hugging the garbage can wow and vomit. Principal Lu, help yourself. Li Wanxiang helped Lei Jun to the next box to rest. Lu Yu sat in the empty box, looking at the table full of mess, pouring himself a cup of strong tea to dispel the discomfort of alcohol. The black rectangle close to his chest emitted a gust of coolness, and the drunken words that Lei Jun said were still hovering in his ears. I want to benchmark Apple. Since we have a self-research system, we have to set the launch on the same day. Knife to knife, head to head. Sentence by sentence, let Lu Yu steeply born out of a sense of urgency that time is not on our side. The school's development seemed to be on the right track, and Yuan Shi was able to pull himself off the altar. Eat it, Dragon OS and 4G architecture will become the school's money-sucking monster in the future. But when analyzed in detail, there is always a lack of hardware physical industry support. To put it bluntly, in addition to the 4G architecture, the other sides simply do not care. The value of self-developed systems is much lower than self-developed chips. Photolithography. Lu Yu clutched the black rectangle. Today the time is the end of October, and the memory of the iPhone 4 release is next June. There are still more than half a year. Very compact. Spell it out. Since you want to compete on the same stage, then I will give you a gift at that time. Since we are going to do it, let's go out on a limb. Chapter 68 Recruiting NIU Unsure, Lu Yu's sincerity seeking monthly recommendations. After Lu Yu signed the contract, he went to Qingbei to see Jiang Xiaoyu and told each other. Qingbei's heavy coursework, the two came out to open a room. This girl is also touching the bed to sleep. This put Lu Yu heartbroken. A few days later, Lu Yu quietly left Shangjing. Returning to school, Wang Yi impatiently told Lu Yu a series of bad news. The school specialization was rejected, and the other party also asked to review our school's qualifications. Our school has a few teachers to apply for the title also encountered problems, obviously meet the conditions. The other side said that private colleges do not have the qualifications. Also, principal, the teaching and research team from Shangjing came 3 times in just a few days, pointing out that our school's curriculum is unreasonable and needs to be rectified by a deadline. Principal, are we moving someone's cake? What should we do next? Lu Yu scratched his head. The root of the matter was naturally his trip to Pengchang. According to Lu Yu's past style, he was bound to fight hard with the other party to the end. If you make me feel no pain, then you don't want to feel pain either. However, after meeting Qian Lao and Lei Jun in Shangjing, Lu Yu's thoughts changed. The enemy is never inside, the outside is our enemy. It is imperative that we hurry to get the photolithography project up and start engaging in self-developed chips. Thinking of this, Lu Yu waved his hand. Rectify the place that should be rectified. If the title can't go up, then it can't go up. I'll give you guys a salary that is higher than a normal professor. In terms of salary and welfare, Lu Yu never hurts money. It is definitely a unique level. But principal, because of the title issue many teachers are complaining, and even want to resign to go to another school. Those who want to go can't be stopped, just let them be. Lu Yu's school recruited twice as many teachers as normal schools, mainly to improve the quality of teaching. The effect of a teacher teaching 20 students in a class was very different from teaching 60 students. Recruiting so many teachers, Lu Yu, since it is impossible to do one by one, inevitably there are fish eyes for pearls. At the moment, the school has encountered heavy resistance from all sides, but it is just the right time to use to pick out those who have second thoughts. After talking to Wang Yi, Lu Yu continued, help prepare an official letter and send it to Mr. Nid Hai, saying that he is invited to participate in the project at the South Bay Laboratory. Nid Hai, who had worked for Liang Wang, left Liang Wang because of his disillusionment after failing to fight for Liang Wang's internal development direction. This was not a secret in Daxia's circle of science and technology scholars. Principal, looking for NIU Unsure, are we going to build chips? Nid Hai's original Liang Wang dispute was a big deal, and everyone in Daxia knew what that skinny old man wanted to do. That's right. Lu Yu nodded. It might be a bit difficult to invite NIU Unsure over, he doesn't trust anyone these days. Lu Yu looked at him suspiciously, what's going on? Alas, after NIU Unsure left Liang Wang in '99, there were quite a few people who had their eyes on him, and this included the owner of the Hughes Technology, Xiaojie. Lu Yu understood. Unsure itself represented resources. A company that could pull in Unsure to stand in the early stages of business could easily take off. Wang Yi continued, Xiaojie's banner at the beginning was to create a core for Daxia, and NIU Unsure was very moved, applying for policies for him before and after, pulling in funds, and giving him great help. Rumor has it that it also helped him apply for the qualification of a laboratory that starts with the word Tang. There were 4 levels, Qin, Han, Tang, and Song. Lu Yu's own laboratory was at the Qin level, so he could naturally guess what the word Tang meant. The land tax, water and electricity reductions, a fixed amount of annual research funding, and all sorts of exemptions and privileges. After the application came down, Xiaojie revealed the horse's footsteps and kicked NIU Unsure out of the game, and he used all the land granted to him by the state at a low price for scientific research to develop real estate. NIU Unsure, for this reason, even apologized to the state, stating that he was the one who did not know his people well. Lu Yu sighed, never thought that after Liang wanted the struggle to end, there was still such a thing. Thinking about it is also understandable. What was the most profitable after the millennium? Real estate. Real estate in this era is gold everywhere. As long as you take the land to build a house, backhandedly can earn a lot of money. If you go to engage in high tech, engage in the chip. Maybe hundreds of millions, billions of dollars into the money, and finally even a ring cannot be heard. It's always been like this, there are too many people who think of ways to make money, and too few people who bury their heads in the sand. Principal, if you really plan to dig NIU Unsure, I'm afraid it will be hard to succeed even if you look at him 3 times. After experiencing this he is very wary. He formed a small lab on his own, pulling in students to research. Lu Yu nodded, okay, you go and get busy first, I'll think of another way. After Wang Yi left, Lu Yu opened his computer to collect NIU Unsure's public information, which was not far from what Wang Yi said. In the next school development plan, NIU Unsure was an indispensable part. The project to research chips and photolithography requires a leader, someone who is familiar enough with the industry. If Lu Yu was allowed to start messing around from zero, it would mean rubbing chips from sand. It wasn't that it couldn't be done, but the timeline would be infinitely longer. A little old man who let people fool around and cripple him. It seems that if you want to invite him over, you need to show him something real. Lu Yu did not plan on making a trip. It was not difficult to judge Wang Yi's character from his words. In the face of this kind of technical talent who had something in his heart, the best way was to attract him over. And now Lu Yu. In his hands, he had precisely the treasure that every person who knew technology would go crazy if they looked at it. Xincheng, basement. Nid Hai looked at the mirror under the microscope and shook his head. It looked extremely smooth to the naked eye, but under the microscope it was incredibly rough. Standing beside Nid Hai was a fair girl with a high ponytail, precisely Nid Chuxian, who had just returned from abroad. She carefully removed the lens. Is there a problem with the ratio? It should be. The smoothness is way off. If only I could see Asmax's immersion lithography with my own eyes. The more he researched in this field, the more Nid Hai can feel how big the gap is with foreign countries and how difficult it is to catch up. At one time, the international lithography light source trapped in 193 nanometers for 20 years. Finally, TSMC proposed the immersion lithography program in 2002 and successfully solved the problem. With this, Asmax beat Nikon and became the dominant photolithography machine of the new generation. In 2002, the country just started the 193 nanometers lithography program, more than 20 years behind the international level. Time to now 2009, Asmac has mastered the immersion lithography technology, can reach 45 nanometers below the process of chip production. Technology is to realize the monopoly of the fault. And Dacia's domestic photolithography cutting-edge level is still stuck at 90 nanometers. Even if it is so far behind, the core components are dependent on foreign companies such as Zeiss and Cymer. Under the Wassenaar Agreement, these highly sophisticated components cannot be bought in Dacia. What NIUAnscher wants to do is to get rid of the dependence on their core components and realize self-research. However, it was too difficult. Without reference, it can only be non-stop trial and error, non-stop experiments, like a big luck to find a solution. Undoubtedly extremely burn money, extremely exhausting energy. With the introduction of the $4 trillion infrastructure plan in society, Dacia has fallen into a real estate development boom, and no one cares about the science and technology of NIUAnscher. Ni Chuxian packed up the experimental instruments. Grandpa, go up and rest, don't break your body. Alas, if the collapse of my body can be exchanged for the progress of the photolithography machine, I am willing. Ni Chuxian didn't say anything. Studying abroad, she had seen the gap in the field of semiconductors, a near total backwardness. Semiconductors were in turn the foundation of modern integrated circuits, i.e. chips. That gap, coupled with the domestic climate, made her wonder if the country could catch up. When grandfather's generation passed away, there are still people willing to do this kind of anonymity for the country to forge the sword thing? Ni Chuxian couldn't find an answer. Accompanying her grandfather to the living room and sitting down after pouring tea, she was about to watch some TV when the doorbell suddenly rang. Hello, there's a delivery for you. Please sign here. Normally express deliveries are not delivered to the door, in this case it's a special delivery. Ni Chuxian looks at the shipping address which is Seoul Lu Yu, and the recipient is his grandfather. Grandpa, it's an express delivery from Seoul, the other party is called Lu Yu. Do you recognize it? Nid Hai shook his head. No, I don't recognize it, take it in first. Unwrapping the express, inside was the CD-ROM and a simple letter. There were only a few lines on the letter. NIUAnscher, I am Lu Yu, the principal of Seoul Electronic Information Technology College, and I sincerely invite you to join our school's photolithography chip research laboratory. I hope that you will make your decision after reading the contents of the CD-ROM. Looking at the flying handwriting, Nid Hai frowned slightly. Another scam to get project funds? Raising his hand, he was ready to throw the letter away. Ni Chuxian, however, stops him. Wait, Grandpa, I think I've heard this name somewhere. Let's look at the contents of the CD first. Inserting the CD into the DV. The video was quickly presented. A black rectangle was quietly placed in the center of the screen. Outside the screen, there were constantly people measuring with all sorts of tools, resulting in a data ratio that was always an incomparably accurate 1:4:9. The black rectangle stood there quietly with an indescribable mystery and arrogance. Chapter 69, Confronting. They want to defend the school requesting for monthly recommendation tickets. That black rectangle, it was hard to understand its value if you weren't a researcher. Throwing it on the street, it would even be sent to the recycling station as garbage. Nid Hai was clear, so clear that it made him suspect that the video was processed through post-production special effects. It simply shouldn't be a product that modern technology could make, and he was still repeatedly making sure to his granddaughter until he got on the plane to Seoul. Was the CD destroyed? It didn't leave any traces, did it? Or should we return to take a look? Ni Chuxian helplessly pacified her grandfather. It was burned clean. We watched it burn, even the DV was destroyed. This Luyu is really too haphazard. How can such an important thing just be mailed over? He directly wrote a letter for me to go and take a look at it, not just. Yuancher complained with dissatisfaction. He has been involved in many important national classified projects. Important information is read and then burned. Screening machines need to be double-checked. It wasn't that it hadn't happened before. The spies had installed tiny plug-ins in the projector, and just as the information was played on this side, it was received on the other side. Although Chuxian had received higher education abroad, but only finished graduate school itself, she didn't have a deep understanding of the small black rectangle, grandpa, as to be so nervous. What does that thing actually mean? Simply put, it's a complete reinvention of materials science and precision manufacturing norms. If it's really as shown in the video, then its atomic arrangement has nearly reached the theoretical limit of perfect density, and that's how it can achieve perfect precision. Looking at his granddaughter's confused eyes, Nidhi began to regret sending her abroad, not even understanding this? Nidhi thought for a moment and gave her an example. You've studied Invar alloys, right? I know, Swiss scientist Guillaume discovered it in 1920 and won the Nobel Prize in Physics that year for it. Invar means eternal and unchanging, which obviously means that the material of this alloy is extremely stable. Material stability is an extremely important factor in industry, which means that the production of products can be reproduced and safety can be controlled. Yuancher went on to say, almost every substance, whether solid, liquid or gaseous, expands as the temperature rises and contracts as the temperature falls, a property known as thermal expansion. Like the airplanes we're riding in now, early airplanes were difficult to fly at ultra-high speeds due to the lack of alloy materials that were stable in nature. Chuxian was mesmerized by what he was hearing and immediately grabbed the answer. It's thermal barrier. Friction with the air under ultra-high-speed flight generates heat that will lead to deformation of the fuselage material. That's right, it's not just thermal expansion, but also load and other factors. Understanding all that, you then look at that black rectangle, a monster that is a billion times more outrageous than Invar alloy and extremely stable in nature. It also achieves perfect precision. Using it as a target to shoot arrows, our current research progress will be greatly improved. Chuxian didn't understand until this moment why her grandfather was so excited and didn't stop for a moment to go to Seoul. She was well aware of the difficulty of etching a photolithography machine. Figuratively speaking, it was equivalent to launching a beam of light from the moon and accurately hitting a coin on Earth. The requirements for stability and precision are extremely high. The requirements for the storage environment are harsh to the extreme. Photolithography production of chips in the workshop, dust-free are the basic conditions. The requirements are not more than 10 per cubic meter of dust. Chuxian even thought that if the black rectangle was really like what was shown in the video, Grandpa was afraid that he would stay in Seoul. There were no words along the way, and after landing in Seoul they drove to the Seoul Electronic Information Technology College. Luyu is currently at the South Bay campus to adjust the experimental equipment. Since the level is set to Chin, the construction progress has more than quadrupled. Originally, it was expected that the South Bay campus would be formally completed and put into use by the end of the year, but now the end of October is not even. The first phase of the project has been completed. Luyu looked at the construction progress of the panel. South Bay campus, 76%. Area, 1,200 acres. Funding, 1,098,324,675.00. The consumption of funds was far more than Luyu had imagined. More than 1.5 billion points had been spent directly after the completion of the first phase of construction. Together with the 500 million allocated by the state, $2 billion have been smashed in. This was still based on the two Seoul Steel providing construction steel at nearly cost price. Really burn money, In the preliminary engineering and construction, the most effort invested is not the main building, but the foundation. South Bay is close to the river port. The advantage is that you can use river transportation. The disadvantage is that the foundation is easy to settle. Building a laboratory or a laboratory for researching precision instruments, foundation settlement will be very fatal. In order to stabilize without settlement, the foundation of the main laboratory building alone is 58 meters deep. The construction cost per square meter directly soared to 20,000. Even if Luyu has more than $2 billion lying on his books, it is not enough to spend. The next step was to purchase precision experimental equipment like Heidenhain scale. Less than a meter would cost tens of thousands of dollars. It seems that in the future, we need to establish a finance department specializing in training a group of students to use to get money. Just as Luyu was rambling, Jin, who had fully taken over the campus security work, called. Principal Lu, Yuancher has arrived. Luyu stood up in a mischievous manner. Quickly pick up Yuancher and send him here to the South Bay campus. Standing at the entrance of the experimental building, Luyu paced back and forth, anxiously waiting. Half an hour later, he finally saw an old and young figure, accompanied by Jin, walking over quickly. Yuancher is more anxious than Luyu, just knew who Luyu was from Jin's mouth. 3 steps to catch up to the front, splitting his head against Luyu, a scolding. The CD that was sent is not real. Do you know what that means? How dare you just send it by courier? If it leaks out, do you know what the consequences will be? The little old man's temper was quite explosive. Lu Yu sidled up and invited the two Yuancher into the experimental building, saying as he walked, "The stuff is real," but before seeing it, Yuancher, you need to tell me if you are willing to stay and help me. Yuancher looked at Lu Yu, who was even younger than his granddaughter, and he hesitated. He was afraid that it would be another Theseus technology, using his resources to backhand real estate after cheating the state subsidies. One more time like this, he would really become a sinner of Daxia. The little old man cautiously looked at Lu Yu. "Principal Lu, tell me first, will you do something else with the project funds?" Lu Yu smiled and looked at Yuancher. This little old man was, indeed, terrified. Project funds? The funding for Qin-level projects was definitely the highest priority in the current sequence of Daxia. Why would it be necessary to cheat the subsidy through you? From his pocket, he took out his identity card and threw it to Yuancher, on which was branded with the steel seal of the word Qin. The moment Yuancher saw it clearly, his body shook. Qin level. Dihai touched the document in his hand, only to feel his face hot and painful. He was still worried that people were coveting his resources, but they weren't lacking at all. The research funds for the Qin-level program can be said to have almost no upper limit. Of course, something has to be done. Yuancher think about their own cautious appearance. There was really a sense of absurdity of a beggar holding his nest egg for fear of being snatched by a male. Yuancher, how is it? Lu Yu smiled and extended his hand, waiting for his reply. Yuancher let out a long sigh, with a sense of relief that his years of pursuit had finally seen the light of day, and tightly gripped Lu Yu. "Principal Lu, I am willing to join." Lu Yu sent Yuancher into the laboratory where the black rectangle was stored before he looked at the system. The system surfaced and Yuancher's introduction appeared. Master, Dihai. Skills: Computerized Chinese Character Information Processing, Microcomputer RD, Autonomous Controlled Information Core Technology, Semiconductor Device RD, Integrated Circuit Design. Evaluation: Another golden legend, you kid has such good dog luck. Testing school reaches multiple masters. Activation reward: Fukushu Kongning. Fukushu Kongning, I wish that my body is healthy in old age, and I will be with the flowers for a long time. The dynamic balance of body cells of serving teachers in the school is increased by 50%, immunity is increased by 50%, the principal is increased by 100%. The moment the attributes of Fukushu Kongning appeared, Lu Yu only felt that his body had become lighter. Yes, lighter from the inside out. Lu Yu had always had the habit of exercising his body, and coupled with his youth, he actually had a very good body base. Inevitably, he would feel faint. Now it was a marvelous feeling of opening the two veins, the sky was clear. This seems to enhance longevity. Cellular dynamic balance and immunity are directly related to how long the human body, a precision machine, can be used. Isn't aging a multi-dimensional dysfunction of cells, slowing down of metabolic repair efficiency, overactivity of abnormal cells and so on? Lu Yu could imagine how attractive this would be to people moving into old age. Alas, it's a pity that there's no way to publicize this thing, otherwise, experts and professors all over the world wouldn't be able to get their hands on it? Lu Yu shook his head and walked into the laboratory to discuss with Yuancher about purchasing instruments. As Lu Yu put his focus on the South A branch campus here, this school has triggered a lot of gossip. In particular, several teachers had left the school one after another because of their titles, which made the students a little uneasy. The first to leave was the esports program, which saw 3 teachers leave successively. The reason is obvious: they believe in their hearts that letting students play games in class is nonsense, and teaching such students will affect their future. In the teaching building of the gaming profession, 13 students have not seen their teachers for 2 whole days. At this moment, they were sitting around together. The faces were full of sadness. "Rat, will our major be cancelled? I heard from the other classes that many teachers have already left. The headmaster of the second class of the School of Information told me that the last time the teaching and research group came, they criticized the opening of the e-sports class by name and told the school to rectify the situation. I also heard about this matter. However, I also heard from my third aunt that the school is now related to the principal. Our principal seems to have offended someone, and the school might not be able to continue. Alas, if it really can't go on, I guess I'll let my mom send it to New Oriental to learn how to cook." They were talking about it. Rat Zhang Jishuan pursed his lips tightly and didn't say a word. He didn't understand. Why did those people always think that esports was just playing games, just playing with things? Practicing guns for 16 hours a day, he was confident that he had studied longer than most college students. It was so hard for someone to really look up to him, and now he was going to go out of business? Zhang Jishuan was not willing. He wasn't willing to just watch his dream crack. Bang! Zhang Jishuan slammed a heavy circle on the computer desk. The loud noise startled the crowd. "Rat, you're ing crazy, what's wrong with you?" Zhang Jishuan clenched his fists in death, squeezing the full anger out of his throat. "I've decided, I want to fight a match in the whole country." "No, the whole world." "Fight a match?" Several people looked at him in dismay. "That's right, only by winning the championship and making our school's reputation completely famous, so that everyone can see the school's name, those old things will understand what we're holding on to." No matter what 100 Cities League Internet Cafe Tournament sponsored tournament, as long as I can participate, I'm going to participate. I'm going to stand on all the podiums and tell everyone that I'm a student of Seoul Electronic Information Technology College. Zhang Zhixuan stretched out his hand. You guys, who wants to go with me? Silence. After a few seconds of silence, only one palm was pressed. Together, count me in. I'm going too. They may have gotten the current state of the school completely wrong, but they were also going to try and float it. They knew very well that they had grown up as people who were described by others as playful and unable to achieve greatness, and it was the school, Luyu, who had given them the same dignity as the other students. Now, they want to defend the school. Fight for the school. 2 hours later, the newly recruited esports teacher pushed open the door. Looking at the empty classroom, froze. Did I go to the wrong classroom? Chapter 70, Systems Abnormalities, Shu City's WCG seeking monthly recommendations. When Luyu received the news, the matter had just passed 3 hours, and Zhang Zhixuan and the others had already gotten on the plane to Shu City. The entire students of the esports class ran off to Shu City? What are they going to do there? Skip class. Luyu was puzzled. Wang Yi stood in the classroom of the esports class, holding the note left behind by Zhang Zhixuan, with crooked handwriting stating the reason and also pressing handprints to vote. They said they were going to Shuqing to participate in a tournament to expand the school's fame and prove that the esports major wasn't useless. Headmaster, I guess they were affected by the recent trend within the school. There are quite a lot of departing teachers and they are a bit uneasy. Zhang Zhixuan and the others also have good intentions and want to do something for the school. Listening to Wang Yi's defense, Luyu painfully held his forehead. What fame do you want? There was no need for it at all. During this period of time, he only wanted to quietly engage in scientific research and promote the Dragon OS system, photolithography machine, and self-developed chips to come out as soon as possible. When they were born, the world would naturally need to look up to the Seoul Institute of Electronics and Information Technology. Wait, Wang Yi, who gave them the money? Why are they still on the airplane? Of course it's Huang Ying. Huang Ying said, gave them $50,000. If it's not enough you can ask for more. Wang Yi's tone was obviously a little envious. Principal, you don't know how rich Huang Ying is now. The employees of Edit Company have reached thousands, more than the school teachers, and now also reached a partnership with Zhu's Chamber of Commerce. Stop. Luyu was able to see the books of each yourself, so he naturally knew the scale of her business. In fact, it wasn't much more profitable. That point of profit is not enough for the foundation of the South Bay campus. The initial investment of $10 million want to return to the capital is still early. Luyu tapped the desktop and arranged. Immediately have shown will bring 2 smart and capable people, buy them the fastest trip on a plane ticket, get in touch with Zhang Zhixuan, and make sure they are safe. Okay, principal. Also, allocate $100,000 to Zhang Zhixuan and the others from the principal's entrepreneurship fund, since they're going to play the game, make a name for themselves, and have Huang Ying's money returned to him. The Eat the Mouse company was still in the stage of burning money to develop the market, and there wasn't really much pure profit. Liu waited for the time to help Eat Mao take off to the nation with the help of Lei Jun's cell phone when it went on sale. The era of fully entering the smartphone is when the takeout company will centrally start to explode. Look at the ICE system. Principal's venture fund, $484,490,000. Eat Out invested $10 million, Chen Jinfan's project team $5 million, and Zhang Zhixuan $100,000. The reason for investing in Huang Ying the most was because the takeaway industry was the most capable of absorbing the employed population. Luyu has set excellent benefits for the takeaway boys and they are naturally burning more money. But from a perspective point of view, I'm afraid that the profit earned from takeaways is not as much as the Dragon OS system earns in half a year. In Luyu's conception, make money as much as possible with high-tech products to earn excess profits such as 4G. Eat at this kind of labor-intensive company, the profit big head is to feed back to the takeaway boy. If you make money by squeezing takeaway boys, Luyu thinks that is just too primitive. Also, Zhang Zhixuan is engaged in the esports industry, and frankly speaking, Luyu is somewhat unable to see it. The entire esports market size is only a few tens of billions. It is the market size, not the profit. You can imagine how small the cake is. The last time I ordered Zhang Zhixuan, I wanted him to sit on the wind of 4G and make a short video platform. It looks like it was not expected. After dealing with the school's emergencies, Luyu was about to hang up the phone to return to the lab when Wang Yi suddenly spoke again. Headmaster, I think Zhang Zhixuan and the others did this. They should not only want to win honor for the school, there is a desire for you to pay more attention to them. Oh? Luyu was a bit stunned. Including Huang Ying as well, that little girl is quite scrappy, dealing with the company's business as well as keeping up with her coursework. I've greeted her classroom teachers and asked them to cut Huang Ying some slack and lighten the load, but the teacher said it's Huang Ying herself who doesn't take breaks. She said she doesn't want to embarrass the principal. Wang Yi looked at the handprint note in front of him. I think it, principal, you should take the time to see them more often. These kids are really quite good. Wang Yi finished. Luyu fell into silence. When the school was built, the first batch of students he recruited were actually Zhang Zhixuan and the rest of them, the esports teenagers. As for Huang Ying, she was the first student among the students to reveal that she had the excellence attribute. There was certainly affection for the first batch of students. During this recent period of time, Liu had indeed paid very little attention to them, or even had very little time to go to our school. His entire focus was on the project in the South Bay side, and he was pushing the project to the ground with all his might. This side of a random project landing, the future revenue generated are hundreds of billions of levels. Liu Yu shook his head. It is still important to make money. No money, all things are off. After dispelling those thoughts that should not be there and perfunctorily saying a few words to Wang Yi, Liu continued to devote himself to the research and development of the laboratory. In Ni Yuanshi's help, the laboratory was set up very quickly. The main members, in addition to Chen Jinfan, a few people. Ni Yuanshi also looked for Huang Wendy Yuanshi, a retired female Yuanshi. She had once led the design of the first general-purpose CPU in Daxia. Experimental equipment naturally cannot be less. A few days even domestic photolithography have moved. It is a photolithography machine with a precision of 90 nanometers and imported key components. Ni Yuanshi touched the behemoth in front of him, was sighing. This is not so much self-research, rather than say we bought someone else's key technology and made a shell ourselves. Broken, but also cannot take apart and repair themselves, can only find them. There was a self-destruct device in this kind of highly sophisticated instrument, and taking it apart without authorization would immediately destroy the key meta-components. Liu Yu on the side didn't answer, a little distracted. Ever since the encounter with the school's contingency, there seemed to be some sort of problem with the system. Huang Yuanshi had gladly joined the team at Liu Yu's invitation, but the system did not respond. And the thing that alarmed Liu Yu was that the various gain attributes were decreasing. Master teachers gathering, title is not a standard, papers are difficult to judge, 3 people must be my teacher, discovering master teachers increases efficiency by 119%. School spirit cohesion, dormitories have no small strength, playgrounds don't need to be vacuumed, students just want to stay in school, student truancy rate drops by 37%. Even the progress bar of learning to be rich and famous is decreasing. Learning to be rich 49.22%. Right now, there are no adverse consequences. However, Liu Yu couldn't find the problem, and there was no feedback from the system. What's wrong, is it me? Unity-san, give a word. The system didn't say anything, it just kept lowering. Shu City. Since ancient times, it has been known as the land of heaven. The comfortable climate and slow pace of life had dissolved into their bones. This makes the entertainment life of Shu City far richer than other cities, playing mahjong along the street, playing the arcade. Naturally, there is no shortage of internet cafes everywhere. The entrance to the internet cafe, the road poles are full of WCG word publicity flags. Xiongwu, a few people do not know what it means. Perhaps it is to organize the games. In accordance with Liu Yu's instructions, Xiongwu led the people without much trouble, and smoothly met up with Zhang Jishuan several people in Shu City. Then, he helped these young kids rent 3 apartments here as a training base. Zhang Jishuan chose Shucheng, naturally, not on a whim. Rather, it was because the 2009 WCG World Championship of Esports was held in Shu City, a global event. WCG's tournament programs include Interstellar, Warcraft, CS, CF, DNF and more than a dozen other games. Players from more than 100 countries will arrive in November to compete for the throne. If you want to participate in the tournament, you have to kill your way out of your country's regional tournament standings. Now the time is already in the middle of October, less than a month before the opening of the final on November 15th. The selection for the Daxia region had long since come to a close. The top 10 names on the points list of each game's contestants hadn't changed for a week. The top 10 in the points ranking was the minimum requirement for participation. Nowadays, the top 10 had basically been encompassed by familiar game clubs. For example, Warcraft ranked first by none other than legendary human emperor, We Battle Team's Li Xiaofeng, Zhang Jishuan and the others. It was to kill through this list. In the apartment, a dozen computers are set up in the living room, and the childish face burns with unyielding battle fire. ID Seoul Junior College Zhang Jishuan. ID Seoul Junior College Wang Yuan. ID Seoul Junior College Zhang Jun. 13 neatly organized IDs appeared on the scoreboard, ranking 99+. The crowd looked at each other. Mouse click, registration successful. Kill. Chapter 71, impacting the scoreboard, drawing attention, seeking monthly recommendation tickets. Shu City, We Training Base. We Club, is now the most famous esports club in Daxia. It was all due to the fact that its member, Human Emperor Sky Li Xiaofeng, had won 2 consecutive WCG Warcraft 3 championships, had been inducted into the Hall of Fame, and had topped many overseas tournaments. On top of that, Li Xiaofeng was also the torchbearer for the sensational Shangjing Olympics last year. At this moment, Li Xiaofeng was sitting in front of the computer with an incomparably focused expression, controlling the archmage to mercilessly harvest the druid, eating away at the opponent's base little by little. Standing behind him, the club owner Fei Le was holding a coke, not daring to breathe for fear of destroying his state. Waiting until the last beast drudge of the opponent was turned into a withered bone and the game was declared a victory, Fei Le carefully placed the coke on the table. Li Xiaofeng took the Coke, unscrewed it and took a sip. Has the list come out yet? It's going to be a while, it should be next week, but there are a few tricky players coming out of Korea. Remind Lin, I know. Then do you have the confidence to take this championship? Fei Le looked at Li Xiaofeng expectantly. The significance of this WCG was extraordinary. It was the first time it was held in Daxia, and at the same time, Shuqing's side had expressed a positive attitude of support. There was publicity for the event in the streets and alleys, just like treating the WCG as an international sporting event. As we all know, gaming is at a stage where everyone is criticized in Daxia's education, especially for the parents' generation. Indirectly, the market of esports has been unable to open up. We club is not so bad, other unknown clubs simply can't survive. Ferrer is ambitious. There were a total of 15 events in this WCG tournament, and if we could take the titles of the hottest ones, the club would go to the next level. Lee nodded, I'll try my best. His own family knew his own business. He was already 24 years old, and for esports, he had long passed his golden age, and it was already a gift to be able to keep his form from slipping. Last year's form continued to slump, and he didn't even make it to the WCG finals. How's the training for the StarCraft and CS divisions? Li Xiaofeng asked. If it was said that Warcraft 3 still had Li Xiaofeng in front of it, the StarCraft and CS programs, Daxia was not half a Star Wars. Sure enough, Fei Le shook his head. The StarCraft division just played a training match with a second-tier team from South Korea, and lost miserably. The CS division as well, lost to an American team. These two items were also popular items in the WCG, and the heat of attention was no less than Warcraft 3. However, due to the special environmental factors of Daxia, not many people in Daxia like to play these two games. StarCraft's threshold is high, playing a game is like long-distance running, huge tired. And CS, purely let the operation requirements simple, cut off the economic system, promotion faster. CF and Daxia squeeze dead. If only I could take the championship in StarCraft and CS. Li Xiaofeng let out a long sigh. Since the inception of the tournament, StarCraft had long been dominated by Korean players in the championship, and the dominance was extremely terrifying. CS, on the other hand, was European and American players fighting for supremacy, although there are a lot of Daxia playing FPS games, after all, the dream of 300 million mice, but the gap between the two is still quite large. Xiaofeng, there's one more thing, there's a team on the scoreboard that's rising very fast. It's not just one game, it's almost all games. Oh? Which battle team? Seoul Collegiate. I looked at the time, they applied for a tournament account yesterday, and now they have rushed to over 2,000. Li Xiaofeng looked at Fei Lu in surprise. Over 2,000 in one day? That's right, they definitely haven't lost a single handful of times, that's why their points have grown so fast. The purpose of the points ranking was to filter out the participants from the Great Summer region, so there was a mechanism to add points for consecutive victories. In other words, the strongest were always stronger, and as long as you had enough consecutive victories, the faster your points snowballed. Of course, there was also a complex matching mechanism to prevent malicious point swiping. Li Xiaofeng had once calculated according to the winning streak mechanism, taking Warcraft 3 as an example. Theoretically, he only needed to win 200 games in a row, and he could enter the top 10 in just 1 week. However, the difficulty was extremely high. In the early stages, the abuse points grew fast, but as the level rose, the matched opponents would become stronger and stronger. Strong as Li Xiaofeng. It was only 186 consecutive victories. What's more, nowadays, the points list at the end of the selection event has a high gold content than the beginning of the match. No matter what, the members of this Seoul Collegiate battle team were geniuses. Have you contacted them? Invite them to we if they haven't joined the club. Li Xiaofeng said. Sent them a message in the game, but there was no reply. I inquired about people from other clubs and they don't recognize them either. Li Xiaofeng nodded, not caring too much. The last thing esports lacked was geniuses. The geniuses that came out of nowhere were like the carp in the river, but the only geniuses were the ones that stood at the top. The most important thing now was to intensify training and prepare for the upcoming WCG. At the same time, the Seoul Tertiary Battle Team had just finished their fierce battle in the morning and were having lunch. Right now, Zhang Jishuan and the others, apart from sleeping and eating, all they did with their eyes open was to rush the scoreboard. In order to save time, bottles of iced tea were even piled up beside the computer table. The only time to relax was when they were eating. We Club's boss sent me a private message asking for my contact information. Did he send it to you guys? Sent it, but I blacked him out. I got it too, thought it was a scammer somewhere. Li Peinan, who majored in the RTS game StarCraft, was excited. I really didn't expect to be able to compete with Wei on the same stage, and I'll definitely look for Li Xiaofeng's autograph when the time comes. In the eyes of these kids, Li Xiaofeng was a god in esports, a monument. Just as they were discussing Li Xiaofeng's legendary life, Zhang Jishuan, who had buried his head to eat, looked at his cell phone and suddenly raised his head. Brothers, there's a change in plan, we don't have much time left to rush the rankings. Just now, my team's AG youth trainee told me that the Daxia regions list will be announced on 11.1 at the latest, and it's simply impossible to wait until the day the WCG Global Finals opens. The original schedule, which was to successfully rush the list before the WCG opened, was more than enough time. Now it was directly shortened to over a week. What's with the advancement? The time is too tight, over. Yeah, what's going on? This was the result of the students' lack of social experience. For an international tournament like WCG, the integration of resources in all aspects took time, and there was also the reception of players from various countries. If they waited until the eve of the tournament's opening to submit their lists, the whole thing would be a mess. Alright, everyone, hurry up. Zhang Jishuan couldn't think of a reason and cheered his classmates up. Let's ask Boss Xiong to help us buy food. We should be able to rush in a week's time. Xiong Wu, who was eating with a face-sized iron basin with his mouth full of meat, muffled his voice and said, "No problem, you guys punch in your points well and bring glory to our school." "I am no problem, DNF play a hand in a few minutes, rushing points very quickly, rats are also fine, CF play up also very quickly, but Li Peinan and Wang Yuan, an Interstellar a Warcraft, Bladder Bureau These two games, playing a handful of generally in about half an hour, but also extremely exhausting mental energy." Li Peinan dribbled his chopsticks like flying, pulling the rice in the bowl into his mouth. "Boss Xiong, help me buy Red Bull, do it tonight, aiming for the top 500 on the scoreboard." "Go for it." Seoul, South Bay Branch. Luyu had just finished receiving Lei Jun, who had specially flown in from Shangjing to visit the Dragon OS Mobile End System Lab. The students, Chen Jinfan, and a few others were very excited, and it was inevitable that they would lose some of their composure when they saw the legendary business tycoon. Lei Jun similarly did not expect, can let Luyu willingly let out 7% of the shares of the core research team, surprisingly, the average age of less than 20. To mill it now startup capital simple rough calculation, 7% up to 25 million yuan. In other words, Chen Jinfan and the others probably didn't even realize that they had become millionaires long ago. After visiting the Dragon OS system, Lei Jun stated the intention of his visit. "I'm going to go to South Korea next week to meet Samsung's screen production head Lee Jung-hee. I'm going to take you with me." Fly to South Korea to see Samsung. This is the rhythm of asking people to do things. At this time Samsung, in the eyes of all the technology manufacturers in Dacia, is the behemoth, is the same as Apple's ultimate monster. As early as 06, Samsung became the world's 35th largest economy, really rich. Lei Jun's idea is self-evident. He wants to use Samsung's screen in the first model, one of the best screens in the world today. Luyu is now as the second largest shareholder after Lei Jun, co-founder. Lei Jun naturally wanted to take him to Samsung to show sincerity. Dragon OS system and the online response is very good. Through the MIUI forum has opened the market, pulling a lot of developers. Cell phone release can be advanced quite a lot of time. Lei Jun introduced the current situation of the company. Although the volume is not comparable to Android and iOS, Dragon OS has been in fact independent of these two systems. In business matters, Luyu will not worry about it. Lei Jun is the god of marketing. After thinking for a moment, Luyu quickly gave Lei Jun a reply. "That's good, I'll go to Shangjing to look for you then, and we'll fly to Samsung." "Thank you so much," Lei Jun said excitedly. Traveling to Samsung had Luyu's own considerations. Samsung has been rooted in the field of electronics manufacturing for many years. Whether it is 4G or chips, when it comes out, it will form a competitive relationship. It is always right to understand in advance. Right at this moment, Luyu frowned slightly. The data of the system is still falling. The learned fortune fell to 47.22%. Lei Jun saw this. "What's wrong?" Luyu shook his head without explaining and turned to say, "Is there any interest in titling our school?" If Lei Jun were to be the titular professor of Seoul Electronic Information Technology College, this true business giant might be able to bring marvelous changes to the system. Of course. Lei Jun readily agreed. The deeper he was bound to Luyu, the happier he was. The value of the Dragon OS system was too clear to him. Luyu quietly waited for the system to change. However, as with the invitation to join the school's Huanwen Du Yuanshi, Lei Jun did not cause the system to change. The system was silent, and the data decreased all the time. Luyu shook his head in annoyance. "Whatever, wait until we return from Samsung and see what went wrong." Chapter 72 Samsung's Arrogance, Cold Rain in October requesting monthly recommendations. Seoul at the end of October. Seoul in late fall is wrapped in coolness, and the skyline of the Seocho district is turned into a messy geometry under the precise cut of the Samsung building. Lei Jun brought Luyu. The two stood in front of this landmark building in Seoul. Even if Lei Jun suits well, Luyu can still see that he is short and nervous. At this moment, Lei Jun was like the gap between a child and an adult in front of Samsung. Lei Jun lowered his head to check his briefcase once again, which contained the system analysis of Dragon OS, Xiaomi's market prospect plan and a sincere offer sheet. "Let's go, Principal Lu." Lei Jun slowly took a deep breath and lifted his feet towards the hall. Luyu rubbed his brow. He hadn't rested well these past few days. The kimchi bibimbap for days on end was practically vomiting. The security personnel in the hall saw Luyu and the two of them and greeted them from afar, their faces carrying the arrogance and contempt of a teddy dog seeing a stranger. "What are you guys doing here?" Lei Jun took out the invitation letter stamped with the red seal of Samsung's Dacia branch. "We are the Dacia cell phone company, here to discuss business." The security officer held the rubber mallet under his armpit and repeatedly examined the invitation letter as if the A4 piece of paper was fake. It was only after a long time that he spoke faintly, "Go to the front desk and register, they will inform the leaders." The security personnel moved out of the way and finished the security check for the two of them, raising their hands to indicate the direction of the front desk. From start to finish, they were contemptuous. Principal Lu shouldn't have experienced it. Our domestic overall technology level is now far behind foreign countries, and if you want to make some higher-end products, you can only bow your head and beg. Lei Jun explained to Lu Yu in a low voice as he walked. Lu Yu sighed lightly. At this time in Daxia, where there are many high-tech products to speak of, the road is basically a joint venture car, the hand is basically a foreign brand. This situation, from the high-end market to the low-end market, is so. Arriving at the front desk, the standard plastic surgery face reception revealed an impeccable smile and took the invitation. "Hello, it's an appointment with President Lee Jong-hee, right?" Lei Jun nodded. Lee Jong-hee was the head of Samsung Screen. "Please wait, let me see the president's schedule for today." The receptionist lowered his eyes and tapped on the keyboard, quickly looking up. "President Lee Jong-hee's schedule for today is already full, sorry." "Full?" Lei Jun looked down at the date and then at the clock behind the receptionist. "I'm following the time, check again." "I'm sorry, everything is based on Samsung HQ, the schedule is indeed full today." Unspeakable humiliation straight to Lei Jun Tian Lingai. Well, that cost quite a lot to get the invitation letter dead in the hands. In the end, he could only ask unwillingly, "Then can we wait in the lobby? If President Lee is free, please let us know. Be my guest." Lei Jun and Lu Yu turned their heads towards the sofa in the lobby. There were quite a few more people like them. This wait was 5 hours. Lu Yu watched the clock ticking on the wall, the beating sound mixing with the Samsung advertisement in the hall. In the advertisement is the Omnia 2 cell phone, which has just been listed, and it is strongly publicizing the world's first AMOLED touchscreen. And this piece of the industry's top screen is Lei Jun this trip purpose. Briefcase placed in his proposed order, estimated that the initial stage is the need for 3 million cell phone screen. Full of confidence that the other side will sit down to negotiate, but I did not expect to even see the face cannot see. The hall's central air conditioning as if no money is blowing, the wind is facing Lu Yu group of people who cannot even enter the parlor. Lu Yu turned his head to look at Lei Jun, a figure who was definitely considered a predator in the domestic business world. He pursed his lips and sat there without saying a word. The suit was still flat and neat, not the slightest crease could be seen, only the clenched hands exposed his heart. Whether from this moment onwards, so that he later made up his mind to start a business again and again, Lu Yu has no way of knowing. In the evening, the two were finally led into the conference room by a young employee who called himself Manager Chui, who carried instant coffee and slammed it on the conference table with a thud. "Manager Chui, we are here to..." Without waiting for Lei Jun to open his mouth, he pushed the contract back without looking at it. "President Lee already knows, you want to order AMOLED screens. The current Samsung production capacity is prioritized to supply Nokia and Samsung. Dacia customers have to wait until at least 2012. That is to say, want Samsung production until 3 years later." Lei Jun gritted his teeth. With the Xiaomi system carried by Dragon OS, he was confident that he could open up the market, pointing out the terms of the contract to Manager Chui. "We are willing to pay a price 10% higher than the market price." Manager Chui didn't even look at it, leaning back in his chair, revealing a smile mixed with pity and superiority. "Mr. Lei Jun, do you think Samsung lacks orders or money? Our LCD screen operating profit for the last quarter was 1.2 trillion, a figure that you Dacia manufacturers wouldn't even dare to think about. 1.2 trillion, naturally, is Korean won. It's about 6 or 7 billion Dacia dollars. LCD screens are just one of Samsung's businesses. I am used for cell phones, the market in Dacia is vast. Screen orders I guarantee a 5-year period, and after that, an annual increase of 20%. Manager Chui's phone suddenly rang. He said while taking the phone, "Dacia's cell phone, do you guys deserve to use such a good screen? Don't you guys like to use Chi-Mei's screen? Chi-Mei Screen is Foxconn's company, Dacia cottage manufacturer's favorite screen, because the price is cheap enough. However, technically, it is a whole generation behind the market, it is difficult to complement." Manager Chui picked up the phone, quickly walked toward the door. The mouth is very strange English, but heard the words Apple, emergency meeting. Did not even greet them. Leaving the Samsung building, the night suddenly fell in a drizzle of rain. Cold rain piercing the bones, the two drilled into the next fried chicken restaurant, casually ordered some food. The two men picked up their beers and lightly clinked them, both taking a sip. Lei Jun looked at Lu Yu with apologies. "Sorry, I brought you on a trip for nothing today." Lu Yu heard Lei Jun's strings, surprised. "Lei Jun, you will still not die, right? President Lee even face does not show. Send a manager to send us off. Wait until the words of rejection come out of President Lee's mouth before I look for another partner." Lei Jun watched the beer rise in his glass and whispered, "Since we're going to make a product, we have to let the people of Dacia use the best technology." Marred. What a lunatic. Lu Yu cursed in his heart. He asked himself that he absolutely could not afford to lose this face, and after eating a closed door for a whole day, he even planned to continue grinding on. "Come on, try West 8's fried chicken." Lei Jun pushed the fried chicken in front of Lu Yu. Lu Yu helplessly picked up a piece and put it into his mouth, tasting like chewing wax. For the next few days, the two of them stayed in the hotel in the Ruwei Chao district and came here daily to make reservations for President Li. Finally, after 3 days, the receptionist gave them an answer. President Li is free tonight. Chapter 73 WCG set list, Lu Yu absent 3K 6K. 2 flowers bloom, each with a branch. WCG Daxia District Selection Contest has ushered in the final list of the moment. Time until tonight midnight will be selected to rank the top 10 players. They will represent Daxia to participate in the WCG. This top tournament in the gaming world attracted the attention of many young people. Among them, there was naturally the game commentator Ace, who had exploded on the internet with his hilarious style, Poludio Wuqi Long Xiaoji. Hello everyone, I'm Xiaoji, the type of man in the commentator world who is loved by everyone. Flowers bloom and cars have flat tires. Yang Fingji finished a classic opening speech and stared at the chat box, waiting to start on the VIPs and swiping gifts. However, today's live broadcast data was somewhat abnormal. Although the pop-ups were still scrolling and the gifts were still coming in, the number of VIPs had directly decreased by more than half. Someone sucked away the traffic? Yang Fingji looked at Brother Bai, who understood and quickly found out the reason. Wang Yuan of that team from Seoul College crashed into Human Emperor. Sky is live streaming. Xiaoji was steeped in shock. A person's name, a tree's shadow. It wasn't uncommon for Human Emperor Sky to turn on his live broadcast, which was to suck all the traffic out of the live room. Immediately, he decided to end tonight's program list and instead turned his head to open Sky's live broadcast and started commentating. On the screen, Sky was still operating the extremely skillful human race, and the opponent was using the dark elf race. The pop-ups kept scrolling. It's been a long time since I've seen Sky this serious. Domestic players can still keep Sky quiet. The kid on the other side, I'll admit your strength. Xiaoji looked at the pop-up screen. Timely explanation said, everyone do not underestimate the strength of the Seoul Junior College. Now WCG 15 projects, in addition to the Warcraft, they have all killed in the top 10. CF and CS game items, but also appear the same ID, Seoul Junior College Zhang Jishuan. Xiaoji checked the other party's information, the champion of the LA City 100 Cities League, extremely strong. After Xiaoji finished speaking, he opened the Great Summer Region scoreboard. Sure enough, in the top 10 of the 14 participating game programs, the name of the Seoul University College could be seen in all of them. Lin Asama, to be able to compete on the same stage with an esports club like Wii and AG. Where did the Dark Horse come from? At this time, in the training base of Dark Horse, Wang Yuan was staring at the game screen with an incomparably focused expression. He didn't expect that he would crash into Sky at the last moment of setting the list, so he can only say that it was too unlucky. If he loses this game, he will stop at 11th place, and only by winning this game will he be able to enter the top 10. The time left did not give Wang Yuan a chance to make mistakes. The keyboard crackled as Wang Yuan operated a team scrambling for a gold mine, trying hard to widen the economic gap. However, Sky's militia was nearly everywhere, and was able to accurately predict their every move. A little bit of time passed, and Sky's base 2 had already risen. Witch and infantry mixed troops began to march. Extremely strong Sky wave flow will soon be staged. The audience watching the live broadcast became excited. Brother Sky, let him feel the fear. Cross push, cross push, cross push. To be able to play at this level, the kid on the opposite side is open. Xiaoji looked at the situation between the two sides, shook his head and said, if the other side didn't hide their backhand, if they face Sky Wave Stream, they shouldn't be able to hold out. Sky Wave Stream is simply a barbaric pokies playing method. All the players in the world knew that Sky would break out in the middle of the game, but no one could cope with it. Like a domineering swordsman, everyone knew his starting move, but he just couldn't catch it. It's a pity, if he hadn't bumped into Sky, and if he had signed up for the competition earlier, Wang Yuan would definitely have the strength to be in the top 10 of Daxia. Xiaoji's statement ushered in the audience's approval. That's right, I've seen his registration time. He only registered his contest account a week ago. According to the game time of Warcraft 3, in order to reach his current points, you basically need an uninterrupted winning streak during this week. Should have won at least 200 games in a row. 200 games is impossible. 200 games can definitely kill the top 10. As a matter of fact, Wang Yuan had won 199 games in a row up to now, and then taking this one, it was exactly 200 games. Facing Sky's wavestream, the Dark Elves in Wang Yuan's screen were retreating and were powerless. This era of Sky was like Crow at his peak. The whole world knew what he was going to do next, but no one could defend against it. Time passed. Wang Yuan watched in frustration as the screen turned gray and the last Pokemon disappeared. Zhang Jishuan patted him on the shoulder. Alas, it's still a bit of bad luck. Of the 15 items, only Wang Yuan's Warcraft 3 failed to make it into the top 10. Even he himself didn't expect that he would crash into Sky in the last key hand. If it wasn't a matter of time, it didn't really matter if he lost a handful of games, and he could still make it into the top 10 if he won a few more games. Now, there is no chance. Wang Yuan sat down on the chair dejectedly, his right hand still trembling uncontrollably. Zhang Jishuan shook his head. For several other game programs, there were almost no dominant players like Sky and Dacia, and it wasn't very difficult for them to rush into the top 10. Warcraft 3, due to Sky, has been so hot over the years, and with the collection of geniuses, coupled with the fact that he is sitting on the throne, rushing the scores isn't easy. We Club, Li Xiaofeng took off his headset. Fela watched the entire duel and asked curiously, how strong is he? There's a national top 5 level, and if it drags on, I won't necessarily be able to win against him. When these words came out, the live broadcast room was in an uproar. Only, more people still thought Sky was being self-effacing. Fela joked, such a genius, and you won't let the other side, according to the points, he's really just a hand short of you. Precisely because it's a genius, I won't let go of the water, going all out is the only way to respect him. Sky could watch a genius step over his own bones to ascend to the throne, but never give it away. If you think you're a genius yourself, then step on my corpse and prove it to me. As the time gradually moved towards zero, the top 10 in the Great Summer Region's standings had already been finalized one after another. They were only waiting for the list to be reported up, and then they would be divided into groups along with the foreign players to start the group stage. A few families were happy and a few were sad. Wang Yuan's defeat is undoubtedly a blow to the Seoul College team killed out of nowhere. Just when Wang Yuan had already accepted the reality, the official website of WCG Dacia region suddenly announced a message. In order to maintain the fairness of the WCG tournament and promote the healthy development of esports, the organizing committee conducted a comprehensive review of the data of the top 10 players on the scoreboard. After verification, there were multiple people who used improper means to tamper with game data. The list is listed below, and the following players will be banned from participating in the WCG and its domestic events for 3 years. The IDs of nearly 50 players were listed. The CS and CF types of games with the most serious hang-ups, moreover, nearly half of the players found out that their data was abnormal. Warcraft 3, though not many, likewise had 2 players hit. Some of them are even star players of the club, and for a while the internet made a lot of noise. This kind of cheating behavior is absolutely prohibited. The clubs have come out to state that they will strengthen the discipline of the players, serious discipline, and restrain the behavior. We Club's boss, Fei Lu, saw the 3 We members on the list and was so angry that he directly slammed his cell phone. In the game at home, let people find out the use of hangers is simply the face of the slap in the face. Just at this juncture where many powerful clubs are caught in the external hanging scandal, some netizens noticed that the battle team of Seoul Junior College was bucking the trend. Wang Yuan unsurprisingly made it into the top 10, and what caught people's attention was the list of CF and CS, with Zhang Jixuan taking first and third place respectively. It was important to realize that although these 2 games were both FPS, the nuances were still very different. Normal players tended to specialize in one of them, and it was remarkable. Too perverted, this battle team of Seoul Junior College directly slaughtered the list. Who says that there are no great emperors in junior colleges? Seoul Junior College battles the Tsang Dome. With the netizens deep-raking, Seoul Electronic Information Technology College gradually surfaced and became famous for a while. Media reporters came to interview one after another. May I ask why your school chose to train students who are engaged in the esports industry? The current society is still prejudiced against gaming. Does this have an impact on your educational work? Is your principal here? I'll interview him. Facing the swarm of reporters, the one who stepped in to receive them was Wang Yi, whose head was getting big. There was no lack of Korean media reporters among them. The main sponsor of WCG was Samsung, and it was Samsung's strong promotion of esports that made South Korea a big esports country. Called Lu Yu a few times and kept prompting the other party to be out of the service area. Principal, you are not good to run a school. In the end, where did you run? Shu City's Seoul College training base. Zhang Jixuan. Several people looking forward to watching the TV interview, waiting for Lu Yu to appear, so to speak, the person who changed their destiny. However, until the end of the program, Lu Yu was not seen appearing. It was always Wang Yi who was talking eloquently. A strange atmosphere permeated the base. They were but 17 or 18 teenagers, or teenagers who had experienced more than 10 years of blank stares. Incredibly longing for someone to truly recognize them. It was Principal Lu who pulled them up from the quagmire and personally told them that esports could be equally rewarding. But now, was the principal going to abandon himself? You guys came over to see the postings posted on the forum. They said that Seoul Electronic Information Technology College opened the esports major in order to cheat the state funding subsidies. Adding a new type of major, the state will have a corresponding funding subsidy measure every year. The appearance of this post was undoubtedly a heavy blow that hit them in the heart. What do you mean, from the beginning to the end, is nothing more than a tool of the principal? Che, complete nonsense. Xiong Wu, who was in charge of their logistical security, sneered, "Kids, don't forget that the school is a private qualification, and the state funding subsidy isn't as big as the public one. Play the game well, the principal might personally come to cheer and support when you guys take the field." Xiong Wu relieved Zhang Jixuan and the others. In his heart, he lamented. Principal Lu had left the school for a long time. Since the completion of the South Bay branch, he had rarely come to this side of the school, basically busy promoting various projects and traveling around. However, you are always the principal. Seoul, Seocho-gu nightclub. The location where President Lee met with them. Lu Yu rubbed his sore eyes. The various values of the system had been dropping faster and faster over the past few days, and his heart was getting more and more agitated. Coupled with the poor rest from traveling to Korea, the entire person's spirit was very lax. Lei Jun quickly walked up. Principal Lu, see, your face is very poor, why don't you go back and rest? Lu Yu shook his head. It's fine, let's go. Chapter 74 Students' Declaration. Lu Yu's return 6K. Push open the brass-clad glass door. The air that hit the room was almost viscous. The smell of expensive cigar smoke, pungent whiskey, and some kind of unknown perfume. All sorts of flavors intertwined under the spotlights of the lamps into the power of a uniquely Korean plutocrat. President Lee sat at a card table in the lobby, accompanied by two pretty little stars often seen in Korean dramas. Seeing Lei Jun and Lu Yu, whose dress is out of place in the nightclub environment, President Lee whispered something in the little star's ear. The two girls ate and laughed. Followed the waiter to the president of the Lee Lu Yu two people to see this scene. Lei Jun was not surprised and raised his hand to shake the other party's hand. President Lee did not move, and the manager next to him, Manager Choi, who he had met earlier, shook Lei Jun's hand. Please have a seat, both of you. After sitting down, Lei Jun introduced Lu Yu's identity to President Lee and turned around when he was about to take out documents from his briefcase. President Lee raised his hand and arrogantly snapped his fingers crisply. The waiter came in response, carrying a tray with 2 crystal wine glasses and 3 bottles of unknown wine. Manager Choi smiled as he set the wine glasses on the table, pouring wine from them in turn and mixing them together. Only then did Lu Yu realize that it was clearly red wine, white wine, and beer. The two of you who have come from afar, this is our Korean rule, drink this cup of shamrock, we are friends. The turbid liquor under the spotlight glowed with a mesmerizing light. Lei Jun didn't even hesitate, he picked it up and drank it all in one go. Lu Yu secretly sighed. True to form, he was the man who had even tried 3 bottles of red wine at Samsung in his previous life. Watching Lei Jun finish his drink, Manager Choi looked at Lu Yu with a smile that spoke for itself. Lu Yu forced himself to endure the discomfort and picked up the wine glass. The spicy mixed liquid cut its way down his throat until it thumped and exploded in his stomach. Pa. Crisp clapping sounds. It rang out from President Lee's hands, his cozy look as if he had watched a very exciting monkey show. Lei Jun wiped the wine stains around his mouth and looked at President Lee with a smile. President Lee, can we talk business now? President Lee did not say yes, nor did he refuse. Still with the same vacant, unconcerned look, he stroked the young star's waist and ate the entrance cherries. Watching Lei Jun pull out the information and start negotiating, Liu excused himself for convenience and left the card table. Coming to the bar, he ordered a glass of lemonade. The green sour flavor disperses the alcohol. The marble tabletop reflects the haggard face. Lu Yu ruthlessly smashed on it. Lu Yu! What the hell are you doing? In his previous life, Lu Yu did not fail to grovel and flatter. In order to live. Dignity is worthless. However, never as uncomfortable as now. As their own inner values in a little push down, a little collapse. Said those grandiose words, but now turned into a sword stabbed at their own. Looking back, Lei Jun is still striving for cooperation, wanting to get Samsung's share of screen production. President Lee is still looking through his nose, flirting with the 2 starlets and always ignoring them. Lu Yu shook his head and turned to pick up the lemonade, was about to drink it when news about Dacia, or his own school, appeared on the TV above the bar. The WCG World Esports Competition sponsored by Samsung Group will be held in Shu City, and among the participants from the Dacia region, apart from the veteran strong teams, there is another team that has risen to the top. That's the hotly debated Seoul Collegiate on the internet. Right now, we're at the entrance of Seoul Junior College, let's interview the students here. The petite Korean reporter aimed the microphone at the students who had just walked out of the cafeteria. Hello student, may I ask if you follow the WCG? Concerned. Then can you tell us your opinion about the WCG, and which teams you support? Of course I support our school's team. The Korean reporter revealed a sinister smile, deliberately provoking the issue, and then asked, I found out that your school is only a junior college, does this show that esports are not promoted in Dacia? There was no doubt. This was the trap question. Shu City was strongly supporting the development of esports, and answering yes was undoubtedly a smear on Shu City's face. Answering no was no way to explain the issue of junior college. Who expected that the student laughed? Our principal has said that specialization doesn't mean inferiority, it cultivates practical talents. What our school is doing is opening up a path for specialists. Carving out a path. 7 words through the TV screen. It hit Lu Yu heavily. These words were casually uttered by him when he participated in a TV interview when the school was founded. At that time, in order to expand the school's influence, a big pie was drawn. He himself had forgotten about it. He didn't expect it. These students remember it so clearly. Wait a minute. When did he start forgetting? It seemed to be seeing the huge potential of the system, being able to bring in tons of money with the help of that constant stream of technology. But was it money that the students lacked? On the TV, the Korean reporter was still unrelenting in making things difficult for the students. According to the statistics of the previous WCGs, the probability of Dacia winning the championship is only 5%, one of the lowest among the participating countries. What do you think is the cause of this phenomenon? This just shows that there is a lot of room for our Dacia to improve. It's not us who need to be afraid, it's you guys. A near-perfect answer. Hearing Luyu, the sweaty hairs on the back of his hand stood up. The students were still not afraid of foreign players. Why should I grovel here and beg for 3 stars? Luyu, why did you abandon the school and come here to talk about some bull business? Even if you throw tens of billions or hundreds of billions of dollars into the school and build the school to be luxurious, can you train the pillars of the country? The answer is obvious. It's never the money that students want, it's the attention. Put their own energy on the project, on making money, and the pursuit of title, the pursuit of high-salary teachers, and how different. It's just 50 steps to 100. Thinking back to the question Elder Chen asked himself to answer when he was in Shangjing. Why do our schools always fail to produce outstanding scientific and technological innovation talents? At that time himself, he said some grandiose words and made some borderline promises. In reality, at that time, I didn't have an answer in my heart. As if, Chen Lao is asking himself how to make a bowl of delicious egg fried rice, and Luyu's answer is, I can use 5 years to do it. Big brother, did I ask you for the time? Chen Lao was by and large disappointed after hearing his answer, and only then did he say the words to let himself take his students to see him. At this moment, Luyu realized the answer to the question. There was only one way to cultivate students, and that was to focus on them and help them grow. It was not about any other factors. A single thought shifted, and in a flash, the world was wide. The lowering of the system data slowly stopped. Luyu only felt as light as a swallow, and his thoughts broke free from the stagnation he had been experiencing for some time. Stepping towards the card table, he walked towards the greasy-headed President Lee. President Lee was still clapping and applauding, encouraging Lei Jun to drink cup after cup of deep water bombs, wantonly mocking this business giant of Dacia. Seeing that Lei Jun was about to pick up another cup, Liu held his hand tightly and shook his head. Lei Jun looked at Luyu in surprise. I'm fine. After I finish this cup, President Lee is going to say yes. President Lee frowned slightly, looking at the spoiled Luyu. Manager Chui observes the words and quickly makes another cup. Come on, Mr. Luyu, you drink too. Drink Nima la a coin. Pop. The turbid liquor splashed straight at President Lee and Manager Chui. Their makeup melted under the alcohol, revealing their ugly faces under the spotlight. Sapachi. Not giving him a chance to curse at all, Liu backhanded him and slapped him hard on the face. Lei Jun was startled by Luyu's sudden move. However, the reaction was extremely fast. The reason why top businessmen were top. It was the ability to make precise and favorable actions when they realized that things were beyond redemption. He grabbed the bottle and smashed it towards President Lee's head, turning it into roiling crystals with a bang. Turtle grandson, dunk your father's wine. Under the dim spotlight, the nightclub's security didn't even notice for a moment that there was a commotion over here. President Lee was trembling with anger. As a Samsung executive, when had he ever suffered this kind of humiliation? You guys just wait for Samsung sanctions. I'll have your business removed from the world. Sanctions. Sheesh. What a familiar flavor. Same face as that real father of theirs in Korea. Sanction your mother. Before Luyu could make a move, Lei Jun kicked up, and the two men's fists rained down as they pressed President Lee into the cart seat and beat him up. By the time security received the news and rushed over, the two had already slipped out of the nightclub along with the crowd. After running through a few streets one after another, they sat on the side of the road and huffed and puffed. Luyu gave Lei Jun a thumbs up. Juner, you're so fierce, no wonder you had a date with old Joe. What old Joe date? Lei Jun is full of fog, and did not think too much. After lighting a cigarette, cool as cool, what to do next? Samsung, if the sanctions, the international screen we cannot use. Samsung involved in the business is too wide, they have the strength and energy, can ask the industry to target a company that has not yet started. Luyu lying on the road teeth, looking at the stars in the sky. What are you afraid of? The chip are planning to build their own, but also worried about a small piece of glass. That means it's a full self-research cell phone. Lei Jun took a deep breath of smoke, spit out those 5 words he dreamed of doing, and pressed the cigarette on the ground to extinguish it. Okay, Lu principal, we self-research, not to be their bird gas, please. Not please me, but believe in the students, believe in the young people, they will create miracles. Where are you going next? Shu City, to cheer for my students. The light blue glow of the system lit up. Long suppressed messages surfaced one after another. Master, Huang Wendy. Skills, integrated circuit design, general chip development, chip design. Evaluation, give her the carving knife, she can really hand carve chips. Master, Lei Jun. Skills, program coding, marketing and business. Evaluation, you can question Jun's Mandarin, but don't doubt his business ability. The problem, indeed, is in oneself. Determine the road, we must be unswerving to go on 100 years of famous schools, everyone like a dragon. Chapter 75 Group of Death, Wang Yuan's Worry. Wow, so many people. At the Shu City Stadium, more than 2,000 players from more than 60 countries were gathered here. They were, all of them, the top 10 of each country's tournament. Look, it's Beast King Grubby from the Dutch team. He was the one who beat Sky in the final last year. That's Team Fnatic, right? The CS's powerhouse team. Happy the old hairy guy is here too. Zhang Jishuan, who was sitting in the Daxia region, looked at the players who appeared one by one, and it would be a lie to say that they weren't nervous. At this moment, those who appeared in the stadium were all esports players who had been renowned in the world for a long time. The giants of the giants. Starting from the group stage, WCG matches will be held offline, with computers and equipment provided by the organizers. The tournament will be broadcasted to more than 60 countries around the world. The unquestionable gaming event. Fireworks, music, WCG unveiling. The 2-hour-long, extremely lengthy opening ceremony finally came to an end after the Shu City leaders finished their speeches. Ushering in the grouping session. On the stage, the Cheongsam-clad host carried a dramatic accent and deliberately dragged out her voice, momentarily overpowering the clamor in the arena. Next, let's turn our attention to the big screen. The grouping list for this year's WCG group stage, the moment of destiny, is about to be revealed. As the words fell, the smokescreen rose up to the sky, blossoming into a 7-colored auspicious cloud. The surrounding audience and players, all of their gazes were attracted as if by an invisible magnet, converging on those 4 huge screens. Zhang Jishuan couldn't help but grip the mineral water bottle in his hand tightly, pinching it with a clicking sound, secretly praying. The next moment. The screen that was originally playing a Samsung advertisement instantly switched, and on the light blue background, a white form emerged, and the names of the contestants appeared one by one. Wang Yuan stood up nervously, squinting his eyes, staring intently at the constantly refreshing, scrolling list of groupings. Group A, Group B. The lists kept flowing like a waterfall. Those names that were as thunderous in the world's esports circles surfaced one after another. Each name represented a legend, an insurmountable peak. The male and female hosts looked at the list and narrated. As we can see, the grouping list fully takes into account the overall level of the players from each country, and there are currently no groups with particularly obvious differences that have appeared. Yes, the development of the level of esports in different countries is different, ensuring that the tournament is fair and just is also the consistent aim of the WCG. Hey, wait! The male host's voice suddenly rose, somewhat incredulous. The CS program's groupie list, the first to appear is actually the extremely dominant Fnatic team. I take back that sentence I just said. Groupie is destined to be a disparity of strength. The female host smiled and explained to the audience, you're trying to say that Fnatic Battle Team is leading the technical break in CS, right? That's right, not only Fnatic Battle Team, the entire European and American regions are far ahead of the other regions in the CS program. Group E can be called the Group of Death. CS, Warcraft 3 and StarCraft, these 3 items, with the highest prize money, are also the 3 items with the highest WCG attention heat. Except for Warcraft 3 crossing Li Xiaofeng, the other 2, Daxia players did not perform well. With the host's deliberate guidance, the whole audience's eyes, basically focused on the CS's E group list. They wanted to see which unlucky person from Daxia would enter the Group of Death. As the names rolled off one by one, a line of Chinese characters appeared at the end of the list amidst all the anticipation. Seoul Junior College. The arena was in an uproar. To say which team had the most heat on the internet during this period of time, it wasn't We or AG, but rather, it was the dark horse stance that had killed out the Seoul Grand College. I didn't expect that the last team in the Group of Death would be our great summer's Seoul Junior College. I believe everyone has known this team for some time now. They come from the same school with the same major and are the biggest dark horse of this tournament. However, encountering Team Fnatic in the group stage, Seoul Junior College's luck is still a bit poor. Of course, we'll have to wait and see if they'll be able to kill their way out of the group stage or die before they're ready. Sitting in the preparation seats of Seoul Collegiate, their gazes swarmed towards Zhang Jishuan. Rat, are you sure? The CS matchups totaled 5 people per team, and Zhang Jishuan's strength on the side of Seoul Junior College was leading off a cliff. Earlier when he rushed the scoreboard, it was basically him with a sniper GAGA messy kill, and his teammates were responsible for GAGA. Zhang Jishuan laughed, unless Fnatic hangs on, don't think about stopping me here. It's really blowing awesome. Not far from them at Wii Club, Li Xiaofeng looked at their relaxed atmosphere and laughed. This is what young people are like, they won't be cowed even if they are matched against Fnatic. Fela looked at Sky with surprise. What's wrong with you, this time talking more and more old-fashioned, you're only just out of your 20s. Ha ha ha. Li Xiaofeng laughed, the age of early 20s, in the esports is not the old man. Fela could clearly perceive. Li Xiaofeng has been like a lion on top in recent years, and the killing aura on his body has become more and more introverted and softer. He didn't know if this was a good or bad thing for Li Xiaofeng. While chatting, the group list of Warcraft 3 similarly appeared, and the moment Li Xiaofeng's name appeared, deafening cheers rang out from the audience. Countless people excitedly stood up, waving their arms, their faces reddened, shouting Li Xiaofeng's name in the direction of the Wii preparation seats. On the big screen, the guide knowingly cut out a special window to focus the camera on Li Xiaofeng. He was wearing a tailored black and red Wii team uniform. His handsome face had little expression as he waved at the camera. That calmness, that confidence. Even through the screen, it gave the audience, and even the players under the field, a huge sense of oppression. His name represented victory. Sky. Sky. Triple crown, triple crown. The mountainous and tsunami-like sound was deafening, and the fanaticism of the fans allowed Zhang Jixuan and the others to visualize this number one person in Xia esports. In the hearts of the teenagers, envy spread wildly like weeds. This is what it means to be an esports player. To be Li Xiaofeng is what it means to be an esports player. The one who was able to remain relatively calm was Wang Yuan, who had just fought with Sky, and he stared at Sky's group with a slight frown. Rat, I feel a little bad. What's wrong? Sky and old Harry Happy are in the same group. I've studied Happy's undead playing style, it's very restraining to Sky. Zhang Jixuan patted him on the shoulder. You've studied Happy, can Sky not? He definitely has a way to deal with it. Wang Yuan looked at the star-studded Sky not far away, and his worries still didn't dissipate. Warcraft 3 and other games are different. The player's playing style is very affected by personal style. Once formed, one to change is very difficult. From in Sky's hand-to-hand, Wang Yuan can judge Sky's operation more delicate, but the style remains unchanged. Relying on the classic method of playing Skywave Flow to take 2 WCG champion, how can easily overturn to start again? The big screen had already lit up the countdown to the unveiling battle. For the sake of the ratings, arranged in the first game is Sky. The camera was once again focused on Sky. The host's high-pitched call rang out. Let's welcome the human emperor, Li Xiaofeng. Witness together and take the triple crown. Countless pairs of eyes, burning with an almost devotional flame, gathered on Sky. Their human emperor, Li Xiaofeng, was now suffering from the burning desire of all the esports people in Daxia for him to win the triple crown. The pressure, I'm afraid, is not as bad as Lu Xiang, who broke his wings last year. Chapter 76, Sky goes out cold, CS crashes the tournament. Autumn in Shu City, with its sticky humidity, weighed heavily on the dome of the stadium. Strong light pillars cut through the hustle and bustle, illuminating Li Xiaofeng and Happy in the center of the stage. Alright, everyone, about to begin is the first group match of this year's WCG, which will pit Daxia's Sky against Happy from Russia. As we can see, the two players have shaken hands and are each heading towards the combat mat. Li Xiaofeng everyone is already familiar with. Happy, this player is a young youngster who has recently risen to fame in Europe, only 18 years old this year, and his immortal playing style is very fierce. In the audience, waves of angry voices followed each other, completely overpowering the commentary. Sky. Triple Crown King. The sound waves were like carrying substantial weight, weighing heavily on Li Xiaofeng's body. He took a deep breath, his fingertips flicking unconsciously on the mouse, slowly adjusting his state. On the screen, the map was loaded. Echo Isles. The match bell rings. The map for the first match is EI, compact as a gladiatorial map, destined to be a tit-for-tat exciting battle. The opening here, Happy chose to start with a Dead Rider and put down Graveyard early, a classic dog to spider opening. The camera comes to Sky here, when we can see, Sky gave up the big mage opening and chose to use Hill. Hill's ability to open mines and late-stage openings is indeed stronger than Big Mage. Now that both sides' progress is even, we'll see if Happy will utilize the undead advantage to harass Sky. Under the stage, the audience nervously looked at the big screen, just when everyone thought that Happy would make short work of Sky. Happy chose a playstyle that everyone hadn't expected. Oh. Instead of harassing Sky, player Happy performed a book mining, which was unexpected. Teacher guide, give Sky's perspective. Cutting to Sky's perspective, it was obvious to see that he didn't realize Happy's movement, and didn't even realize that he would be mining at this point in time. Wang Yuan in the audience secretly shook his head. Sky has been famous for too long. So long that even he knew that Sky's opening play would be to use the hill to raise the third level to open the mine. Happy's tactics were like a precise scalpel, perfectly slicing into Sky's destiny. In this kind of professional game, a small step behind will easily let the other side snowball, constantly giving the other side with the opportunity to expand their advantage. This was indeed the case. When Sky's heroes led the team to clear out the other team's undead, they didn't realize that their farmers logging in barracks position had been exposed to the cold gaze of the other team's undead. The host could not help but exclaim as the Death Knights with their ghouls accurately intercepted Sky's practicing infantry. Death Knight has Sky by the throat. On the resource panel, Happy's gold mine numbers were steadily increasing, while the light of the second base tech on Sky's side was slow to light up. The guide broadcast aimed the camera at Sky. His mouse became more and more urgent, sweat surfaced on his forehead, and he was completely led by the nose on the map. Every time he was forced to return to defense, it was a futile struggle in Happy's spiderweb. Sky is going to lose. Lu Yu, who had just walked out of the airport, tilted his head and looked at the huge screen in Shu City. He had a deep impression of this match, where Sky stepped onto the stage with all eyes on them, only to become a stepping stone for Happy. On the field, the heartbreaking cheering was deafening, but it couldn't cover up the declining trend on the field. The moment the main city of the human race collapsed, gray and white flooded the screen. Sky could only end up powerlessly typing on the screen. GG. Alright, thanks to Sky and Happy for contributing a wonderful duel. Please take a short break for both players and bring the second match right away. Meanwhile, the matches of our other WCG groups are about to begin, so all viewers can follow the schedule and watch for themselves. Zhang Zhishuan and the others hurriedly got up and rushed towards the players' lounge, preparing to go to the next matches of each event. Li Xiaofeng's loss in the opening match had instead ignited a burning fire in their hearts. There were tournament personnel waiting there early, handing out name tags to them. I'm for the CS match at 2 p.m. against the Dutch team. Zhang Zhishuan looked at the match schedule. 2 o'clock? That clashes with me, my Interstellar is also at 2 o'clock. CS was 5v5, not a game like Warcraft or Interstellar where a single player could compete. And there were only 13 of them in total. In this case, clashing matches was something that was hard to avoid. Have you guys discussed it yet? Hurry up and report the list. The tournament staff glanced at their watches and urged. Wait a moment. Zhang Zhishuan turned his head to look at Li Peinan. You're still going to participate in StarCraft, I'll figure out what to do in CS. In CF, he was confident in solo messy kills, but CS4 against 5 would really lag behind the opposite side by a lot. Just grenade suppression, tactical coordination, will be worse than the opposite side of many. Not to mention those players in Europe and the United States rarely just gun one by one extremely ean. What should we do? It's too late to find a spare player at this time. Why don't we let Boss Bear take the field and give him the coach's seat? According to the regulations of the tournament side, in the event that the number of participating teams was not enough, the coach was allowed to take the place of a player on the field. Only. Very few people would take advantage of this regulation. The coaches of the various teams, whose ages were generally running at 3, might have a good understanding of the game, but the gap between their reactions and the players was too great. Especially in FPS-type shooting games like CS, in the case of encounters, in the end, the spelling is who reacts faster. Zhang Zhishuan pondered for a moment. There's no way, it can only be like this now, let Boss Xiong top it off and finish this game first. A hint of despondency swept across his eyes. In fact, there was a more expected candidate in his heart. Lu Yu. In that school-wide famous Headmasters Challenge, the Headmaster's divine marksmanship had once made Zhang Zhishuan think that he was the one who should go pro. But sadly, the principal had rarely mingled with the students since the program at the South Bay campus had begun to move forward. Not to mention running programs like the Principal's Challenge, he rarely even showed up at the main campus. Rather, it was becoming more and more like the principals of other schools. Zhang Zhishuan shook his head and pushed down these unexplained thoughts, turning to Xiong Wu and saying, Boss Xiong, we need to ask you for a favor. Hearing that he was going to play the game on the field, Xiong Wu's head shook like a rattle drum. You guys go find someone else, it's okay to let me, Xiong Wu, shoot real guns, but I really can't play games. The small mouse in Xiong Wu's bushy palm like a walnut. Xiong Wu was afraid of accidentally crushing it. He really couldn't operate that thing. Zhang Zhishuan still had to persuade him further. Xiong Wu's cell phone suddenly rang, and looking at the name that appeared, he didn't even think about it and ran out directly. What to do now? Boss Xiong ran away. How about we give up the CS program? There was no way to compete if you couldn't get 5 people together. Zhang Zhishuan listened to the words of his classmates. His heart was a little reluctant. CS Daxia had never won the championship. If it won the championship, it would be of great significance. The tournament staff next to him anxiously looked at his watch. Have you discussed it? The list needs to be submitted. Alright, we've decided to give up. Before the words were finished, the door to the lounge pushed open and a gentle voice rang out. Students, I heard that you were short of a team member. Let's see, am I qualified? Chapter 77, The Pressure of Shu City's Leaders, Mocking the Foreign Team That Pulls Full Stops. Zhang Zhishuan turned his head to look in disbelief. Only to see. At the entrance of the training room, backlit and standing a long figure, who else could it be if not Principal Lu Yu? Principal. The students surrounded in an instant, their excitement beyond words. Infected with emotions, Lu Yu's eyes couldn't help but get a little moist. Martyr, what did he want? Have to run a trip to Korea as a grandson? Pay lovely students grow not fragrant? Lu Yu rubbed Zhang Zhishuan's head, just wanted to say something, only to feel the hand sticky. Damn, Zhang Zhishuan, your kid a few days did not wash his hair. The oil fields in the Middle East are not this oily. Headmaster, they haven't had much rest since they came to Shu City, it's quite difficult for the kids. Xiong Wu whispered. Lu Yu sighed, come on, tell me about the current situation, from now on I will fight alongside you. The powerful, confident aura infected the crowd like substance. The students swept away yesterday's despondency. Next to the waiting list of the tournament team personnel looked at Lu Yu with surprise. What a big mouth. Thinking that esports is a child's play, can you just call someone to make up a team? However, she is only responsible for registering the list, naturally will not talk too much about anything, hurriedly wrote Lu Yu's name to the coach and then turned to leave. Inside the arena, the various competitive programs have opened the group stage. At this moment the game market is still RTS real-time strategy type games dominate the mainstream. For example, Warcraft, Interstellar and so on. Although RTS games are fun, but the spectacle is much worse. For the hilarious audience, they are more willing to watch CS FPS games. Based on ratings considerations, the esports program that started at the same time in Shucheng, the first round of TV broadcasts was CS. After all, the rules of the game of shooting to kill were simple and rough enough for elementary school students to understand. Host Lounge, Shu City leader's face is very ugly. High hopes of the WCG opening battle Skylet 0 stop group stage. This is a big blow to the morale. More importantly, the political performance became unsightly. The success of last year's Olympics allowed the world to see Daxia, and the leader of Shuqing jumped at the chance to show his face to the world. In the end, he chose to focus on the WCG, a global tournament that received a lot of attention but would not have been chosen by other cities. By organizing this tournament beautifully, his resume would naturally be a colorful one. Never did he expect that Li, who had blown up before the tournament, would drop the ball at a critical moment. Can you stinking game players have some sense of collective honor? Losing to a foreigner at home, do you know how humiliating I am? Simply as soft as Lu Xiang. In the public opinion environment of 09, Daxia still cursed Lu Xiang, who retired from the race due to injury. The more layman, the more vicious the scolding of laymen who only love gold medals. This not low-level Shu City leader obviously belongs to this category. The host wiped the spittle on his face. Where did he dare to say anything? Don't look at the current game scene gives great publicity is very in place, but in the eyes of the parents' generation to play the game is still not doing their job. Otherwise, why does the broadcast only give a single program footage? Why not broadcast all events like the Olympics? Relay my words to those participating teams. I don't care how I do it, you must give me an opening game next. The host's brows knitted together. Convinced, he thought that esports was like selling pork in a food market, winning when you want to win and losing when you want to lose. Looking back at the previous CS champions, Daxia was the undoubted underdog. Most of the domestic FPS geniuses have let CF suck them away, and not many have chosen CS in the first place. As for CF, foreign players didn't play it much. Damn, I blame the Polar Bear Company. Polar Bear Company is really a tumor. After spitting, the host conveyed the leader's meaning to the various battle teams in a subtle and euphemistic manner. They were encouraged to play well and achieve excellent results in the competition. The news naturally traveled to the Seoul collegiate battle teams. The students were still rejoicing over the leader's encouragement, but only Lu Yu savored the deeper meaning behind it. In a normal sports event, no one would dare to put pressure on the athletes before they go on the field, let alone the so-called leaders who are not related to them. The reason for this is that esports are not recognized. You know, in the future the birth of LOL esports into the public's view of the game, selected for the Asian Games game, Daxia official still did not broadcast. These students choose the road of esports. The thorns and bumps encountered in the future are far more than Shenzhen fandom. Just like now. A little bit of recognition and encouragement for them could make them happy. Without saying anything to spoil the fun, after sending away the participating students except for the CS group, Liu brought Zhang Jixuan and the 5 of them to watch the match while waiting in the lounge. The first round of the group stage was not their team, but a Korean team from Group A against Team 679 from Shangjing. Team 679's reputation on the internet was not small, not because of their strong skills, but because all 5 of them came from Qingbei. 679 was the average score of the 5 of them on the college entrance exam. In other words, it was the top students of the college entrance exams from all over the world. Okay, the camera is now on Team 679. The 5 of them you should already be very familiar with, the top students of Qingbei who are not as good at studying as they are, and not as good at gaming as they are. On the opposite side is the CS division of South Korea's Samsung Club, and as we all know, Samsung is also the main sponsor of the WCG. An advertisement for Samsung's latest model of cell phone duly appeared on the screen, lasting for a few seconds before disappearing. The host then narrated, South Korea has a dominant level of power in StarCraft, and this time, for the CS tournament, I heard that they had a 3-month special training in the United States. Let's see how effective the 3 months of special training was. Will Team 679 be better, or will Samsung take a point? As the host's words fell, both players entered into the classic sizzling sand city dust map, also known as Desert Gray, which was widely recognized in Daxia. As soon as the match started, Team 679 sealed the smoke directly towards the center door with the intention of passing through it. Bang! The sound of a large sniper rang out. The precise bullet tore through the smokescreen, directly taking away the teammate who was popping in mid-air. Phew, this is hanging. So accurate. A cry of surprise rang out from the stands. Only Zhang Jixuan, these professional caliber players, knew clearly that it wasn't hanging at all. Instead, they were incomparably familiar with the map points. Qualified players just now absolutely will not seal the smoke immediately after jumping out to show their bodies. This is basically in the white give. This is a typical CF play CS. CS need props to play tactics, need to memorize points, each prop and points have a role. CF is different, the role of grenade props here weakened, the recoil of the gun is also weakened. The fight is all about reaction and precision. The two seem to be the same game, but the difference in the gameplay is still quite big. With Team 679's opening loss, none of the Dasha professional players present were dealt a heavy blow. Although they were not specialized in playing the game, they were able to kill their way into the top 10 of the Dasha region, and their strength was definitely there. However, not to mention comparing with the European and American teams, I didn't expect to be able to beat even the Korean team. The game was still going on, and the imagined stalemate confrontation did not appear at all. The spectacle was even harder to watch than Sky's match. It was a complete one-sided slaughter. The worst thing was that the score had clearly opened up to 13-7, and Team 679 had to cooperate with their teammates to force their guns to start, take snipers without armor, and give them directly for nothing. 30 disc duel, playing to the end. South Korea 3-star team has pure play. Whiplash, grave dancing, taunting, simply did not take 679 as a person. The audience had long been cursing. Stick it out. Daewoo Immortal, come for a single fight. The Korean players under the camera didn't care in the face of the boiling arena. The match was finally taken by the Korean team. Team 679 sat disheveled in their chairs and didn't get up for a long time, the gap was too big. In the interview session after the match, the captain of the Korean team, Park Daoji, turned to the camera. The extent to which Dasha's CS level lags behind our country is like your electronics lagging behind Samsung. You guys, you'll only get decapitated. Park Daoji was incomparably arrogant as he made a neck-cutting gesture. Frightened, the guy didn't even translate and urgently inserted a commercial to end the broadcast. Even so, the audience in the arena could hear it clearly. Even if they didn't know Korean, no one could not understand that provocative gesture. The sounds of abuse and accusations were heard even by Lu Yu, who was waiting in the lounge. Lu Yu shook his head. If abuse could solve the problem, then the lighthouse across the ocean would have collapsed long ago. WCG or the Olympics, this kind of world tournament is completely an extension of national power. Like the three main sponsors of this event, Samsung, Gigabyte and AMD, their products basically make up the computers used by the players. To use an inappropriate analogy, that is, the guns in your hands are produced and manufactured by me. What to fight with me? Arrogant? Bossy? Standing on stage and mocking the Dasha people with abandon? The Korean team did have the strength to do this now. Whether it's esports or the real world, the strong don't just want to ruthlessly humiliate the weak. Anger would not help to have one's students stand there so confident. What was lost, one should take it back with one's own hands. The Korean team in Group A is at the top of the table in terms of points, and Zhang Jishuan and his team will naturally have the opportunity to play each other when they kill Group E. The time came to 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It was Seoul Collegiate against Fnatic team. Both sides came to the waiting room. The Korean team that had made a big splash hadn't left yet, facing the Fnatic team with blonde hair and blue-eyed foreigners. Park Daoji was humble beyond words, smiling and catering to the other side, not the slightest hint of brash arrogance. Only when he occasionally glanced at the nearby Seoul Dasha did he resume his previous mouth. David, the Dasha people's shooting skills are rotten and soft, with your strength absolutely zero. David was an American, and the status of America in the minds of Koreans needed no introduction. Facing the clownish Park Daoji, David had little favor and patted him on the shoulder. Leave as soon as the match is over, lingering in the waiting room is forbidden. Park Daoji, who had suffered a snub, was not dissatisfied at all, but rather felt honored to be a dog that had been rewarded with a slap in the face by its master. With his head held high, he pushed open the door and walked out. David examined the equipment, not sparing any details, and after a long time, he looked at Zhang Jishuan. Zhang, I've seen your video, you're very strong, I hope I won't be disappointed. The transparent Lu Yu's eyebrows jumped. Ha! Bossy son, arrogant father. No wonder your two countries play well together. Chapter 78. What? The coach is warming up. The guide room. The host stormed out. There's 2 minutes to go before the game starts. Where's the list? I'm asking you, where's the list? Here it comes, the list. Panting voices rang out at the door. The tournament team attendant who had been waiting in the Seoul Collegiate Lounge earlier ran over with the list. What's taking so long? There's no one in the US team lounge. Waited for more than half an hour. I just got through to their coach. They went looking for a fan to get a room. The crowd was silent. This phenomenon is simply not too common during international competitions. In the rooms of foreign players, condoms were consumed far faster than mineral water. And the thing that made them feel angry was that in most cases, it was the country's women who were upside down. When will Dasha be able to stand up? Mr. Lee, last 30 seconds countdown, get ready to go on stage. The cameraman's voice interrupted Lee's host's thoughts as he hurriedly sat down on the hosting stage, only having time to scan the list. The countdown on the big screen pulsed, and the Samsung commercial came to an abrupt end as the countdown ended. 3, 2, 1. Alright, everyone, you're tuned into the 2009 WCG Shucheng Group Tournament for the CS program. Next, please look at both players. This match is between Team Fnatic and Dasha's Team Seoul College. The guide broadcaster quickly focused the camera on Team Fnatic, who had already made their way to the stage. On the side of the Fnatic battle team, it is led by David, who has risen to fame in recent years and has the title of World 1 Freeman. At the same time, David is also the team's commander. We know that the playing style is rigid and the command is sophisticated. The blonde Davy struck a handsome pose and waved at the camera, and a group of female screams erupted from the audience. Wow, Davy is so handsome. I want his contact information. This is what an esports pro is. Many male spectators heard and directly cursed, "Stinky stupid bee, go home and buckle up, don't scream here. Handsome, your mom's stinky high." The stench of the fox has drifted 800 meters away. Other gamers may lick women, but for CS veterans, they are really cursing and no one is spoiled. The host introduced the situation of the Fnatic team. Fnatic is a team with star-level dominance and extremely strong strength in all aspects. Many people in China are their fans. At this moment, the heat of discussion on the internet forums was also high. Obviously, no one was optimistic about this match. Seoul Junior College has some bad luck. Their team's Zhang Jishuan is CF to CS. Turning CS and still playing so well, what a genius. Genius is useless, just went out and met the clan ancestor. I'm afraid it's not a slap in the face. Look at the cell phone, the handicap has been opened. Guess what the odds are? How much? 1 to 501. Dare to bet on it. Stud, my ass. It's not a freebie. I'll put in a little pocket money. Gambling dogs will die a horrible death. From the sky-high odds of the peripheral handicapper can also be seen, no one is optimistic about the team of Seoul University. Xiongwu smilingly took out his cell phone and showed Liu the forum postings. "Principal, I just bought $5,000 for our school to win." "Okay, Xiongwu, you don't save your wife's money?" Liu flirted and waited for the host to call out his battle team. "Save, but I have to support our school." Liu patted Xiongwu's shoulder. "With your words, I promise to lead this group of pups and bring back the championship." "Go for it, principal." Accompanied by the host's high-pitched voice, Liu led his team out from inside the restroom. "Alright, audience. You're now looking at the biggest dark horse of this year's CS tournament, the Seoul Collegiate team that set a record for consecutive victories in the standings. Walking face to face is none other than their coach, and also the principal of Seoul Electronic Information Technology College, Liu Yu. I now seriously doubt that Principal Liu is advertising the school. The guide quickly gave the camera to Liu Yu, who had just finished shaking hands with the opposing coach, as he pointed to the school logo on his chest, confidence written all over his young face. "Welcome to the Seoul Electronic Information Technology College. A good junior college, no worse than a bachelor's degree." The humorous and witty voice instantly set the atmosphere on fire, and the host couldn't help but laugh. "Principal Liu, when you leave later, give the advertisement fee. Let's get to know the players of Seoul Junior College, the team that dared to challenge Fnatic and declare war on the dynasty. Whether they win or lose, they will eventually be firmly engraved in the history of CS." The camera goes to. The host looked down and quickly scanned the list of names, as well as the brief markings on the back. Zhang Jishuan, the youngest player in this year's CS tournament, who just celebrated his 18th birthday. Compared to the name Zhang Jishuan, CF players should be more familiar with his ID, Rat. Once in this year's CF 100 Cities League, he got an amazing record of 7 deaths and 198 kills, topping the Sniper King. In this competition, he served as a sniper as well as a commander. Whether he can continue the legend in CS, we will see. Next, this is the battle team's breakout player, Huang Qi, also. The host quickly introduced the information of each team member. He was transitioning from sports events to esports, and was well aware of the difficult environment of esports in Dacia. For these young players, this might be their only chance to make a name for themselves. When he turned to the last page of the list, which was also the free agents player introduction, the host with good education froze. There were just 4 words written on it: Coach Liu Yu. Free agents were an extremely important position in CS, and were those players on the team who had an extremely high degree of tactical freedom. For example, Fnatic's David is the world's top free agent with a wild playing style. They don't fix their regular positions, and can flexibly support, replenish their guns, and sneak around the back. This requires superb individual ability, big picture and adaptability to open up the situation or stabilize the situation at critical moments. Therefore, based on the importance of free agents, they are often introduced last. Who would have thought it would be written in 4 words? Shaman, what's going on? Who's the free agent of Seoul Junior College? Where's little man? Come here. At the same time, the audience in the viewing gallery could see that something was wrong. In a 5v5 game, there were only 4 people sitting on the side of Seoul Junior College, and there were still empty computer seats, and the host didn't continue to introduce them. What, you guys want to play 4 to 5? I still believe if you want to say David and the others. Where's the last of them? I don't know. I looked at the list of players in their points match, and their last player, Li Peinan, went next door to play Intergalactic. There are no substitutes. Just as the crowd was talking, suddenly a sharp-eyed spectator saw Coach Liu walk up to the competition stage with a keyboard and mouse. As if nothing had happened, he plugged the keyboard and mouse in and sat down straight away. What is Principal Liu doing? It looks like he's warming up. Chapter 79. If you want to learn how to shoot a gun, come and take the junior college exam. Okay, folks, as you can see, the Seoul Collegiate team is sending out their last player, and their team's free man, as well as their coach, Liu. Wow. The host's affirmative voice came out, and many viewers who hadn't been paying attention to this match suddenly attracted their attention. The coach came down to play the match? This team really has no one. First time I've seen it, go take a look. The CS program auditorium was filled with people, even the home big screen was replaced with the CS program, and the TV guide room was similarly instructed by the higher-ups. Cancel the broadcast arrangement for StarCraft, now the higher-ups are requesting that all of this CS be broadcast. Why cancel StarCraft? Why else? Korea has almost killed through the group stage, and the final is about to become a Korean civil war, why do you think? For a while, this group match that should not have attracted so much attention instantly attracted the attention of countless people. Everything that happens in the outside world Liu does not know, looking at the rough sizzling hot sand city dust map in front of him, as if back to the previous life of the university era. Countless nights of all-night battles in internet cafes were spent on this map. Dream back to the youthful passionate burning years. Come and fight. Zhang Jishuan's voice sounded in the headset. Principal, we are the CT police side, how do we start the pistol bureau? Liu did not answer, but asked, Zhang Jishuan, dare you go crazy? Principal, Zhang Jishuan gripped a mouse and nodded heavily. At the same time, the Fnatic side was also exchanging tactics before the match, formulating a pistol bureau plan. Start USP and flash first, focus on crossing Avenue A and occupying Platform A. Compared to CF coming up and doing it directly, CS, a game where you go out and buy a small pistol, caused a lot of confusion, and the host and invited anchors explained. The economic system is the most charming system of CS, the decision of the first pistol directly affects the tactics later. We can see that the Seoul Major League team is the police, and on the map sizzling Sand City 2, the main firefighting areas are Platform A and Area B. The probability is that Fnatic will not choose to rush B. Area B is more advantageous for the CT side's defense. Okay, let's look at the weapon purchases of both sides. Fnatic's side chose the regular USP plus flash combination. It looks like they are going to decide to cross Avenue A. The veteran powerhouse deserves to be a powerhouse, and their steady style of play can ensure that they can smoothly take the pistol game and widen the economic gap. We now look towards Seoul Collegiate. As the guide cut the screen to Seoul Collegiate here, they saw Liu and Zhang Jishuan soldiering on, one holding a USP. The same USP plus flash. Wait, that's not right, they only bought guns for Zhang Jishuan and Liu, the others didn't buy equipment at all. The host looked at the anchor next to him in confusion. What kind of playstyle is this? How come there are only 2 people starting guns in Seoul University? The anchor smiled confidently, it's giving up the pistol game, the gap between the two sides' strength levels is too big, directly not buying guns to save money for the next game. However, he hadn't finished his explanation. The two sides in the big screen had already started exchanging fire. David looked at the Seoul College that was revealed from the A road, and took away directly with a precise headshot. Sure enough, it's a dish. Davey, he didn't buy equipment. David smiled confidently, giving up the pistol game, what weak people do. At the same time, on the side of the team from Seoul College, a voice came from the headset. Principal, Rat, they're in lane A, all 5 of them are in lane A. Liu, who was guarding point B, immediately shifted, and Zhang Jishuan pressed the keyboard and jumped straight over. Principal, I'm in position. Liu dragged the mouse, his spirit highly concentrated, open kill. David, who was carefully on guard, was just about to cross the A channel, when 2 tricky flashbangs were successively thrown. Not good. David made a beautiful dog jump, hiding behind the wall, followed by the urgent USP sound coming from his headset. A headshot kill icon appeared in the lower right corner of the screen. Instantly, all of his teammates were killed in action. David stared and counted the bullets, listened to the sound of gunfire, and just wanted to show his head to fight the time difference. A twisting body, as if a ghostly figure jumped against the wall, head ID Seoul College Liu. The dagger struck hard and killed with a headshot. Seoul Technical College Zhang Jishuan 202. Hancheng College Liu 302. Headshot rate, 90%. Silence. The arena fell into a deathly silence. They had fantasized about winning the pistol game, but they hadn't thought it would be this win. Let teammates cannot afford to shoot to explore the position of the other side, and then play the defense side into the offensive side. 2 people will be the other side of the group destroyed. Even more humiliating was that Liu had used his knife to kill World 1 Freeman David alive. Crazy. Liu, your ing hung up. Mountains and seas of shouts rang out in the arena, and the scene of letting the foreign team press their heads and violently beat them up for several games in a row was completely reversed. The host was so excited that he didn't know how to commentate. This basically locks up the win. Seoul Junior College still has 3 people who didn't even start shooting. The economic difference will get bigger and bigger. The face of that invited anchor was a bit ugly. It's still too early to say victory. CS has a losing streak to compensate. I'm afraid the game will really start after Fnatic's David holds back his big sniper. It's impossible to determine victory through a handful of 30 games of competition. However, due to the huge economic advantage achieved by Seoul Collegiate in the first game, the equipment and props were fully ahead of Fnatic. Even though the skills were slightly inferior except for the two Zhang Jishuan and Lu Yu, they still successfully took the second and third games. In the fourth game, Fnatic's David finally got the big sniper, and he had already put away his contempt. At this moment, he was bound to ruthlessly abuse Seoul Collegiate. Hank, block smoke for me in the middle, watch me rack to death alone. Bang! He hadn't finished his words yet. A bullet accurately tore through the smokescreen and took him directly away. A familiar scene is when Team 679 faced the Korean team. David stared blankly at the screen. It was clear that not even a single body had been missed. I'm requesting a pause in the game, the other team is open. David directly stood up, almost growling. Lu Yu helplessly spread his hands and let the referee walk over to check. These European and American hairy people when they win, they say that they are good, when they lose, they say that the other side has problems. TSK. After checking, naturally nothing was found. In the next game, Fnatic has completely lost the rules. David is even more blindfolded head on the charge, presuming to avenge a snipe. Seoul College team, on the contrary, more and more confident, playing to the final game point game. Zhang Jishuan, also like Lu Yu, pulled out the dagger. One after another, the dog jumped and backhanded out David. Looking at Zhang Jishuan, who had completely played up, Lu Yu's eyes lit up. Student Zhang Jishuan excellence. Specialty, FPS. Confident that it's one of his most accurate guns. It was not expected that Zhang Jishuan would be promoted at this time. Fnatic was destined to be his stepping stone. Having someone steal away with a dagger twice in a single tournament, this was the one match where Davey lost his reputation. Watching the screen already start to settle, Davey sat in his chair for a long time without moving, and his hands couldn't stop trembling. Until the coach came over and dragged him to get up, he slowly stood up and looked at the Seoul College team that had broken his own Dao heart. Unable to control it, he rushed over. Lu, Zhang, how did you guys practice your marksmanship, can you tell me? Lu Yu laughed. If you want to learn how to shoot, come to our Seoul Electronic Information Technology College. The strong victory of the CS program of the Seoul College was like a strong cardiac agent sticking in the hearts of the Daxia audience. The public opinion frenzy triggered once exceeded the WCG program itself. The biggest championship favorite team Fnatic lost to the dark horse Seoul Polytechnic, which in itself was extremely topical. They know very well that with the strength shown by both sides in this match, the title of this WCGCS program is already in the bag of Seoul Polytechnic. However, if you ask who the biggest winner is, it was Xiongwu. 1:501 odds. With a principal of $5,000, it directly made Xiongwu a millionaire. Boss Xiong Street, it's higher than even our tournament prize money. Yeah, you have to bleed hard today. The gleeful group returned to the lounge, and when they went in, they saw Li Peinan, who had also finished the StarCraft match, sitting there. Li Peinan held a Samsung business card in his hand and raised his head in bewilderment. Headmaster, someone from Samsung just talked to me. Chapter 80 What StarCraft Means to Korea. Li Peinan squeezed the business card in his hand. His eyes were blank. This was the card that the other party had left for him after they had talked to him after the match. It read, Samsung Entertainment Daxia Operations Manager Li Zixuan. Lu Yu took the business card, and seeing the word Samsung made him sick to his stomach. He came to the somewhat disheveled Li Peinan and sat beside him. Did you lose the match? No, I won. Then why aren't you happy? This manager Lee just found me and asked me to lose all of my next matches to the Korean team, and he was willing to give a payment of $10,000 per match. Li Peinan's head lowered again as he spoke, and he also said that if we don't agree, they will disqualify us from participating in the next WCG tournament. He said that he has that ability. Zhang Haoshuan and the few people on the side cursed at once. Too much. Korean Stick is making us play a fake tournament. They cannot participate if they are afraid of losing. Let's go report them to the WCG Tournament Organizing Committee, it's too shameless. Lu Yu raised his hand to stop the agitated students. Report? Look at the posters in the lounge, look at the big screen outside, and look at the advertisements in the stadium to see which company they are. You guys think again about who you're reporting. The main sponsor of the WCG is Samsung. Running to Samsung's door to report Samsung? Nonsense. These kids still lack social sharpening. Another person would have been able to see the reason why this Samsung manager is emboldened. But principal, do we really let Li Peinan go to play a fake match if we intentionally lose to the Koreans? I'm not willing. Right, I'm not willing. Next to him, Li Peinan raised his head, looking expectantly at Lu Yu. Don't get excited, all of you sit down for me. I'll give you a good lecture on the significance of StarCraft to Korea. How you choose at that time is still up to you. Lu Yu's heart is an answer. Anyway, before coming to Shu City has been in Korea and Samsung torn face, what is he afraid of? Samsung will soon start the sanctions against Lei Jun and himself. Game this aspect he really does not care. However, the right to choose still has to be given to the students. The road of esports is their own choice, whether it is a pit or a slope, they have to go by themselves. They simply didn't understand the significance of StarCraft for Korea. Xiongwu, close the door and don't let anyone in. Okay. Lu Yu dragged over the chairs and sat in the center of the students. Before you guys make a decision, it is necessary for me to tell you about the significance of StarCraft for Korea. In this way, you will weigh the pros and cons for yourselves, whether to say yes or no. Lu Yu pondered for a moment. The first sentence he opened his mouth made the students dumbfounded. The importance of StarCraft to Korea is equivalent to what Ardisia is to table tennis and what Brazil is to soccer. When Lu Yu said this, Lee Peinan and several others looked at each other in surprise. Principal, StarCraft is just a game, how can it be compared to table tennis or soccer? Right, StarCraft is also worthy? Lu Yu smiled and shook his head. You guys are studying esports majors, your minds should also be opened, there is no high or low in any competitive event. Lu Yu was clear that a change in mindset could not be changed in 1 or 2 sentences. Don't look at Zhang Jishuan, they are killing it in the game, but when they leave the computer and face those serious undergraduates, they still have an unconscious inferiority complex. Stinks to play the game. In the big summer, students inferior. Did not continue to talk deeply on this topic. Liu continued to talk about Korea and StarCraft. You all know that South Korea has a huge advantage in the high-tech industry, but in the financial storm before the millennium, they were equally hard hit. Also before the millennium, Korea's World Cup was a flop. At that time, what the Korean people were facing was an extreme environment of unemployment, no money, no jobs, and a lack of entertainment. What Korea needed at that point was a new industry, an entertainment industry with the ability to digest the public's emotions and boost confidence. They chose StarCraft. StarCraft, a nationally cultivated industry in South Korea, is the cornerstone of the country's esports industry. The status of StarCraft players is no less than that of top athletes within Korea. They were valued more than quite a few Korean stars at one point. So, do you guys now understand why South Korea would be afraid of losing, even going so far as to come to you to negotiate terms? StarCraft is the face of Korea. The esports that you guys want to engage in, the esports events that are widely recognized internationally basically can't bypass Korea, and the consequences of offending him can be imagined. Moreover, in the WCG StarCraft tournaments, Korea has never lost. Lu Yu finished. Silently, he looked at the students. The significance of StarCraft to Korea was far more important than what Lu Yu had said. In South Korea, mayoral elections would directly play a handful of StarCraft on the spot in order to bring in young people. This kind of game competition that had already concerned the face of the country, how could it tolerate the appearance of any unexpected factors? What's more, 2009 is too special. From this trip to South Korea with Lei Jun, Liu is not difficult to see that Samsung desperately wants to kill the smartphone market and occupy market share. The best medium of publicity is the same game, is the young people. Liu is not very concerned about how the students choose, he himself has chosen the path with his actions. South Korea gaming is strong again is also based on Samsung, while Samsung pulled down the altar is Lu Yu's goal. The depressing atmosphere that permeates the heart of Lee Peinan, he never thought that he was just playing a game, but it involves the face of the country. Some wanted to laugh. Obviously, he was playing a game in Dacia, and he couldn't even get his own face. Even now, when he participated in the WCG tournament, his parents still thought that he was not doing his job. And in Korea, they had such a high status. Headmaster, will we be as respected as Korean e-campaigners in the future? Lee Peinan's question. It made Lu Yu a little saddened. Lu Yu knew very well that not to mention esports, even the civic entertainment industry was not valued in Dacia. Entertainment belonged to the kind of industry that had a big voice but a small plate. In his previous life, when Lu Yu had dinner with a certain high-ranking person, he had heard the other person talk about it inadvertently. Little Lua, look at those movie stars who make a lot of noise on the internet. The total box office of movies for the whole year is only a few tens of billions of dollars, which is not enough to cover the value of a few buildings in Shangjing. I really don't understand you young people, why are you all shouting and clamoring to be stars? A few tens of billions of dollars on the plate, how many people can this feed? The drifting thoughts gradually retracted. Lu Yu understood their thoughts. Across the board, it was true that there was little value. However, a grain of sand of the times falling on one's head is a mountain. Lee Peinan, these children, chose a path that was not much easier than taking the Qingbei exam. Lu Yu sat up, his complexion became a bit serious. I won't easily promise things in the future, but you have to understand that dignity is something you fight for yourselves. The objective environment we can't change. But, whether you choose to stand on stage clad in the national flag, or kneel down and take the money to go home and play the game, it's up to you guys to decide. No matter how you choose, I will support you. Lee Peinan clenched his fists and stood up. What else is there to say, Principal? Our Seoul junior college students don't have the habit of kneeling. Stick, just do it.